I guess there's no real good answer, but so it kind of came from, I was talking to Heapski about Dragon Ball, the classic, and I was saying, damn, I played Dragon Ball for the first time yesterday in ages, and Super Dash is super like anti-fighting games in my opinion. Yo, what's good? San God mode, what's happening? So yeah, we was talking about that. I was saying, damn, I really forgot how anti-fighting game Super Dash is, and he was like, nah, I don't think it is. And he said, what did he say? He said something else was like a bad mechanic, and I thought, you know what, I guess not everyone thinks like I do, so it might be cool to get everyone's perspective on what makes a fighting game good or bad. For me, I started pretty late. Like, I played fighting games from when I was a wee little, and it was only Street Fighter 4 when I was like, oh, frame data. Oh, there's like competitive, blah, blah, blah. And then I kind of done the whole retro thing, which most people do. They'll play games, they'll hear other people say, oh, in this game, it was way harder. You couldn't do this, blah, blah, blah. So I did that. I went back and like played around with Third Strike, what else? CVS2, I remember playing that a lot, Alpha 3. And then I went, I'm going to just, stay in my lane, play these new games. Played a lot of Marvel and Street Fighter 4. And then played Cross Tekken. And then Cross Tekken, I kind of understood. Or I think Cross Tekken is when I knew what it took to be a good player, I'd say. And that was mostly down to like learning what footsies are and neutral, all that sort of stuff. I played a lot with Theory, Jammers, Darkos, and some other people that you might not know. And I improved. When Marvel and Street Fighter 4, I kind of just did my script at people, and if it worked, it worked. If it didn't, it didn't. So footsies and neutral spacing, all that stuff is pretty important to me. And Super Dash, it's not that it gets rid of it, it binds it all to one button. It's like a macro for auto getting. So I was saying to Heapsky, like, yeah, to me, that's like anti-fighting games, because you don't have to, well, first of all, it takes the execution out. It takes away the skill in terms of navigating towards your opponent. So you don't have to thread any needles. You just press it at the correct time. So there's still a timing to it, like a smart way of using it. But there's also a time where you can just press it in the heat of a moment and it will pay off for you and you'll just win neutral. Not just by making someone block, by actually hitting the opponent. So to me, it's a pretty bad mechanic. But I've also said that the game needs it. It needs super dashes because it's assist game and and assists. Oh, that's the same thing. So assists in the game. Sorry, beams. That's what I meant to say. Beams and assists mean that you kind of need super dash in the game. The problem I have is the damage you get from just doing a super dash. So they could keep the super dash in and do something like it's only blue health and the scaling's like really bad. Then you don't get such a reward for just pressing one button that guarantees you in. I mean, not all the time you don't get in. We've seen the cursed, like, my planet needs me sort of stuff. But for the most part, you hold up and then you super dash. Or you hold up, you call an assist, then you super dash, and then you're in. There's no navigation. It's all auto done for you. I think it also makes it a bit more beginner friendly. Yeah, it does. I mean, I'm not opposed to making things beginner friendly. I prefer characters being beginner friendly instead of core mechanics or something that's customizable, like in Cross Tekken with gems. So if you're a beginner, you can use gems. If you're not a beginner, you just won't pick gems because it's not interesting to you. I think that's like a happy middle ground. And then stronger players or tryhards won't mind playing beginners with gems. So everyone wins that way. I don't like it when everyone is forced to have a beginner-friendly mechanic. They could correct the SD clash mechanic if someone does it later, that you don't just... Yeah, so it works like I think there's 2 levels to Super Dash, or maybe 3. But the longer the duration of the Super Dash, the stronger yours is. Makes no sense. Makes zero sense. Yeah, I mean, that's just off the top of my head how to make Super Dash not so potent. It doesn't make it more beginner friendly and like veterans won't use it. Still, strong players are going to Super Dash at you. They have to, right? You have to Super Dash in that game. It's just the reward for pressing one button, I think, is a bit too much. So it feels like a party game to me. I'm trying to remember what he said was the bad mechanic. So yeah, any mechanic that removes or makes playing neutral easier, I think is a bad mechanic. I think I've been saying this from day one. I think Strive 6Ps is the bad mechanic. I think it's horrendous. I think it's so bad. Not as bad as Super Dash, but it's very, very close because run up 6P beats literally any move that's not like a low profile move, which is dumb. Beats anti-airs, it beats mids, it beats pokes. As long as the poke's got a hurt box in it, it beats pokes. And even then, it might not lose to the poke because you're just upper ankle invincible. So I think it's really bad. It's definitely an advanced game, but super beginner friendly. I would love it if they removed auto combo and whiff. I'm not too. I remember at first my knee-jerk reaction is I hate auto combo and whiff. It was more the auto combo auto correcting on whiff. That's what I hated. So if you jumped over them, they wouldn't continue doing the auto combo the wrong way. They would auto correct. That, I think they can get rid of that. But things cancelable and whiff, I don't think it's too bad, especially because it's a universal thing. Obviously, I played SSJ Vegeta, so that never ever benefited me. Like, it doesn't benefit the character. But some characters, obviously, they get a lot from it, like Tohan and whatever. Bardock to a degree as well. Yo, what's good, Popo? Oh no, sorry, Popo. I forgot. I know you tweeted about your name and I absolutely forgot it. My bad, dude. I'm going to try and not call you Mr. Popo anymore because you requested it. But we need a Super Dash though because everyone in the game can sort of zone because of beams. I mean, now you've got easy Super Jump. So I don't think you can... I don't think you need Super Dashes as much. Before, when it was bound to being like skillful in like your movement, I could sort of agree. And there's some beams that recover like super quick. But now with a Super Jump, I don't think you need Super Dash as much. And you can still navigate around beams. Like normal, traditional beams, you still can't vanish on whiff. So you're still locked into doing, to committing to that beam. Speaking of Super Dash, I wish we had a 2H mechanic in the air. Yeah, that would make sense. Instead of everyone struggling to do like a jump light that's like one active frame and then it not working, then you get kind of hit. It's pretty dumb. Maybe they did it so certain characters would have a benefit, like SSJ Vegeta that they've got in air DP. But yeah, that's the only thing I think of. But they did give it to Janimba, right? Janimba's 2H now does that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the Tardigrade said it. Yeah, the auto correct to me is the problem. I get why people don't like with cancelling. I'm kind of numb to it. It doesn't bother me that much. BB Tag had it, and I mean BB Tag was pretty fun. It was a mess, but it was pretty fun. I mean, SSJ Vegeta also, if you super dash downwards, his DP just whiffs. It's pretty painful. Everyone should have it, not only Janimba. No problem, yeah. Maybe everyone should have it. I never really thought about it, to be fair. Yeah, maybe, because I know some characters are really good at just jabbing them out. Like Broly's jump light is just so active, you can't get around it. You have to hold that shit. Super jump macro, zoning dead. Yeah, to a degree. I mean, it's not like that blatant, but it makes it less strong, and it makes characters with good zoning still retain having good zoning. So like Frieza, you can't just super jump into Frieza because Splash goes so high, right? And he's got up laser beam thing from his eyes and shit. So yeah, there's still ways that you can zone, but beams are limited, which I think should be the case because beams lock you down. JH2, yeah, no, I don't think it is Brody's one. Super Dash Seihan. I don't even know how to pronounce it because I'm just a trash human being. Seiyan. Seiyan? I feel like I'm butchering Mr. Povo's name. My bad. Never built differently. He sure is. Ask Damascus. Seihan. Okay. Also make Super Dash 1 or 2 frames slower and make it have more damage scaling. Yeah, I was saying just blue health. Just straight up blue health. And scaling, yeah. Because you can still... Or they could make it like a Vanish, so you can't get a killing hit. Is it Vanish that's got that? I think it is Vanish. Not Vanish, sorry. Guard cancel. So if you guard cancel and get a combo of it, when you get to like 1 pixel, you can't actually kill. I was bummed from this last patch. SHJ Vegeta got no love. Yeah. J2L should be an overhead. I mean, they let you combo off of it, and I was just like, damn, you really don't want us to do anything. That combo, the root is hard, and you just never hit it. I never got interceptor kick and thought, damn, I wish I could just combo off of this, because I never hit interceptor kick with a grounded opponent, because like you said, it's not an overhead. It's so bad. It's such a dumb buff. Fix the planet needs me with the Super Dash as well. Super Dash is almost working, yeah. I don't know how they could fix my planet needs me. I'm not sure they could do that. If you're above your opponent, you cannot jab. Yep. Literally happens to me versus Cloud in the tournament. Yeah, I remember seeing that. I remember when Dunk was reviewing the match. I think hold mechanic in DOA 6 is pretty bad. I don't know what the whole mechanic is. You'll have to let us know. Man, like Heapski on the stage. No one's in the stage. Oh, Riv, you went in. Get me in. You have to jump in the Discord and join the stage. Riv did it. Show request. Oh, I think you got a request to speak. Don't ask me, man. I literally just got this today. Oh, I think you're on. Hold on. Have I got the tech for this? I should be able to show your screen. Oh no, it's scuffed. It's scuffed. No. But there we go. I'm sorted it. I've sorted it. So, Mr. Riv. Yeah, I mean, the only game I know that's got something similar is Arcana Hearts. But that super dash, quote unquote, is super slow. It's hella slow. Like, there's no way you wouldn't be able to 2H it. They don't have a 2H per se, but they've got anti-airs. But, and it's like, it always curves. So you've got like an indication when it's going to happen. In this game, they do like 5 seconds of animation and then they're just heading towards you. Like, with no regards of safety or whatsoever. But in Arcana Hearts, they like start up, they'll curve and then start going towards you. So I don't know if that would help. Like, I also don't know. I only threw out blue health. Popo said about more startup. I don't know, because I feel obviously if you can't not have Super Dash, because then Vegeta probably would be the best character in the game, because he just split finger shot you to death. So you do kind of need it. I think you're right about it's there because of the IP, then they worked around it. They based the game on how to fight against Super Dash, which is very bad. Oh snap! I'm a loser. Hold on. I think I know what I need to do. Sorry guys, one sec. Riv's gonna have to repeat himself. All right, Riv.
All right. First of all, mic check. Can everyone in Twitch hear me now? Are we good?
You should be good now.
So yeah. So take the answer that Mace just said. The point I raise is that Super Dash is completely unique. It's not something we have seen in any other games. I know you referenced Arcana Hearts, but I mean that was very different. That wasn't the homing kind of Super Dash, was it? That was you choose direction, or am I mistaken?
I think you had to hold like a direction to do it. Yeah, I think to a degree.
It was more like given a built-in command dash or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, Super Dash, it's a Dragon Ball thing. It's not a game mechanics thing, and the game mechanics had to be built around Super Dash, which is why, you know, there's such a big emphasis on 2Hing and how Super Dash could be key blasts to be the anti-zoning tool. The only thing I would say to really kind of like, not cripple Super Dash, because let's face it, this game wouldn't be this game without it. Perhaps make it slower.
Yeah.
Just in general, make it slower. Because right now, I don't know how many frames it takes to get across the screen. Just add an extra half onto it. It can still be used as a zoning or anti-zoning tool to go through key blasts and that, but it shouldn't be your instant I counter your neutral and attempt at neutral kind of button. It's a Super Dash. It's not fun. It's not fun.
I don't know if it's fun on either end, dealing with it and doing it. I don't feel like people. I've never seen someone get hype for someone running towards them. They jump, then they super dash and hit them. Like that doesn't scream like, oh, that was sick gameplay to me. Like maybe someone has done it. I don't know, but the only thing I feel when I do super dash is I'm so lucky they didn't 2H me. That's it. Like that doesn't feel very like interesting, let alone like what most fighting games are about.
No, exactly. Which is why people say it's the greatest party game that ever existed, right? That is where the meaning comes from.
It is definitely why I started saying it. Other than Super Dash, I think the game's like really good now.
That's an interesting view. I'll give you that. The game is not the same game we first began playing, like back in 2019, for sure. Yeah. It has grown beyond. It has gone further beyond what it could have been, and I think possibly to its detriment. Things like limit break and simplifying super jump by holding S. I hate them. I hate them with a passion. Limit break, you shouldn't be rewarded to do more damage just because you are losing the game. And this goes back to my hatred for all comeback mechanics in games. Like, I hate Rage in Tekken. I hated the, what are they called? The Mortal Blows? No. Whatever it is in Mortal Kombat, where you just like...
man, I know what you're talking about.
You just go into some gruesome cinematic that gave the developers PTSD because you're losing the game. Sure, why not?
Yeah, and you get armor on it as well. Like, everyone's got armor on this combat mechanic thing. It's like Ultra. It's like an Ultra in Street Fighter 4, yeah, but with everyone's got it and they've all got armor. It's really weird.
Exactly. I mean, I wouldn't have thought Ultras was that bad in Street Fighter 4 because depending on when you used it, it was stronger. So that had kind of like more nuance to it. Whereas these other ones, it's like, oh, you're on your last fifth of health. Here, have this mechanic to perhaps take an entire life bar. Sure. Why the fuck not?
Yeah.
That just doesn't make any sense. But yeah, limit break for me is a big one. Because when you combine limit break and sparking, some characters out there, you don't even need assists. They're just there to build meter in the interim.
I agree. I mean, you're definitely not alone, I don't think, with combat mechanics. It's something else I've kind of got numb to. I played Marvel, so I definitely didn't like them at one point. Like, but I just
went through the hell of like X Factor, Virgil, something.
Yeah, and I kind of just got to the point where it's like, okay, cool. I need to fight around it, which you can't really do with limit break. So I think they are slightly different, right? You can fight around X Factor because you kill the character that uses X Factor well. Limit break for everyone's pretty good. Like in Marvel, you go, oh, you've got Phoenix on your team and you've got Hagar on your team. if you got Hagger last, X Factor's not going to help you. You don't really have that with Dragon Ball because the universal mechanics allow you to get in anyway.
Right, exactly. I mean, comparing the two with Marvel, even if you were in X Factor level 3 and you were like a 1v3 scenario, you still had to outplay out your damn mind most of the time. Most of the time, as long as you're not playing Virgil, most of the time you had to outplay. Whereas Dragon Ball, it doesn't feel the same way. It really doesn't. You can do 80% on someone from a light start. That's madness. That's madness.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, comeback mechanics are definitely a mechanic that most people don't like. I'd say. I think most people think they're a bad mechanic. The whole premise of you're losing, now you're stronger is super counterintuitive.
Yeah.
I get why they're in some games. I'm not sure why they're in Dragon Ball though.
No, that doesn't make a great deal of sense, but we move anyway.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask something about this on the topic. So, what mechanics make a fighting game good or bad? Who is the audience here saying it's good or bad? Because I feel like this is an important point. Are we talking the players who understand frame data and what's actually going on? Or are we talking general audience as a whole?
We can do both. I mean, normally when I talk about them, I kind of speak from the point of a spectator and a player. When I was talking about Super Dash, I meant it from both. Like, as a spectator, I don't think it's interesting when someone gets hit by a Super Dash, and as a player, I don't feel it's interesting when I hit someone or get hit by it. Okay. If one, say, people got hyped when a Super Dash hit, but players hated it, sort of like Marvel. Marvel was like that with X Factor. Spectators went mental when Phoenix done a comeback, right? There was a whole team tournament with Dark Phoenix players versus non-Dark Phoenix players, and that was hype. Yeah, that was hype for spectators. But people playing against the Phoenix team weren't having fun, and Phoenix teams weren't having fun when Phoenix got snapped in because their whole game plan goes down. So I do try to take all three aspects: player versus and spectators. If one is getting something out of it, Danger Time's another one. Danger Time in Exile, it wasn't a combat mechanic, it was just a random mechanic where everyone got counter hits for a whole quick second. 8 seconds. Yeah, it was. I hated it as a player, but when I saw other people go through it, it was funny. It was interesting. But yeah, those mechanics, I'm like, yeah, it's good for some people, bad for others. Just call it neutral. I feel there's some mechanics like Super Dash that's just bad for everyone. No one's happy about Super Dash, not one soul. So yeah, that's the bit I was coming from.
That's interesting. So I've got a bit of a quick story to relay. After the World Tour finals in Paris, I told some people at work that I was going to it and all of that because I'm just open with them. And my manager is actually a big Dragon Ball fan. Like, he's like from my generation, so that's cool. When I came back, he said that he was actually watching the stream, and he didn't understand some of the things that were going on. But one of the things he loved was how everybody was flying across the screen. Like that. So, a mechanic, good or bad? Again, it's just like, who is this question targeting? Because I can go on for days about how it's fucking awful, Super Dash, and it needs to be nerfed to the ground. But at the end of the day, a lot of people watching it probably don't even play the game. Like, look at Evo. The amount of people they get watching that who just don't actually play fighting games. And that's one of the things that makes it more interesting and exciting to watch.
I get that. I get the aesthetics of it. But I would say you still have Super Dashes with Dragon Rushes and 2Hs. We're just saying about neutral. So if it's just a spectator and you like the flying bit, you're still going to see the flying bit. It just won't randomly happen.
Yeah, true.
You still have like combos with Super Dash. I haven't got a problem with that. Or raw tags can raw tags can stay.
Guard cancels are technically Super Dashes.
Yeah, you can have that. It's just the neutral one that I have an issue with. But yeah, that's a good point. Like, some people are literally aesthetics. I know a lot of people watch Marvel purely because of the numbers on the screen and the aesthetics of the IP and stuff.
Hell, I'm one of those people. I never really
Yeah.
played Marvel against other people, just like labbed it, and I just watched a shitload of Marvel, and it was always hilarious to me watching people get blown up.
Yeah.
And these are probably the things that you hated actually happening to you in the game. So yeah, it's just it's an awkward question.
That's why I have to answer it to people.
That is
You know.
true. That is true.
Yeah.
Shout out to, who was it in chat who said it, who was completely wrong? God Mode Engaged, saying that Hold's the worst mechanic in Dead or Alive. You are a fucking they're the best mechanics in the game. Without that, it's just another typical 3D brawler with really bad design. So honestly, I don't know what you're smoking, mate. You're on crack or something.
I mean, God mode. If you wanna, if you wanna jump in,
speak for yourself. Defend your point.
You want to defend your point? Feel free, mate. But yeah, let me swap Riv out. Safe for coming on, man. Heapski is you know what Heapski's like. He's itching to say something. I don't even know what he's gonna say.
He's gonna tell me I'm completely wrong and a crackhead, but yeah, that's cool.
Standard
Alright, catch you in a bit.
All right, catch you in a bit. Right. Did I do it right? Heapski, can you jump in? Should be able to. All right, let me get rid of that stupid screen while we wait for him. Yeah, I didn't play much Dead or Alive. I saw a little bit of the last one. Man like Jammers used to commentate it for a bit, and I know what was that guy that used to play Dragon Ball, the Freezer player? Platinum Kid used to play it. Guess you can't hear me. You're not even in. You're not on stage, mate. Send invite. Why are you? It's something on your end, dude. There we go.
Oh wait, no, I had to click a thing.
Had to click a thing, right? I remember that for everyone else. Have to click a thing to get in. All right. Oh, you swapped sides. What is this? Okay. You tell us why we're wrong, and I'll sort out the visuals.
What was the question?
Oh, was you not saying someone's wrong?
No, Riv said about Marvel, and in Marvel you at least have to outplay to make comebacks. And I was like, that is just not true at all. He said, like, compared to Dragon Ball, if you're making like a one-man comeback with Limit Break as opposed to in Marvel, I was like, damn, that's just not true at all. Like, half the characters in Marvel don't have to outplay to make comebacks.
We need an example. We need an example.
Super Skrull, Phoenix, Virgil, Deadpool. Most of the characters are you get a hit, and then it's you just 50-50 the person until you win the game.
How do you 50-50 without like an assist in Marvel? First of all, actually no, let's start at the beginning. How do you hit someone in Marvel with one character? Give us an example of a character. You said Super Skrull, right? What does Super Skrull do?
The Meteor Smash. Inferno.
Right, and what happens if you block it? You get punished, right?
You get punished, yeah.
Yeah, so what happens when you block a Super Dash? You don't get punished.
You could 2H the Super Dash though, right?
And then you can get punished for 2H and if they block your 2H.
You can, yeah.
Yeah, so like the difference is, for me, I don't know, I'm not sure about what Riv was saying. To me, all the characters in Marvel, they still had to get in. They didn't have a button. They didn't have a macro get in button. Like Meteor Smash is stupid. I'm not gonna say it's not stupid, but you have to, you can't just do Meteor Smash and it homes. You have to pick a spot on screen to do the Meteor Smash.
Yeah, no, that's true. We're talking about like different things. I was just like, for the person to get the hit in Marvel, the Marvel characters generally have a much easier time getting hits than Dragon Ball characters do.
I disagree. You can push block. I think push block's stronger than reflect.
Right, but push block's needed because offense is way stronger. If you didn't have push block, most characters would open you up within a couple of seconds. Right?
With assist, yeah. Because I'm thinking about push block. Push block as an assist. Push block as a mechanic is because of the team aspect. So when you're getting locked down, you can still do something. So they don't really have beams. I guess they do have beams, but they don't have like Kamehameha beams. They've got unibeams and stuff, where it's not like, oh, you block this 50-50 every time. You've got stuff like missiles, You've got stuff like, I guess, what's the scroll assist, the up punch thing, the pummel thing. Yeah.
I mean, Ami assist, I guess, is what
Ami assist
used for mix.
Yeah. So you don't have as many. You don't have many Kid Boot A assists in Marvel. But
that's because the characters themselves can open you up, right? Like they just need to be next to you, and you're scared of like a Magneto next to you is scarier than any Dragon Ball character.
Yeah, Magneto, I would say, is the exception though. I don't think anyone does what Magneto does. Maybe Storm to a degree. That's it. Like Tri-dashing is very. It's nothing. There's nothing in Dragon Ball that's like Tri-dashing. I'll give you that. I guess a 50-50 would be on par with it, but you know it's coming. Tri-dashes, you don't know when they're coming.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
But I mean, there are so many characters that I feel like if they're just next to you, then you're already in a bad. Like Morrigan herself, right? The ultimate zoner, dude. If she's just next to you, she's gonna do like the kind of overhead.
Yeah, DP unfly, fall in H or fall in S, I think it was.
I feel like most Marvel characters, them being next to you, and the reason why a lot of them play with assists, like the meta of assists, is literally just get my point character next to you, because they'll probably open you up.
See, I don't remember most Marvel matches being like that. I don't think there was many assists other than Doom doesn't count because missiles did everything. But for the most part, you didn't have assists to get in. You had assists to stay in. So Ami was to stay in. What else was like a big assist?
I mean, Sentinel drones, right? That's a get in. It also a stay in, but that's like you use it to traverse space.
You use it to cover the bottom of the screen, then they just jumped. And if you're Hulk or something, yes, I'd guess that would be the beam equivalent. If you had a fly or a double jump, you could literally just jump and then the drones would be gone by the time you landed. For the most part.
You can play around it because movement is just like stronger in Marvel in general.
Yeah.
But no, you've got like Doctor Strange,
jam sessions.
Jam sessions.
That was a when I'm in or to cover the screen. It was like what UI should have been, not an invincible reversal. I don't know what they were thinking, but I think push block is in there because offense is more aggressive, like you said. But I still think it was so good it balanced it out better than Reflect does, because you block, and everyone is really upset that there's more defensive mechanics, which doesn't make any sense. Because I personally don't think 50-50s are very good. I think they're pretty bad. I think it's a very bad mechanic in terms of interaction and funness, if that's even a thing. Because you're just flipping a coin at that point. Like, I don't think that's interesting. You're not showing that you're a better player by doing the 50-50. I mean, that's the whole of Dragon Ball. But I've been saying that. We had this conversation just like a month into the game where I was like, yeah, I don't want to do 50-50s. I don't find them fun. Like, I'm not proving anything by making you block Kid Buu and then going high-low.
Yeah, no. See, I see that point, right? But the way I like there being I like strong offense, right? I like if I've traversed the neutral or won the neutral, regardless of how easy or not easy it is, I want you to then feel scared to block, right? Because I think if you just feel safe to just hold back, then it's kind of a bit pointless at that stage for me to risk trying to hit you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I 100% agree. But we've also had a conversation where I was like, to win neutral, you have to get the hit, not make someone block. But I do agree with you. Like, if you get in and you make someone block, and the defensive mechanics are too strong, you don't feel like you've achieved anything by making them block. But I would say, well, you shouldn't be aiming to make them block. You should be aiming to hit them.
Yeah, it's just this. Yeah, so it's again, literally nothing's changed in the 2 years since we had this conversation.
Pretty much, yeah.
But no, so right, your original point though is about Super Dash.
Yeah.
You're disliking the Super Dash. Yeah, the 50-50 is your reward. So Captain Kanga, he's that's basically the way I see it. And Mace's point is, well, the reward should be getting the hit, not making them block to then get the
yeah.
But your original point was Super Dash,
mm-hmm.
right? And you dislike Super Dash.
I dislike Super Dash, yes. As in, I feel it's anti-fighting game, and no one enjoys it. Player, opponent, or spectator. I don't think any of them enjoy Super Dash. Personally.
I think Super Dash is definitely what makes Dragon Ball, right?
Yeah.
I think we both agree. Like, and the game's built around it. I like the thing it adds of the So I remember talking to Lord Knight about this, and his kind of thought about it, right, was that it's like a neutral DP.
A neutral DP?
Yeah, so it's like a movement option DP, right? Where it's like, it's the thing that you can use that just kind of, it's your all or nothing button, right? It's like a DP, right? The DP on defense is, I bet it all that you press a button and I hit you, I get out.
So, yeah, when you said DP, I thought like properties wise, but you're talking like mentality wise. Yeah.
The risk rewards, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a similar kind of like, it's a bet, right? You bet that they won't kill you for doing the thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So my previous thought was it was like a jump in a traditional fighter.
Yeah.
As soon as you jump, you give up your ability to block. Generally, like it from a Street Fighter KOF kind of viewpoint, right? And Super Dash has that kind of property, and it's also quite quick. It's like everyone can, anti-air a jump in, just like you can 2H a Super Dash. But it depends on. Right. Yeah. So.
In principle,
in principle, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So so I kind of like that thought about it. It's like a neutral risk, a neutral DP. I think it's a really good way to think about it. I do think it is probably too good, but I think it makes the game though. I like that aspect of it because here's a hot take. I think neutral in Dragon Ball is shit.
Oh, that is a pretty hot take. I think all of France are going to come after you for that one, mate.
But see, the reason that I hate it is because I play these motherfuckers who just run away and dash fucking key blasts at me, man.
So
it's so lame. It is not enjoyable at all.
But that's not neutral. That's you not liking people playing lame. That's a play style, not a aspect of the game, right? Because you shouldn't. If you've got the life lead, why should you not be playing lame?
No, but it's not about having the life lead. These people just hate pressing forwards, man.
Okay, but that's the same as saying you're winning and you still go forward, and then people used to say Vegeta was the best angle because he had a DP. But why are you going forward when you're already winning? Why?
I agree with that. It's not like inherently that I think the playstyle like bad.
Oh, okay.
Like that. It's I just find it's incredibly unfun to play against.
Right. Okay.
And it's really strong. It is so strong to play lame. There's a reason why Vegeta is considered so strong right now.
I don't think it's because he can play lame. I think that's the last thing. I think it's a good quality that he has, but I think that's at the bottom of the list to why Vegeta is strong, because a lot of characters can play lame, probably better than Vegeta.
So the reason why Vegeta playing lame is so strong, right, is he's got the key blasts or whatever. That's strong and that's cool. And you run away. But the problem is when you're trying to interact, when you try to close the distance on these people, they have unreactable moves that go full screen. So for you to chase people down, you're doing dash block consistently, right? And then they press a button, they're right next to you. Now you're blocking, and it's damn, I lost neutral because I tried to chase the person. I just find I find it really tedious to play. I don't enjoy it at all.
I respect that. I don't think anyone likes being zoned out. The only matchup I used to like where it was me getting zoned out was Exiled Axel. Because I felt, or actually no, and Injustice. But that game was pretty much all zoning. Like everyone zoned bar like Wonder Woman, and I picked Wonder Woman. And she could zone, but not very well. I enjoy I used to like bad matchups. I don't like them anymore. I ain't got the time for that shit. But I used to like bad matchups in Exiled. So Leo versus Axel, trying to get in. But in that game, I had more resources to be smart with. So I had 25% for BRC now. So I could work around that. Now it feels like it's harder to get in, even though the screen's smaller, but you're stripped of so many more tools. So it is kind of different. But I don't think anyone likes getting zoned out. I don't know anyone who liked playing against like Mori Doom. Like, they did it because they had to get good at the game, to get good at the matchup so they could win tournaments. Because if you can't win against that, you're not winning any tournaments. Chris G's going to beat you, like, free. But I think there is something in there when it comes to overcoming something. Maybe that's just me being me, and it's not like maybe it's not something that people care about, like overcoming obstacles and shit. But I like Vegeta in it. That's literally my MO. I like doing that shit. But I feel that's the gatekeep for bad players doing well. I think when you don't have zone in your game, bad players get gaslit to think that they're good. And I think Dragon Ball is a massive proponent to that. That's why you've got a lot of people that think they're good. The meme is, if you can play Dragon Ball, but you can't play anything else. Obviously, that's in context. Some good players play the Dragon Ball, but there's a lot of bad players that do well in Dragon Ball that can't play any other game.
Yeah, I think so. Dragon Ball has an inherent issue where it encourages things that are very they're considered bad or poor options in other games, right? And risk reward in Dragon Ball is also really skewed. Where like, so just I think the obvious one everyone knows is mashing, right? So just auto combo in neutral, just mashing that shit. Right now, SSJ for Gogeta is the big like criminal of it. Before it was like Bardock and whatever.
Yeah, Tohan.
But, a lot of the time in the game, just pressing a button and not like so you're just whiffing buttons, but it's the correct thing to do is just continue to whiffing buttons. I think it's really shit design. It's really bad.
I also don't like it. Like, I meme and say it's just offensive spacing. And I dealt with it in BB Tag. I think that's like the first time I was like, damn, you can just press a button, it whiffs, and then the best thing to do is press it again. Like, legitimately, that's the best thing to do instead of just trying to stop and block. And someone brought this up like right at the beginning and was saying about the problem is the whiff cancelling, the auto combo coming out with. I was saying I think it's the auto correct. I think if you can press all the buttons you want, just don't auto correct when I jump over you for it, so I can punish you. Let the person get punished for doing that. I think that's fine. But I think the biggest problem is you jump off a Tohan, he does LL, then you're getting crossed undered. You're getting mixed for trying to move around him mashing buttons. I agree. I think that's terrible. I think that's stupid. There's just no need for it. But I think it's too late, man. If they were going to get rid of the autocorrect, they would have done it by now.
Oh, dude, the game's too far gone. And it's only, in my opinion, it's only gotten worse. Since Season 2.
Since they took away fuzzies? Or Snap?
Snap.
I think Snap is so dry.
You're right. So I was like, damn, Season 3, this is the best, actually. This is fantastic. I get it. I see the light, Then I played online on PC for like a couple months. And I was like, oh, so I can't really like pin people down. Well, you can, right? The difference is the Dragon Ball gives people a million chances and a million different ways to get out of doing anything to interact with you, right?
Yeah. And
then I was like, well, I just want these people to like, have some sort of consequence for anything. And then I realized that the answer was actually Snap. It was there all along. But they're not going to change Dragon Ball mechanics. Raw tag is still going to be bullshit. Delay, variable wake up timing is always going to be bullshit. I don't know why they added more guard cancels. Like, the game is just the way it is, man. It
is. I mean, it's super fun to watch. I really don't think Snap was the control to randomness. Personally, because Snap, even though I meme about it a lot, Snap just made everyone the same. It doesn't matter.
It does.
Yeah, if you could like play against Dobbs or Goichi, if you're snapping them in Season 2, the probability of hitting them is exactly the same. that's why I was like, well, you take away all individuality by doing snap as your game plan. I mean, don't get rid of all 50-50s. That's absurd. But when your game plan is like that, all that matters is who pressed super dash first, because that is pretty much the neutral. Because no one's, I don't think they gave much reward to anti-neutral assists. So something like Trunks Change the Future is like the only assist that consistently beats Vegito, but the reward is trash. Other than you obviously counter Vegito, that's it. Like, that's all that assist is there for. And maybe some like throw Oki, like some throw gimmick, right? You need to give either more characters assists like that, or make it so Trunks gets something off of it. So people will have to pick Trunks for meta. The same way everyone had to pick GT Goku for meta.
Right.
I think that would be better than going, give everyone snap, because then everyone's game plan is going to go back to how it was before. And I feel in season 3, it might be because everyone's still new to it, but it feels like there's a lot more variety in ways that people can win. I could be wrong. Like a couple of weeks, I'd be like, oh no, everyone's just super dashing, putting you in the corner and winning the exact same way as before. Maybe, but it feels like it's a bit different now.
I think it's annoying to say. Like, so besides the Super Saiyan 4 like meme strat, right?
Yeah.
Where you like just one shot everybody with the stupid combo.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
I'm trying to think of like the variety between the teams, right? Because as much as we talk about it, most of France play like 3 characters.
Yeah.
US, most of them play 3 different characters, but still only 3 characters.
Yeah. I think
so they play 21 Broly base Vegeta. Right. France plays Vegito, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta,
and base Ku or Tohan.
Yeah, Kefla. I'd say base Ku maybe as well. Yeah.
I think even those 2 regions play completely different. I feel France is neutral damage, and America is mix oppression.
Yeah, sure. I would agree, but I would say that comes down to the characters that they play, right? I think Vegito and Gogeta traverse neutral a lot better than the other characters, and their mix-ups aren't quite as strong.
Possibly, but I think that's because of their meta. I think who did I ask? It might have been Jonathan or Kuba. I was like, now that the whole 5v5's over, do you think US are going to start picking different characters, or do you think they're going to stick to the same meta? And they went, they're just going to stick to the same meta. They're just going to think about mix. Because to me, I think it's because when Sonic Fox did that to Goichi, everyone was convinced that that's how we have to play then. If we want to beat Goichi, we have to put him in a 50-50. And France just think, I'm going to hit you and you're going to disintegrate, even if it's a mid. Eventually, I'm going to catch you slipping. I think in between there, you've got people like Gropus that are playing like Beerus and Baby, which are like weird frame trap characters. Like, he had no lockdown assist on his team. It's all like pseudo Oki and mix-ups. And then you've got Popo that will just block and punish. Obviously, those ways of winning aren't as consistent as the other 2. I think the American way is the most consistent. I don't think it's the most practical, though. I think the French players play it more practical. Because the game is so volatile, I feel you don't need mix to hit someone. They're going to hand you. You just have to give them the rope and they'll hang themselves. But it's a lot scarier to play like that. It is a lot scarier to play like that because you rely on defense over offense, and literally in any game, any competitive game, offense is better than trying to be on defense. Normally, for the most part.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah,
so I've told you this off stream. I think the whole way French players work, the way French players play, is like all good and sick versus us, and then they're gonna play Goichi and he's not gonna get hit by anything, and everyone's gonna go, that's why we played 50-50. I forgot.
Possibly. Possibly.
I just think that's gonna happen, and everyone's gonna go, "Oh shit, yeah, you're right."
Back to Kid Buu. That could be a possibility, but I feel if you are playing a meta because of one individual, there's something wrong with you. Personally, even if that is the case, that no one in France could beat Goichi, I would rather have a country that can't beat one player than a country that can't beat another country.
Sure.
Yeah,
I get it. That makes sense. It's what's the overarching point here? Dragon Ball shit. Somehow we get back to Dragon Ball shit. I don't know how I get back there, but
I mean, okay. So if we had a different mechanic, or if we limited super dashes, like we made them so it didn't make Dragon Ball feel like a party game, we didn't have as many defensive options, do you think Goichi would still be as strong? I think that's like a better question, because Goichi does guard cancel on 50-50s. He does try to escape that shit.
yeah.
I don't think his neutral is godly. I think he's just any other person in neutral.
I think his neutral is the best.
I don't think I think his blocking is some of the best. But we've already established that most things are reactable or OSable bar the 50-50s, and that's when he becomes like everyone else, right? I don't think his spacing is like that phenomenal, personally. I think Fenrich has got better spacing, personally, but I'm also a Fenrich fanboy, so I would say that.
Yeah, I love Fenrich as well, right? Like, he's my favorite player. But when I was like proper playing the game in season 2, when I was watching it, Goichi was definitely the most consistent at starting his offense from neutral. Fenrich has kind of the luxury of playing SSJ Vegeta assist, which, as bad as people think it is, it does shut down you trying to attack him when the assist is up, which means he's allowed to kind of just run at you with Cell, because obviously you trying to run away from Cell is in itself scary, because if you get hit by perfect attack, you die.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah, I mean, double, like, it's a lot easier to play neutral when you have double beam. GT Goku kind of played that whole game by himself. But Fenrich also ran GTA, sorry, so, you know.
Not for that long. Oh, well. He did play for that.
When offline was around, yeah.
Yeah, but for the most part, he played Bardock B or A, which means he just had to out-neutral you. He didn't have a get in. That's why I think he had better neutral. He's literally lived his whole life navigating and getting in, quote-unquote, honestly. I mean, obviously, he has to super dash. Everyone super dashes. But he can't go, I'm going to lock you down for full screen or do a beam vanish. He never has that option. They took it away from Bardock, so he couldn't do Lariat vanish. And Cell couldn't do it, and Vegeta can't do it. So when I see him compared to to Goichi found like ways to turn the tables where Fen had to go DP or block.
Yeah.
So I feel maybe it's because I know because of the way he played his team, I assumed that he had to have better neutral than Goichi to succeed as much as he did, or to do as well as he did.
They're very different. It's one of the things that Dragon Ball does have, I guess, is it? I don't know, it's one of two styles it has, right? So, like, beam assists are very proactive, right? You call the thing, you take up a part of the screen, they have to react to it, and then you play around their reaction, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Vegeta assist is very different, and a lot of assists are like this now. It's way more akin to like Vegeta right now, actually. Whereas you put yourself in a really bad position, and then press the assist.
Right.
And you go, right. Oh, you gonna hit me? Oh no, actually I was blocking the whole time, and I pressed my assist, and now you get counted, right?
Yeah.
And the way to outplay that is you run away. Like, if you watch Fenrich, he does it a lot, where he just jumps at people, like a Street Fighter jumping, right?
Yeah.
Just presses elbow. And they don't, you just kind of have to take it, because, well, if he was just blocking and pressed Vegeta, then you die. I don't think it's really impressive.
I agree. That's sort of like how 18 players play with barrier.
Yeah.
I think it is more impressive. I think maybe it's because of barrier over SSJ for GR, because SSJ for GR you do after the fact, where 18 you've got to do before the fact, because you've got to make them hit into the barrier. You don't call barrier and then expect them to throw a button into the barrier, right? Where for Jitter assist, it's like if you see someone super dash, you can go, okay, I can block and just call for Jitter assist, and I'll get punished that way, instead of trying to react with a 2H before he gets there, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I still think both of those ways are more interesting. Personally, I don't think it's like I can see how more people prefer aggressive play in offense. It's more entertaining to watch. I feel there's more skill in being defensive than offensive, in especially team games. I was gonna say in most games, but especially team games. I think it's way harder to be defensive than offensive, because there's so many variables on offense in team games. But yeah, dealing with it is probably super lame. Having to jump at someone, hope they call an assist, then have like 5 seconds to get in, otherwise you go back to square one.
Yeah.
But I think they did stuff to avert that. You've got basically like full screen dragon rushes now if you key blast. I think that's cool.
Has anyone ever used that in a real game? Anyone in the chat, have you used the key blast DR? Like to hit somebody? Be honest.
I literally think that mechanic was I think that mechanic nerfs for Geo directly.
It might do, actually, yeah.
It kills him. It actually kills him. As a defensive assist, sorry, not like on point. It doesn't do anything on point. But as a defensive assist, that assist just nullifies it. Because I think they've still got the key blast invincibility as they're doing the DR.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Right, so here's a question I have, right? Because you talking about Super Dash and how it's shitty.
Indeed.
So how would you... Right, 2 questions I guess I have. 1, do you think Super Dash is a problem for the best players to play the game? Right. Or is it just kind of like a, lower, high level, mid level problem? And then 2,
yep.
What would you do to change Super Dash?
So I think with Super Dash at high level, there's an understanding that they shouldn't do it. It's kind of like, when or if anyone's done like watch Street Fighter or any game at high level, you always watch them and go, why are they not doing that? That's so cheap. It would probably work. I think it probably would work sometimes. But what happens is when you have like 2 high level players, there's like a unwritten rule of respect where they won't just do it. And sometimes it gets broken, and that's why some top players lose, right? But when it comes to just below that level, so like mid-level players, I think it's just a gaslighting tool to make you think you're good and you're improving. I think that's the worst part about it, the gaslighting bit.
Right, you think it masks bad play, basically.
Yep. It's just a macro. It's a one button get in tool at the end of the day. That's all it is. The only thing you think about is, have they got a beam, first of all, because you can't super dash into a beam. Past that, you do it. 2 H's should literally, all 2 H's. Oh, this could be a good way to make super dash more, worse. A good way to nerf super dash indirectly. Make 2 H's like double the next hit scaling wise or something, because you need to get more damage off a 2H. It's so annoying that 5Ms and 2Ms you get like really good damage, and 2H's you have to do some extravagant like assist extension. That should just kill you straight up, I think. Then it will stop people thinking, it will make people have to think about the super dash. I feel there's not a big enough punish. If someone's in the air and I super dash, I'm like, the worst that's going to happen is they're going to hit me with a jab, unless they're Janimba and they're going to 2H. I'm like, I'll take the jab. That's fine. I haven't got a problem with that. You probably do as much damage as I would if I hit you with a super dash. It's not fair. It's not a fair trade in my opinion. So it gaslights people to go, oh, I hit him, I'm winning. It's like they were trying to be defensive. They tried to throw out a 1-frame button to stop your super dash. It didn't work. Like I just think, yeah, it's the gaslighting part I feel is the problem, and I think it is only at not when the two players aren't at top level, it affects you. I think at top level, they're past it. Like, they're just past it.
Okay. What do you think about Roshi Super Dash?
What, as in good or bad, or?
Yeah, because it's the only other example we have of a different style of the same mechanic.
Right. I think it's cool in terms of like being unique, but I think it's very weak. It's not direct enough, as in you have to aim it, which makes it worse than normal Super Dash. So if everyone's Super Dash was like that, I would be cool with it.
Right, because that's where I was leading up to.
Right.
If kind of Super Dash was implemented like that, where it's a choice of direction.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you'd minus the beam, right? Because like, I don't think. Yeah, you shouldn't have the beam there. But like, if Super Dash worked in a you choose the direction, Super Dash, do you think that would be more kind of? I mean, it still has the issue that it's an all or nothing button.
For me, I wouldn't complain about it whatsoever.
Really?
Yeah, because then I'll be like, you're making a choice. You're not literally pressing one button. It's the literal pressing of one button, and it navigates. It guarantees a hit. It's safe on block, and the punish on it is hard and not worth it. At least make me have to press two buttons if you're on a hitbox, or if you're on a stick, a direction and the button, at least.
Right, so Vanish is fine because it's two buttons. Right, Super Dash.
And it costs meter.
One button. And it costs meter.
And it costs meter, yeah. I always said, if it's outside of a combo, make Super Dash half a bar. And I'd probably be okay with that as well.
I see Super Dash being meter reliant, I think would be cool. It doesn't work lore-wise. Or maybe it does.
I mean, it must take some energy to fly, right? A little bit.
Yeah, I could see if they made like Super Dash just like say it just like gradually drained meter as it used, because it doesn't last for that long, right? So it only take a little bit.
Yeah.
But if you're constantly using Super Dash, then obviously it'd take more meter. I think that'd be a really good change.
Mm-hmm. And just in neutral, in combos, like it doesn't matter. Just in neutral, when not even if you do a raw tag. Just in neutral, like that's the Super Dash I have a problem with. The raw tag stuff I don't mind because there's an indication that it's going to happen if you're looking at the icons.
Not always. They still haven't fixed that.
Really?
Yeah. there's always been a bug where sometimes it just doesn't show the X.
Huh. Yeah, I didn't know about that. Well, if the game was finished, at least then there was an indication. There's no indication. Like the startup's not big enough on Super Dash. They could give it like, I don't know, a flash to know it's coming. Just something. It feels like such a last minute addition, even though it's core to Dragon Ball. And they've kept it like this. They've never touched Super Dash. And they've always had issues with it. I think they've only addressed like tracking sometimes. They've addressed tracking to it. Yeah.
I think tracking is the main issue they have with it. I see it from their point of view. If you nerf, say, like the speed, then it becomes useless. Right? If it's any weaker than it already is, it does become like kind of pointless. And then Dragon Ball is a very different game. If Key Blasts dominate everything, it's literally a completely different game.
Mm-hmm.
So I can understand the kind of scenario they're in. That's why I feel like the Roshi Super Dash is kind of the way to go about it, where you change the move itself and you don't weaken it, you just simply change it. Yeah, I don't know about Key Blast Super Dash neutral in general. I think it's fine. I think it's okay as a base concept. It works in team games. I think it's fine, you know. It's the other things that go along with Dragon Ball that I dislike.
Oh, and the things that they've changed it to, you mean?
Well, yeah, the things that they haven't changed as well. I think Dragon Ball's rewards defense way too much. Is just a general problem I have with the game.
But no one can block.
You can. They can. They choose not to.
I wish I wish what you said was correct, but I definitely think people feel that they can't block. It's been a long time, man, and people still ain't blocking. I don't know.
Right, they choose. So, what was everyone's advice to Popo like a year and a half ago? Or Seihan?
Yeah. Seihan.
The advice was to him was to press buttons and stop blocking. Like, that was everyone's advice to him.
I think that was only when the command grab character started appearing. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Yeah, and they're like fairly dominant in the game now.
Now, yeah, for sure.
Right. And there is just an aspect of overblocking in the game. Like, the game does tell you to mash. It's to fuzzy mash, which he does, but it's not always just fuzzy mash though. Right, Faisal, you know, because you mash your fucking heart out when you play this game, right? Just mash on that jam, right? It's just kind of what you should do. Right, but like you don't really need to do it because you can kind of block everything. Like you know, it's really shit. I don't like it when games are like, you can block everything, but you probably shouldn't do that because otherwise this game's going to take 4 minutes every time.
See, I don't feel the game is saying that. I think that's just people, right? So if you take like Guilty Gear, for example, and the whole like, well, if you're not offensive, you get a negative penalty. The game isn't telling Dragon Ball players to press buttons.
Sure.
Yeah, it's socially, people are saying, yeah, don't block for too long, like because you're going to get opened up. That's what we're telling him, and he's like, but I'm not getting opened up. But okay, I'll just press buttons because you want me to.
Yeah.
Which is
bad. I also something correct. So we're talking. You say you like to watch Dragon Ball, right?
Yeah.
I don't watch Dragon Ball anymore. I watch the 5v5, the international thing. I watch Wanted sometimes. If OB's on it, if with Wawa vs Kaiden. But even then, like, I don't really enjoy watching Wawa vs Kaiden anymore because I've kind of seen that now.
Right.
I've struggled, especially over the whole period of online stuff. I don't enjoy watching Dragon Ball anymore. I feel like offense is not strong enough, and people live for way too long. I guess the counter argument would be that, but when someone finally does get hit, then it's kind of more rewarding. But I don't know. It just doesn't feel like that to me.
You just don't care about that?
No. I don't think it's exciting. I think the game takes way too long. I think offense is not rewarding enough, and like people generally get hits through scrambles, and I don't find that interesting.
I don't see that. I normally see. So with the offense, I've always said like I think people just feel that they're entitled to reward for offense, and I never felt like that. So I think if you go in and you get a hit, that was your reward. You're not entitled to anything else. You're not entitled to 50 frames of knockdown and to get a left right. You're not entitled to like 21 Oki every time you get hit. So I didn't mind when Snap got removed, right? As for the scramble stuff, I could be like reading into it too heavy. I don't think at top level it's very scrambly. It looks scrambly, but I feel it's because both players know what's going to happen and they're trying to do the option as quick as possible. So I always say this about Kaiden. Kaiden seems to be able to get 18 barrier 1 frame out of coming out of block stun. I think like that's insanely hard to do from when they nerfed the time when you can call an assist out of block stun. He seems to get it perfectly every time, like frame perfect.
He mashes his assists when he blocks.
Yeah, but even with the mash, it's still hard to get the first frame. Like I've tried it. It's like legit hard, and he gets in gaps where I don't even think it's physically possible to have your assist come out in that time.
Yeah.
Where I've
lagged
it.
What you're talking about.
Yeah, like so it could be like Kaiden tinted glasses. Because if I watch someone else, like when I watch Jilla, I'd also say I think Jilla's just thinking way too fast for us to comprehend. But again, that looks like a scramble. So I can't argue that it doesn't look scrambly at some points. I think it's just those players thinking super fast. In comparison to when they're playing people of a lower level, you don't see them scramble. If that makes sense. So, say you've got, just take Jilla and Noka. Jilla and Noka are scrappers. They're all about press. Oh no, actually no, Jilla and Wade. Wade's definitely about pressing buttons.
Right.
So we've got Jilla and Wade. When they're playing each other, it will look scrambly. But if any of those two play someone below them, if they play like me, you will never see a scramble. It's just because they think faster than I can.
Is that not because you're getting hit by just their offense, though?
Yeah, because I'm not quick enough to do an option to try and counter it. But they are. To each other, they're fast enough to do something. So, so if Jilla's playing like Yamcha, I don't know why he would, but say he was playing Yamcha again,
Yeah.
Wade would jab it. He wouldn't block it. An intermediate player would either get hit or block it. Wade would jab it. So it looks like a scramble, but he's just trying to think faster than his opponent because he's going, oh shit, if I block this, he's just going to cover his, he's not going to be able to get punished because he's going to call an assist behind it because he's going to react to me blocking it. You know what I mean? So he interrupts because he knows that's the best thing to do, but it looks like a scramble in the moment.
But those are scrambles. Like, being very confident and just picking an option before it happens, right? Regardless of whether it works out or not, those are scrambles. Like, Sonic Fox is, like, renowned for being one of the best in Dragon Ball because he's always been like that, right? Like, that's his kind of whole thing, was he was very confident and would just literally do options out of these situations. But it's considered scrambles, right? Like,
I think they're different. Personally, I think they're different. I agree with the Sonic Fox thing. I think he just does stuff. Like he said that I am just going to do this. I think some people are reacting. They're reacting to that potential option and interrupting. I don't think they're just doing it because otherwise you'd see them get hit all the time. In my head. So, for example, if we go back to the Wade and Jilla thing, if Wade was just doing stuff, he would get hit by same side Wrecker or same side Wolfang. But he doesn't most of the time because he's reacting to the cross up. In my head, I could be wrong, but in my head, that's what I see.
Sure, I think cross up Wrecker is not the best example just because that's just an answer to offense, right? Like the answer to cross up Wrecker is jab. You know.
Okay.
You can block it, but I would say a scramble would be, so let's say after he's blocked cross up Wrecker, right, and then he's used his assist, Yamcha pressure ends, right? Yamcha's probably going to run away, or he might try and pressure again. What do you do then? What on this situation? What do you do now?
So
that's generally where most hits happen these days, right?
Okay, yeah. So yeah, post that situation, if we say something like, if I was Wade and I was big brained, with hit, I would do the cross up, the stance into cross up to avoid the Vegito assist and potentially cross up Yamcha, because after he's crossed me up and called Vegito, the last thing he's going to do is be blocking cross up, right?
Yeah.
But then when Yamcha blocks that, when Jilla blocks that, that's the bit that's interesting to me. Or, you know, to be fair, either option would be interesting to me. If Jilla got hit, I would be like, Wade's big brained. If Jilla blocked, I'm like, Jilla's insane at reacting. So yeah, at that point, after that situation, I'm going to think it's hype and I'm not going to see it as a scramble because I'm going to think one player outsmarted the others or the other one had insane reactions. I think when I think of a scramble, it's like there's nothing either of you could have done. And if we had the same situation tomorrow, it might end up the other way. That's how I see scrambles. So yeah, it could be how I just define scrambles.
Yeah, because all that's happening, right? The true thing that's happening there is Wade is just picking an option and doing it, right? Like there are so many options that Jilla could do in that say situation. Right? So many options that EX fucking cross up doesn't beat. Right? But he's just gonna do it anyway. Right? Because, you know, you generally based on like experience and things like that. Here are the things that this person generally likes to do. Here's what this character generally likes to do in these situations. And this option is pretty good against most of them, right? That's generally what we would put it down to. French players are very good. High-level player in general, that's generally what happens, right? But that doesn't take away from the fact that he's just committing into an option that he has no idea what Jill is going to do, right? So it's the same as Sonic Fox. They're just working on the next level of Yomi, right? We expect to block these things, and then we have a very immediate and strong answer for the next situation. That's how Dragon Ball's played at like a high level, right? That's why you see Kaiden, and most people just ignore this, but he does like barrier assists that just block nothing, right? All the time. All the time it happens, right?
I don't know about all the time.
Multiple times a set, right? It will happen. And it's just for if they choose to do the offensive thing here, then this will stop them doing that, right?
Yeah, it's a precaution.
It's not a bad. Yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's also why his barrier assists look sick, right? Because he's just done it, right? And the person chose the offensive thing, or bang, you got hit, right? The smart and the like awesome times that Kaiden does it is because everyone's like, they wasn't even thinking about an offensive situation there, and he's already got the barrier up. Like, that's why Kaiden doing stuff is cool. That's why it's all good. But they're not doing... For me, when I watch that, I go, oh, he just kind of hard committed here, and it worked this time. But I've watched him hard commit 4 other times in the same match, and it didn't work. So, like, the decision making doesn't really excite me that much.
Yeah, no,
because you don't get punished.
I understand what you're saying, because I say the same thing with like in Guilty Gear with like neutral. Like, people go, oh, this player's good at neutral. I'm like, no, they're not. They whiffed like 5 attacks. Like, I've seen Nagos do far S 5 times before it hits him, and I'm like, you're terrible. You're so bad with your character. How can you make how can you make a half screen normal? I say it with Rams all the time. If a Ram makes far S whiff, I think you're terrible at neutral, and you don't deserve to play that character.
Oh man, so I'm struggling so much with Strife at the moment, just because you can play so bad.
Yeah, and do good. And do good.
And do really well.
And do really well. And yeah, I understand what you're saying, where it's like you're only counting the wins and ignoring the misses.
Yes.
So it's not impressive, because eventually, yes, your barrier is going to work. I don't see him do it that much for me to feel like that. I do see him whiff. Like, I see him do barriers as a precaution to go, he might do something, let me call it. And then sometimes it's super random. Super random. Like, someone's super, like Yasha could be super jumping back and he'll call fucking 80, and I'm like, okay then, sure, why not?
And it's like so delayed as well. It's like the guy's literally already half screen away, and then he presses it. But see, those things are what make me really dislike the game, because what it shows then is that they're just running on the script. They're just doing the autopilot, right? They're not thinking. He's running his play that he was going to do and will work against other people 100 times.
Yeah, but I think he has to, because the game's so volatile and someone wants to run their script on you. Like, everything else that you said you liked about the game is a script. Snap is a script. Offense is a script, right? You don't adapt to your offense. You run the script and go, this works more often than not, so I'll do this. Sure.
Offense is a script. So in fighting games, I generally can just consider that to be the case, right? Like, offense is a script. You go, bang, bang, I did this thing. All right, it didn't work. I'll take a note that didn't work, and then next time I will try to beat the thing that he will try to then counter,
I think that's what people... I would like to think I don't do it, but I think that's what most people do.
I think that's how you should play offense in fighting games.
Possibly. Possibly. I mean, yeah, if you've got like a character like Milia, it makes sense to run the script and then go plan A, plan B, plan C in that order. That's why I don't think it's interesting.
Play Leo, Mace.
I don't do
it
that
with him as well. I know you don't play it like that.
Yeah,
he's literally the best character in the game at doing it at the moment.
100%. I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing. That's why I said I don't do it. I know that's what I should be. I've said this literally from day. I should just do that. I should just play like that. But it's not interesting to me. It's running scripts is not interesting to me. So, but yeah, I'm not saying it's not strong. Clearly it's strong, because there's terrible Leos winning.
Oh, so bad. Hey man, I'm losing to them. And I'm getting really vexed. I'm like, well,
yeah, I don't like it. I hate it. I can't stop it. I put videos out. That's my contribution to trying to stop it. But I can't go, oh, XYZ Leo player, don't do this thing that works 9 times out of 10. How about you think? Like, it doesn't. Why would anyone do that? And I think, I do think Leo doesn't have to, where some characters do. I think Milia has to. Like, it's necessity, because you don't have the health to fuck about doing other shit.
Because it doesn't have... Right, so my actual issue, I know we're going off like Dragon Ball topic. My actual issue with Leo isn't the offense, right? Which is like super strong and like stupid. It's kind of the one thing about the offense, I think. I think back turn cancel being plus is too much.
Back turn cancel. Oh, the overhead thing.
No, it's just being plus. I don't think back turn cancel should be plus. I think if you're in back turn and you've got a million ways to hit me, you shouldn't then also decide not to, and then it still be your turn.
Okay, yeah.
The thing that I think that's the problem with Leo is that to have such offense, the general take is that you should have some like weakness. But he has mid-range buttons that can contest Kai's, and he has the best fireball in the game.
He doesn't have a run.
Right, sure, but
it's just a big deal. You said
it's
the reason.
It's not a big enough deal.
No,
it's not a big enough deal.
Even
it's not big enough deal.
You said you don't want to play him because he doesn't have a run.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I get it. Fair enough. But he still controls neutral really well.
It's decent.
What do you mean?
It's not Nago.
Man?
It's not Nago. It's not Chip. It's up there.
Of course. No, wait. Of course it's not Nago.
Well then.
It should never... No, that's not a good comparison.
It's a perfect comparison.
No, it's not. That's so ridiculous. Nago doesn't... I mean, Nago's offense is also kind of a bit too good. But, it's not Chip, you say?
It's not Chip. Chip can literally run from full screen and you can't react in time. Legit, like...
Yeah. It's different.
I think I see it as a wall. You can't approach him. I think
yes.
People think that he wins neutral by forcing you to the corner. I don't see it that way. I see it as that he doesn't let you out of the corner. He doesn't let you move forward. That I would say Leo's probably the best at. Possibly the best at. Because even like Nago and stuff, you can approach him. Like there's blind spots. With Leo, he can cover his blind spots really well. So
that's the issue where you go, right, well, I put you on the defensive. Right, well, you tried to take up this kind of like mid-range, right, to like win. So he can struggle to get in, I do believe that. But the thing is, he stands his ground, like you said, he stands his ground too well for a character that when he is in also just kills you, right? Like,
but yeah, they're two extremes. I mean, he's Guile. He's literally Street Fighter 5 Guile.
Yeah, but Guile, he's Guile with Cammy if Cammy was from a Mugen game.
Where's the Cammy? Where's the Cammy in what he does?
If Cammy was from a Mugen. Right, so he's a Marvel mix-up character.
Oh, this is Cap.
With Guile, right?
His mix is not that good. That's Cap.
Yes, it is, man. It's so broken, dude.
I can't stand for this. I'll give you everything else. His back turn mix is not that strong.
It's too good, man. What do you mean?
I did a video on it. I'm telling you.
Yeah, right. No, but mates, they can just do delay overhead.
Yeah, and if they delay it, you know what I mean? That makes it reactable. Whenever you delay something,
to the overhead.
You can absolutely. You don't have to because you can OS it first of all, and then you can react to it. If you delay anything, you can react to it. No.
No, you can do delay low overhead. They hit the same frame.
So why have you not moved in that time?
Right, no, but now you're guessing on backdash, right? Because you can't react to the difference between them. Yeah, 19 frames.
What's that? The overhead? Yeah, the overhead's 19 frames. The low is like 7.
Right, but you can do delayed low.
So what? Do the low on the 19th frame?
Yeah.
Okay. But the OS, you backdash before the 19th frame.
Oh, you're talking about the douche backdash?
Yes, the FD backdash. Yeah. The backdash will come out before the 19th frame, so you would avoid either. You would avoid the low, or you make the overhead width, and then you can punish because it's not blocked, so you can't stance cancel. Anyway, I know practically what you're saying is true. I understand that. I'm not gonna try and make it out that everyone's wrong.
Right, yeah, we're getting way far from
practically you are correct. It is strong, but it's not Marvel strong. That's all I want to push back on. It's definitely not Marvel. Like, I think Pot's got worse. Garuda's way worse.
No, Garuda just sets up a true 50-50.
Yeah, that's true mix. Lower command grab. Like, I think that's more potent than low. Oh, this is another thing. Leo doesn't actually get that much damage. I think that's the thing that I always forget to bring up with Leo. Leo is not a two-touch character.
No, it does 30%. Fair enough.
Yeah. So in my head, that's what I'm always thinking. It's not that strong, and it doesn't lead to that much. Hence why I hate going for it. Where I could end with a flash kick and get a safe jump, which to me is way better. But when you watch tournaments, everyone else is doing back turn into blah de blah. And yeah,
we can't block it, man. We're trying real. And the worst part is the Leo just doesn't give a shit, right?
Yeah.
Just take 100 million bad risk risks, because if he just gets in once and you don't block it, and no, that's the worst part, is because even when you do block it, he's plus.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
So yeah, cross up Rekka on block should not be plus. I 100% agree with that. Cross up Rekka on block should not be plus.
I was just talking about stance cancel.
Yeah, I think the stance cancel one's fine. I think the fact that he can get into back turn if you block is dumb. That's extremely, to me, that's dumb. As a Leo player, if you block my cross up, I feel you should be rewarded, not me. I want you to block my cross up.
Yeah, you have to throw it in this game.
Yeah, which I think's stupid. I think they should just make it minus. I don't think it should be plus. It serves no purpose. It gaslights Leos.
Yeah, 100% should be minus, right?
Yeah. I think the stance cancel's cool, though.
Because you have the whole the point of the shield.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the mix. Yeah, that is meant to be the mixer.
Yeah.
+5. Nah, dude, it's not right for me. I don't mind that being plus, right? Because it is punishable, right? I would feel offline. Right. I have a much easier time throwing it than I do currently on PS4. But I think it's just stance cancel. Like, I don't mind if I've gone through the whole thing and for some reason I've blocked him in back turn. I don't want him to notice that I've blocked or just stance cancel it, and then can just maybe go for it again. I think that's the issue. So he can go into 5k throw, know.
He's only plus off the overhead, and he can't true string to the overhead.
So it just shouldn't be plus, man.
But wait. The same way you was talking about the cross up, you can just interrupt it. You could interrupt the overhead. You can punish it.
Harder. It's a lot harder to react to deal with the overhead. It's way harder, man.
We'll have to online team mode. I don't think it is. I think the raw one is tricky. Like if they do knockdown straight into the overhead, that one's tricky, yeah. But a lot of people just wake up, press buttons. To be fair, I think you should, because he doesn't get much more damage for a counter hit anyway. And most Leos don't do knees.
No, but but you realize that the answers you're saying for it are like, oh yeah, just mash it. It doesn't matter.
You know why I'm saying that, Hipsy? Because no one wants to watch my videos. That's it. Like, no one wants to watch the 15-minute video that I put out and say you can OS it. So I'm just like, okay, cool. If you don't want to actually learn, I tell them just to press buttons then. Because he doesn't get a bigger reward for counting. So fuck it, go for a throw. They will probably mess up their meaty, because I don't think most Leos know how to do the meaty.
I was playing, is it Now Hail?
The Italian.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good.
He was really good, yeah, because he was doing all the level 2 shit, which I had no fucking answer for. Like, he was doing, because I woke up pro, right? I was like, I got you now, doing all this bullshit. And then he was doing the overhead, but because it comes off the floor.
Yeah, he's airborne.
Like, it blows up, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, literally, it only took me throwing him once, and he started doing it. I was like, oh, well, now I'm just fucked.
Yeah. Then you have to do, like, wake up, backdash. But, it's so long to understand how to fight Leo. That's why I'm not mad at people losing to Leo. But there's a lot of fakery he has to establish before you need to think about the real stuff. So what he's doing to you is fake, and it's literally that customized to be what you're doing. And if you just started mashing backdash, he probably couldn't stop it because he can't get the meaty down to stop the backdash. But yeah, like you're not meant to know that. And in the first of two, it's too late. Like
it's too much, man.
Yeah. By the time you've understood all the fake shit he's done, you've already gone 0-2. Like, I understand that. He's a perfect tournament character. He's very good for tournament. Just because I don't care about tournament. I care about if I can't beat you with Leo like 10 times, then I'm not playing Leo properly. Because I think he has the tools to do that. They're just not in backturn. Backturn for me gets weaker the more you use it because you see more of a pattern. But I feel when it's happening to you, you're just so pissed off, you're not thinking about the patterns. And I've had that. It's happened to me in Maze, and I don't see the patterns in there like dolphin, up dolphin shit because I'm getting too triggered. So yeah. I get it. I think Maze like way worse. I think backturn is annoying in the sense that it breaks your mental more than anything because it looks so stupid.
It's very oppressive, right? Is the feeling you get from it? Like, I love fighting Maze. I literally fight Maze all day, right? And Kai fights Maze really well, so that's why I run up and I do 5Ks, and it looks like I'm really sick of the game. I do 5K and then this like juggle combo against Maze. It's like, oh, yeah. But really, I just press the button in the same spots every time, and the Maze choose to kill themselves by like dashing at me, right? But it's only because I understand where they press the thing. With Leo, sadly, we've played a lot, but you haven't helped me fight against other Leos at all.
Yep, we did establish that, though, right? I did say
you did say that. You said that straight away. Yeah. Yeah. So, but anyway, somehow this means that Super Dash is trash.
Because there's no autopilot. And I think I said this, but it might have been before you jumped in. The closest thing. So the reason I don't like Super Dash is because it negates or removes a lot of the aspect of what I think are good about fighting games, which is neutral and spacing. I hate normals or moves that negate trying to navigate your way in, and I hate 6Ps for that. I think 6Ps are fucking stupid. It's the worst for me. It's the worst thing about the game. Free run up 6P beats 90% of the options your opponent has. If you're against Leo, it literally beats all of them because he can't even 2D. He can't low you. He has to do 2K because 2D sends him airborne and you get 6P. Like 6Ps literally get rid of the whole footsies, counterpoke, whiff punish. They get rid of all of that because they're either too invincible that the move just loses, or they've got they're too active that they whiff punish you. So, and with the game with land and recovery, you can do the 6P too late and still get punished. Like, there's zero reason for 6Ps to be this strong, and I hate it because I've done in the 2v2. I started doing run up 6P because I was like, I don't know what to do here. I'm too scared, so I'm just gonna run up 6P. That was my defensive option: run up 6P. A character with a flash kick and a boom. I went, fuck it, I'm gonna run up 6P, and it fucking hit every time. So dumb.
Yeah, it's 6Ps negate. So the issue I think with 6Ps is that they themselves can't be whiff punished. For the most part, they're very short range, and they like the recovery on them is pretty quick. Which because generally they're used for like anti-airs, right? So, but because they're actually better at just countering ground footsies, there's no way to whiff punish them. Because I think they work well as a footsie tool themselves. So for instance, when I'm playing against Chip as Kai, I can't whiff buttons against the character, right? He can backdash faster than I can go forward, unless I like literally just run at him. His buttons are faster than mine, and if I whiff a button in front of him, he's fast enough to just whiff punish me relatively easily, in comparison. So the way Kai plays it is I just kind of whiff with 6P, right, over and over again. So he just runs into it. He like kills himself. Yeah, I feel like there's just kind of shit in it.
It's super shit. And I was saying this. Luckily, I probably would have let it slip in the Red Bull thing, but me and Fury was saying it literally when we was playing the beta. It was like, they buff 6Ps too much because they weren't like that, right? Everyone was saying that they can't anti-air, so they improved them, and I was like, they didn't make them faster. How did they improve them? They just went, oh yeah, you have more invincibility. And I was like, that's not how you improve an anti-air. Well, it's not the only way, sorry. That is how you can improve an anti-air. But now you've made it anti-air grounded normals. Like,
yeah.
How have you not seen this is going to be an issue? But I don't think people abuse it enough. So
no, they definitely don't. Nagos, right? So here's the tech that all Nagoriyukis don't do for some reason. Beyblade, it's 0. His 6P,
yeah,
probably one of the most active. You can't do anything to it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why they don't do it though.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the only people I'd see do it are Chips and sometimes Millions. They'll do run up. Kai kind of has the option of doing 6P or 5K. They're both good options, to be fair to him. I think everyone else is just 6P is arguably the better thing to do. Even with Zato, I think run up 6P is better than run up like 2S or some shit. Like, fuck it. Geo maybe run up 2D is just as good, but yeah, like that, the 6Ps in general, bar Pots got the only fair one. I think are just anti-gaming. They're anti-fighting games because you don't have the interaction of like you said, you can't whiff punish it, and it's the best counter poke. So it's rock paper scissors, and you just bought a bazooka. You just can't lose, and you can cancel into something special, something safe.
Yeah. I think that's the issue.
Yeah. So I think Super Dash is worse, but I think 6Ps are very, very fucking close. It's just that they don't get you in for free. You still have to run forward. That's literally it. There's more motions to it. But when I think if people started labbing it, I would probably hate it just as much, because if Leo gets counter hit 6P, he can link into 5K. So I can do 6P, 5K. I did it in the tournament, but I missed the flash kick. But yeah, you can do 6P, 5K, 6K flash kick. It's so dumb. So I don't know, man. Like, when people lab how dumb that move is, Jacko's got an interesting one as well. Yeah, Jacko's it doesn't keep you standing. I think the ones that keep you standing are really good, but there's not many. Leo's one of them, because they normally either knock you down or they wall bounce, right? Leo's, if you're standing, none of them wall bounce actually, so there might be more. But I'm pretty sure Jacko's knocks you down even if you're standing.
Yes, yeah, it like hits you far away.
Kai's does that as well, right? Kai's always knocks you down.
No. If you're standing, it just leaves you right next to you.
Oh, you might be able to get the link then. You could try.
Maybe.
It.
I haven't tried, no.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the power of run up 6P is just fucking stupid. And then if they jump, you recover in time because it's 6P. So yeah, I think it is, like, on paper, I truly hate it. Practically, it's not too big of a deal because not everyone's doing it. And the people that are doing it, I'm still in the phase of like, oh, that's cool. Like, if I play you and I do far S and the 5H and you 6P me in between it, I'm like, it's cool, it's fine. He's labbed it. I know he's labbed it, so it's fine. But if people could just do that anyway, when people know that 6Ps are just that strong and they can go, oh, you can't wreck her after this button now because I'm just going to 6P and beat you. I'm beating your special with my anti-air. I'm going to get super upset. So, but it's not got to that stage yet, luckily.
No, I can see why people get pissed. Souls are gonna get Souls will definitely be the most pissed soon, because all of their fucking offense just dies to
6P.
It did before, right? When but now they've made it like worse. Like, just his general pressure is a lot slower, or like you can push him out further. So 6P counters it even better now, and it's just like, I think they'll complain first.
I don't want to be in a world where souls are complaining, but yeah, you could be right. I mean, they've got.
I don't even think the character's that good at the moment.
Well, you don't think Soul's that good? I think he's.
I don't think he's that good.
I mean, I never thought he was the best anyway. I still think it's Nago, but I think Soul's like top 5, maybe.
Yeah. Like, but I think like Kai might be top 5.
Oh yeah, you need to get off the call. That's ridiculous. That's
I mean,
he's not that good.
He's pretty good, dude.
He's Kyle, bro. He's 5K throw the game, which is good. That is good.
It is pretty good.
But okay, Froy is very good. I'm not saying it's not good, but that's it. Like, other characters do less work. This is how everyone else normally bases their tiers on. How much work and how much reward you get for it. I think Kai is a lot of reward for sometimes a lot of effort for sometimes real good reward. But you need to get like all the fucking planets of Saturn to align to get that reward. Like you need counter hit 6H or you need air fucking arc through the arc. That's real good. That's when I'm like, oh shit, you're gonna disintegrate. But a lot of his gameplay is PP 6P clap, 5k throw. Which is, I think is fun. That's why I want to fucking run. I want to run to do shit like that. I find that interesting. I find that my game interesting, especially because Freud's beat reversals in this game.
Why don't you play Soul?
I would play Kai.
That's literally. But no. But Soul has the inherent same game plan. It's just that when Soul does it, you die.
Nah, it's not like Faris isn't the same as 5k. I don't think. I think it's easier. Yeah, I think it's easier, but there's no reward. Like when Kai's win, normally they are outplaying you. Soul does not have to outplay you to win.
I don't agree with that though.
What?
I feel like there are so many people I don't really outplay by winning. It's just they didn't understand the things that were happening correctly.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I think Kai has more of a knowledge check.
Yeah.
But if someone knows the matchup, I think Kai has a strong. So if it's you versus Ambi, you have to outplay Ambi to beat him. He doesn't have to outplay you to beat you.
I don't agree. I think it's both. Like the mix up from both of the characters is generally the same, right?
It's way harder. Like it's way harder to establish the frame trap. I think with Kai.
All right, so Kai doesn't have far S, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah.
But he has 6k. And 6k.
Don't talk about that button. I can't.
That button's so good, man.
The button's trash, man. Stop
it's
it.
not trash.
Bruv, you literally throw your hands up for 30 frames to go, I'm going to be +2 or some shit. Bro, I can't.
It's +4.
All right, +4. Well done.
It's so good, man.
I can't.
Listen, Bardock because we're linking it all back to Dragon Ball. Bardock be gut punching people for years, yeah, and that shit works. It's literally gut punch.
Such a bad gut punch. I can't take that move seriously.
6k is literally one of the best things.
See, Reza knows. I mean, look,
Bro, 6k is so good.
I think we're looking at different contexts. I think it's not good because it's the worst way to get plus frames that you can literally do fuck all with. You literally have to do 6k, 5k. That's it.
Oh, he can't throw out sorry, Fruit saying in the chat, 6k is great, but you can't throw out. Yeah, no, but it's not a neutral tool.
Yeah,
right?
no, it's a frame trappy corner.
Yeah.
We're
talking about it's both characters establishing their pressure and outplaying around it. Because they both work very similar. Now, obviously, 5S is a better button, but 5S was the best button in the game before it got nerfed. Right? I don't think 5S being really good does make 6k bad.
I'm trying to think of another plus normal that we can compare it to, because Soul's not fair. It's not a fair comparison. Any button looks bad compared to Far S from Soul. It's not.
Right, so people are saying everyone's up in air about 6k, man. What are you guys talking about? It's so good. I will make all of you block for 10 minutes straight with 6k. Right, and then I'll counter hit you for 70%, and you'll go, oh, you know, Kai 6k pretty good. It'll happen. It happens to everyone, man. But it's true. No one deals with it really well. Everyone struggles.
I think so. When you do it to me, I laugh and I forget to flash kick. I've logged that normal, and I'm like, cool. Unless you're gonna throw me, I'm not shook, and you're not gonna throw me.
Right.
This is what I'm saying about +4. So the pushback on it is what, you know what? If there was no pushback, I would think it's okay, because I know you can't 6k me then throw me before I can flash kick. If you could get the plus frames and throw my flash kick, then I'll say it's good. I know you can't do that unless I insta block it like a prick. If I normal block it, you're too far away to throw my flash kick. That's why I think it's trash. If you get plus frames, bruv, my -1 5k can stop you from DPing. That's why I think 6k. There's the truth. The 6k doesn't establish anything other than 5k, 2k.
Yeah, or throw, right?
Not against reversal characters, because you can't throw me in time to stop my flash kick.
I think you can. I think you have to FD to push me out of range.
I'll lab it again. I'm pretty sure you don't. Maybe the patch changes. I don't know. Maybe there was like a stealth. Cause I labbed it the first after Red Bull, because that's when Theory stopped playing pot, and I said stop playing pot because me and you will never have good games because Leo beats pot 9-1. So he went to Kai, and I was like, I need to know when I can't flash kick. And he went, yeah, it's only 5k throw. And I said, oh, can 6k do it? And I labbed it, and he couldn't do it then. Maybe he can now. Maybe he can.
I think it's like a micro dash throw, and it catches before the flash kick.
If you can't, will you admit that it's bad?
No, it's still not bad.
What do you do from it then?
Because if the option is flash kick, right? So technically, Soul also can't do that. So 5S is bad, right?
5S. Well, you're 5S.
No, Soul's 5S. He can't 5S run up throw.
He doesn't need to though.
Why doesn't he need to?
Because he can catch you with everything else. He can delay revolver. He literally has every option out of it because it's cancelable. You don't have any options. Like so strike throw is a good like juxtaposed to each other, right? So it's one or the other. It's quote unquote 50-50. Soul doesn't have a 50-50, but he has 50 other options. It's literally Leo. He's got the John Cena mix where it's like all of this is shit and not real, but because there's so many, you're gonna get hit by it. That's why people get hit by the slowest command grab known to man in back turn. Yeah, that's what Leo's got. That's what Soul's got from Far S. Kai has literally low, only low.
I mean, he can dust.
He can't dust.
I'd be dusting people off 6k all the time.
I've never seen it. I need to
That's
watch the
not
archives.
true. I literally won against Retro doing that, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did.
I think you did 5k dust.
Okay.
Yeah, you did 6k, 5k dust. Okay, 6k, 5k dust. There you go. So,
but the thing is, the 6k allows for that shit to happen, though.
oh my, you literally can do run up meaty 5k. You can actually just do that. You know you can do 5k, delay 5k, and it would be just as good as doing 6k.
6k is such a good normal, man.
Okay.
The thing is, it's just I can't believe people don't see it. Am I the only person who sees this?
You possibly could be the only person. Does anyone in chat like?
I think it's because people don't use it enough. People don't realize that what you want from Kai is people to press buttons against you, because there's no reason to press buttons against you, right? So because of that, you have to take the piss and you have to 6k them 5 times in a row, right? And then when they're like, do you know what? My risk is getting high. I can't be dealing with this shit now, right? Then you counter hit them and they die. But you need the 6. It doesn't work. Like, Kai doesn't work as a character unless he has 6k.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the chat on this one. I think you could. I think every fucking delayed string is better than going into 6k. Far S 6H. Close S 5H. 5k 5k. Fucking 2k delayed 2D. I get hit by that all the fucking time. That's sick.
You can only delay it for a very short amount of time.
Is it less or more than 5k 2D? 5k 2D feels like a lot.
No, it's not that much.
Is it not?
There's like it's a set. So the reason why it might feel like that is because because it's so active. If 5k hits on later active frames, it might feel like that it's later. But the actual delay cancel itself isn't that much. You have like a very, very brief delay that you can do.
Right.
And it's consistent.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. It feels super hard to like. You know what would be sick is if they could make it come out after like close S. That would be cool. I think
it does come out after close S.
Can you can Gatling into 6k from close S?
Yeah, I do that all the time.
You never do that shit.
All the time.
Never
That's
done
how
it.
you start it off. You go close S, 6k, 5k, 6k, and then you run up and you close slash again.
Can you-
And then 100% they always go, oh shit, now he's gonna, and then you 6k again, and then they definitely press a button on the third time.
Can
Every
you-
time.
You,
It's
but
guaranteed.
so you can jab out of the closest 6k one.
Yeah.
Right, he needs a normal. You can't jab in between it. That's what I'm saying. Sorry, that's what I said.
But you want them to press, because as soon as they've pressed, then at some point you're gonna do close slash 6 HS and they die.
I cannot be happy with a character that has to go hit me for 30 frames before they can do a frame trap. I can't live my life like that.
Right. So Reza says, okay, but why would you 6k when 6 HS gives you 10 times the reward? Because you're minus. You give up your turn, you're finished. That's it. Kai's offense finito. When you press 6k, that is not the case.
Wait, but if you do, you can just do clap. You can end in clap.
It's punishable.
Stop it. This is no. Let's be practical.
You still have no right. So
on paper,
no,
yes.
wait.
Practically,
so
though.
you still have specials, and then you use your special, and then that's it. You're done. You're out. You're
Right.
not next to anyone.
Your
This is
pressure's
why
over. Your pressure's
Yeah.
over. Right. Okay. All right.
The point of 6k is that's how you stay on people.
Reza, I don't think we're talking about 6k outside the corner. You can only use it in the corner.
Generally, you only use it in the corner. Yeah.
I mean, if you play Kai and you are against me, mid-screen, I'm always going to backdash if you ever show me 6k outside the corner, because I'll just take the full screen, like every time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I said to make it good as well, I said about the popping up. If they make 6k pop up, then I'm going to be scared of 6k. But at the moment, the fact that you can only use it in the corner and you get way more damage off of like Dust RC or me trying to jab out a food rock, you can take the +3. Like, I'm okay with it. Considering you have to give up so many frames to establish that, and if I see it once and I flash kick, all the regrets on your side. Like, I don't know. And maybe if you could hit confirm 6k, it would be better.
You can. He's stuck, right? But you can.
No,
It's not even a hard.
But the option afterwards is always the same. It's always 6k, 5k. Always.
6k, 5k. Yeah, but you can hit confirm it, right? So.
Maybe. I
No,
mean,
you can.
people say, I don't, man, you give me so many trust issues. You said this about Eno, bro, and I'm
Bro, you can do it with Eno
in
is really,
team mode.
Just because. No, it's not just in team mode. I do that shit when I play people. Just because people are bad doesn't mean that you can't do that shit.
I can't believe it. I'll watch more Daru. I'll see if there's a difference.
Wait, what? Because you cannot consistently counter Future Arc. See, now Reza, I'm not listening to anything you say about Future Arc because that is cap. You can easily 5p that shit.
What, Foodra?
Foodra, yeah.
I wouldn't say easy. I think it's only because of clap that you can't do it easily. If you didn't have clap, then yeah, easy. But there's always an option, right? So if you do 2H, in my head when I'm playing Kai's, if I block a 2H, it's either clap or arc. And I can't raw react to both. I can't backdash clap and react to arc. It has to be one or the other. I feel.
Why are you trying to back? I know, right, backdash clap because you get a punish, right? But it's -11. Like, just...
Because it's easier than
dash
insta-blocking. It's easier than insta-blocking. If I can insta-block it, I'll just insta-block it.
So, again, but you're thinking, like, to get, like, a punish on the thing.
Yeah.
If you just accept that he can do a clap, and then afterwards you can dash block button. Right, because he's -11.
Yeah, but you're random. Like, that doesn't work. You do, like, stun dipper and shit afterwards. So I want to be consistent. You will happily do clap into stun dipper.
No. I DP. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, all right, you DP then. You vapor thrust. So,
Yep.
to nullify all that shit, I punish, not take your turn back so I can DP you. I don't want to do that shit.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the original point was because it makes Foodra a thing to react to, right?
Right, okay.
But the thing is, you only look for Foodra arc, right? When Kai's about to finish like his pressure,
Right.
right? And if we're going from Reza's block string, right? So close S 6H, right? And then, okay, so now we're waiting for the special to happen, right? If he's got 50 meter, maybe he stun dipper RCs, right? He does it delayed, or he does eclat, or he resets his pressure, which again he can only do 2S afterwards, right?
Yep.
And then Fuja arc, right? So you just literally just sit there, you hold down back.
Mm-hmm.
When he either goes into the specials, you can react to the Fuja with 5p very consistently. And then if he does eclat or stun dipper, then you block them. And now he's the other side of the screen. Well, now he's quite far away, he's minus 11, and you're allowed to just walk out. Like,
I don't know. I don't like the way you keep saying very easily. I feel you're poison in the world. I don't think it's that easy to 5p it.
You watch my stream. I literally say it whenever I play a Kai. I go, you can't do that.
Yeah, I see you say it, or I hear you say it. I don't always see you do it though. You don't always 5p. I'm not saying it's not doable. It's not. It's like saying just throw cross-up records. Like, it's obvious when it's coming. Like, it's kind of like that. It's clearly a thing, right? You can't say it's not a thing.
In neutral, reacting to that button is very good. Reacting to Future Arc is very hard.
And in block strings.
No, in block strings is easy as fuck.
Okay, I can't. I don't think it is. I think it's
It's
doable.
easy as fuck, man. I don't know what to say, bro.
Mate, you're just too good. What can I say? I don't
It's
know.
shut up, that's not.
King shit. It's king shit. I don't think it's that. Like I said, 2H into all the other options make it hard to deal with. That's how I see it. Like, one day I'm gonna go against Dragoi. He's gonna do 2H into stun dipper, and I'm gonna get hit because I'm just looking for fucking Fuderak, bro. Like that's what the character does, though.
See, this, I think you guys are all talking about something I think is incredibly weak with Kai, and I'm telling you about the 6k prophecy and how this is actually like the golden grail of Kai offense, and no one believes me.
It's a bendy thinking.
I'm the only person who still plays the character, man. Could like someone just go, Ryan, you're probably correct, please? Anybody in the chat?
Who's still?
No?
Wait, RZA, do you play Kai? I think RZA plays Kai, and Dobbs. No, I think Dobbs plays Soul now.
Oh, sorry, Rizzo. My bad.
Yeah, RZA's a Kai player. You, Dragoi, RZA. I think everyone else dropped off. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna play camp. I wanna run, man. Plug, you don't play the game. Stop lying.
Yeah, it's plugged in.
Okay, I lied. Yeah, if you're gonna play anyone, you'll probably play Geo. There's some in NA. There's a.
So there's a
Stank boy.
Stank. Yep, Stank's the bro. There's some guy's name's like M Special or something.
M Special.
He was in the 10v10.
Oh, okay. I haven't watched it.
And then Kizzy, right?
Oh, Marvisto. Marvisto was a godlike Kai and Rev as well. Marvisto's actually really sick. But I think Marvisto is the way I would always want to play Kai. He's just so like super fundamental, but I don't think you can be that fundamental in this version of Kai.
Yeah, no, I think you gotta rush people down, man.
Yeah, you gotta do dumb shit. I feel we have to do dumb shit.
Yeah.
Getting to alternate. And yeah, like dumb shit is doing Fuderak.
Is Fuderak dumb? Fuderak's a good neutral. It's one of the best neutral specials in the game. It's
Yeah.
It's not a mix-up like tool. That's generally not how you use it.
Yeah, it's probably the best getting tool after Dolphin.
Yeah, it's that level. It's probably more ignorant, to be honest.
Yeah, because it can stop you while you're in the air.
It stops jumping, yeah.
And if you get hit, fucking hell, man.
Yeah, hey, you explode.
Yeah, getting hit by Fudra in the air is pain. That is pain. The only reason, and it could, again, it's probably my character. I can react if I'm crouching. I can react to flash kick. So I have an easier time dealing with other characters. I try to now when I think about other characters, I normally think can Kai deal with it? Because Leo deals with like really potent situations very easily, and then in some situations, like when I'm against Zato, I can't not block dust. No, I can't block dust. Yeah, I can't block dust because I'm always thinking I need charge, and it's fucking hard to see on PSN. It's just too quick. So yeah, and other
It's
characters.
just too quick in general, right?
I don't think it's that. I think it's reactable. I think I
What?
can't react because of my. It's not bad moon. People go on like it's fucking bad moon. It's not that quick. It's like 20 odd frames.
No, I'm pretty sure it's 19.
Oh no, sorry, 6K might be 20 odd. What's non-charged dust?
Wait, let me check. Offense. Wait, does that have it in here?
I mean, if it's 9 frames, I'm still gonna say it's reactable. It's got a fucking orange spark on it. It's reactable.
20 frames.
20
Yeah,
frames. There you go. That's reactable. Hella reactable.
No, it ain't!
That's reactable, bruv. It's
No,
Zato. He's got no other option. It's definitely reactable.
No, not a chance.
I can't. Man's talking about a 6K that's got 40 frames
Bruv.
of startup. And he's
No
going
one in 4 months of playing this game has reacted to 6K. There's no way in chance that anyone's reacting to a 20 frame dust.
It's not that they're not reacting. You don't have to react to it. It's not scary. That's the thing.
What do you mean? It's +4, man.
Oh my! What are you gonna do with the +4?
Throw you again.
Oh for fuck! I'm so tired. God, someone jump in is cool. I need help. Send assistance. Look. Dusts, because of the animation, also make it easy to react to. I'm not saying just straight raw 20 frames, but because of the I think 6K is harder to block because there's no reaction. There's no orange spark. It's harder to see. I think with the orange thing, you can see that it's coming. On PC, not PSN. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, I've only played on PS4, right?
Yeah, it's slightly different. Not massive. I think combo-wise is about the same. But again, I play Leo. I don't have much execution. But reacting, you feel the delay. Since the last 19, 20 frames too. Oh, but yeah,
No.
DR's a bit different.
DR's 24 frames. 4 frames is a whole big difference.
Is it?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, if you're saying you can feel the difference, then 4 frames is more difference than the input lag from PC to PlayStation, right?
I thought that was 5 frames.
No.
Is it 4?
Yeah, so PlayStation is 4.2 frames, PC is what? It's like 1.5 or something.
Oh, right, yeah.
So I think it's 3 frames like overall. So yeah.
All right, fair enough. You got me. I still think it's reactable though. I think it's harder on PSN. I think it's definitely the orange spark gives it away every time.
It does, but it's just, you know, I can't react to it. Like, I've tried to team mode it, I can react to that shit.
I think because I know the other options, there are no other options, right? The low, he can't delay the low. The low's just instant. So if he does 2K 2D, so you just crouch. I guess you look for. I can't see the command grab. That's fucked up. Like if the mix was low command grab, then I'll say it's 50-50. There's literally nothing you can do about it. But low overhead, I definitely feel you can react to that. The command grab just literally has no animation on it. I fucking hate it.
Wait, whose command grab are we talking about?
Zato's.
Oh, Zato's.
Yeah, the Sharknado thing. And because it's a sandwich, he doesn't need to micro dash forward. He just does it. Like, that's dumb. That I will never defend, so you can get out of that. But I feel Dust is so easier to deal with than that. It is just reactable.
So I generally just kind of, because so they do like 5k Dust or whatever. So I generally OOS block from that point. But I feel like I'm not reacting, you know. I kind of just cover my bases, and I know that because when I play Meowski, he was doing 2D. Right, rather than 5D, where we played in that thingy set.
Yeah.
Right, and I got hit every time. Right. So, yeah.
I think, yeah. I don't know. I think with practice, like knowing when they have to go for the high-low as well. Like, he can't do it on like the first hit of Piercer because then he won't get a combo. I think you have to do it on like the second hit so you can get the second Eddie command out, whether it be like Frog or another Piercer or Saw. Like,
Yeah.
I think there's so many tells that I feel is easier. Unlike Bad Moon, where Bad Moon is like, oh, someone's talking about Chip 6K being reactable. I think it could be. And the reason I say that is because if you react to Chip not being on the ground, you can react to it. So if you watch Chip, he hasn't got an overhead. I mean, other than Dust, obviously, but that's super slow. He hasn't got an overhead option, which has his feet on the ground. So you just watch if he's on the ground, and if he comes off the ground, you move. Whether it be command grab, 6K, fucking overhead wrecker, alpha blade. I think if you look for the right thing to react to, you can react to it. I'm still gonna get hit by 6K. If they do it raw, I'm fucked. Like, because I'm already holding charge.
Yeah, the thing about Chip as well is he's a Piccolo type character where he has 6 different options that he can do.
Yeah.
So because of that, all of them in unison become harder to react to. Right, Mace, I need to run to the toilet, man. I'll be back in a minute.
Ah, yeah, cool. Anyone else jump in if they want? I wanted to go to the toilet as well. I was waiting for Heapski to go on a rant, and then I missed my opportunity because I wanted to hear him rant. Yo, shouts to Dark. It's good, man. Thanks for the sub. Goes over lows too. Yeah, it's pretty toxic. Quick one. I don't, bruv. Me and other people have spoken to Heapski about 6K. He just doesn't believe it. He thinks it's good. I don't understand why. I think it's way too many starter frames for very little plus frames. It's on the copium. Oh, you start to see the chaos in the chat, yeah. Let him believe. Yeah, okay, I'll let him believe. I'll let him believe. Like, I legit, whenever he does like button into 6K, I giggle. Like, to myself in my head. I'm like, was it worth it? Oh, snap. Full Metal's in there for a second, then he ran away. That's a shame. Let him believe the 6K copium. Yeah, I don't know. And he plays Eno, man. He knows about stuff. It's weird. He wins tournaments. But he thinks 6K is good. I think 6K works. I don't think it's good. I think that's probably the difference. Not many high-level Kai players. It's probably because how hard it is to win with him, probably. Sonic Fox proved that you don't have to make sense. Yeah. To be good at games. You are very right. Different to bro, it's not people, it's literally one versus many.
Wait, what are we talking about? Okay.
Yeah, Plug was trolling you, but you can round that Plug now because I'm gonna go for a minute.
What's that?
Plug was trolling you about 6K.
Oh, okay.
What do I think about SSJ Vegeta? Oh. Funny man. I'll say when I come back. Full Metal did jump in here for a second, but I think he ran away. I think he was scared.
Say Full Metal? What the fuck?
Yeah, he was in the listening bit.
Oh, he was probably trying to chat, but he couldn't get in the thingy. He thought we were just like...
He was literally for a split second. Can I jump in and talk? Yeah, man. Do it. You're in my Discord, right? What? Get Full Metal to talk about SSJ Vegeta C. Does he even use it?
No, I think he's just a big fan of the American arguments.
Oh.
Do I need to jump out if Snake's jumping in?
No. Well, I think you can have more people, more than one person. So yeah, you two can talk about Kai versus Axel or something. I don't know, or talk about the topic. I don't care. Just talk. I mean, Axel is a bad mechanic. I think. Yeah, C4HQ. I think a full screen command grab is actually a bad mechanic for games.
Not necessarily.
But then Goku Black was trash, even though I think that was probably like the most broken mechanic ever created.
I quite liked Goku Black's command grab.
So did I. I thought it was broken. It's a command grab backed by a beam. It's stupid broken.
I mean, we've
Everyone jumps.
by Dragon Ball.
Yeah. Do you want to get Raw Kid on? I tried to call Raw Kid yesterday. If Raw Kid wants to jump on, Raw Kid could jump on.
Hell yeah, let's get Yasin in. Wait, he's not even here though. Why are we bringing up Yasin? He's literally not in the chat.
Because Plug probably is an instigator. You know what he's like. Absolute
Plug, why
instigator.
don't you jump on? I don't want peace. I want problems. Yeah.
I need to get that. It's in the Snake. I don't want to be that guy, but it's definitely been scrolling at the bottom of the screen for however long we've been streaming. But yeah, it's the podcast section. It's there's like a staged option. But yeah, SJ for Vegeta, C assist, I think is bad. It doesn't have enough blocks done on the ground. It doesn't reach high enough. I don't think it's that good.
Oh yeah, it's locked. That's the thing to get into the thingy. Then I think you have to add them.
Add them to what?
Right, so you can't like get into the C4orts, call it.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't know. I have no idea how I got in.
How? Because Riv got in, then you got in, and I didn't add you. You just popped up.
Really?
Yeah, you just popped up in there.
So I was in one of the other channels. I was in League of Mons just listening, and then it just popped me in.
Oh, jump into any BC then, I guess, Snake, and I'll try and drag you in then. How did Riv get in?
To be fair, Sonic said they're running SSJ Vegeta on point.
Wow, just like me.
Is that a thing? What's happened since I've stopped playing Dragon Ball? What's wrong with you lot?
Apparently they caught up to my fad. Way too
Oh,
late.
Riv moved me apparently.
Oh, okay. So there might be permissions on it then. I'll sort it out in a sec. Let me... Okay, so you have to put your hand up. You got a request to talk, Snake.
Sick. I like that's a really good feature by the way, because then it stops like the clear and obvious trolls.
Yeah. Yeah, this whole stage Discord thing is actually sick. I can't believe I didn't put it in the Discord earlier.
I didn't even realize something like this was existed.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Apparently it's like a couple of months old.
Sick.
Right. Man's put his hand up. Invite to speak. I might have to get rid of the Heapsy picture. Or maybe I can make it bigger.
We want to see Snake anyway.
Alright, Snake, I said you can talk. I don't know what you do from here. What did you do? Oh, there you go.
I have to say accept. Alright, don't worry.
There we go. I'll make it bigger now.
I didn't know. Right.
Right, you two can are you gonna tell him why 6K is bad or?
He says it's 40 frames, but that should be reactable. If you're saying like that should be theoretically reactable, but I've got old man reactions, so
No one reacts to it, man. It's 25 frames.
What, startup?
Yeah.
It feels like 2 days. It's so fucking slow, my guy. It's so slow.
People get
It's like-
around.
the thing is, it's probably like the animation of, say, you know, like Soul's fake gun flame, because sometimes you see that and then you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to punish this, and then you get hit by FARS into like 6HS or something like that, and then you're dead.
True. Yeah. True. That does happen. I might as well ask you why you're here, and I'm gonna go for 2 seconds. I want to ask Snake what he thinks makes what's a bad fighting game mechanic, or good or bad, if he's got any.
I don't like. You've talked about it a bit earlier, but like comeback mechanics are a real pain in the ass. Like there's been attempts to kind of change them and mold them to make them not as broken. Like you had Pandora, for example, in Cross Tekken, which was nearly unusable. I think the majority of the time, because the risk reward was really skewed in the opposition's favor, because they could just run away. You know, it's like, oh, you activate 7 seconds, just run away, and then you lose, or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that. It was pretty much a meme mechanic.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff that's kind of implemented in fighting games to make them more user friendly, that become just strong options overall, like auto combos. I feel like I don't think I don't actually play Dragon Ball, so I don't think they're that strong in that game, but they do give you rewards, such as they give you Dragon Balls, which I think is a developer decision to actually make them usable, or to actually make people have a decision of like, oh, yeah, you might want to do this to get a Dragon Ball to win the game. You know, you might get a resurrection or something like that.
That's a good thing though. That creates more play, more decisions.
Yeah, if something creates more decisions, it's always better, because I like risky stuff a lot of the time. I like doing risky stuff.
Yeah.
and I like seeing risky stuff because it's like it's not like it should be a gamble. It's not like you should be always gambling on something, but it shouldn't be that you can always just do something again and again and again. Like that's why C4orts was dumb, because it was like there's no reason not to do it again and again and again most of the time, because there's nothing to really stop you, and it makes the game really stagnate.
I think so comeback mechanics is something I don't really have a huge problem with them. It's really annoying, right? So Strive is, I think, one of the best games at dealing with the inherent problem that fighting games have, in that when you get an early advantage, it snowballs very hard. Like even through positioning, damage, meter, like basically you get rewarded, right, for like doing well. And because that snowballs really hard, it's very difficult for like people to win unless there are things that like even up those odds, right? So
yeah.
I like comeback mechanics for that reason. I think implementation of stuff like ultras, if you play Street Fighter, obviously like now having a decision that potentially leads to 60%.
Well, you have things like because ultras were they were kind of good because sometimes they added like some utility options that weren't there with supers necessarily.
Yeah.
Although you and I guess you never really saw supers anyway because of how strong focus cancelling was in that game. But then you have basically a really strong tool that's given to you like once per match. Like for example, some characters get like a extreme punish tool. Some characters get like some of the best like air-to-airs or anti-airs in the game, like Zangief's Protect the Sky.
Yeah.
Or like Hugo's Ultra 2. It's like, oh yeah, if you backdash sometimes or you jump back, it's like, all right, you're dead. You lost like 40-50%. So it's like what those comeback mechanics do in that situation is they basically remove options from the other player instantly for them taking life, which I know you talked a little bit about earlier.
Yeah, I think see, do I mind that too much?
Because it's the same with V trigger as well. That's the like, it's like, oh yeah, what annoyed me about Street Fighter for years, it's like, oh yeah, sweep and then cancel, and it's like their plus. So it's like they either get a knockdown and a mix up afterwards, or they get like, you don't get knocked down, but they still kind of get a mix up.
Right, yeah, just from like cancels and stuff. I don't have too much of a problem with kind of like, oh, so you don't get to do this thing now, because it changes the matchup, right? So it just becomes a different, say like a second stage of a matchup, right? That changes based on like meter. I don't have a massive problem with that. Like, oh, this person has their ultra goes through fireballs, right? So now you're playing Ryu and you've been winning all round, probably throwing fireballs at them, and now you can't do that, or you have to do that with the inherent risk.
It's good in that way, and if it opens up additional like, because you can bait them, like if you bait and if you bait like an ultra or something like that, then it opens up like another layer of depth where it's like, oh yeah, I might whiff here to make them think I'm going to throw a Hadouken and then now do the ultra and I'll get a punish on that. Like, it's good if those options are, I guess, inherently risky to do in the first place.
Yeah.
But then, of course, that opens a whole can of worms with stuff like all the option selects in Street Fighter 4, where it's like you can basically option select their backdash and like crouch taking and things like that, where it creates just a safe, a relatively safe environment to actually use those things.
Yeah. That like, right, so getting into OSs is literally a whole different.
Yeah, that's why I said it was a can of worms.
yeah, it's a proper can of worms. I think the only issue I really have in terms of the combat mechanic, the way they were used is you can use a ton of them in basically just as a reversal, right? Except that now the reversal does 60%. So you don't create. There's no like extra mind game really, unless like the character say doesn't naturally have a reversal, right?
Oh man, Wake Up Ultra.
It should wake Up Ultra. It ends up being, so you're already playing those mind games when you play against, say, like DP characters or characters with reversals anyway. But now it's just simply more damage, right? So I hate things where it's like, it doesn't add anything in that sense. So it just becomes more damage. When something's just, oh, here's the same thing but more, then I think that's where I have an issue with it. You know.
Yeah, I think they just need to be not like, because that's the thing, as I mentioned with Street Fighter 5, it's just they're just too safe, and it's like, and when it's a tool that's like universal but not everyone's equal, like focus attack was that was kind of a big problem in Street Fighter 4, where some of the weaker characters didn't really get anything from the focus attack, like charge characters wouldn't really get anything because they had to dash forward to cancel, you know. And like red focus as well, of course that didn't help most of the cast. It made some of the characters who already had like great focus attacks even stronger. Like Yun was like back on the top because he had really good red focus.
Yeah.
And then Street Fighter 5 has that same problem as well, where you have V triggers, but some characters have really bad comeback mechanics. You know, like they just don't have very strong options. Like they get the V trigger, but what do they do with it really? Like you don't have something where like Cody gets a command grab, or it's like, oh yeah, suddenly you have to block a 50-50 from G. And like Armika as well, she's got like she activates, and then she's got a situation where it's like, oh yeah, you either take a command grab, or you jump, and then you take you get kicked by Nadeshiko, and it's like you still take damage. So it's like literal checkmate scenarios that have been put into the game, or theoretical checkmate. I know they've tried to improve things with V Shift, which shuts down a lot of those options, but you know.
Yeah, meter reliant and stuff. Right, Mace put in the chat. He was like, "Does anyone think that OSs are bad for the game, or a bad game mechanic?" Is that what he said? Bad game mechanic? Because I personally love option selects.
Balanced in proportion to the difficulty. Asking about that as well. I think option selects, although they're kind of quite executionally reliant, like they're quite difficult, or sometimes they're quite difficult. Not like crouch tech was really crap in Street Fighter 4 because it was so easy to do. I mean, if it's hard to do and it's risky, I think if it's risky on the kind of attackers or the person using it, then it's fine. But if it's really safe, then I don't think it is fine at all. Or not safe, but if it's like not really risky, you know, if you're not putting something out there. Because you even have stuff like an option select in Exerd was the grab OS, where because grab is like on HS, you could press like LK as well as grab at the same time, and instead if you don't get the grab, you wouldn't whiff a really heavy button, you'd whiff a lighter button, and it's not like you'd get much off that. It would just mean that you're a little bit safer.
I guess same thing applies to Street Fighter 4, right? Where you press like crouching me. I think what's the common one? The common one is with Ryu, right? So you do throw plus hard punch, crouching hard punch. Against Rufus. So if he went for the throw, then you'd throw. If he went for the dive kick again, then the hard punch. It just covers it, right? So you just basically cover both options.
I guess if it also covers like really, really strong options that like for example, that dive kick scenario is like a really harrowing thing on defense, you know, like you're dead if you don't have a real way to get, and you might have to like guess, like for Ryu, if he didn't have the options, then maybe he'd have to like take a guess or risk on a DP and end up losing the game.
Yeah.
And even so, there might be a scenario where he gets a knockdown and it's a safe jump as well, you know, so he might need to be doing something like that.
I think I personally love option selects. I think they can be as complicated as they want. They can be like really effective and shut down massive parts of the game. I'm completely fine with it, because I think as long as they're fun, right? As long as when you're playing against them, you still feel like you have options, then it's great. I think it just adds layers to the game.
So
it adds execution to the game.
I don't like them, but only because I prefer if stuff it would be more committed option, you know, because I as I said, I like the kind of riskiness to things. So I like, it's like, oh yeah, I'm making this decision rather than like, you know, kind of middling about in the middle, like, yeah, I could do this or that at the same time, you know.
But real quick, because I'm having breakfast, but I'm kind of in the middle. I hate option selects, but I love finding them. I'm with Snake. If someone hits me with something, I want them to be That's what I intended to do. Like, I bet it all on doing this. But it is cool when you find option selects. So, but I wish they just didn't exist. But I don't think you can actually just not have option selects in your game. I think it's very hard to like remove option selects altogether. I don't even know how you go about it. Unless you just let people find them and then patch them out. But there's always going to be like a priority system in buttons. So you can always sort of find one. The only one I can think of that's like, I think intentional is XR to Rev to Strive with throws. Where they've got there's a throw button. So you can't OS it. Like you either get the throw or you get nothing. But then you just do the PRC OS. So like they can't really get rid of it. That OS is fucking top. You know why that OS is probably worse than the old one? Is because when you do the PRC tech, the option to beat throws is backdash. That is, I know you can jump, but the actual punish is to backdash so you can punish it. If you backdash, you get punished from the OS.
Yeah, so the only option is to really tech or like
jump.
If you jump out as well, it's like, yeah, you're in a bad situation again.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you're even worse because the slowdown with Leo, for example, if you jump and I do 2H into Rekka, it jails you back to the ground and I'm plus because of the slowdown. So, I mean, you spent bar to be more plus, but like I said, you should be backdashing throws because that's obviously when you get the counter hit punish. So if you do the correct punish, you get punished for the OS.
Yeah, because I think it's against the whole idea of the game design, isn't it? Where it's like, because that's the whole philosophy as well with dragon punches in the game. It's like if they whiff, you can't cancel them.
Yeah,
you know, that's like always been kind of a Guilty Gear thing. And it's like they made him counter hit on purpose to make it so like, oh yeah, if you really want to throw someone, you want to get this damage, and you want to kind of condition them in this way, like you need to take that risk. But then now you can kind of PRC. It's like, all right, you don't need to take that risk.
But the thing is, like, Heapski knows I'm always looking for defensive OSs against strong characters. So I'll sit in the lab looking for like an OS against Soul because like it's just too hard to keep guessing all the time. It's just long, it's not fun. So yeah, I wish they went in there, but there are situations kind of where you need it. Or like Rufus. Rufus is a good example. A lot of people needed that against Rufus. Otherwise, I feel the game would be worse. The game would be worse if all Rufus did was make you block a dive kick, then you had to take a 50-50. That would be shit as well. So yeah, I'm in the middle. I wish they went in there, but I'll be the first to try and find one if it's a defensive one against like very like offensive pressure that you don't have like reaction to. I think someone was talking about Grand Blue and there was a proximity OS in there. I think Grand Blue had things that were all reactable, so they shouldn't. That didn't need it, I don't think, because you could delay tech in that game. You didn't have to tech. You could just delay tech.
Yeah, and then you put into a. I think if you delay grabbing in that game, you're put in a worse situation. So that's the kind of mental game there.
Yeah, you get put in your ass, and I think you take a little bit of damage as well.
You're like MK.
Yeah, MK had that.
MK has it where you get grabbed and you tech, but you die because you didn't have enough life.
Yep, that's stupid. I'm pretty sure Grand didn't do that, and neither did Unius. Unius, you can delay tech in that game as well, but you don't die from delay teching. And I think Dark Arc something as well about character balance. Where was it?
Yeah, he said it should characters be balanced in proportion to their difficulty. Because you have characters. When he mentioned this, I think we're talking a bit about Street Fighter 4, and I was thinking about Fei Long and that he was put at the top of like all the tier lists, but executionally he was like one of the hardest to learn in the game, so he wasn't actually put as top one. Even though he was like strongly considered if you had the execution for it. I think at some point.
Yeah, he was definitely very good, like meta wise at the time. He was one of the people that fought Yun very well. I think that was why he's considered really strong.
Yeah, I think they should balance characters based on the difficulty or how. I think they usually do, don't they?
So this is a big thing I know that a lot of Strife people are talking about at the moment, especially because like Leffen keeps complaining about like what's the point of picking a hard character when I can just pick an easy character and they're just as strong. I guess see this argument. What is a hard character is very subjective, right? Because
I think in the way that Strive is balanced, all the characters that have really strong technical offense, like let's say Zato is probably the best example of it, and maybe Jacko. I don't know if Jacko is like that, and Gold Lewis as well. He has like really strong offensive and high execution, and very high execution. I don't know if that even relates to his offense though, to be honest, to high execution, but they all have like really weak defensive options, so they get mauled because of their offensive options in the amount of options that they have to kind of try and open you up.
Right.
And then Jacko's the same, where they've basically, because they've basically increased the amount of options you can do, they've given her a bar to stop you from being able to be able to run that offensive game as well. The same with Zato as well, but they balance it by actually making it so it's a resource.
Yeah. I guess my question was more going to be, so do we consider hard to just be difficult execution-wise?
I don't know if it's like, I don't know, difficult, neutral as well. Like, how easy is it for them to get in? How easy is it for them to do things? Because you could say, like, you could argue that Potemkin is, or Nago Ryuki on 2 Blood is hard to play because how are you going to get in, you know? Or how are you going to actually get that hit?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you, Snake. What do you consider hard? Like, do you consider, like... So I would say Pot is one of the harder characters because of neutral.
But he's got... I guess it depends on the character he's playing, because a lot of the time some characters have to come in and fight him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, it'd be harder for him to play against, like, Nago Ryuki or Axel, because he has to walk forward all the time. But if he has to play against, like, a Milia or a Chip, they have to come to him. So they might go into his buttons or anything like that, because he has got really good buttons that cover, like, massive range.
Yeah.
Of course, you can do, like, I played you earlier, and it was like, you do 6 HS where he punches and Chip can just whiff punish it, or run in whiff punish it. But it's things like that where like they have to come in, and it means that it isn't as hard for him. So it doesn't matter necessarily about his movement speed. It just that movement speed is there to stop him just kind of being able to use his stronger buttons in the same degree that other characters can.
So, okay, so like when I think of hard, I think Jacko, Zato, by far the 2 characters. I think pretty much everyone would agree that they're most difficult.
I'd say the most difficult are probably the characters with the weakest defenses. Or no, not necessarily, because I don't think some game plans like Milia, let me cuss Milia for a bit, where it's like you get a knockdown and then you do disc mix-ups all day. Like, because I don't think that offense is particularly risky in comparison to maybe something where you have to throw out. Sometimes you might have to throw out Eddie and he'll get slapped, and then that's the end of your offense, and then you could lose the match based on the recovery of that bar. And the same with Jacko as well. You throw out one of your things, and then you basically lose on that.
Yeah, it's good that you brought up Milia, right? Because a lot of people consider Milia to be up there in terms of like difficulty.
Yeah, I think executionally she's very high in terms of combos, and I think in terms of neutral as well, in the way that you have to kind of dart around and use her movement to make people whiff buttons.
Yeah.
And then defensively, she's really weak as well, because she's got a 6-framer. She's got a reversal, but she's got a 6-framer, which you kind of suffer in this game with 6 frames of... if you've got a 6-frame, you know?
Yeah, because you can get thrown. Tick throws are like super strong against 6-frame characters. It's something I think they have to address. I think it's really poor design where some characters just eat worse mix-ups for no other reason than
Oh, like if you're a 6-framer and you block Chip's overhead, it's like -2, and he's got a 3-frame button, so it's still his turn.
Yeah.
It's like stuff like that in Soul before, where it's like he does Bandit Bringer, and you've got a 6-frame button, and it's like, all right, it's his turn again. You know, it's things like that which are where that's like risk reward. You know, for those moves, it's not particularly risky.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. So, what would you say to Chip? Because I think Chip is a very easy character.
What to play?
Yeah, I think everything about characters.
Well, he's got
he
mechanically
has execution, right?
Mechanically, he's got things like whiffed 2S into 2HS. So he's got like a whiffed Gatling, which is really weird. That's not like universal across the cast. It's like he's actually got you know, he just hits the air and he can Gatling.
Yeah.
And then he's got very hard to react to, or like almost unreactable cross-ups and things like that to really open you up, and the mental stack is just insane.
Yeah. So the reason why I consider Chip easy, right, is I think to play Chip's, to do Chip's offense, to win with Chip, I think it is a lot easier than, say, Kai. I think it's a lot easier to beat people with Chip than it is to beat people with Kai.
Yeah, but that's probably more so with because with Chip, you're not necessarily playing the neutral game for very long, and there's not many resets of the neutral game where he has to. Because I think that's why he's as strong as he is, because it's you don't really care about the opponent's options for very long, or you don't care at all. That's like that's the set play mentality. Yeah, you know, you get one knockdown and then it's the same with Milia. You get one knockdown and then you've theoretically won the game. It's like Marvel 3 as well. You know, Firebrand, you kill someone and then you've won the game. You know, you just need to unblockable them.
Yeah,
3 times. GG's, shake my hand.
Yeah. Yeah. So when people talk about strength, I think ease of game plan is probably for me the biggest determining factor on whether something's difficult or not. So this is why I would have Zato Jacko at the top. I wouldn't have Chip though. I wouldn't have who else is considered difficult execution wise in this game? Is that it? Is there anyone?
Gold Lewis.
Oh,
Gold Lewis to do a lot of his typhoons in neutral are hard, or super tough.
Yeah, I would agree. 6-4 is, or 6-8-4 is pretty hard. Yeah. Not the overhead. The 6-4, 6-8-4. So the forward to backswing, it goes over.
I think I know. Yeah, the one that's really fast.
Yeah,
it's the one that leaves them kind of floating really close, so you get really good Oki.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly that one. So to do that one in neutral, which is the best poke because it goes further than 6-2-4. That one's really hard to do in neutral without buffering the button first. Just to do it raw, it's probably the hardest thing in the game. I think it's harder than TK bombers. TK bombers are pretty hard if you think about the amount of motions you have to do in such a short amount of time. Outside of Lynx, but I don't think any characters rely on Lynx that much. I'd say Kai's got the most practical Link, the meaty 5k Link.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's still only tap sweep. It's not game breaking, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd probably say Gold Lewis is to get I think everyone's seen the whole, if you air block a grounded BT and then you can do 3 BTs before you hit the ground and you can PRC and do it again. That's hard. That's real hard. I tried to do it. It's so hard to do. And I think that is practical. I think that's hella practical. If you can learn that, you can just win games over someone blocking. It's crazy. But yeah, other than him, I think he's the hardest. Maybe Jacko, but I've just not seen enough of Jacko yet.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen people talk about Jacko, kind of her buttons are limited in that way, and it's kind of I think it's a kind of set way you play once you kind of get the knockdown, because you just kind of do that and set up in the same way that you kind of do set things with Zato.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how her neutral game is played, because in certain cases it's just she just can't use minions. in with like in certain matchups because she just gets they just get sniped, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to be a character that takes a while for people to figure it out. And even then, like, they're going to have their thing, and then defense against that is going to get good. So, you know, it's going to be a while.
Dark asked about, has there ever been a hard-to-play character that wasn't high top tier in any fighting game? But arguably, like, any character with a really poor tool set is going to be hard to play, and like the low tiers, because they just will have to struggle with the to be able to do things. Like you can say, like Angie is probably just, even though he's not executionally heavy, he's hard to play because of the lack of options that he has in certain situations, or Faust, for example.
Yeah, I guess again it's the hard to play. I guess he just means executionally, right?
Yeah, but I think that's just semantics, you know. If I'm arguing that.
Yeah, I guess Dark needs to say like hard in what way? Because yeah, I would say Wesker was pretty hard execution wise for very little reward. Like he's like one of the only characters that had links in Marvel, but they were never worth going for. He never like TOD'd anyone. Like you could pick Hulk and probably do better with
Executionally. Yeah,
executionally, yeah. Instead of going for these hard things that don't kill.
Cody was not top tier in Street Fighter 4.
4? Yeah, he just lacked.
Or Sakura.
He had lots of one frame links, didn't he? But he had lots of problems in like neutral game with some of his buttons. And I think they said he had problems with dive kick characters, even though I think he had like pretty good anti-airs, to be honest.
Yeah, he didn't have problems with that. His hard kick also covers like dive kick angles super well. He definitely struggled. It was just but super executionally heavy. Sakura as well.
I'm looking at Marvel is like a good example of that, but I was thinking of I saw that clip today where Marvel 3 where they're playing Spider-Man, and then every time he does the grab, everyone's like, "See you later, see you later."
Yeah, web swing. That was sick.
I think there was an argument for not using that character because it was, I don't know if it was just use not Captain Commando, Barnet Commando instead.
Oh,
or use Spencer.
Yeah, 8 games.
And I know there's lots of arguments for that in just fighting games in general. It's like, why use DJ when you can use Guile, who plays a similar game plan? You know.
Yeah, I think a lot of characters are based on ease of use. I think that's not new. So by default, being easier, if you do the same thing, will put you above that character. Like if you had 2 identical characters, one had a charge motion of like, I don't know, 30 frames, and one had a charge motion of 100. The one with a shorter charge frame, the shorter charge time would just automatically be better by default.
There was I think Bafil put a good video on it where he was arguing about tier lists, and it was about I think MK3, Scorpion, and Smoke, who have the exact same moveset, except Smoke just has extra moves. He literally just has extra moves.
I remember that video. Yeah. I failed to go. So something about this, right? Why can't people just be fucking happy playing hard characters? Like, when I first started playing fighting games, it's like, yeah, but then don't complain about it. You know, like if you're picking the hard character, don't talk about it being the hard. You know the choice you're making when you pick the character, right? Everyone knows that Soul is probably like the top of the curve when it comes to execution, and you know, strength.
But that's the flex, isn't it? Like we all play fighting games to flex. So
right, but if it's the flex, then you can't complain about it, though.
No, but you can tell people about it, right? So it's the same as if you went into a tournament and not you, but if someone goes to a tournament and go, "Oh, I lost to a chip or I lost to a soul," that's like saying, "Oh, I would have won if there wasn't a chip or a soul." So when a person with a high execution character comes along and goes, "Oh, I didn't win because I dropped this combo," it's kind of the same as that. I'm with you, like, but I don't play hard execution characters, so I never have that need to do that. But I do have to tell people, like, yeah, I'm not being brain dead with Leo. I feel like I have to say that because that's more important than winning to me.
Definitely do.
Yeah, I have to mention it because otherwise people won't know. So I have to tell them. Maybe that's what I mean, I don't think Johnny's ever said that. I think if you're winning, you don't mention it. it's when you're not winning, you mention how hard your character is to play. I think. I'm trying to think of an example, but I can't. Like, Magneto's never moaned about how hard Magneto was. And Magneto's hard to play. So yeah, I think it's only, if your character is hard to play and you can't win with him, then you'll moan about it. But Latif never moaned about, like, Viper, like you said. Like, he knew Viper was a hard character. Never moaned about it. Just took him a while to win, and then he started winning.
Probably depends if those options are good, because I saw I was looking at characters in Marvel 3 to kind of like try and remember, and I saw Jill on here, and I know she was like super high execution and low reward, but then no one uses her. But I guess it's that the reward, because you don't want to just get your ass beat like day in day out, you know, when you could win games a lot easier and not stress yourself out a lot of the time. I think that's just an argument for like what people always say, like pick a top tier. Yeah, I guess if you want to play in tournaments, or if you want to be a tournament player, not if you're just kind of playing in a very casual way.
Yeah, it's probably just tryhards that complain about it. Probably.
It's just a really bizarre thing to talk about. I think most. So generally, people pick characters. They go, "Man, I pressed the buttons and it was really fun when I did it with this character." Right, and then are they difficult or are they easy comes into play afterwards. And then after that, it's I'm trying to win tournaments. Should I play the character, right?
I guess it's the fact that, so when I was messing around with Gold Lewis, I was like, oh yeah, this character's sick, like best thing ever. I'm gonna practice this character properly. Then I played Oso, and he just, you know how Oso plays. Bebop, he just goes forward. He just goes forward and hits things and buttons. I wasn't having fun because I couldn't do the stuff I was doing in team mode because he didn't want to play neutral. So I was like, oh okay. For me to enjoy this character, I have to learn something I don't want to have to learn, which is to stop people face rolling. And I was like, I could just pick Leo and flash kick, and that will stop people face rolling. So I guess it's because you can't transfer what you learn in team mode into a practical match. It's not as fun. So I had to tell Oso, like, yeah, I'm not having fun. GG's, I'm done. I can't have fun because you're not playing neutral. So maybe that's what it is.
I think but it's not that you couldn't do those things for God Lewis though, right? It's just that there's a requirement to get there. You have to figure out how to do the other stuff first. I think everyone generally has that when you have a secondary, right? Where you go, all right, so I figured out my offense, blah, blah, blah. It's like when I tried to learn Eno, it was like, okay, I've got all this down. And then someone's literally just mashing a button mid-screen, and I'm like, how the fuck do I get around this? This is bullshit. My character doesn't, like, walk. Like,
right.
You know? I think that's like a general secondary kind of problem. I think that's pretty common.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I just think, why are you being a dickhead for? Like, you don't play like this when I'm playing Leo. Why would you play like this when I'm playing Gold Lewis? Like, if we're just playing to win, then I'll just pick Leo then, and then we can both have fun. Me winning, you losing. Like, I guess it is what you find fun in the game. Like, I don't know if Theory's still in here. Theory and Wiper, they just play hard stuff for the lulz, I guess. Theory makes it work a bit more than Wiper does, and Wiper played Elfelt in Exard, and he would defend like how not good she is, but say that she's very hard to use. And I'm like, yeah, executionally she's hard to use, but Shotty is possibly the most broken thing when it comes to corner pressure. It's just like one frame plus booms that lead into each other. Like, it is not hard to understand that it's busted. But I think, like, because Alioun played her as well.
Yeah.
And he would, like, you know how Alioun could complain about anything. And he will say, even though he's got really solid execution, he will say this is too hard and it's not worth it. He does that a lot. So, yeah, I don't know why he does it. Like, he's clearly got the execution to do it. What does it matter that it's hard? So yeah, it's kind of like what you were saying. I don't get that sort of stuff. If you're boasting that your character's hard to use, I think that's different to complaining about your character's hard to use, but being able to do it anyway.
So the whole reason this brought up, in my head, the only discussion I've heard about this recently has been Leffin and complaining in Stride. He's like, why am I using Chip? You know, Chip got nerfed, Chip's so hard, my character's so difficult. and Soul's right there, right? But he's winning, right? He's like the best at the moment in like at least in Europe, right? So it's kind of, you know, is it a fair criticism for him to say, oh, you know, Chip's too hard for how good he is?
So farming interaction.
Yeah, it could be just interaction farming, to be fair. Or Chip, you have to learn more with Chip, and that's what he means by hard. I don't think he means it executionally. He might just mean it. I've got A, B, C, D, E option. Soul is literally just A or B. This is strike throw. Especially now because I buff wild throw. But his goal in playing is to win.
Right.
So I think that's different to everyone else. Like, I mean, to a degree, right? I mean, his level of winning is different to everyone else's level of winning. You've got people like Jester that would play Milia whether they're bad or good. Or like me, I'll play. If Leo was terrible in this game, I'll still play him. Luckily, he was just really strong. So yeah, I guess it is why you play the character in the first place. If you're just playing to win, then Leffen's argument makes sense. If you like Chip, it's not an argument.
I think that's why he's arguing for it in terms of like tournament play, because it's like, if you just want to win tournaments, you just play. Like I think I saw that tweet and he was like, he was the undisputed best if you just wanted to win tournaments. But then it's like, if you want to enter tournaments, why would you learn someone who just get mauled by a Chip or a Soul? You know, if you don't get to play as well, because he's not doing it for the money. You're not doing it for the fun. You're doing it for the money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I agree. I think if you are playing purely to win, then you pick Soul. Like, that makes the most sense to me. It's low effort, high rewards. You've got no like character like limitations because you just play whatever's strong. Makes sense. And I mean, he's already not played Milia, so he's not playing the character he wants to anyway. So yeah, he should just pick Soul.
I don't think I agree with the like it's Souls with no effort or lower effort
Than everyone else, I'd say.
I think strike throw is so much more volatile than like built-in mix. So like I'd say like Chip, Leo, Milia, you know, these characters can win if they run their script and it hits. Like Soul requires input from the other person, right?
I don't think so. So I was going to bring this up when I was like munching, and to kind of go back to like the topic, the mechanic of throws beating reversals. Because throws beat reversals, I think strike throw is extremely strong in this game. Because there's no counter to throw anymore, bar backdash. Backdash is your counter to throw, or jump, I'd still guess. In every other game, bar this and Street Fighter 5, you beat both options with reversal. And there was the mind game, because then you had to bait strike throw. Now it's just strike throw. And Soul arguably does that the best. So in terms of like effort, it's like, oh, I just have to learn this. I have to learn the mind game between strike throw. I'll get in because I've got revolver. It's fine. I've got bandit bringer. I'll get in. It's absolutely fine. I've got to run, whatever. I've got vortex, RC. That bit's not a big deal. Where if you play Nago, who I think is better, you still have to learn matchups. Soul doesn't really learn matchups. He learns what tools people have and works around them.
Literally learning matchups, nice. What do you mean?
No, it's not. I mean, so when I mean by tools, go, this character's got reversal, this character's got reversal. That's it. It doesn't matter how minus or what frame it comes out on. That's what I mean, like learning a character. So, for example, you might have to learn Pot's got more invul frames on backdash than this character. So you might have to do something specific to people with 5 frame backdashes, invul backdashes, than 4. So it's character specific, but you're generalizing. So you're going, this is what I do against 5 framers, and this is what I do against 4 framers. Like the same way you do with like jabs. When you play against Soul and a Chip, you know that they've got 3 framers, but you don't go, this is Soul and Chip Pacific. You go, this is 3 frame Pacific.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So not characters, but general tools from characters. I think with Nago, you have to know what characters do and what they can't do. Where Soul, you go reversal, free frame button, and maybe backdash. That's it. I could be wrong because I don't play Soul, but it looks that's how Soul's played.
I would just argue that it's no more difficult for Nago. I would say it's not that much more difficult for the rest of the cast, to be honest. I don't think Soul's neutral is like so face rolly that he just gets in, like because he chooses to. I think he just has to work just like anyone else, to be honest. I think the characters that have the easiest time in neutral are Axel and Chip, but for two obviously incredibly different reasons.
Right. Oh, I mean, Chip can get in easier, but I think what he does when he's in is there's a lot more to it. Sorry, a lot more useful options. Sorry, a lot more useful options, because you could have 20 option and it could be like Tekken where you've got 100 moves but you only use 10 of them. So I mean, like, he's got a lot of very strong options that you have to cycle through, where Soul can go, I've only got these two, but you're still gonna lose. There's still a high possibility that you're gonna lose. Same with Leo Backturn. There's no mix. He can only go low overhead or straight overhead. You can't go overhead low. There's no mix there. It's always the same sequence. So to me, it's like, yeah, it's easy. But in practically, because I've got to cycle through him, I'm scared that someone's gonna blow me up for doing that option. It never happens, but
I think you just said back turn. There's no mix. I can't.
There isn't.
Really.
I mean, there isn't.
Really hurts so bad right now. Please.
I can link you the video, my guy. I'll link you the video again.
I've tried to do it, man. All the Leos kill me when I try and OS the thing, man.
But this is the thing. Because you can't do it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It does exist. Whether it's hard or not isn't the debate. You can OS it. No?
Right, but he can do other things, you know?
But I've got the receipt. And the receipt works.
Snake, can you chime in, please? 'Cause I can't.
I haven't practiced against it, so...
He doesn't need to. He keeps you full screen anyway. I never get to back turn. Back turn, you very rarely get to back turn on Axel. And when you do, and back turn, you have to say this, back turn is definitely not as strong when someone's cornered.
No, sure.
Yeah, so the time, normally you get back turn against Axel when he's already cornered. You don't get back turn normally when he's mid-screen. Because they're jumping, they're doing jump S. You never get to make and block back turn S. Back turn cross up, rock out, so.
Yeah.
There's no one here to save you, man. The answers are there. No. Leo back turn technically is not a mix because he can't go overhead low.
That's not true.
He just can't go overhead low.
It's not. Dude, there are so many options. He can do more than just those two things.
What can he do? You don't say command grab. That's not an option.
All right. So okay. So how about this? So how about he makes you block the low, right? So you're doing the OS. You block the low.
Yep.
And now he dashes to the other side. What happens after you've blocked the one low?
That means they didn't hit confirm the back turn K in the first place. So you could have just mashed.
They didn't. They
So it's not good.
I don't know.
You can still throw it.
Played the other layers.
No, you can still throw it. If you get hit by back turn K and he dashes, you can still throw him before the back turn K comes out.
Right, but you're guessing that he dashed because you can't react to the dash K.
You should be able to react that you got hit by the K.
Well, so you're saying as soon as you get hit by K, just
throw.
Yeah. You might as well just throw.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Because you're either going to get comboed or reset, but you'll stop the reset. You can't stop the combo, so just take the combo.
Right. So I get that you can punish him, but remember, you're pressing now, right? So it's like you just see yourself get hit. You just start pressing the button.
Well, if you get hit, that means you didn't do the OS, so you're on your own at that point. I say do the OS first. The OS doesn't. You don't get hit by the first back turn K because you push them out with the FD. So the cross up. I have to test it because I haven't tested it since the patch. But before, you couldn't dash after the back turn K if you FD it and get behind them again. You'll still stay same side. But now you can cancel it. Maybe you can get behind them. Then there would be a mix. Technically. But I would say I can update the OS and go, just do the OS and instead of backdash, just hold up.
Yeah. I'm sure there'll be like answers.
There was someone else who posted like anti-Leo options as well, but I just couldn't find the tweet. Just a pain in the ass to find.
Hopefully it was a Leo player, but it probably won't be.
Right, but coming from a strike throw perspective, right? So I'm Soul. I've just run up. I've hit Forest.
Mhm.
Right, you're scared,
Mhm.
and then I run up and throw. Right now, the risk the Soul takes of you getting out of the throw. Right. So we're saying no meter here, right? So it's potentially 50% counter hit combo, right? If the person gets out of you trying to throw them. I think that risk and playing around the defensive options is so much more hot. It's so much more difficult for the Soul.
What do you mean, playing around the defensive options, or like?
Yeah.
What?
So conditioning someone in a strike throw mix-up is more difficult than strike
What, to just?
throw
You mean just to get them to
Right.
block and take?
Just to have effective offense. I think is harder.
In general or in this game?
No, I'm only speaking about it in strike.
Oh, well, then I think you're completely wrong. The defensive options don't save you from Soul.
No, because there's stuff that you can do, like you can delay certain things to make it so that like we already talked about the throw PRC like nightmare.
Yeah.
Like that like strike throw game, it's over there as well. You just have to sit there and block and take throws.
Mhm.
Theoretically with no real risk to the attacker, and then like you can delay. I think as Soul you can like do a strike and then delay 5k or something to catch the backdash.
Yeah, because it's too active. It's so active that it catches backdash on recovery. I don't think outside of FDIB, you like normal FD doesn't get Soul off of you.
It does now.
Does it?
I mean, he can't press far S and then another button if you FD it properly.
What do you mean properly?
So if you stand FD, if you crouch FD, then he can still get like 5.
Okay, so you just lose to Faisal because Faisal always does far S 2K. Actually, no, Ambi does that as well.
They don't hit with FD anymore.
Well, because you're in more block stun, they can micro dash 2K, right?
Maybe but again, that's a different situation. Right?
Yeah, I'm thinking too much for a Soul player. If it's a normal Soul player, they're gonna do far S. They're probably gonna do far S again, and that's gonna counter poke your next button unless it's 6p.
No, you can 6p. Yeah, just 6p will win.
Yeah, just 6p.
You can generally probably whiff punish with a 2k. Like the general reason why you can't usually fucking hit far S is because of like the range that it's at.
Yeah.
But when they whiff it in the corner, you can kind of get the 2k in there on time.
I mean, whiff as in like you can't counter poke him. You can't FD and then go, I'm going to beat your far S. I have to wait for you to whiff the second far S, right?
Yeah, well, it's his turn, right? He's +4, you know?
I don't know how you're making this sound like a bad situation for Soul. It's incredible. I don't know how you done it. You nearly got me. You fucking nearly got me. He's +4.
No, but there's no mix up there, right? Because he's literally miles away.
I don't think he's miles away. He might
He's
be far
miles away, man.
He's not. Okay, so he's still in 6S range. That means he's not that far away.
He is in 6S range, yeah.
Yeah, so he's not far away enough. Where IBFD does put him outside of far S range.
Oh, dude, he gets shot like half screen now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if that was easier, I guess, then I would agree with you. But I think because it's so hard to do that, and all the other options don't really help. IB doesn't help. It's negative. It actually is bad to do. FD's okay, but you still have to worry about if the Soul basically can react. And I think you can react to FD and IBs. Like, I would hope to think that if a Soul done a far S and he saw the FD shield, they would automatically just go into 6S and lock them back down again. I would hope. Maybe they don't. I'd have to ask Ambi. But yeah, I think his game is so like monotone that it's better to pick him if you want to win, because you just have to learn less. I feel like, but like I said, I don't play the character. I don't know. He just feels like he has to learn less about everyone else and just know what he does. Where most other characters, maybe Gold Lewis can be put in there as well. Gold Lewis doesn't give a shit when he's swinging the coffin. Like, if he's doing the upswing and you're in the corner, he doesn't care what character you are. It's irrelevant. And I feel Soul has that a lot of the time. Unless it's another Soul. That's the only time I see respect, when it's Soul versus Soul.
And I think Soul struggles mid-range quite a lot now. Like, Kai be smoking Soul mid-range. I would assume that it's a lot easier for Leo now as well. Just because 6S nerf is pretty fucking big.
I'd have to try it. To be fair, like 6S wasn't great against Leo anyway. Because if you blocked it too close, Flash Kick beat Flash Kick punished and beat every other option.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's still the case. I'm guessing it is. And I think... Was he the only one that had that? Or Soul could do it as well. But I know
Yeah,
Kai's...
so it's 7-frame DPs.
Yeah, 7-frame DPs, yeah. So I know Kai can't do it. And the range on like Flash Kick is really far. So as long as you're not at the tip of fire rest, you literally just Flash Kick. And there's no charge time on Flash Kick. It's like 2 frames. So it's kind of dumb. So yeah, I didn't have a problem. Like if I lost to a Soul... I think the Soul Leo matchup's pretty even. I don't think it's that bad. Like,
Yeah.
you can't throw booms because you get vortexed, but you can't. There's a lot of matchups I can't throw booms. So, yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, I thought it was even. If I got put in the corner, I felt like I lost neutral to a worse character, a worse neutral character. Sorry.
Yeah.
So I definitely agree. I don't think he wins neutral in many matchups, but he's got the Dragon Ball way of winning neutral. He just needs to make you block. And then he gets mix-ups. He does Bandit Bringer, you block it, and then there's a mix-up.
Well, it's punishable now, right?
Not anymore, no. Not anymore.
Nah.
You don't get mixed up. I don't think.
No, you do get mixed up, because you can backdash.
No, but like, so his range
It's
now,
7 frame, isn't it?
there's no throw. So if he does it in the air, he's -7 now.
Bringer.
Yeah. Oh, wait, Bringer's the fucking dive, right?
Yeah, the dive punch.
Yeah. So if he's in the air and he does it, he's -7. It's punishable. If he does it on the floor now,
But I
he's
think he recovers crouching, which is weird.
He does, yeah.
Oh.
And if he's on the floor, it's -2. But the range now, so even if you IB it, is one thing I really hated because I actually fucking spent like 2 hours learning how to IB that shit. Even if you IB it, he's still out of throw range. So there's no that mix-up doesn't exist anymore. Where he's like minus, but he's kind of fine.
Okay, I have to lab it then. I didn't know it was -7. So
Yeah, the range changed a lot. Like it doesn't put him in anymore.
So what, they nerfed the pushback and the frame data?
So for the air one, it's punishable. And yeah, but the pushback's a lot further. And then for the ground one, it's just the pushback.
So that's like a buff then. That's a buff and a nerf, because then it's harder for people to punish because he's further away.
For the air one, yes.
Yeah. So
it is a buff because, like I said before, if you could IB the ground one, you'd always get throw punish. Now you don't.
Yeah. So okay. All right. I mean, yeah.
It's not a get in tool though, is what I'm trying to.
Yeah, and when I meant 50-50, I didn't mean like he forces a 50-50 where you have to guess. He forces a 50-50 is like, am I close enough to press this button to try punish? If it doesn't, I just get whiff punish. Or if I judge the timing wrong and he does Bandit Bringer 5k, I lose. That kind of a mix-up where you're never quite sure because there's not enough frame. It's sort of like a Potts trying to punish like straight the big tree.
Well, I think what Faisal does is he does sometimes an air normal and then into Bandit Bringer. So when you try to...
yeah.
So if you try to... if press, like he'll do a high up air normal when you try to press and then you get hit by the Bandit Bringer and then you're knocked down.
Yeah,
that's its function. It's like... it's just a risky dive kick, basically.
Right.
It just stalls like air options so that later on he can just jump at you for free.
Nice.
Anyway, let me run because I've been meaning to. Well, I've been playing CFUs, but I've been meant to be in a voice chat for that. I've been in here instead.
Cool.
Right. Very well, Snake.
Thanks for letting me chat shit. It's been good.
Pleasure, mate.
Sweet.
Apparently, the flying high dude passed away.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
That sucks. That guy bought me Skullgirls, you know.
He bought you Skullgirls?
Yeah. For PC.
Damn.
Because, you know, so he used to put videos up of me playing all the Nappa players, right?
Yeah.
And I like messaged him a couple times. I was like, dude, can you stop putting videos of just playing random people like on PS4? And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, man. But, you know, you always play a different team. I'm like, yeah, because I'm just fucking around. And you put pictures of me up getting smoked by Silverblades like 10-0. He was like, oh, I'm sorry, man. I was like, oh, it's okay, don't worry about it. And then when they were doing Skullgirls for Evo,
Yeah.
like I must have put online, I was like, oh, is it going to be on PS4? I can't do it on PC. But I didn't have like this laptop yet. I was like, oh, I just can't play it. But he didn't know that, right? And he was like, oh, he was like, oh, here's the code, by the way. I bought you Skullgirls. Like, so just play on PC for Evo.
That's sick.
I was like, oh, thanks, man. But yeah, the reason I can't do it is because I don't have a PC. He was like, oh, shit. Oh, well.
I mean,
like, oh.
the sentiment was there. Most
Yeah,
people wouldn't have done that. That's crazy.
Yeah, just some random dude. Yeah, that sucks to hear.
Yeah, I didn't even know. I literally just tweeted about the stream and I didn't really check to it today, which is weird.
Yeah, Tony just told me.
Where's...
Me and him were in like tons of videos on the show.
Yeah, I know Tony's actually mad esports.
Yeah.
When it comes to the content uploaders.
Hey man, they all know Full Metal Fury, innit?
Yep, they actually do.
Yeah, all of them.
Actually do.
It's only you UK players who don't put respect on his name. I'm just gonna say it.
Well, Tony, I put respect. I used to, and then he started this Napa propaganda like he wasn't good, and I was like, I'll give up now. But before Napa came on, Roshi came along, and he wasn't moaning about how bad Roshi was. He was doing a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, he should have fucking beat Mado in fucking where were we? Spain?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he should have beat Mado in Spain. I was so upset, man. Just because it would have shut so many people up if he had beat like a Japanese player.
Yeah,
been...
it never would have been the same again.
Mm-hmm.
That actually would have been sick. Damn,
Yeah.
He's playing a little bit now though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's playing again, which he shouldn't be because apparently he's got carpal tunnel. But
Oh really?
yeah,
Oh my days.
not
I mean-
trackable players.
I mean, I was about to say maybe he should play Strive, but he plays pot. That's not going to help.
Yeah, no, because it's doing just playing on pad, right? I think that mess up your hands.
Oh really?
Yeah, I don't know. I've never had issues with my hands when I played anything, so I can't relate to it.
Right.
I just imagine if I had problems, I'd just not play.
Yeah. I mean, this is why I'm getting ready to be a Pokemon Showdown master, mate. That's the easiest game to play if you've got any issues, man. You can just click away.
Oh shit, Yasin! Yo, Yasin, get in here.
Or
Apparently, you wanted to talk about the GSCSS or something?
yeah, let's talk about mechanics, C-assist mechanics.
Yeah. Because I heard about this. I heard about some tomfoolery.
Yeah, Sonic. Apparently, Sonic was streaming with like Supernoon, and they told Raw Kid to jump in the stream, and they tried to convince
Did that
him.
happen? Wait,
It
what?
happened on Twitter. There's a thread of it. There's a thread of it on
Oh.
Twitter. Yeah.
I
Like,
thought it was just with Tony.
no. Raw Kid retweeted something Sonic said, and then Sonic said something back. And then Raw Kid asked for some explanations, and then he just showed him the stream that he was in. I laugh because that's something I would do. I'll just send him a link, but
Yeah.
send me the link to the Discord. All right, cool. One sec.
I enjoy the Sonic Fox energy where they're like, listen, you all suck compared to me. So just shut the fuck up.
It's so. I mean, it's fun as a spectator. It's WWE shit. That's what it
It's so
is.
WWE.
Yeah, it's funny, but it's so dumb at the same time because WWE is fake. Stop being a dickhead.
But it's also like, it's so, because it's not really an argument, right? Of like, I can use it, so.
100% not an argument. Yeah, 100%.
Right. But it is true though. Like, there's nothing more true than simply, but watch what I do and then it works.
No, that's not true. No, well, it is true if your point
That is the ultimate truth, right?
if your statement is I can make it work, not that anyone can make it work. But when you say something's good, that entails that everyone can do it. Not everyone can do what Sonic Fox does.
Why not? Oh shit, that's a spicy topic right there.
Why can we not all be like Sonic Fox?
Why are we not all Sonic Fox?
I don't know. I don't have the answer, Sway. I don't have the answers. I've got an answer. I don't know about everyone else. I've got a kid. I can't.
That's a shit answer, man.
What you? It's the ultimate truth. It's the ultimate truth. It's the only answer that top trumps everything. All right. Raw Kid, where you at? Oh yeah, Raw Kid. So go to podcasts and then go to the stage thing and then I'll drag you in. Oh no, you can't. Yeah, no, I remember. I have to sort out. There he is. Drag him in. What? Why can't I drag him in? Go to another channel, Raw Kid, if you can. For some reason, I can't drag you out of this one. Oh, never mind. Oh, fuck. Just moved. Where did he go? He disappeared. Raw Kid, come back. Yeah, for next time, I'll definitely sort out this stage thing. What?
I think it's sick though.
Yeah, it's super gassed in it.
Yeah.
Alright, Raw Kid, now you've got to raise your hand. That's the request to be on the stage.
Yeah, you have to click the can I talk?
Cooey! The Cooey hand. Oh, he's did it. Alright. You've been invited to speak on the stage. Now you've got to press something else. I don't know what you have to press though.
Oh, right, so it's at the top of the screen. It'll be like a little green bar. So you just gotta click. You just gotta say yes.
This is mad formal. I kind of like it.
It
Definitely.
is kind of formal, right? But it's like, so if we're gonna do like a podcast, right, and have people in.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Here he is.
Yo, what's good?
What's happening? Oh, you're the other.
Like,
I can't get both your pictures on because Raw Kid's on the left of me and Peachy's on the right.
take out my picture.
Let me turn
Nobody
up,
wants to see me.
Ryan.
Nobody wants to see me.
Yeah, you're right. Right, we have infamous Raw Kid.
What is good, mate?
The American Slayer.
Like, as Jesse calls me, America's hate child.
Yeah.
What is good? I wanted to test this out yesterday with Raw Kid, but it was too late. So I'm glad
Yeah,
it's in now.
sorry, my bad.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. It's been better today. It's been pretty funny just chatting shit for like 3-4 hours. It's like WSO after hours.
Very long.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess for the people that don't know, for the topic, in particular, why is Vegeta C not good, and how did the Americans not change your mind?
Okay, so the tracking's horrible. The tracking is like, you see how they nerfed Baby B's tracking?
Yeah.
Yeah, SSJ Vegeta C's always been like that. So it's always had like horrible tracking. Yet, like, you know, you've got people like Coach Steve, like all of the other like New York players saying like, there's no point in playing Baby now because the tracking on the assist is so bad. You're better off just picking a different character. Like even Chris has dropped the character. Like Chris is in the chat. He's dropped Baby. He's not playing the character anymore. But you've got Sonic saying that you should pick Vegeta C because it's the best assist in the game. Best assist in the game, really? Like I was like, you know, like they can say what they want, right? But then when Sonic like tweeted at Goichi and was like, "Yeah, it's the best assist in the game," I was like, "All right, nah, best assist in the game." I'm sorry, I can't be listening to this. I can't remember who it was that like messaged me on Discord. It was Breeze or Plug. They were like, "Yeah, like Sonic is saying it's the best assist in the game." I was like, "Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief." But yeah, the tracking's horrible. The invol comes out on frame, I think it's 35.
Oh shit. Okay.
That's a pretty shit assist, man. Like I'm not great with numbers, but even I know an assist that's like worse than like 20 frame startup on invol is a pretty shit assist. Yeah, like my point was like, why would you play that assist when you could just play any assist in the game that's a DP assist that lets you do the same thing. And Sonic is like, you don't use it for lockdown, right? So my assumption is that you should use it like SSJ Vegeta A. So you like you throw Key Blast and then you dash jump and like block and call the assist. It's like, man, if the invol's coming out in like late 30s, why would I play this assist? I could just play any other assist that does the exact same thing. And a normal assist lets me call 3 assist calls in the time a C assist takes to come back. Like, I don't know, man. But yeah, I got told my brain is tiny and I don't know what I'm talking about. And because there's counterplay to the assist is still good. Like, I was just like, I don't understand.
Damn. Feels fucking bad, man.
Yeah, the
I don't
assist
play
is
Dragon
horrible.
Ball. I don't play Dragon Ball anymore. I think that assist sucked even before this match.
It has variable block stun, man. Like, it's like 18 if you crouch. It's like 20, like in the low 20s if you stand block. And yeah, like we all know, like if you block it in the air, it's like plus 50 something, like plus 54. But the tracking is so horribly like bad that it's just never gonna happen. Like, yeah, so Sonic told me to jump in like Super Noon stream, and I did. And 70% of the time he was using like the assist, it was just whiffing and getting happy birthday. The other like 20%, Nitro was just doing dumb shit like J236 like eyes like with UI and just like memeing and getting hit. And the other 10% was just Vegeta dying, so I didn't even get to see the assist being used. Yeah, like it was like the archive's there, like the VOD's there. You guys can go and watch it. Like Nitro's like, bro, I'm getting jailed down like 5 times in one game. Yeah, that's complete bullshit. Like the archive's there. Like he was locking him down like once, twice at most, and most of the time it was because Nitro was just trolling. It's not a good assist, man. It's in my opinion, it's the worst assist in Dragon Ball right now. Because there are so many good C assists that you could pick that are 35 frame startup and 55 frame block stun. It's like, nah, let me pick an assist that's 41 frame startup with 18 frame block stun that might jail my opponent down with questionable tracking and questionable invol. Like, it's such a bad assist, man. Like,
I think you're both being too far at either end right now. Maybe not the worst assist in the game. Probably, definitely not the best assist in the game.
like Mace, you're still here, right? Did Mace die? Is he still here?
He's probably...
Yeah. No, I just got back. I was listening.
Mace, I want to add you in on this, right? Why don't you play the assist?
Because it's not as good as I thought it was. I thought it was going to be busted as well. Yeah, like our eyes lit up. We all saw like, oh my god, DP assist. It's different from the norm. It's not a can beam. It's time. Like, I'm gonna call this assist. It's gonna be like GTA, but like you're actually gonna have to think when you use it. And like we were just completely wrong. I was like, oh, this is sick, because you can do stuff like if someone throws key blast, you can reflect and call the assist and punish them for throwing key blast from full screen. I was like, this is the best anti-zoning tool ever. Like, I was super gassed. And then I saw Beerus and went, okay, it's not going to be the best, because Beerus is clearly going to be better. Yeah. Because his hits the screen. Everywhere on screen is covered with the key blast, and you get a C assist from a key blast hitting you. Yeah, whole grand bands, and that tracks everywhere.
I was just saying before, like you came back to Ryan, right? Like you've got 35. Me and Nadir have been talking about this like almost every day. He's like, bro, I'm so glad C assists got nerfed, like in terms of cooldown, because you've got 35 frame startup assists with 55 frame block stun. Like that's pretty wild. Like that should not be in the game. And then you've got a 41 frame startup assist with 18 frame block stun. Like, come on, man. Like,
it's kind of a meme. Like, it's I think if to go either way, it's way closer to Yasin saying it's the worst. I think it is. I don't think it is the worst, but it's way closer than. It's not even.
If I'm wrong on it being the worst, it's one of the worst assists in the game.
Yeah,
like,
I think it's one of the worst. I don't even think it's like. It's not even C tier. It's so not as good as you think it is. Like, it's.
Tell me this, right? Sorry to cut you off, Mace, but think of any assist, right, that used to be shit that you would like meme and say, hey, that assist is pretty bad. All of those bad assists got buffed. Like,
Yeah.
I can't think of any assist. Even Freeze's B and C assists function to a certain degree. I don't want to tell Ryan, but like they function to even a small degree. C assist, like the only thing I can give it, right, is that you do something like, let's take for example 18, right? You do something like LMH 2-on-4L, and then you'd like dash and then call like Vegeta A, right? And someone would press a button, but they can super dash or reflect, right?
Yeah.
C assist lets you, if they do something, you get a guaranteed punish, which is good. Unless you've got an invul move that beats his invul assist. But it's like, that's one use, man. That's one use. Any usage that his C assist could do, any other invul assist in the game could do it. Like, why would I play that assist when I could play Hit A? Or like Team Gohan A? Or even, I'd rather pick an anti-air invul assist than pick that assist. It's that bad. I'd rather play Adult Gohan A or what's another anti-air assist in the game? Adult Gohan A's are the only one that comes to mind.
Trunks, technically, I guess.
I mean,
Yeah,
GTA.
Trunks is like, yeah, even GTA. I'd rather, and I'm so sad that assist got nerfed. I'd rather go back to that. Like, yeah, UIA, that's the assist I was thinking of. Thank you. Yeah, UIA is the other assist. It's so bad, man.
thing-
And like,
You can only compare it to Vidal's, right? I don't know the frame data on Vidal's, but she's the only one.
Okay, let me pull it up. Vidal is, I've got the frame data up right here. Vidal C is
Receipts.
31 frames and is invul from frame 26, right? Compare that to an assist that is 41 frame startup and is invul on frame 36. Come on, man. Seriously, like, Vidal C assist is better than Vegeta C. Like, how is this the best assist in the game? The best assist we've ever had in Dragon Ball. Like, really?
I didn't know they said the best. That's ridiculous. I said it in chat. I got trolled for saying Rocks were like top 5.
No, you're 100% like corrected. Now that BGB's been nerfed, that is like undoubtedly that or Piccolo 8 best assist in the game, in my opinion. I completely agree with you on that.
I don't see what it. I haven't seen the footage. I'll watch the footage before I fully go like you're wrong.
Shit, it's literally. Bro, and then the what's worse is, so I jumped in the chat, right, and I was like telling Noon like, oh yeah, like if your opponent jumps, you get 50-50 of like EX rocket kick, and they were like, everyone's like, oh, that's cap, bro, that's cap. I'm like, all right, here's the video here. I showed it to Wawa. Wawa didn't know it existed, and he was like, thanks for showing me, and I could pull out the DMs on that. Where like Wawa didn't even know that you could get 50-50 off like EX rocket kick if they jump. And Wawa like used to think the character was bottom 2 along with Yamcha, right? So I showed them that. They're like, yo, that's so OD. That's really cool. So then they're like, what do you get on the ground? And I'm like, you don't get anything on the ground. Like EX rocket kicks -19. You what you do is you protect the skies and you JS. If they jump, you EX rocket kick, and if they dash block, you EX rocket kick to the other side of the screen. That's what you do. That's literally how you play Vegeta. Like you JS, build the bar, and EX rocket kick to your heart's content. And they're like, okay, but what mix does he have mid-screen? I'm like, well, I found like a 50-50 the other day with dive kick and cross up JM or cross up JL. And they're like, oh, that's really cool. And then they were like, where's the VOD? It's like, go on my Twitter and find it. So because they couldn't find a way to roast like me being like incorrect in Dragon Ball, they decided to roast the fact that I retweet art on my timeline. And they're like, hey bro, I don't want to go on your Twitter, it's got hentai on there.
But the French said that.
No, not the French.
Oh, the Americans.
It's in Noon stream.
Oh my days.
Bro, it's hentai on here. I don't want to see it. I'm like, bro, define hentai. Hentai is literally Japanese porn. Like, do you see porn on my timeline? I'm not retweeting porn.
Why are you defending that against Sonic Fox and Noon of all people?
Yeah.
Sonic, like, of all people. Like,
That's ridiculous. That's like saying, what's his face? Lost Soul saying that to you, bro. Where you had to make a new account because of that. Like, don't take that from them two. They're just chatting shit.
Larry, you Mace, Larry from like the US.
Yeah, Super Larry, yeah.
Stick up for me. They timed him out in the chat.
Wow, that's pretty
He's
fucking
just sitting there
toxic.
laughing, like, and I'm just like, bro, this stream is sick. Like, you asked me a question, I literally gave you an answer for everything you wanted. Where's the air mix? I got you. Grounded mix? I got you. Like, what do I do if my opponent jumps? I got you. But nah, let's just roast the fact that I retweet like art. Like, don't get me wrong, like it's like lewd art, right? It's not safe for work, but I don't retweet hentai. Like, I can say that straight up. And mate, you've seen the shit.
I've followed. Like pre WSO,
like,
after WSO, you definitely stopped doing the lewd stuff for sure. No, I know that. I still follow you, and I don't mute people because I just can't be asked. But yeah, you don't do that shit. I've seen way worse than Noons. I've seen way worse than Noon retweets or liking and stuff. It's just obviously a way for them not to see the receipts. Like, if like we were saying this before you jumped in, like me and Ram were saying, like, because Fox can use that assist and make it work, that's their defense of it being good. But I'm saying they're so good they can make any assist look good. They can win with any assist. It's not.
It's that good, and it's the best in the game. Like, bro, fucking little Timothy, like Sasuke Uchiha 420 can make it work. Like, best assist in the game. We're talking SSJ Vegeta A, the good old days. It pays your taxes 9 to 5. You don't have to do shit. It works overtime for you.
For it to be the best assist in the game, it needs to make bad players start winning. Like, the assist doesn't do that. I think GT was the closest one that could like carry. That's what a good assist does. It carries you. For GSC, it doesn't carry you. You might be able to use it, and it might give you like really sick setups, but it doesn't carry you because you could use another assist and do the same thing easier or even better.
Like, Goichi was like, "Oh, thank you so much, Sonic. I'll be sure to try it out." I'm like, "No, stop feeding this man false information. It's shit. Like, it's whack." And like, Jesse, like Obi understood what I meant when I was like, bro, it's like me comparing Hit C to Vegeta C and saying like, oh, Hit C's like the best assist in the game. He's like, nah. If you use that assist, you're not taking a game off me. I was like, so you do understand where I'm coming from, because Hit C is not a good assist, right? But Mace, at least it tracks. It tracks to the top of the screen. Vegeta C doesn't even track.
It doesn't even track.
It anti-air tracks, and it doesn't even do a good job of that. Like, come on, man. Best assist in the game? Like,
it's definitely like, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's the worst just because I've not like tested enough, but it's definitely not the best. I don't even think it's like top half.
Yeah,
like,
I 100% agree with you. I tweeted at TK Breezy.
Self Vegeta player.
Yeah, he like messaged me and was like, bro, you've put so much time into the character, you know what you're talking about. I'm like, bro, that's irrelevant, right? What I want to talk about is the fact that there are 5 remaining Vegeta players, right? Me, C4IQ, Kid Breeze, Easy Man, and Crusade, right? Mm-hmm. Crusade is a JP net player who plays C assist. C4 and Easy Man play A assist, and me and Kid Breeze play B assist.
Yeah.
So if it was the best assist in the game, do you not assume all of us would be playing it? Like,
true. If your statement is that it's like undeniably the best, then everyone would have come to the same conclusion that's playing that character.
I know people say I talk a lot of shit, right? But a lot of people agree with like the stuff you say, Mace. And if you said the assist, in the UK at least, in the UK, people do listen to you in the UK.
A little bit. I mean, I definitely got trolled for Krillin, but yeah, sometimes I can get. If I can get RMZ to agree with it, normally people will listen.
Yeah, and like he himself told me, why are you not playing B assist? I was like, why would I play that assist? And he's like, that's Vegeta's best assist in my opinion. And I'm glad I listened to him. Like, I love the assist. It's, in my opinion, his best assist, but A assist for like certain characters, like, you know, like 18 who needs help in neutral, she like benefits way more of using A. So I understand, and you understand. Like, if someone asked you, why does Rockid play B? You could answer that. And if someone asked me, why does C4 play A? I can answer that.
You need blocks done. I don't need blocks done.
Yeah, you literally can mix without an assist. I can't. Like, it's but yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've got a tiny brain. Like,
tiny brain. That's just...
Bro, you know what? Where's the tweet, right? I'm gonna post this in your stream, right? Where's the...
I don't know. Like, when people talk about what the Americans say to Rockid, I sometimes I can't believe it. It sounds so stupid.
Where is the tweet?
Like, oh, actually, no, because they used to say the same thing to Enigma. Like, week 1 Enigma used to get pre-roasted.
So I'm gonna post this. Is okay if I post it in your stream chat? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone, please take a look at this, right, Mace? Take a look at that. Someone said that, and I was like, bro, that is most of Sonic's like followers. Read that tweet.
My old stupid brain gets none of this, but I'm going to nod and pretend because you're awesome. Wow.
So people are literally admitting, hey, I don't even know what you're saying, but like, this Rocket guy's chatting shit, so I'm just gonna agree with Sonic.
What? This is.
Hey, just get fans, man. What do you mean?
Yeah, someone
Just
actually said
get
that to me.
good, Yasin.
They were like, bro, you are trying to argue with someone that has over 200k. Even if you're right, you're not gonna win the argument. And I was like,
Yeah, why
yeah,
would
that...
you can't do that shit, man. Like, have you ever? Right, I guess it's only because like it's part of the Stripe series. Have you ever read like Leffen's tweets or anything?
yeah.
Where because of the whole like evidence stop zip thing now, like he can literally be like, "Oh, I went outside yesterday. The sun was awesome," and someone's like, "Oh, you're just trying to destroy the world" or something, right? And he's like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" That guy has to deal with that shit all the time. But he also has the fanboys, right?
Yeah, he can get
You can't.
he gets
it's
defended.
Sword, like...
Yeah, you can't interact on like Twitter's not meant to be used for like against people with a following that big, you know?
Yeah, and like...
Though, man.
Like, Mace, you know that even, like, me and Shord on good terms. And even he agreed with me. Like, he was like, yo, look at the character development. Like, Rokid's actually trying to have a discussion. Because Sonic was like,
Oh, yeah, I saw
you've
that
got small
retweet.
brain and you're stupid. And I'm just like, bro, I'm trying to have, like, a discussion with you. And you're just, like, trying to insult me. Like, if you want me to insult you, I'll insult you. But that's not going to further the discussion. And then, you know, they just sent me a link to, like, Noon stream, where I got roasted in there as well, and I was like, bro, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I want to say you need to go in with someone like, well, you need to go in with someone because they were kind of doing that when me and RMZ were talking to Bum in Bum's chat. RMZ was getting roasted. Like
That pissed me off. I'm
like,
not gonna lie. That really
proper
made me
roasted.
angry.
Yeah, but it's just because I don't know. It's just fun for people to everyone to troll someone in it, or everyone to gang up on someone. People just get enjoyment out of that. I mean, it's pretty shit and lame, but that's what people want to do. They don't want to look at the facts and stuff.
Two
Like
Dolphs aren't gonna win against Bum's HOC. I'm telling you, you and Rams are not gonna win. Like,
yeah.
every point that you guys are making, like, I was sitting there. Like, do you know that I actually like got in a call with like Plug? I watched the whole thing. Like, we were in a call for like, what? How long was the stream? Like 5 hours, 6
It
hours?
was pretty long,
How
yeah.
the fuck did you
Like-
watch that whole thing? That was after like half an hour. I bailed out because Bob
Yeah.
was just rude as fuck. I was like, why would you?
To me, both of them were rude, but I understand like it wasn't meant to be like that. I don't know. I feel I'm a dickhead, so I can see when someone's trying to be a dickhead, but they weren't trying to be rude to each other. They just came off rude to everyone else watching. Because RMZ was kind of condescending, if you look at it that way. To me, it wasn't. He's just being like, affirmative. He was being assertive. And same with Bum. He's just doing it with like New York slang sort of stuff. Because if you look at them two and compared to Alucard, who was super fucking polite, they both look super rude. Yeah. So to me, it was just like mannerisms and stuff. So it didn't bother me. But when I went into Bum's chat, they hated RMZ, man. They went in on RMZ, and
I know
Yeah.
Rams doesn't care, but I feel sorry for him because it's gonna give him a bad name now. Because Bum has a huge following.
I can see that. Like, I don't. Yeah, like you said, RMZ doesn't care. I don't care either. Like, I'm only a dickhead when I don't like the person. I was trying to just have a conversation because Alucard said that Bum wants to talk, and then it got a bit weird. And
Can you explain to me how it came about? Because like Plug just sent me a link to the stream and was like, "Bro, get in a call with me. Come watch this." And I was like, "Yo, what's going on?" Like, how did you guys even get into a call with each other?
RMZ just wanted to talk about the 5v5. He just wanted to say like,
Say that to Alucard or
no, someone jumped in RMZ's stream and then told Bum. Alucard must have been in Bum's stream, and Alucard was meant to like bring them both together. Like, I just wanted to know why they wanted the team change, because even if you had 5 nitros, you still would have lost.
yeah.
So
yeah.
well,
Yeah, it was just Twitch chat building up, right?
yeah,
So the like C4 and Rams were like, oh shit, here's with the best, here's what's gone down, blah blah blah. You motherfuckers didn't know, you didn't listen. And Mum's there going, this is bullshit, it doesn't affect, the best players didn't go. And then Twitch chat was just like, yo, these guys are saying this.
I don't want to be toxic. I really don't want to be toxic. And I love Pred. But people were saying that, like, US would have won 5-0, like, 2 times if Pred was there. What? I definitely saw Pred lose 6-1 to Christian playing Triple C assist at Summer Jam with 3 of the arguable, like, worst characters in the game. Like, that people would consider the 3 worst characters, like Esproli, Frieza, and, like, Videl.
That's bad because Pred was getting gaslit. That's actual gaslighting, like real bad. Because Pred never said that. Pred never said, "Oh, if I was there, I would have made a difference." Everyone else said that for Pred, but Pred can't beat Nitro. Like it's simple. And this is what we were talking about on RMZ Street. We were saying it's just power scaling. If you ask someone to be there, other than someone who's not better than Nitro, you wouldn't have done better. So if you ask Sonic Fox, fair, but Sonic Fox didn't want to go. This is the thing. Damascus said that they invited him. Oh, sorry, them, and they didn't want to go. And then they put the tweet out, "Oh, invite me next time." It was like,
gave a name to like Damascus. It looked like he didn't even ask them when he straight up did.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the tweet said.
Toxic, man.
The tweet was like, "Oh, invite me next time," and it was like, they did. You didn't want to go because you haven't been playing.
C4, do you want to commentate this official DBFC event? Nah, I'm alright. Oh, why didn't you invite me, man? It's like, bro,
that's literally what they did. It's so like I've literally got no like I've seen other things that Sonic Fox done. I've got no time for him. Like I saw the stuff they've done with PL. I just can't be bothered, bro. Like PL is literally the scapegoat, bro. People shit on him, and I don't get why. I don't get why. And he's got the RMZ thing where he seems that he comes across rude, but he's not actually being rude. He's just being like straight to the point. He's not like pussyfooting about and stuff. But yeah, when someone's got that many followers, you can't argue with them. In the eyes of other fighting game players or fans, they're just not going to see it.
You know, like it's funny you bring that up. Like I was actually sitting down thinking about it like this morning, right? I was like, if I was someone else and I had a shit ton of followers, and I said if I sent the exact same tweet that I sent to Sonic Fox, and I had a load more followers, I would not have gotten the same response.
Yeah, no, you get cloud protection.
Yeah,
100%. I
wouldn't have been told my brain is small. I would have got an answer as to why Sonic thinks the assist is good.
Do you know who I think could do that? I think OB could do that. OB could tweet out some mad cap 100%. Shit, and I don't think people would grill him for it. I really don't think they would. He wouldn't though, because he's not an idiot. So he won't do that. But I think he's the only person with enough like capital outside of the EU to be able to say something.
I mean, to be fair, he has actually done that when it comes to Hit C. He has tweeted out like, "I will money match you if you like," not like like yesterday, but in the past, like midway through season 3, he's like, "I will money match anyone that says that assist is good," like because you will not take a game off me.
Hit C assist. Yeah, but it's only Raptor. He's literally just talking to Raptor.
Yeah, literally.
There's only one person who uses that assist, right? I've never seen anyone else use it.
Tachikawa used it.
Oh, but he beat him. Obi beat Tachikawa.
Tachikawa would never say anything to Obi.
He switched now. Tachikawa went back to A after listening to Obi.
That's clout.
He's playing as he's actually gone back to 18. What's it? 18 hit and who's his? Frieza.
Yeah. So that's the thing, and that's not even evidence. So OB beating Tachikawa doesn't prove that Hit A is better than C. It just proves that OB is better than Tachikawa. But that's enough evidence for people to go, "Oh, okay, so that is the better assist now. Now we just listen to OB." That's not evidence for it, but
Fruit brings up a good point. I tried to like mention that to Sonic. I was like, Aqua's used the assist, and I've spoken to Aqua before, and he said it was good, and then I watched him play and I watched him get smoked. So, and then Sonic's just like, "Oh, it's almost like someone can't use an assist and be bad with it." It's like, so now you're trying to call Aqua a bad player, like, or he doesn't know how to use an assist, because he definitely does. And every time I saw Aqua use the assist, it was just like, bro, you just super jump float away. Like, Mace, you've used the assist, you know what I'm talking about. It's like, if I'm talking shit, you can call me out. Like,
No. I literally tried to do what Aqua did. That's when I was trying to make Ginyu work. I was like, this is sick. How can you stop Ginyu with a DP tracking assist? And it's like, oh,
Yeah.
you just jump super high. So nothing hits you.
It's not a lockdown assist, though, man. You see, that's the thing, right? If you tell me it's not a lockdown assist, I'm not close-minded. All right, I'll listen. So what's good about the assist? Oh, you can use it as a defensive assist to bring people down in the air, and then inadvertently use it as defensive lockdown to like hold the opponent like in like mid-air block stun, right? The problem with that is the involve sucks. So every time you use the assist, you're gambling, like instantly losing your point character and potentially getting a happy birthday. That's why I think it's one of the worst assists in the game. Like, it feels something like you know, like Krillin Rock, right? Where you use it, if Krillin Rock was like, you know, slightly worse, the assist would hit and the point character would get hit, but you know, they would get hit and then Krillin Rock would hit the point character and you would come out of hit stun and be able to
Yeah.
hit the other character, right? Like, say you super dash and call Krillin Rock. If they 2H, they're gonna get hit by the rock. They'll 2H you, but the rock will still come out. Vegeta C's not like that. You'll call the assist, and if it whiffs, you'll get happy birthday like Super Noon did, and then you can OS and say, hey bro, the assist isn't bad. It's I like incorrectly called the assist.
I used it wrong. Good assist you can't use wrong. That's
60% of the time, yeah? Is that what you're telling me?
That's why Vegeta is a good assist because you can't use it wrong.
Yeah, you literally
you never get happy birthday, bro.
The assist with your face. I don't even play hitbox. I can headbutt your hitbox and the assist will do something for me.
Yeah, you can't use that assist badly. Like, that's why it's always been better than Vegeta. Well, not always. Season 1 Vegeta is obviously the best, but Vegeta is way too close for it to be that good. Vegeta, he's too far away for you to happy birthday.
Bro, I can LMH, rocket kick, and headbutt my controller and call Team Gohan A, and my opponent has to do something on defense.
Right,
They can reflect, like, they can do something, but they have to do something on defense. With Vegeta C, you're literally dice rolling your entire team's existence. Like,
Okay.
I mean, it's a good strategy if you have
Yes,
Zero as an anchor.
Shut up for a second, Jesus Christ.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm shooting. I've got to go and do some stuff. Here's for having me on this. Yasin, you tell them Americans they're big sons of bitches, okay?
All right.
I love you all.
In a bit.
All right, peace, man.
Yeah, I mean, while we're on it, because you played a lot of games, I can ask you, what mechanics make fighting games good or bad? Or what fighting game mechanic made a game good or bad?
Can it be on any game?
Any game.
I thought guard cancel in Persona was amazing. You know the guard cancel roll?
Oh, yeah.
That guard cancel is beautiful because the normal guard cancel is so like trash. You can like button, and if they guard cancel, you can like jump and block it, and then like punish it. Like kind of like Dragon Ball where you like button, if they solo guard cancel, you just block. But like if someone goes to do a mix, like say like Team Gohan does like legs and then calls an assist, as he goes to air dash or land, you can like, if the mechanic was in Dragon Ball, you'd be able to go behind. And they tried to do that with like guard cancel vanish, but I don't think that mechanic's that good, man. Like, I really think it's a weak. Yeah, so there's your good mechanic and there's your shit mechanic. Like, I think guard cancel vanish is really bad.
Is it because it's not just because it's a defensive mechanic, it's because it's not strong?
It's not strong, and like you can get like say for example someone does a sparking mix, right? So like they do like LMH core assist and then they jump in JH and then they try to 50-50 with a high low. If you vanish guard cancel, you will eat a 2M instead of just eating the 50-50 that you should have just like taken. It's I really don't think it's that good. There's certain situations where it's good, but for the most part I don't think it's that strong, man. I think this game needs something in between, like solo guard cancel and like the vanish guard cancel. It's really bad. Like I would even go as far to say as aerial guard cancel stronger. And that mechanic is trash. Like it's got like very like situational uses, like Team Gohan doing LLL into falling legs, or Gotenks doing Beyblade. That it's got limited uses, but I still think it's better than guard cancel vanish. And it's 2 bars, man. 2 bars for like something that doesn't even work like most of the time. I really don't think it's that good.
So, do you think defensive mechanics are good in Dragon Ball?
You know what's crazy that you bring this up? I went to what's it called, free play, like
NGI.
like Fed, yeah, NGI. I was talking to Ray O'Connor about this, and he was saying like he thinks that having defensive mechanics in Dragon Ball is so good because he doesn't like games like Strive and Blaze Blue where like you knock someone down and they just get 50-50'd and like they just lose. And I'm like, yeah, that is true, but like the counter argument to that is that in Dragon Ball, the reason why we get so mad with the defensive mechanics is because you can just super dash to win neutral. So when like someone like a SSJ Vegeta player outplays someone in neutral and wins and gets the knockdown, and someone does delay tech into mash or up tech into air backdash JH, it pisses you off because you're like, I won neutral, I should be able to like knock someone down and mix.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just like, bro, that's the game you play. And I'm like, it is, but like the defensive mechanics we have, there's too many of them, man. We shouldn't have this much. There's way too many defensive mechanics in Dragon Ball.
Even if they're all bad.
Dragon Ball shit, that's very true.
Even if they're all bad. Do you think,
how do you mean?
do you think all of them? Oh, sorry. Do you think all of them are bad in?
The guard cancel's broken. Like, I think it's really good.
Vanish guard cancel.
No, just like regular guard cancel.
Oh, regular. Okay, all right.
Regular's broken, man, because like unless you have a character that has a unreactable mix-up that you go into that's like quote-unquote conditioning based, so like Kid Buu 2S into Bull, Gohan, like Team Gohan, like M or EX legs. Well, not even EX, sorry, only M, because you could guard cancel EX on reaction. Mm-hmm. And like Blue Gia, like Rekka, like those are unreactable like special moves that go into 50-50s. But if you're doing a normal like quote-unquote 50-50, it's just not gonna work. Because you can just guard cancel on like Adult Gohan, for example. Why was that character considered so shit? Because he didn't even really get nerfed from season 2 to 3 that much. It was just he was so good with Snap that when it got to season 3, it was like, yeah, bro, you gotta do 2H into EX legs to do your mix, and you can just guard cancel now. So yeah, and everyone said he was trash. It's like, bro, he is not trash. It's just the system mechanics don't work in his favor as much. Like, I think SSJ Vegeta is a lot better like this patch because of the system mechanics. Because like before, as an SSJ Vegeta player, if you did LDP and you didn't have a tracking assist, you couldn't combo unless you vanished or sparked. Now we can active tag. That's great. The system mechanics work in our favor. But yeah, like regular guard cancel is fucking broken, man. I think it's one of the best mechanics in the game.
Is that? Do you like the mechanic, or do you think it's just good for the game?
I like it, but I think it's way too strong, man. Like, I feel like I don't want it to be like 17, but I think more characters should have options like 17 that can punish it, like, because 17 doesn't really have like straight 50-50s, but he can stop people using things like guard cancel or super dashing, which people love to do because the game encourages it. So, you know, people like Kaiden smoke people that use those mechanics. But I think more characters should have options that beat guard cancel. I don't think he should be weaker, but like it boils down to you need one of three things. You either need to be able to smoke guard cancel, which 17 can do. You need straight 50-50s where you skip guard cancel and your opponent doesn't have time to guard cancel.
Yeah.
Or you just don't do either of those two things and you're a command grab character.
Right.
Which is just the nature of Dragon Ball right now, and it's like I don't like that, man. I really don't like that. I think more characters need ways to beat it.
At the beginning of the thing, we were talking about. Well, it kind of started because I was talking to Heatsky about mechanics that make a game bad or good, and I was like, Super Dash makes Dragon Ball not good because not a good fighting game. So for me, like fighting games is all about like neutral spacing, blah blah blah, and having one button that does all of that isn't very good. Where if they tone it down, so it's like Arcana Hearts, where it's not as quick, it doesn't beat everything other than
Right,
like
I
1B.
swear, it's almost like you were there when we had this conversation, me and Ray O'Connor. He literally brought that up, and he was like, homing dash. I was like, bro, do not compare homing dash to super dash, because super dash is ignorant as hell. Homing dash homes in, like it's like base Vegeta's disc angle, like it's a homing. It doesn't just skip neutral, and it's like key blast invul, and it's unreactable point blank, and you can't anti-air it, so you have to reflect. Like, they're not the same mechanic, man.
Yeah, and you don't need like there's one specific button that beats it. Like, I think that's what makes, because I played it like for the first time in ages yesterday, and I was like, damn, this game is party central. Like, I'm not having fun, because the whole time I'm like, I just got to look out for super dash, and it could have been a bit of lag where I got counter hit for trying to 2H a couple of times. I was like, it could be lag, maybe my reactions.
So much.
But yeah, the fact that I have to constantly think about you pressing this one button makes it not very fighting gamey, because I can't really you can't really play like a zoning or spacing or footy game unless the other person's understanding the same thing. If they don't care and they just tech into super dash every time, eventually they're going to hit you, because the risk reward isn't gonna stop them. So I was saying you even need to make like super dash combos only do blue health, make it cost like a quarter or a half of a bar to do super dash. Make it so 2Hs, you can TOD from 2Hs, because then that will stop people doing it as much.
Your Kaiden plays 17. Like,
yeah, because there's no drawback of someone really 2Hing your super dash unless you've got all your assists and spark. Because normally you don't get most characters, like unless you're like 21 or something like that.
Or Team Gohan.
Yeah, the combo from 2H isn't that big, so it's like, why am I going to stop? And then that's if you're on the ground. If you're in the air and you super dash, it's like, well, I have hit with a super dash, do damage, or you jump L me and you do probably about the same amount of damage, which isn't much. So why would I not super dash it?
Yeah, Chris is very right on that. Like, this is the reason why, like, I know, like, people have, like, problems with Persona, but that game, like, and Mace, you've played GG, like, counter hits mean something in those games.
Persona's the best game, second best game after MVCI, but more counters were the best thing.
Bro, if you anti-air someone and you get a counter hit, the confirm is completely different. Like,
oh no,
like,
you get fatal. You get fatal with a certain button. Yeah, depending on what you.
Besides that as well, like that as well. Like Marie, if she did like Sonic played Marie in Persona, like if you did like the present anti-air, you would get like 6k from it, which was like 70%. Like, honestly, two H's in this game should just give you like, I think like 1.5k extra damage when you anti-air. Like on counter hit, specifically on counter hit. So when you 2H and you get a counter hit, give me way more damage, like please, or give me a free bar of a free bar for my combo.
I had a sick idea. It should be a soft knockdown. So if you hit them with a 2H, you recover out of 2H and get like a 2M, where they don't tech out. So they can't tech out of the 2H until they hit the ground.
Fucking stun, like.
The fuck
is that
bro.
what you mean?
Yeah, so
so you wild.
So imagine like Nappa 2Hs and claps you. He doesn't have to super dash. He sends you in the air, and then you
chop and just holds it the entire time.
And then when he's coming down, you can do 5M into whatever. Because there's no deterrent from doing super dash. The damage isn't high enough. You get more damage from doing a 2M, which is part of a mix, than you do for doing something incorrectly. So you might as well do the incorrect thing and go, if I'm going to get 2M, well, it's going to be from a 50-50, so there's nothing I can do about it anyway. I just have to guess.
Yeah, it's like, I remember me and you have had this conversation every season, and you're like, they should just make Super Dash weaker or make it cost more bar, right? Mm-hmm. And the problem before was like, oh, but if you do that, characters like Frieza would be broken, and Zebra would be broken because they're zoners, like, they would be able to just zone out characters like Team Gohan with short range and Krillin and stuff like that. But the counter argument to that is, they buffed the hell out of everyone's normals this patch.
Yeah, they did.
Honestly, did nerf like Super Dash, I think it would be fine, man. Like, it legit would be fine if they just nerfed Super Dash and like you've got like the G05M in this game now. Like, just nerf Super Dash, man. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to go like, oh shit, this is a game I want to play against people I don't know. Like, playing against people I know, I wouldn't mind, because
it's very true.
There's like,
true.
I know they're not just super dashing to win games. If you're just winning to win games, there's no reason not to just super dash at any random given moment. And I don't think that's very like You don't learn anything from that. You don't learn from someone randomly pressing one button and
Nunu
being in
was
your
saying,
face.
Nunu was saying on his stream, like, bro, why, like, if you're trying to get into fighting games, like, you can't transition into, like, other fighting games if you just play Dragon Ball. Like, you're really gonna struggle, and it's true. It is true. Like, people don't like hearing it, man, because they think, like, Mace, everyone except me and you, like, oh, this guy, like, he plays Guilty Gear, like, he's just hating. Oh, this guy played Persona and BB, he's just hating. No, like, it's the truth. Like, if you transition into another fighting game, Super Dash doesn't exist. You're just gonna moan that the game is boring or like characters are overpowered, like or broken.
I think people got a lot like really butthurt when they were saying like, oh, Dragon Ball skills don't transfer over, but they don't. But it doesn't mean you can't be good at another game.
Yeah.
Nitro's good at you can be good at Dragon Ball and not be good at other games, or you can be good at Dragon Ball and just be good at games. Nitro is just good at games. Pred is just good at games, and there's some people that can only play Dragon Ball. There's nothing wrong with that. Like. It's the same with Street Fighter. There's some people that could only play Street Fighter 4 and can't play Street Fighter 5 because they're so used to certain OSs that when those OSs weren't there, they couldn't play any other games. Like
that's a very good point from Plug. He said, you see, when I play other fighting games, Super Dash is not what I think about. It's Reflect.
Oh yeah, because there's always like a barrier.
That's very true, man. Yeah, because like when you knock down in like a game like Persona, like for like other people in like the stream that don't know, like I know like Mace knows this, but there's no mix in that game for the most part. Like on block, people just like fuzzy jump and like do fuzzy throw.
Yeah. Because
you can beat cross ups, like you can tech throws, and like you can avoid like staggers, right? Because the staggers aren't broken. But when you get knocked down and you get the hit, you just have mix central because there's only two tech options in that game. There's tech and delay tech, and delay tech isn't invol in that game like it is in Dragon Ball.
Yeah, they were talking about delayed as well. I think Ryan was talking about it, and he was like he doesn't like it.
It's so broken, man. Like it's literally a DP in my opinion. Like 4 frames become 1 frame reversals. Literally, like Z-Broly's like EX Lariat becomes a 1 frame reversal at that point. Like, oh, Mace, wait until WSO, and you'll see what I'm doing with TN. I'm doing delay tech wake up EX scrap.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like,
frame now.
It makes sense. Like, I mean,
1 frame like point command grab now. Like,
I kind of think there's I like roll wake up. So like from Crosstech and Welks had it. I don't know if any anime games had roll. I guess there's definitely an anime game that had roll.
Sona has like roll when you like evasive action, but that's like it's like frame 1 projectile involved, but it's not like frame 1 like strike or anything like that.
Oh yeah. So, and fucking them fighting herds. Yeah, that has rolling. I like rolls. And I like the way that... Oh, Dunk, by the way, you got to raise your hand in the thing. In the stage thing. So, Cross-Tekken had roll, but what it did is it allowed you to throw the roll. The roll wasn't throwing roll, it was only striking roll. So you can read a roll, move back a little bit and throw it. So there was a counterplay to it.
Persona has that as well, like...
Yep, them Fine Herds has that as well.
Yeah, that's what I like. But I know Ryan was saying... Oh, welcome, Dunk, obviously, everyone. Ryan was saying... The delayed wake up is like basically just toxic. It was him or Snake. I think it was Ryan that was saying it. Keep skiing. But they were saying like delayed wake up is.
Ryan would say.
Yeah, it does sound like a Ryan statement. You know, he says shit with his chest, man. He doesn't give a fuck.
I definitely agree with him, man. Like legit 4 frame, because like people are like, what? Why does like Z-Broly EX Lariat work? Like why does it hit so much? It's because it's basically a 1 frame reversal. You just delay tech, which is fully invol. It's literally a DP, and then you EX Lariat, like, and you Todd.
I mean, that's because you guys are playing bad characters. If a character can't cover every single wake up in Dragon Ball, should you be playing that character?
Everyone needs 18 to
wake up 18, bro. Wake up. Time for 18. All right, Dunk's here now. I need to go get a drink. So, Tunk, what mechanic do you think is good and what mechanic do you think is bad?
I think Super Dash is mad good.
I saw you writing in the chat and I chose to ignore it because you were saying don't nerf it. And
I think Super Dash is mad good, race. And you're gonna hate me because I'm looking at the perspective of a newcomer to fighting games, right? Because Dragon Ball was my first second like venture into fighting games. My first was Street Fighter 5. Super Dash was sick for me, learning fighting games, because it gave me a way to sort of skip the neutral part and get into the stuff that is easier to sort of enable. I think at a lower level, it's very fun. It's a very powerful move. It's literally a button that says I don't want to play neutral anymore. And you can play around it at lower levels. Once you get to higher levels, you'll get 2H often. And this is like mid to high levels. You get 2H often. But generally, if it's not Faz Dante, you're not going to die from it. So I think it's a good mechanic. Not maybe because of its performance at high level, more for its performance at lower levels, right? I think if you're going to do any nerf to Super Dash, you can't nerf Super Dash itself. I think that's a bit of a boring way to nerf it, in my opinion. And I'm gonna plug TFH because I always do wherever I go. In Them's Fighting Herds, right? You get punished for being counter hit, but it's not like the way they do it is really smart. It's not like a active punish. You know, you'll see if you don't know how if you don't know what you're doing. You actually lose juggle decay. Yeah, you get a longer combo from it. And I think that's
very similar to Persona. I like the sound of this.
That's why you should play it. It's actually Persona. I didn't say this to Dunk because I don't think Dunk played Persona, but yeah, it's the same. When you get like a fatal counter, you don't get extra damage or anything. It just makes the hit scaling longer, so you get a longer combo. Yeah.
And that's fun. That's cool. When you realize it, it's like, oh, if I counter hit somebody, I can really, really punish them. In fact, I can take mad liberties. I can do what I want. I can get some crazy Oki if I want it. Right,
opens up so many combo possibilities. Exactly. That sounds really cool.
Like you can literally kill combos like very quickly if you want. You can stop it at 3 buttons and get hard knockdown, right? Because the way juggle combos in TFH work is once you reach max juggle decay, the opponent can tech, right? So they can roll, they can delay tech. Oh, delay tech? Is delay tech in that game? I don't know.
I think it's rolled in air tech and normal
roll air tech. Right. So you have all of those options on Wake Up, and that's your sort of reprieve. You're sorry you took such a long combo, get up and try and run away, right? But if they do 3 hits and do a hard knockdown move, you have to stay there and hold that, right? And that's a very, very smart way to subtly punish you for being a dickhead, you know? If you say, oh yeah, we're gonna make Super Dash slower, I feel like it tips it a bit too far into the favor of the 2H, right? I still want people to run around Super Dashing. Because it's fun. It's funny. I won't lie.
Wait. Before you go on, so you probably wasn't here when I was talking, because Riv came on and was talking about this. And I was like, the reason I don't like Super Dash, because I think it's not enjoyable from 3 aspects of the game. The person doing it, I never hit a Super Dash and went, I'm fucking sick. I'm so big brain. I've never done that. I've never been on the receiving end and thought, that was sick. You're such a big brain when I got hit by a Super Dash. And as a spectator, I've never gone, that's sick. That's a fucking sick Super Dash. I've never got happy about a Super Dash working.
And never even happy anti-airing it because you get no fucking damage.
You get no damage.
Depending on the character.
Yeah. So, and even if I didn't play the game, Riv said basically he knew someone who didn't play fighting games, and they said, oh, they liked everyone flying around the screen. And I said, yeah, you can still Super Dash as a raw tag or Dragon Rush or a 2H, just not in neutral. Like as easy. You need to have Super Dash in the game. I'm not saying just remove Super Dash, and the function of it is to stop Key Blast characters. I fully understand that. I don't want that to go away. So making it have slower startup, I agree, is probably a very bad idea. Binding it to bar so you think about doing it is what I'm going for. I want people to think about doing a Super Dash, and either it costs something or there's a bigger risk to doing it. So I think someone in chat said, Popo said it. He said, make everyone's Air 2H like Janimba's.
Okay, so just...
Yeah. Instead of going, I Super Dash at you and you hit me with a light and you do 10 damage. Like, I want to hurt you for Super Dashing, whether I'm on the ground or in the air. So, yeah. So I don't dislike Super Dash in the terms of it's not good for the game because Dragon Ball needs it. I think it's a bad game mechanic because it doesn't show players what I think fighting games are about, and that's like spacing, threading needles, navigating the screen, because you don't navigate because you literally press one button. Even if, like, Heapski said, what about if everyone's super dash was kind of like Roshi's, where you had to angle it? I was like, perfect. Because then you're not pressing one button, you're doing a button and then making a decision, at least. So
you want there to be more agency in the super dash.
Exactly.
Whether it's like changing the mechanics or making you more accountable for it.
Exactly. 100%.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not gonna disagree. I would rather they keep it the same and maybe just fix it like from like the bug side. And then honestly, I would like all moves that anti-air, just give them more damage or give them less scaling. So like that's even anti-air command grabs.
I agree with that. Yeah,
If Flash is blue, you should be clapped for whatever happens because that is your fault. You did something there. But then I imagined 16 doing 2-on-4H and blowing people up, and I'm not sure if I'm happy about that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like 16-21, they get 2H damage, and I think everyone should get that from a super dash, not from anything else, but from a super dash. Everyone should get that sort of damage or that sort of combo, because if you're not playing those two characters, and you haven't got spark and you haven't got the right assist, you don't really get much from a 2H. Like Vegeta has to use a vanish, otherwise he probably gets less than if he started with an L. Like it's ridiculous.
You know, that's actually one of the reasons I played a character.
Who, Vegeta?
Yeah, because even though you have to spend a bar, if someone raw tags, I get a guaranteed way, even with my eyes closed, to be able to snap that character back in, because he can build the bar. But a lot of characters can't even do that. So I 100 like Dunk's like suggestion is, in my opinion, the best suggestion I've ever heard for Super Dash. Just make the 2H do more damage, or make moves that beat Super Dash do more. That like make it do like an extra 1k or 1.5k. So I'm doing 4.5k from a 2H.
Counterpoint to my own suggestion, right? You see how Gogeta 4 is moving right now.
He's doing a lot
I don't want that to be rewarded.
What?
I don't want 5LL to reward people for the way they're using it right now.
Where has this gone? I thought you was onto something. Now you just backpedaled. Like, what do you mean?
No. That I'm not gonna lie. That shit tilts me. Like, watching people do 5LL and say, "Oh shit, I'm nasty." It pisses me off. It does piss me off.
+2 on air block, man.
Nah.
+2 on air block. That's sick.
I hate that.
Yeah, it's super toxic, man. I've never played like a good Gogeta. And I played Wawa. Yo, what's good, Chris?
What's good?
I played against Wawa, and I was just like, fuck this, man. This is not fun. Like, why is this +2?
Play Harry and Mace. Play Harry or Art, and you won't like Gogeta sort of combo. That's what I was saying.
Mace, literally, the rule of Dragon Ball is that when you block a move in the air, it adds 6 extra frames of additional block stun, right? Which means it should be +1, but it's +2.
It's +2, yeah.
It's
not canon, right? Makes sense.
Like what like Harry would do to me is he would LLL super dash me because it's plus, call Team Gohan assist, and then just fuzzy me. I'm just like, wow, this is fun and interactive gaming. I love Dragon Ball. But anyway, what we were talking about Super Dash, right?
I wanted to relate Super Dash to something else, to be honest. Like Super Dash, to me, kind of reminds me of jumping in Street Fighter 5.
No, I was okay. So I agree with Dunk, right? I think Super Dash is complete, and I'm like also like new to like fighting games, and like I started with Dragon Ball. I didn't start with like Street Fighter 5 like I did. I think Super Dash is fine, and it adds like you say like it doesn't, like it takes away the whole point of like urgency and like spacing and with neutral. I think the opposite. I think it actually adds more to that, personally, because when you're moving around, the whole point in Dragon Ball is that movement is like very strong, and if you don't have anything to counteract that, you can just kind of just move around with no commitment, and it's really hard for the opponent to catch you. What Super Dash does is that it's like, oh, I can just move around aimlessly and just like just fly around the screen basically, but I have to watch out for this, otherwise I'm just gonna get hit basically. And I like that aspect of Super Dash, where it's like, oh, if I'm moving around and I'll look out for Super Dash, and you actually 2H it, I think that adds an element of skill that wouldn't be there if Super Dash didn't exist.
The thing is, I look at that and I'm like, I agree a lot, and then I'm like, okay, so why don't high level? Because a lot of high level play, and when I say high level play, I mean French people, they don't actually use Super Dash that much. It's mostly just, you know, their own movement, and when they Super Dash, you're in a bit of a moment where you're like, because the other person is expected to be ready. So I guess I do agree. It does have to. It gives you something to keep your eye on, right? Which is what I was saying. Like, jump-ins are really similar. But the problem Street Fighter 5 has sometimes is when someone jumps in at you, what is your actual rewards? And obviously I don't play the game, so don't quote me on it. But it's like, oh, okay, I DP someone and we go back to neutral now. That's not fun or cool. And I remember, I think it was like a Core A video, where it was like, yeah, this is the anti-air, which was DP, and this is the poor man's anti-air, which is Crouch Heavy Punch. And there's no real difference. So, like, there's the onus, I mean, the difference is damage, and I don't think it's much. But the onus to learn cool things like a crosscut DP, is it really there? Yes, at high levels of play. At lower levels of play, not really. But yeah, I think Super Dash is a cool mechanic, and anyone who doesn't like it, it's bad. I
don't think Super Dash is the problem with the game's neutral. I actually think it's something else.
Go ahead.
I think it's the EX moves.
You're a trash bag. No.
Wait, no. Okay. Let me make my point, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. So with Super Dash, right? It's like you can do it, yeah. Mm-hmm. But you still have to be worried about the Super Dash being 2H'd. With EX moves, right? They're usually safe on block. They're safe on block, and most of them go full screen. And like when they hit, it's either L scaling at least, and like you can add on to that with assists.
Play SSJ Vegeta, and I feel like I'm being called out.
Bro, I have one EX.
No.
I don't want anyone to talk
Everyone
to
is
you.
part of the problem. Everyone is part of the problem.
No.
Yeah. Wait.
Yes, you are.
Wait.
Yes, you are.
I have power.
But
I'll abuse it. I can definitely mute everyone. I need to say this. When you say about
man, wave this gun in the air. Yeah, I will shoot.
When you say about EX moves being safe on block, there's a lot of moves that aren't safe on block. EX moves, or that don't leave.
Okay. I'll say
because the DPs aren't, the reversals aren't.
The DPs. I'm talking about like the EX moves you would use as pokes,
like rocket kick, yeah, like rocket kick
and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think rocket kick is like
unsafe. I agree with you. It's definitely unsafe. Yes.
I mean, but I don't think SSJ Vegeta is part of the problem.
But I feel like you're just looking at Vegeta and you're like, yeah, this guy's a problem. Because I look at Vegeta and I'm like, yeah, that's a...
It's not just Vegeta.
So who's another one?
Who else?
It's number.
Chris is actually right on this. Gogeta is another one.
Gogeta is the worst problem. Oh my god.
He gets 5.5k and it's a projectile invo, almost full screen lariat that builds back the half a bar, lets him end an EX knockdown and can level up and get me back on top of that. Like,
I think Bardock's part of the problem. I think Luke is part of the problem. I said your number. I think there's a lot
Kid
of the
Buu
cast.
well.
What?
Kid Buu.
Kid Buu's like the main like culprit of it.
Mm-hmm.
You lot just need to get a barrier, to be honest.
No, but that's
Sounds
what I'm
like your
saying.
problems
Yeah,
will be
but
fixed
aren't
with a
those
barrier.
aren't those characters? So those EX moves, aren't they the ones that you can stop? You can interrupt them. No.
You can no. You can interrupt them, but it's a guess. With Super Dash, you can react to it. With most of the EX moves, they're unreactable, right? So like it's like, damn, I'm moving. With Super Dash, it's like, damn, I'm moving, but I can 2H the Super Dash on reaction if I'm ready. With EX moves, it's like, damn, I'm moving. Oh, damn, he's just done EX shoulder, and now I'm taking like 5k.
I think added with that, like, if you, like, I think the point Chris is trying to make, like, Mace, is that, like, once you use EX moves with Super Dash, it becomes even worse.
It becomes even worse of a mind game.
I'm supposed to call out both at the same time. Like it's really
there's one unreactable option where you have to interrupt it. Of course, it's not punishable.
Mhm.
You can't just wait. You can't just react, block it, and then punish it accordingly.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you can't. Some EX moves are like projectile involved. Some of them are like throw involved, stuff like that, right? Then you have to.
I was about to say, I agree, but that's a command grab. You literally described Broly's L command grab. Or 21's command grab.
No,
You
but
have to
those are
interrupt it or you suffer.
those are just mix-ups. Those are for when you're already in, right?
Yeah, and what you've described is another mix-up, but you have to spend bar for it.
No.
A mix-up that's not even... You can still block it and you don't get hit. You have to take another mix-up.
No, it's your turn. They have to use an assist to not make them to get another turn. Actually,
But with Bull, I'll think of Kid Buu. I'll be generous and go, okay, if you're talking about EX Bull, if you block EX Bull because you can't interrupt it because of using assist, then what you've done is spent an assist and bar to get a high-low. If you do it raw, you could have interrupted it, but you didn't. Now you've got to take a mix. I think that's okay. I do agree that some EX moves need to be adjusted. I don't think all of them do, though. I don't think it's a problem with EX moves. I think it's a problem with those characters being too strong. Does that make sense?
No, but I'm saying that. But if you combine, I'm not saying like, I'm saying if you combine it with Super Dash, with those things, that's what makes the neutral worse for me, because it's like the whole spacing aspect doesn't work anymore, because you just do an EX move and like, damn, you're closer to your game plan than like if you chose to do a risk with Super Dash. You know what I mean?
I think I do. I see the problem with the characters, and it's more assists. I think the beef you have is with assists, because assists enable those situations. Because unless you can true string into the plus frames, which I think Vegito should have because he has no mix, everyone else, it's the assist that's the problem. Because it wouldn't be an issue if you didn't have lockdown assists.
It's more. I think it's more the fact of. To be fair, I think my problem is more with the speed of the EX moves than the actual, like the whole you can call your assist behind it, because sometimes you can just get hit. Like sometimes you can just get hit because
that's your fault, right? Like you just get hit.
Didn't let
Like,
finish.
no. Honestly speaking, like if Gogeta does lightning hammer and you get blown up for it, you were doing something you shouldn't have been doing, because you should have been respecting the lightning hammer at that range, right?
But I'm saying that on top of having to respect Super Dash as well.
Yeah, that's just video games, bro. Like, unironically, just react. Like, just react or choose not to, right? Unironically, if someone runs up to you and does lightning hammer and they stuff your movement, shit, you got gamed, bro. Unlucky. I don't think you should die from it because you do at the moment. I think Gogeta needs to be changed.
But that's my
just a
problem.
tad.
That's legit my problem. Is the reward you get from.
Yeah, but that's a balance change. That's just a balance change.
No. Wild, man. I'm not gonna lie. Vegito's the same. He gets the same amount of damage.
No, but that's what.
Vegito's like 236H actually got buffed. The initial damage got buffed, so he used to get 5.1. Now he gets 5.5, and you can active tag.
I'm saying the risk you take compared to the reward you get from it. That's the problem.
Vegeta doesn't even take risk because it's safe. It's
because with Super Dash, you take a risk, yeah. But if it hits, you get like what 3k if you spend an assist or bar, right? With EX moves, they're unreactable, safe on block, and on top of that, they do like over like 4k at least. That's my problem with it. Not the fact they're in the game in general. I'm just talking about the general strength of them.
Because when I think about EX moves, I think they're in the game to speed up the game because the game was taking too long. Like,
What do you mean
when
for
they
like, damage?
huh?
For damage?
Yeah, they literally they blow people up a lot faster. They're not TODs, but you get a lot of reward off them, right?
Sorry, give me
I
one sec.
like-
I'm coming back.
I like.
Yeah.
Okay. With like with EX moves, I like the aspect of how they take away blue life. Like with
Yes.
if you do an EX move, that's my favorite aspect of it. Because if they spark and you do an EX move, like that's sick, right? I'm just saying that attached to the fact it's like mad damaging. It's also safe on block. Well, with some characters they're also safe on block. They're most of the time unreactable. On top of that, you have to look for super dash and other things. Like May said, assists. That's my problem with it. They just do like too much, in my opinion.
I feel like that's specifically the characters that are like, I don't know. In my head, it's like these characters are built to be really like anti-movement heavy, right? I'm thinking of C4orts kicks. I'm thinking of lightning hammer. I'm thinking of lariat. There's characters who have like 18 has one special move or one EX move. Ginyu has one EX move. Those characters, I feel like, don't necessarily benefit from it as much as those are like the characters you stated before. So I don't think it's a problem with EX moves. I think it's just
Character toolsets.
yeah, like they're just in my head. They're an archetype, right? They're an archetype that makes you really think about your movement and really think about what buttons or like things you're throwing out in neutral. I don't mind it. I think there could be tweaks in terms of damage. One sec. I see plug in the queue, so I'm gonna be a good guy and add it in.
Nice.
But yeah, like I think there's no intrinsic problem with EX moves. I think it's specifically what the ones that move fast, right? That is maybe a problem to you. I think they're fine. I think they move quickly, but usually they're not plus. And if they are, they have a gap in them. So you could have punished and you didn't get better. And if they hit, okay, it does a lot of damage, but you're usually not dead. It's usually not the be all and end all.
But,
So
but if you do spark, you don't know that much blue life, bro.
Then you sparks, bro. Like honestly, I think, and this may be a completely unpopular take, if you spark to TLD a character and the other person hasn't sparked yet, you're still behind. Because two characters in sparking is better than 3 characters in no sparking. In this current climate of Dragon Ball FighterZ.
Well, real quick, I kind of agree with that as well. But two people, Ezok and Plug joint, so
Oh, yo. That's good.
What's good, fellas?
it's good. I don't know if they had points against not Dunk, against Dark. I think that's when they wanted to jump in, right? So
It's okay,
Yeah,
I've joined to
I was-
become the enemy.
Oh,
I was gonna say, as a Vidal player, EX Lariat is ignorant as fuck. So ignorant. But on another level, certain characters do need their EX moves to sort of force an interaction out of their opponent. For example, like Janemba, right? EX Flash.
I mean,
It's
I don't
disgusting.
think he does.
It is disgusting. It is disgusting. I'm not gonna. It is
No, but you said okay. I actually let you finish because I
Yeah,
think
but it is disgusting. But there's also the level of like he has no, apart from Key Blast, which is Key Blast, like sort of meh.
What did you
Flash
say
is
about
like-
Zenobiki Plus? Hold on.
I think his Key Blast are kind of.
Why I was trying to.
Wait.
I'll let you
The ground
continue.
ones-
I'll let you continue and I'll fight you later.
I think the ground ones are fine, but from my experience of using Janemba, the air ones don't track at all. I have awful luck. Absolute awful luck.
Ezok, I've muted everyone else. So say your piece. Say your piece.
I'm about to get murdered, but
Go for it. What do you think? So you're saying basically, Videl is one of the characters that needs ignorant EX moves,
it is her Lariat is ignorant.
but she
It
needs
is
it.
just
You
a-
can say that. It's a safe place.
But
You
I
can
feel
say
like
that.
she needs it. I do feel like she needs it.
Do you think she needs it because Super Dash isn't strong enough, or do you think people need more than one way to get in?
I feel like it's a different way for her to get in. Because obviously she definitely has good anti-zoning with Gohan, and Air JF is really strong. But the way she uses the dive, not the dive kick, but the lariat to kind of force her way in is pretty good for her. But it is mad ignorant.
I've let them back in. So I will let Plug go first if he's got a disagreement because he was the last one to join. And if Dunk and Dark wanna pounce, then feel free.
Wanna rail me.
Well, I mean, okay, with the whole thing about EX specials, it's funny because I mean remember H slash a lot. I think that move is stupid good. But the best EX special in the game, in my opinion, is Nappa's Cyberman. And the reason why I think that is because it doesn't let you play Dragon Ball at all. That move just it doesn't let you play Dragon Ball the way you want to play Dragon Ball.
Do you think he needs it though?
Yes.
So it's fair then?
It's kind of like it's hard for me because I don't want to say it's fair because then it will make me seem like I'm a down player. But because I mean, if you're built different, say someone like this is about like Super Dash for example. If Cyberman's on the screen, I can just Super Dash, right? But then if they buff to the Cyberman slash, so you have to worry about 2 anti-airs, Nappa's 2H, and then the Cyberman slash because it's got 50 frames of untech time.
Mm-hmm.
So you could just you could straight up run up and have enough time to 5M. That's how much hit stun it's got. Or if you get 2H by Nappa and you avoid the Cyberman, there's a probable chance you could get put in a 50-50 and just die right afterwards because Cyberman's like spit afterward, like after claw. So I think that move is stupid good, but in a very obnoxious, weird, different way that that not a lot, like no one has, because every other character is just EX lariats, right?
For the most part, I mean,
yeah.
Dark, what do you think those assists should be allowed?
What do you mean?
The EX Cyberman and Vidal's
Vidal's
lariat to get
lariat.
in. Yeah,
Because Vidal's lariat is stupidly fast.
Nappa is fine. Vidal, I don't agree with what you said at all. Like at all.
You gotta let me.
Because with Vidal is like you said like it's good because she has another option to get in. She has Saiyaman and 6H. Like
that's true.
Like,
6H is hella ignorant.
She has a move that dodges projectiles. It doesn't reflect them, it dodges them. So if they try to cancel the projectile into something, it can't because the projectile counts as a whiff, right?
right.
And with Saiyaman, you can call Saiyaman and it's plus, and you can jail him to vanish. So like, I don't think that's a good example. And with like Janemba, he has Ki Blast, which I think are good. And he has Orb. Orb forces you to do
Orb
something.
is disgusting. That's true.
But Orb is almost
I
as
do
silly
agree with
as
that.
Cyberman.
Orb is a war crime.
You can just
I agree.
like Orb. You can just do Orb, and then like, wow, this thing is on screen. You now have to play around it. That's my thing. Is like the characters like you mentioned specifically have other ways of getting in.
I don't know.
At least Chris isn't downplaying his character. Like he's being honest, like in the sense that his character has other options.
He's being honest. I don't know. I think it's more properties that the problem is. So I think of something like Zamasu. Zamasu can literally clear the screen with his slash with 236 S.
I think
Zamasu's new
I
teleport
think
is
Zamasu's his slash is like one of like the stupidest in terms of like reward you get from it. I think it's one of the stupidest moves even before like his buff.
Exactly, and it doesn't
Because
require meter. That's what I'm saying.
Me and Johnny and Yasin, we was talking about this a long time ago. Like we was having like a debate about this. Me and Johnny was like, if Zamasu like hits you with his EX slash, he does a Blaze of Judgment, and you either get mixed or you die. Like,
You get your meter back.
and you get your meter back. Like,
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man.
like
So-
Faisal is out here now.
Oh, it's
Oh,
fun
no,
in
I
the
summoned-
chat. Damn,
It's
I didn't
fine,
actually
fine.
know.
Faisal was in the show. We summoned him. like-
Come on, Faisal.
So I'm not even trying to throw shade at like Zamasu. I'm just saying it's the properties more than it being EX, right? So Zamasu's got that and the teleport now, and the fly super fast. So he can eat. So by my standards, he's still navigating neutral. He's not bypassing it because
Can
slash
you-
is slow.
Can you explain what you mean by like properties?
So when Dark was saying about EX moves doing X, Y, and Z, you can think of examples of non-EX moves doing the same thing. So
okay, I understand.
the problem isn't the EX thing, because the only difference between those is that one costs meter and one doesn't. But they do the same thing, right? So I'm trying to think of like a better example. Probably elbow. So you've got elbow and rocket kick. None of the rocket kicks go through projectiles, but elbows do, regardless of if you spend meter or not. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's the properties of how it's the property of the move, which is the problem, not just that you have to spend bar for it. I think the bar determines how much damage you get off it afterwards.
That's also like that's also a thing with. That's also another thing I had, which I didn't get to like properly elaborate on because I was getting killed. Rightfully so. It is a hot take, but is another thing a problem I had with EX moves now is that especially in season 3, they cost 0.5 bar, which is less than like usual, like which back in season 1 and 2, and now in this patch the meter penalty has been reworked. So if you get a hit, you don't like the cost of doing an EX move is just less now, because the whole point of an EX move is like, damn, they're good now, like they're really strong, rightfully so. You spend resource for them, but now they cost less, and if they work, like you don't get meter penalty for it. You just get your meter back, so you can just do it again. That's probably my biggest problem with it.
Do you not think it should be like that, because otherwise it would just vanish? That's literally all season 1 was. Because EX moves and vanish cost the same, and you have the same drawback, you might as well always vanish, right? I think that's why they did it, because there was no reason to go, I'm going to do this route with the EX move, because I might as well just vanish right at the end. I might as well do my B&B, vanish at the end, and then do like Dragon Rush Super.
No, but but I think those are two different things though, because with vanish it's just like, it's only like pressure extension and like combo extension. With EX moves, you get the properties of EX moves, and on top of that you get to like take away blue life, you get to you get more unscaled damage, because with vanish is like you get to extend combos, but the damage after it is usually very scaled. With EX moves you don't get like the same drawback.
Right.
That's just in my opinion though. Like,
I mean, this is like obviously open for everyone. So if anyone thinks that that's a good or a bad thing, then obviously you can
because
say
and on top of that, with Vanish they've taken out most of the moves that gel into Vanish. Like, sorry Yasin, sorry Mace, it's a Shape Vegeta rocket kick. Yamcha, Wolfang Fist, Bardock's Lariat, stuff like that. So they made Vanish weaker, and then they just like made EX move strong. You know what I mean?
I think it was necessary. I think it made the game. There was reasoning behind people's madness. It's a good thing that they taken up. I don't think that's I think like the whole being able to just do moves into Vanish was really like anti-fighting games. That was just damn. You don't think.
That's why some characters can still do it now, though.
Some characters can do it now.
Very few
though.
Yeah.
I can't even think of one off the top of my head. That's how
Krillin?
few. Krillin can only do so.
To Vanish.
Oh.
Yeah, he can do
right,
beam,
right.
but they're like, that's not a lariat.
It's not a lariat. Oh
And
no.
it can be punished.
I don't know, because I really like the half a bar change. I mean, for generally
you'd say that, man. You play blue.
no.
Like,
90% of the
get fuck out
characters.
of here.
A few characters I don't like the change for, like Hit, for example, but most of the characters I like the 0.5 change. It makes using those moves.
Explain why.
Yeah, why
Okay,
not hit?
Okay, well with Hit, because his move is it's like invol lariat. So him and Gogeta kind of don't like.
He's 236H.
You see, that's not the same, because that's easily punishable.
Oh my god.
How is it easily punishable?
I'm about to leave.
How is it? No, wait.
I'm trolling.
How is it easily punishable?
I'm trolling. I think that move is broken, but
I was about to go all the way to West London and
Actually, you could reflect the move, and like
Yeah.
5 characters in the game can punish it.
No. That move is broken as well. It's what do you call it? I can't think of another example other than it.
An
wait,
invincible...
what's your point though? You haven't
Yeah, I
made
don't
your
get where
point.
you going with this.
No. Sorry. Okay. So with hit, right? When he does 236 HH, if you dodge it, you can still get, like, you can still block it, if that makes sense. Like in a weird, funky way. So
What do you
say
mean?
you're like,
If you jump it, you mean?
yeah. So like, say if you like try to avoid the move, you don't avoid it.
Yeah,
Does
you
that make sense? Or am I?
it hits you as you're jumping away, and then you still
Yeah.
get dragged down to the ground, and then you have to
Yeah,
block.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. There's a...
Yeah. That,
Is there anything like that?
I can't think of
Yeah,
another
it's a
move.
shift GEX rocket kick, but that's a minus.
Yeah.
You know what's like that?
That's
move
minus.
minus.
You know what's
Hits
fucking like that?
236
Bluku
is
fucking
plus.
command grab. Bluku command grabs that.
Yeah, that's what I was about to
Yeah,
say.
Bluku's command grabs that.
Them.
You actually can't say anything today, and that's
Yeah.
meterless.
That's meterless. Yep. You avoid the grab, and you still have to hit. You still get a strike. That's 0 on block. Was it 0 or plus?
Plus 1,
Plus 1.
Raise your hand. If
just
you
like
played,
it.
Raise your hand if you played plug. You raw tagged his command grab and he hit you anyways. Raise your hand.
And it used to have aim scaling, like.
I mean, I don't think it's good.
Like your argument is literally
I am
fuck
biased.
hit, but all of the problems you have, your character does the exact same thing.
To be fair to Plug, I brought this up earlier, and I said that's why I thought Goku Black's command grab was like the best thing ever made, because it's a grab with a beam behind it. But
Yeah.
In practicality, it's not that strong. But on paper, it's a full screen grab that you can't super dash because a beam will hit you.
I think the beam itself jails into vanish, right?
It
Yeah,
does,
it's a
Yeah,
true,
that's pretty stupid.
it's busted if you think about it, but OB will never use it.
Yeah.
Didn't they make
It's
that
really-
faster, Dispatch?
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe we might see it in season 4 now. Like,
Maybe.
Isn't it 26? It's like 24, 26 now, right?
Yeah.
yeah, it's
sure.
like
Four, I think.
26, I
Oh,
think.
26? Yeah, okay.
26 or 28 is still pretty slow.
Mm.
Who are we talking about? We was talking about Blue Goku command grab, and then we talked about Goku Black. But Iz and Plug, I guess because you're new here. What we'll start with is what mechanics do you think of any game? It doesn't have to be Dragon Ball. A good mechanic or a bad mechanic for a fighting game.
Ooh.
Hold on, I'm trying to think because I haven't played a lot other than like Dragon Ball or Blaze Blue.
Actually, I didn't actually get to answer that question. Can I do that?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, I thought that was heavy. I thought that was your answer. My bad.
No. I didn't do what makes like a thing. I guess I did it for Dragon Ball. I wanted to do it for other games. I actually wanted to do it for Power Rangers.
I'll go for it.
I think the takeover system in Power Rangers is like such a good mechanic in the way that it allows you to express yourself, like in the game. Like, so for those of you that don't know what the takeover system is, you can at any point in time, you can, if you double tap your assist button, you can tag into that character, and you can tag into that character during the point character, while the point character is doing this, like any move. It can be a special move, it could be a normal, it could be anything, right? So like if for Dragon Ball examples, it's like active tag.
Again, please don't say BB
But on
tag.
crack. But on
No, I
crack.
wasn't gonna say BB. Okay, it's MVCI. It's MVCI. So like,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
if I don't know about MVCI, but let's say
Wait,
Zero does like.
don't let him gaslight you. It's BB tag. It's BB tag active tag.
Right, that's what
Don't
it
let him
sounds
gaslight
like.
you.
It sounds like BB tag.
Okay, BB tag. Yeah, BB tag.
Ah,
So
yes.
let's say Gordo does Grim Reaper into assist, right? You can tag into that assist, and like you can play as the point character while the character's doing his special move. I like that. I think I don't
Isn't
know
that why people hate BB tag?
No, well I just like BB tag for different reasons, but I don't hate for that reason.
Okay.
But I like it in the sense of you it makes like team diversity and like team comps like good in the sense of if your character doesn't have a good assist, you can make like good assist through the takeover mechanic. And I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I actually like the thing about Blaze Blue Tag as well. That's the only thing I like about everything.
Yeah, I actually like that about BB Tag. Yeah.
It's fun to use, and as long as it's not like overly broken, I think something that's fun to use and like something that you can express yourself with.
And it's why I like active tag in the new edition in Dragon Ball, because of the same reason. You can like, it opens up like in terms of team building, it opens it up like a lot. So like if your character had trouble like coming in, let's say you have like a set play character like Nappa, right, who doesn't have like the best neutral.
Not anymore, but yeah.
Not anymore, but like
Yeah.
actually bad example. I'll say like
Yasin's team's a good example. His team like loves
yeah. We'll do Yasin's team. With Yasin will do like, I don't know, he'll do like SSJVG or 236S, and then he'll tag in like Tien, and then he'll just do Chaozu Oki, and then like he just gets in Tien for free. I like that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And it makes
that's one of the reasons I think the character's stronger now. That's literally all I wanted to say. Sorry, you can carry on.
No, I'm done. The other people can talk.
Alright, yeah, Nadir, go on. Explain mechanic that you like or dislike.
Alright, I'll talk about a Dragon Ball mechanic. I think the mechanic I dislike the most in Dragon Ball is even though I use it a lot as well, it's raw tag. I think being able to switch your character without like having more positives on switching a character than negatives is a bad thing. Like there are times where I would hold tag and I'll be like, if I get 2H, it doesn't matter. I'll be fine, at least as long as I like say for example.
That's so toxic. He's right.
Yeah.
He's right.
Yeah, because like
I hate it, man.
in the last patch. Okay, this is a very good example because last patch, my team was very dependent on Goku Blue staying alive. So what I would do is, like, I'd play against Yasin, for example, and I'd hold tag against his Team Gohan, and then, like, Nappa comes in, Bluku gets out, and he's safe. And then Team Gohan's corner 2H combos are, like, really bad.
Worst in the game. It's literally like, universal BMB.
Yeah, and they're really bad, and then he's just doing that, and he's just waiting, like, I'm gonna have to punish him, but it's not really a punish at the same time, because now he's got what he wants. And next time, if he tries to do the same thing, I can just do a 2M and then like kill him for it.
Can I add on to that?
Yeah.
I would say I think raw tag wouldn't be as bad if it was just a set time that the character came out. What I don't like about raw tag is that you can hold it, and if they know you're going to tag, you can just let go like slightly earlier, and then your assist will come out, and then you can smoke them for trying to punish your raw tag.
Negative edge assist is, and no one knows. Most of the world don't know how to use negative edge correctly. Like,
yeah, I think you just shouldn't get a combo of a raw tag. I think you should just bounce off after you super dash.
Yeah, I think it should just be like. Yeah, you shouldn't just be able to do it.
Oh yeah,
Kind of like
Jonesy's saying like,
works, right?
What was that?
It's kind of like how Gold Cancel works, right?
Yeah.
Bounce off, no combo. You just get your character in safely. That's about it.
You can even make it safe and block. I don't even mind that. Just don't get a combo from doing that. Like Jonesy saying in the chat, because MVC was like that. MVC free, so you could raw tag. You could just hold the button. If there was a gap, your character would come in. But if you blocked it, you got punish. Some characters you could do like a combo where you raw tagged in the middle of it and then got a pick up. But for the most part, you either hit them and they go full screen, or they block it and you get punished. I would even be okay if they block it, you're 0. Like it's neutral. I'd be happy with that.
Wait. Can I ask a question, Mace?
Go for it.
Would you still want them to be able to have air actions out of raw tag?
No, they have to land. They have to fucking land.
Okay.
Yeah, get that ass on the ground.
I think they should make it weaker now that, like, with active tag being in the game, I think it's so dumb that raw tag is still strong, because you can just tag a character out like mid combo now. It's so dumb. It's like, oh wait, and I still have raw tag on top of that. Like it just doesn't make any sense.
It's counterintuitive. If they want the games to go quicker, they've made it easier to keep your characters alive.
Yeah, literally.
Because before you'd be like, oh, if I haven't got 2 bars, I'd have to either do super into super. Maybe my team synergy doesn't allow me to do it because I don't have a knockdown like for Geo, so I can't knock them down to the ground to do Z change into their super.
And they'll just like take out.
Yeah, now you just do any special into raw tag, and every special combos into raw tag DR. It's all the same. I tried to get creative with like 236S with Vegeta. The best I could do was you can do 18, you can do 214M, bring out 17, then DR. Like it all is the fucking same. Even with 236S, I can do 236S or I can do M rocket kick, and I get the same confirm.
Yeah, it's and the worst part is there's no like combo diversity because it scales the combo a lot. So it's mostly just like you said, used like at the end to like.
You know what's
the
actually mad?
Yeah.
Okay, so can I hop onto this quickly? The thing is about active tag. What I don't get is with active tag, if you do it on block, you have 10 frames of landing recovery.
If you raw tag,
but you didn't do it for actual raw tag.
That's
so stupid.
dumb.
Yeah.
It's so silly.
Like it's to the point now with raw tag, right? If you do end up punishing it and you can't get anything out of it, you kind of lost that interaction. But if you're not punishing it, you're also still losing that interaction. It's kind of like the I don't know if you remember, Yasin. You know the Coach Steve versus Florida thing where he was just
Oh
raw
yeah,
me, Chris, and Chris, and the day. I don't know if you know about that, Mace. So me, Plug, and Doc were in a call watching Coach Steve versus. He wasn't on his own, right? He had a team behind him. Like he had other players with him.
Oh, like the
Mace was commentating it, yeah.
Oh,
Was Mace commentating it?
that was the on Fred channel. Yeah, that was me and Doug.
It's 10v10, and like he didn't come off. He's just on the entire time, and they were like, Coach Steve's godlike, and I'm like, don't get me wrong, he is an amazing player, but he's just raw tagging like non-stop.
Bro, Hook does that as well, bro.
I remember.
And they say Hook has amazing health management. It's like, bro, it's literally like, bro, do you know what it's like? It's like someone has their back to the wall and they're scared they're gonna get stabbed in an alleyway, but they're holding a chainsaw behind them. It's like, oh please don't like 2H me. I'm gonna get punished. But if you do 2H the raw tag, they have to vanish and air DR to snap that character back in. It's
you know what it is call an ambulance, but not for me.
yeah, literally they're like, I want you to do it. And the worst part is, I don't know if you know this, Mace, Japan, like when they come up with ideas on like how to win, right? I can't remember. I think it was Taco that I spoke to about this at LCQ. He's like to me, like, as a country, we're like collectively like unified when we come up with ideas. So like if they gonna do something like raw tag, you know, like JP players love to raw tag, they do it because they know that like the punish you're gonna get is horrible. Even if it's like a character like base Vegeta that's gonna 2H, build 2 bars, you air DR with an assist and you do level 3, they're still in the corner and they can still raw tag and reflect on raw tag again. And do the same thing over and over again. It's like, okay, as a country, no matter what, you're gonna hold tag, and if you see a gap, reflect and keep holding tag. And legit, every JP player does it. And when they get 2H, their facial expression does not change. Some of them smile when it happens. They're like, yeah, like you can snap me out. Now we're just gonna go back to neutral, and then I'll just super dash.
I think though a few characters are like good at like just punishing it though. So like Zamasu is one of them. You can just kill you.
Base Vegeta, Bluetooth's like really good.
Beluka and Nappa as well, because Nappa can just put you in a restand, and like when you put in a restand, it takes away all your defensive options except for reflecting DP, so they can't roll tag off the restand.
Fabu as well.
Fabu as well, and Go Tanks.
Yeah,
so
it's just
only like a bit of the cost, but most of them can't really do anything about it.
SSJ Goku, oh my god, bro, that character can. build the
yeah.
half a bar for 2H solo, spend the half a bar, build a bar back in the same combo, and then level 1 and get SKD and get a safe jump. Like,
Yeah.
And now that's easier because they reworked the meter penalty.
yeah,
You can do that
it's
before.
stupid. You start the combo with no meter, use a half a bar, and in that same combo build a bar back and use that bar. Like, it's really silly. Like, we need more things like that.
I think when Dark was talking about active tag, I was thinking about cross Tekken, and I like cross Tekken for that because you can do it whenever. You can do it on whiff, you can do it on block, you can do it on hit. It makes the match never seem like slow. Everyone's always doing something. There's literally like 2 seconds before you can do the active tag back into the other character because there's only 2 characters. So you can do like a whole block string. Say you're playing for Geo and SSJ for Geo, right? You can do a whole for Geo block string. On legs, bring in for Geo, do A, B, C, D, 2, 3, 6, S, and then tag for Geo back in. You can do stuff like that.
Did you say MVC? No, cross Tekken, right?
No, MVCI. MVCI.
Oh, MVCI.
Oh,
Yeah, MVCI, you can do that. And I think it's sick. I actually like it. There's push block in that game, so it's a little bit different. I was talking to, when Ryan was on, we was talking about the difference between like reflect and push block. Like push blocks, I think, he said it as well. We think that push block's way more stronger than, like Fazl's it. More useful than reflects because you can do it while in block's done, right? You don't have to wait.
And you get, most of the time, get a guaranteed punish as well.
Yeah.
With reflect, you don't really.
I'm bringing in Faisal. I guess he's going to want to talk about the Zamasu stuff. I mean, I don't know what you can say about Zamasu, bro. Zamasu's good now.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, no, sorry. Zamasu's been good. He's more stable now. I think he's more stable. So the flying being faster means he can actually move around, where before he was just a slow target. The teleport's gassed, and 5S hits crouches now, so everyone can rejoice. Like,
I'm not gonna lie, I still feel sorry for Faisal in that he didn't get the level 3 change he wanted.
oh, does it still
Like,
wait
he's
for the
still-
super dash?
Yeah, man, you still. It's like, oh, I can dash. It's like you don't get a punish. Like, it's whack. It's like I really wanted like that change because his level 3 is just you can't use it to punish super dash like consistently. It's sadness.
Yo, Faisal, you should be
He's
able to
raised
jump
his
in
hand,
now.
to be fair.
Yeah, no, I accepted it.
He's got
Yeah,
to
he
you
has to
gotta-
accept it. He has to accept it.
Yeah, you gotta accept it.
He just left.
Oh, he's back.
Oh yeah, he's doing it again.
Yeah, click around on your screen and then you should see a green bar at the top.
Didn't see you jump in. Yeah, it said that he's allowed in. There you go.
Hey, there
There
you
we
go.
go.
Yo, what's good? Yo,
What's good, man?
It's good. Is it?
Yo.
You've got the stage, my dude. Say, let's not feed into the propaganda of Faisal and Zamasu. Let's know what's real.
And I want to be chaotic.
Yeah,
though.
man.
I want... no, I'm
What
so
we were
sorry.
saying about Zamasu, I mean, like you were saying the active tag wasn't that good. I mean, not really good for extended combos. There was not that many new combo routes, but I can disagree there. There's a lot of new combo routes with the active tag, especially when I've experimented with like Vegito and Zamasu. They have like really good synergy, where if you active tag from Vegito's kicks, Zamasu can get like a full Blades of Judgment combo after the active tag, so it creates like so many new routes. It's actually surprising. Although I do think Vegito is like one of the best characters who have benefited from active tag in general.
So can you get the Blaze of Judgment from any character, or is it like specific to certain characters that you get the Blaze of Judgment from now? From active
Yeah,
tag?
with like for example the 236L, 236M with Vegito in the air with his kicks. If you're mid-screen, Zamasu can do active tag into his flight, and then you can just do his 5M, and he does go straight into blades, and it's pretty sick with the active tag. Although I do know like a lot of other characters can't get much, like DR in general is one thing from active tag, but Zamasu can get a lot more. He can even
be
do.
able to do it with like SSJ Vegeta as well, like 236S, like similar to like what you do with Vegito with Zamasu.
Yeah.
Should work.
I'm guessing. I guess Zamasu's benefited a lot from that change then, right? The active tag, because you can even set up orbs, and then you can go fly, right? And then you can do his flight dash, and you can DR at the end. There's some like sick routes I've experimented around with.
So Zamasu's stronger now.
Yeah. He's not top 10 though. Is he top 5? That's why he's not top
He's
10.
not top 10.
He's not top 10, he's top
He's
5.
not top 10.
Yeah.
Top 3.
He's not top 10. He's top 1.
I've always thought Zamasu was like strong, but before, even when Faisal was playing Fenris's team, I was like, someone needs to have good execution to make this character work. Though that's the problem, because if you drop any of the combos, he's pointless, and if you're not on point, he just gets smoked. It wasn't worth the risk of trying to outplay someone on net play. That's why I was like, the character's not practically good, but on paper, other than his 5S, he's super strong. Like, a character that can kill you from a super dash. He can TOD you from a super dash. That's ridiculous.
He can TOD from VR as well.
And I'm playing. He is probably top 10. I mean, the buffs are crazy, right? I think we talked about them. We talked about the EX moves. Like Zamasu, I don't know if you know about this, but his EX move, it only works in flight, by the way. If it's not in flight, it doesn't change. But let's say, for example, you're flying at the top of the screen, right? And someone super dash you just EX slice them. You can get a full combo, 2M, 5M, 5H, and you still get the smash. And you can like TOD them just like that. And remember, after the build, you can build bar again after EX, right? So after you EX them from the top of the screen, a full combo on them, you build bar back and you
like
you
how
build
far
them.
positive Todd. Like
Oh my days.
They gave, I know what it is. They gave the bounce thing, like, Nappa's chops to Zamasu, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
'Cause
That's
it
right,
Takes it takes your knockdown, but not your actual 5H smash.
Yeah, so they've
Yeah.
done 2 changes to the EX. They first of all reduced the pushback on the EX move whenever you do it in flight. And the second thing is they cause the bounce, so, easily more confirmable because of more hit stun on there. So it's kind of mad, the EX move. Definitely. Really good buff.
That's
Faisal's eating
stupid.
good this patch.
He's eating very good. I mean,
No, but
he-
I do, like, when Faisal says he doesn't think, like, the character's top 10, man, like, he really needed that level 3 change. Do you know how much I feel sorry for Faisal watching him play, and, like, he knows the super dash is coming, and there's not much he can do about it. Like, it sucks, man.
Nah,
Do you
that's-
guys know what that is? Everyone in the call probably knows that, where it whiffs. The level 3.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen that in your stream.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I've seen
I think that was a
that.
big
Yeah.
thing with Zamasu.
Yeah, I saw that and I laughed.
I think
But
I
Faisal,
the
what do
last
you think they
was
should have
hard.
gave him to make, like, what do you think would make him top 10? Do you
Make
think the
him-
level 3 fix would help?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like, I'm kind of memeing at the same time. I think he might be top 10. I don't want to say it until offlanes are back and I can actually play properly and Gropus can play and, all the Zamasu players can actually play properly. But yeah, I think he's really strong. What they could have done to make him even more stronger, though, is definitely his wall of light. So the orbs that he pulls out up his shoulders. If they made him, like, not disappear when he got hit, or they made him a beam property, that would have been really good. Although he would have been really strong with any of those changes for that one. But yeah, the level 3 is another big one. You still can get super dashed when you're doing his slicers, like, his 236M, 236L. But to be honest, like, in flight mode, it's really strong because you can cancel it into his flight dash. So most likely, you probably just don't want to do it in normal jump mode. You just want to do it while he's in flight. And in my theory, in the new patch, as long as you're in the air and you're flying with Zamasu, you're doing the right thing. If you're in the air and you're not going in flight mode, then you're in a bad situation, basically.
Is there any way you can get a punish, like, at all? Like, if you do, like, flight and they super dash and you do, like the flight command dash, is there any way at all you can get a punish?
No, you can't. It's unfortunate. I tested a lot,
Sucks,
yeah.
man.
Yeah. I tried to level
Isn't the
3,
dash
all
like
my assists,
one
nothing
frame?
works.
Like,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Use like a tracking assist, like a tracking C assist, or
Super dash is broken, bro. That just dodges
yeah,
it.
it's very stupid. Like,
She'll dodge it.
that sucks, man.
Vegeta is
Yeah.
pretty good, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna complain. Because before, right, Super Dash was like the vein of my existence, right? But now I have a frame 1 invincible move, which I can reset the neutral and go back into flight, so I reset the scenario, It's not a bad scenario, but I just don't get any damage on them. I'll take it.
Yeah. I can see that.
I was gonna ask because like Faisal's played quite a few games as well. What mechanics do you think make a good fighting game? Good or bad ones?
All right. I guess a lot of people were talking about Limit Break and X Factor sparking. A lot of people didn't like it. Although, in my experience in fighting games, like, I guess the type of games I've played, they've always had that comeback mechanic. So I never really thought it was a bad thing. I thought it was, a good thing because that's how you create hype scenarios in tournaments and stuff. It's from those comeback mechanics. and so I've always just played. I've just always liked it. In my opinion, I thought that comeback mechanics weren't as bad as people thought they were, and I enjoyed it.
Do you think it's? Did you enjoy it because you liked it, or did you enjoy it because it made like the game more interesting?
Yeah, it made it more crazy, right? And so I know it can be annoying because like, why am I losing when I have the lead? It doesn't make sense. But like I said, it's how you create the hype moments. It's how you get like super hype, and how the game is just like super crazy like that. I just enjoy it. I guess when it's more interesting in that. I mean, I'm a Marvel 3 player, so that game was kind of crazy. When it came to comebacks, when you had stuff like Virgil though in Dark Phoenix, that was a bit much. But something like Dragon Ball tones it down a lot more. And yeah, that's why I like it.
That's fair enough. Have you got any mechanics you think are bad in fighting games?
Bad?
Super
Probably
dash.
yeah, that's true, yeah. Probably have to give a think about that one, yeah, in my mind to think about it. But yeah, Super Dash definitely one of them. A lot of people quit Dragon Ball because of that, right? Because of Super Dash, they said they were gonna nerf it and stuff. I would say like, although I said about comeback mechanics, definitely special, like the X Factor, like when it caused you to have the speed boost. I thought that was a bit too much. Like the way Dragon Ball did it, you didn't have a speed boost in your moves. You just had an extended period of time where you do more damage.
Oh, yeah. I
The
see.
speed boost was kind of dumb. The speed boost was kind of dumb, yeah.
I think having the speed boost instead of damage would be more interesting, because that way people would have to be more creative, and they wouldn't just.
Sure.
Because in like with Spark now, you literally do your B&B and you know it's going to do more damage than it would without Spark. But if Spark increased your speed, you could try and do other combos and get more damage that way. I think it would be a bit more creative.
Right.
Yeah. But then you'd have to like take one thing away, right? Then you take the damage away if you're gonna add on speed. Adding both would just be like really broken, like how X Factor or Virgil and Phoenix was a thing, but nobody really wanted to play that,
Yeah, I hated X Factor because they did stuff like Hulk would get more damage, but his speed would be the same. I think 4 was the same, but Virgil would get damage increased and be as quick as anything. Like, it was like, that doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, give Hulk more strength and low speed, but then with the fast characters, just make them faster, but the same damage. But they can still do different routes. Like, Virgil got both. He got better routes and more damage on top of that. That's why you never saw him end the combo, because you died before he could finish it.
Yeah. That was a bit too much, man.
Yeah.
That's the game I grew up playing, like 7 years, man. I got used to that stuff, but
yeah,
now that I think about it, it's very crazy.
You get numb to it. But yeah, I think with Dragon Ball, Limit Break would be sicker if, like, I don't know, like, they could figure it out, but like humans all got increased speed instead of damage, or aliens got more bar instead of damage and speed, or something like that.
That sounds cool.
You make Golden Freezer any
Some
faster.
good ideas.
Spark is pretty good as a combat mechanic.
And what do you guys think about the Spark situation in Dragon Ball, where if someone sparks defensively and
then they 50-50
don't.
and then you have to be forced to spark back?
Bro, we literally don't see Tods anymore.
Yeah.
Like, unless it's like Sparkless and it's Faisal, like you're probably not seeing a Todd.
Yeah, I don't like. I think one of my problems with Spark is the fact of I guess it's not just a certain mechanic. I guess it's just all the things it has in combination. The fact you can empty vanish, you can like jump cancel your normals, like the damage from it.
Super Dash becomes a lariat. Like you get a 50-50 from it. Like
it's because there's like the reason I don't like it, because like there's this phase in Dragon Ball where like the game doesn't really start until both players have used their sparking, because sparking is like, as long as you have sparking, you can just take a character from them. Like that's just it. Like if I let's say I'm playing like Plug and I knock Plug down, like he can just spark, and like now I have to either like risk like getting 50-50 twice by Nadir, because like he has at least 7 seconds of sparking, which is enough for like at least 2 50-50s, or I spark back and then like I can't use spark anymore because he's decided to spark. It's like a really like I don't know how to describe the situation. It's just like a really like
I think I think with the spark situation, if they made it more like Guilty Gear, so if you could bait the spark and punish it on block,
Yeah,
people
Yeah,
would
that's
spark
my-
like that.
Surely it
Oh,
used to
yeah.
be like minus.
It's minus. It was -5 before. Now it's 0. I think it's
Yeah,
0.
Oh,
that's
is it?
really
Yo.
dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually used to be -5. So like,
Yeah.
now if it's really dumb. Like if you bait a spark and like like say you safe jump a spark and like they spark and you block. If you're against a character like Z-Broly and you don't have like the same range he does, you legit just have to block. There's nothing you can do.
Imagine like sparking against Bardock Sparks. Yeah, you block it. He just does EX Lariat and he empty vanish.
Yeah, 6-man Larry, you gotta hold that shit.
Like-
Like,
GG's, bro.
yeah, I like, and the worst part is like, Chris didn't even mention, like, adding on to that, if you like lose your spark, you may as well just go back to character select. There's a very high chance you're not gonna win the match, man. Like,
Yeah, it's
unless
like-
you're playing like a really top tier anchor. I really, really don't like that about like Dragon Ball right now. Like you have to develop like teams around like being able to deal with spark.
Playing around Spark is very like important.
It's literally become
Yeah.
the game now, and like more and more people starting to realize it. Like 21's level 3 is not even like we all like I meme about like you not being able to two-touch from it in a lot of scenarios, but like even if you can, like you spark, like Nace, me and like Nadir were talking about this the other day. I was saying the reason why I think Nappa's so strong right now is because characters like Janemba that like you'll like spend like your entire like resources on trying to get that level 3 mix, and if
Yes.
like Chris tries to go for like the cross up and they spark, now Chris is in a mix up. If Nadir does that with Nappa and they spark, he goes back to
Bro,
neutral.
that
Like-
legit happens every time.
It is a big deal. It is a huge deal because I'm like, bro, you're spending a bar and an assist. He's spending all of his meter and probably an assist, maybe even 2, and he goes into meter cooldown, like super meter cooldown, which is different from vanish meter cooldown. It
Yeah.
really sucks, man. Like, I really don't like the way Spark works right now. Like that's why I played Team Gohan TN.
It's,
Like,
it's
to do
like
the
it's a
chop.
huge like part of the game now because it's like obviously they took out snaps, so like you can't just like if you hit them again you can't just snap them out. And
It's
on
one
top
of those boomer things. It's like if you don't adapt
yeah.
and like jump on like the vibe, you're just gonna get smoked. Like you have
there's-
to. You have to
Bebop,
adapt.
real quick. Bebop asks. He mentioned tack when he was talking earlier. I think we've all played a game with infinites in them. Does anyone think infinites are a good mechanic?
Oh my god, we actually had a
Hey,
conversation about
I
this in the
do.
Power Rangers community.
Infinites are hard to do and they take,
No,
time.
no, 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 I
Yes,
hate- no, 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 no,
I'm
no,
joking.
okay, no, no, no,
Nah, nah.
no,
No, don't
I
joke.
hate that.
Don't pull back. Go.
Okay, alright.
I think Plug's
I'll
the only
mention-
person who thinks it's good, right?
I think it's good.
Alright, I like doing infinites. Okay, it's weird because I like infinites, but it's like weird glitchy infinites that you actually wouldn't find if you're like someone like unless you're like Rogue Yoshi or something. Does that make sense? Not like the infinites in Power Rangers where it's just a B&B.
Yeah, I know Mace so well. I know what his counter argument would be to that.
What
If-
the unintentional infinites?
No, like if you find an infinite, like it's really cool. It's hard to do. Like it's like if you
I
put someone
I
with
hate
good
that
execution,
argument.
they'll be able to do it.
I
Like,
hate the argument of if it's hard that makes it okay, and that's
People
why
just end up doing it anyway.
that's why I asked the
Alright.
whole.
I see.
Mace,
there was-
what's that infinite that me and you started talking? Me, you, and Wiper were talking about.
What the Vegeta
Elmo.
one?
No, not the Vegeta
Oh.
one. It was like was it Red Riding Hood? I think.
Oh, BB Hood from Darkstalkers.
Yeah. She's like,
Kazunoko
that,
was like the only person who could do it.
yeah, but like, would you say that that's fair? Like, cause
I don't think it's fair, but I don't think fighting games are meant to be fair. We all go
Okay,
into
can
team
I-
mode
can I-
to not be fair. Like,
Can I just say this because I actually feel very strongly about this because like I've tried to get like people into like Power Rangers and like for a very long time and like the main excuse not excuse I want to say excuse
OS.
the main reason people don't they don't want to play is because of like, oh, there's infinites, combos take so long, I don't want to play, I don't get to play. my counterpoint to that is, bruv, every time like people play a fighting game, their main goal is to reduce interaction. Like every like people will say like, oh, I don't like this game because like I block for so long, I don't get to play. I don't like to play this game because the combo's long, I don't get to play. Bruv, like every time a fighting game starts out, the main meta of the game becomes to how much can I suppress my opponent from playing as much as possible. So I feel like when people say that, they're just not being genuine. Because it's like, let's say like Marvel, for example. People say like, oh damn. A reason people say they wouldn't want to play Marvel is like, oh, I get todded and die. Where when I watch people play Guilty Gear Strive, their main goal is like when they play Eno or Chip or Millia, their main goal is just to loop Oki and like just loop Oki until they die. Like you're not trying to interact in the first place. Why are you trying to put Paul on the facade that you are trying to interact? Is my thing.
I would say most people think infinites are glitches, but me personally, I don't see the difference between a Todd and an infinite. They're the same to me.
Yeah, you die either way.
Yeah, you die either way.
I have a question.
Yeah, that's true actually.
I don't roast me. This question might sound stupid, but if an infinite is like, if the game plan to get the infinite is harder than like most other game plans in a game, would that make it fair?
I was just
No,
gonna say that,
like
like, I
Marvel.
was just gonna add on to that. Yeah, like
I don't know.
Naruto in the original. I know you remember this,
Oh
Mace.
my
Yeah,
God.
in the original Persona 4 Arena, Naruto had an infinite, right? Where if she needed to spend 50 meter and her burst,
Oh yeah, show me that, I swear.
and yeah, you would do 10 different normals or specials like together, right? And the game would only remember the last 10 moves you've done. It was called SMP Infinite. So the 11th move you do, like imagine if I said, imagine you do 10 different moves of Nappa, and then on the 11th move you just do 236L held chop and you just keep doing it, and like the hit stun just stays there and you can just constantly loop it. But even though people said that was broken, the character was mid-tier and you could burst out of the infinite. So for the entirety of like the game's lifespan, for like 2-3 years, they just left the infinite in. Like in the next game, like they took it out, but it was I think it was completely fair because she had to spend 50 meter and a burst, and the opponent could burst out of it anyway. But it was a Todd. Like once you got to the 11th move, she would just loop one move until you died, and you would just die. But
I think that's just boring though when you have the infinite doing the same move over again. It's like you do that move. It was like in Marvel Infinite, you had like web throw reality stone. Who remembers that?
oh my god,
Yeah. Or you
Yeah.
had like yeah, but then
Oh, good.
the infinites had like you didn't do the same thing like the hit stun deterioration glitch in Marvel Infinite. That was really
Yeah.
fun because you could do some crazy stuff and like come up with some that's the kind of stuff that I like to loop it properly. Or for example, in like Marvel 3 you had TEC infinites and you had like Dante Infinite. That's so boring, it does no damage, you're doing the same thing over and over again. But then you have like Doctor Doom Infinite, like going mid-screen and stuff, you can do like some really cool stuff. So the
So it's-
ones that are loopable are just like not that fun to look at, but
Sorry. Can I?
Go on, you go first, yeah.
Yeah, but so say a loop is boring. Would it be boring if you won money in the end of it and after like a big major tournament,
No, but that's
right?
we're talking from like is that. I think,
from a player
yeah,
or viewer.
Design aspect.
No, man. Yeah, no, man. No.
yeah.
I wanted to
Is that-
say from like a player perspective, like I think having infinites is like, if the combo damage is high, like in a game anyway, I think sometimes doing the infinite is kind of pointless. Because say if you're doing an infinite over time it does less damage, you might like, sometimes it's just better to end a combo early and kill. Because sometimes if you're just gonna keep on doing the infinite, you're just building resource for the opponent. Because
Just giving them yeah.
you're
That's
just
true. If you have like specific team setups, like I know F-Champ's team who used to use like Mag, Doom, Phoenix. If he done the TAC Infinite, he'd instantly have 5 bars, so meaning he would get Dark Phoenix. And so that's sometimes it's optimal to do it. You know, depending on what team you have. Sometimes it's not optimal to do it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I guess it might be a case for Marvel because they had Dark Phoenix in it, right? So if you get a player with a Dark Phoenix on their team, you would do the infinite just to get the bar to kill that character. You're not going to do the infinite because you don't want to give them all the bar. But if you've got Dark Phoenix, you're going to do the infinite until the end. Like, you're not going to spend any bar. So it depends on the situation and the game, right? So if you're thinking, oh, I can just end this quickly and use super instead, I would say just do the infinite. If you can do the infinite, do the infinite. Why spend bar when you can kill without bar? And it's going to take longer. It's not the person doing a loop doesn't care about the time. It's the person getting hit who's got nothing better to do than look at the time, because you can't. There's no burst in Marvel. So I do think it's the game that it's in. Like Raw Kid was saying about in Persona, you can burst, so you don't have to sit there and take the infinite. You can do something about it.
The reason I say that is because I watched the Power Rangers tournament last night, and some guy did do the infinite, and it built the Zord meter, which is the comeback mechanic. So what they did is on the incoming, they just alpha counted, and then they called Megazord, and then the guy that did infinite just lost the game because they built all that resource for the...
Yeah, that's funny.
That's kind of funny.
But the thing is that could he have avoided that? I'm guessing there's no way. So even if he killed him without giving him, or say he didn't kill, say he knocked down.
No, because from the situation I'm talking about, he had 0 Zord bar. He had like 0 like comeback mechanic.
So are you saying he shouldn't have killed the character?
He should have just killed the character, in my opinion, because like in Power Rangers, the more bar you have, the more comeback mechanic you can do.
Yeah, but could he have killed him without him getting the Zord?
Yeah, he could.
Right,
So
right,
he had the guy that did the infinite had 3 bars, which is max resource in that game.
Right. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's time. Some people do infinites to flex, isn't it? Like Fives was saying before.
It was a flex, to be fair. Like it was like, oh damn, like this infinite, because the infinite I'm talking about it's a plinkfinite. Like you have to plink, and like as long as the more that it goes on, the timing for it becomes like really tight. Not like 1 frame blink time, but it's like, damn, for you to do that consistently in tournament is like really sick. So he did that for that reason, but he lost the game because of it. So now look at you.
I mean, he's got you talking about it though. I think that's what most of the infinites are about, right? So even though he lost, you remembered that. I mean, we did bring it up as a conversation, but if you watch like Marlon Pie, everyone knew the Doom Infinite. Everyone knew the up one, everyone knew the side one, and everyone knew the down one. But Marlon Pie would do the most ridiculous one because it's Marlon Pie. And he normally hit it, to be fair to him. Same with Dante. Like in tournament, Cloud does the easy one, the slow, long one.
Oh yeah, that one is sick.
Which is dry. But if you see him stream it, he does all the stupid bullshit. So I guess to a degree, it's never really optimal to flex, unless you're in a tournament and you're just thinking about the money. So you do the optimal route. Like Chab did it all the time. Like he would end with 1 super because he knows that he's going to get 5 bars for Phoenix because you're a character down. But if he's streaming, he'll just do the most stupid like hyper grab infinite with Magneto because it doesn't matter, right? There's nothing on the line. I think for the mechanic itself, it's weird because it's hard to tell if it's meant to be in the game or not. Like Marvel, because there was no like patches, we don't know if that was intended. We just assumed it was because it's in every other Marvel game. I think infinites are fine. Because there's TODs in games, I think infinites are fine. It's just the same, but one requires a little bit more executional skill. Yeah, like because Marvel had really hard, like some characters had to do really hard, like 1 frame links and like jump cancels. Like if you landed for too long, you couldn't do the infinite and stuff like that. It was really weird. But
yeah, you just had to hold up, basically. So
C4, what do you think about the infinite Dragon Ball had in like season 1?
1 sec, let me get my door and I'll come back.
Oh no.
I even forgot that. What was the infinite?
Yeah, I think Beerus,
21 is right?
Yeah,
oh
Beerus
yeah,
JS.
I remember. Yeah,
man.
it was the Raccoon Beam one. Yeah, I remember that. The 21
as well, yeah.
Yes. Oh my god, man.
Yeah.
21.
That was like easier. That was like easier to get than Todd's because all you needed to do was like say
You could hold the button and walk off and just hold like S on your pad.
The game just wasn't made properly, though, so it was just
yeah. And then what was the Raccoon one where you get hit by the beam and then it just messed up the whole scaling?
Left's doing the 21 infinite. What was it? It was
no. The thing with those moves, it had the opposite of hit stun decay.
Right now.
So, Mace, Nadir asked you, what do you think of the infinite state Dragon Ball used to have? So the Raccoon Beam, Beerus JS, 21 Infinite. Like, what's your thoughts
Let it rock.
on those?
The game had TODs. Like, to me, it made no difference. Because there was still TODs without spark in that game, if you had the right characters.
Oh yeah.
So I would be like, yeah, it's just part of the game, right? Killing people from one touch. A TOD and an infinite, yeah, because it ends up being the same situation. A character dies, you go back to neutral. Just let it happen. I don't see a problem with it. If they actively try to stop TODs, then I'll say, yeah, don't, like, infinite shouldn't be in the game then, because you're trying to make it so this doesn't happen. So say they went, oh, we're scaling 2M, so they scale like a jab because we don't want people to die straight away. We don't want characters to die in one hit. I'll be like, yeah, then you should probably take infinites out of your game as well then. But
Yeah.
Fair enough then. Yeah,
that makes sense.
it's weird. I guess they don't. Even if Ginyu had his infinite, he would still be probably in the spot he is. This is the thing.
Yeah, like people wouldn't play him.
I don't think.
I
people
remember
play him.
watching sets with like the kill stage versus like really good Ginyu players from like NY, and it didn't really make a difference. You were right. Like he would get that infinite right with the Raccoon Beam, and then the set would go back to normal. Like it
But that's
was
what I'm
before.
saying. Like with
Yeah.
infinite, sometimes you're just building buff of the opponent. So with Ginyu specifically, if you're doing an infinite, wow, they return to neutral, and now the other guy has 7 bars and sparking. Like, hello, like. I guess it is dependent on the game though.
But I wish Vegeta still had his infinite. I think he needs one. Legit. I think he
Vegeta had
actually
an
needs an
infinite?
infinite. Yeah,
I don't know.
the
Vegeta didn't
dropkick
have
one.
one.
Yeah, way back in the beginning. Maybe he had the dropkick one.
The dive kick one, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
'cause he
frame
used to
perfect
bounce
dive
and
kick.
loop.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh shit!
You could always basically there was a frame where if you hit dive kick, they would always bounce, so they would never stop bouncing.
He had another one in the alpha build where you could do like you would do like Dragon Rush and then do like level 3, and you'd be able to vanish after the level 3 midair, and it would still give you the wall bounce, and then you would just be able to DR, but it would be as if you DR'd at the start of a combo. I don't know if you remember that, Mace.
I remember that.
I remember that.
That was crazy.
It's so broken, and it would just go like all the way like to the top of the screen off screen, and you'd be able to do like a solo infinite Todd, which is really silly.
This reminds me of a mechanic that we haven't even spoke about, which is weird. Shuridan hates this.
Oh,
Like-
bursts.
No. Yeah, burst basically combo breakers. So
Yeah.
like Killer Instincts and burst.
He hates MK for that reason as
Yeah,
well.
he hates
And more
MK,
infinite.
he hates KI, he's not playing Guilty Gear because there's burst in it. He said if Spark,
MBCI.
he doesn't even like MBCI because of it, because you can tag in between combos. He said if you could spark in combos, you wouldn't play the game.
Oh,
But
man.
Why?
he doesn't like combo breakers. So does anyone like? I think combo breakers are cool if you can bait it. If you can't bait it, then I think it's trash.
Yeah, I
I
100%
think
agree with that.
Yeah.
MK combo breakers specifically are trash because
Yeah.
it's like you can't bait them,
sure.
and then you get
No.
get-
You can bait. You can bait an MK. Because I remember I was living it, but I don't mind bursting or something if it doesn't come back as quick as it does in MK. Because MK, when you're what's it called again? The move to combo break in MK.
what is this called? Breaker? It's just
Yeah,
called
breaker.
Breakaway. Yeah, breakaway. Yeah, so MK has like 2 meters, so it's got like the offensive meter for EX specials and then a defensive meter for the breakaway and other things. That breakaway thing comes back a lot quicker than other games. So like Guilty Gear's burst is not as quick as
Yeah, because its own resource. With
Yeah, and then
MK
Persona
especially,
Persona and Blaze Blue. I think Blaze Blue
It's
does come back.
very slow, man.
But
It's
Persona is
very
really slow to the point where Persona you might as well say it's just once a game.
Yep.
Yeah.
100%. That was definitely once a game, bro. Like,
Yeah,
oh
so-
my god.
So when it's like that, I kind of don't mind it. But if it's like MK11 where it can be like you could do it like 3 or 4, 5 times
Sometimes
a
every
game.
time you get a hit.
Yeah, that's when it gets ridiculous.
You can do it 3, 4, 5 times a game.
Yeah.
Like, That is
Yeah,
insane.
it comes back really fast.
So
Yeah.
you got to use it for other things as well. But most of the time, against certain matchups, you just save it for breakaway because there's no bait.
Yep, and you also got offense from bursting. With like bursts in anime, you just return to neutral.
Sometimes you got to punish for breakaway. Actually,
Yeah, sometimes you got to punish for
Sounds
breakaway.
insane. Because I
No,
don't
'cause-
know much about
Okay,
MK.
so what happens is you could make a move whiff, right? And you could make a string whiff, because with MK there's like strings. So if you break away from the string, they'll continue to do the string, and you can just whiff punish them.
Yeah, it's like low profile in
Just
like,
get up and then you
anime
punish
games.
them.
What was that?
That's insane.
I don't mind combo breakers as long as they're.
You got punished for getting hit.
Combo breaking and just-
You see a mechanic we don't like. Oh my god, I fucking hate overdrive in Blaze Blue. I
That is
hate
the worst mechanic ever.
that mechanic so much, bro. Like that is probably one of the worst mechanics ever made.
I
in
dropped the
fighting.
game as soon as I saw it. As soon as someone did overdrive, and I was like, "Oh, I baited a burst." And went, "Yeah, I know. When you bait a burst incorrectly, you get overdrive, which is basically invincibility, and then it's their turn."
And then you become a super character. Like
Yeah.
It's invincibility if you got character specific X factor and it comes back. And not only that, if you burst out of a combo, it resets your burst timer, right? And like Nadir said, in Persona, you may as well only say that you're getting it like once a match, right? If you overdrive, it gives you back, I think, 30% of your burst back instantly.
Yeah.
It's
Overdrive
so bad.
is
The
horrible.
equivalent for like people that don't play Blaz, it's in Guilty Gear, because Guilty Gear, everyone's playing Guilty Gear now. If you baited a blue burst, but they delayed it, instead of giving a gold burst, there would be invincible dragon install, and it would be their turn.
Yeah.
And then they get their first back again.
Imagine trying to do a decent army with overdrive.
And you
It's
have
so
safe
dumb.
and block reversals as well.
I
They are
remember.
That sounds dumb.
It's so I dropped the game instantly when someone did that to me. I was playing
remember-
Hibiki, and I was like, "Nope, I'm not gonna bait someone." They delay their burst, and now I get punished. I'm not playing that game. No way.
I remember I was playing Amari because he wanted to play CF with me recently. He tried to bait my burst. I activated overdrive, and I played Kagura, right? And his overdrive trait is he can imagine hit if he could just stance cancel into stance cancel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it's infinite stance cancel. And then you've got like, oh my Mace, I know you know about Hakumen's overdrive.
I
but it
don't like Blaz,
continuously
bro.
gives it meter.
Yeah.
And then
such a
he
bad
has a
game.
super called Mugen that stops his super. Oh, sorry. So your super meter, basically your super meter will decrease, but you'll be able to do however many like supers you want, right? So if you like go into overdrive, which builds your bar, and then go into Mugen, which decreases your bar, your meter will just freeze until your overdrive ends. So you can just do infinite supers in that
Literally
time.
shadow mode. It's so shadow mode.
No.
Broken. Like you literally like you just do like his super. He had like a wave. Like imagine SSJ Goku's level 1. If it did like 20% chip damage, and you just sat full screen and just kept doing it,
No,
like
my favorite overdrive.
in Marvel 3, like
I played Platinum in Blaze Blue, and her overdrive was they buffed all her random specials. So all of it, like,
blockables and stuff like that.
Yeah,
from
No. My favorite one in Basically is Izayoi's.
the worst.
Izayoi's. Imagine if like Gogeta, but Gogeta 4 bursts in.
I know what Chris is gonna say. I know what he's gonna say.
Because so Izayoi's like trait is like she can gain like stocks basically, and the more stocks she gets, the stronger she becomes, right? So like, imagine if like Baseku like if Baseku charged meter and he just became a better character. Imagine if Baseku bursts, and when he bursts, he just gets stocks passively over time, and he doesn't.
Free Spirit Bomb. And what's worse is she can cancel specials into specials. So imagine, Mace, I don't know if you remember this, like she could do wake up DP and cancel into teleport.
Yeah.
That's level 7 adult Gohan, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you gave Janemba a DP and said on wake up Janemba can do DP and cancel into his teleport.
Yeah, yes, and it's the perfect example. It's adult Gohan. You know how
yeah,
adult
level 7.
Level 7, yeah. That's literally what it is.
Yeah.
People say that game is good. I'm like, bro, this is literally the worst mechanic in
Bro, I
so
remember.
much game history. It's
I
so
remember
bad.
I was talking with Ray O'Connor when we went to NGI, and when I was with Amari and all of the Smash heads, we was talking about plays
Oh,
view.
we're talking about.
Oh yeah, you was straight danger all day. Oh my god.
Hey, you got.
You turn up, Jiro.
Okay, you want me to go on, bro?
Yeah,
imagine,
go.
bro. This isn't CF. This was the older playthrough. This was Calamity Trigger. Tega. He had a glitch where if he was in the corner, he wasn't in the corner, so you could just cross him up. So imagine if you IAD'd at him, you could just cross him up at any time.
Bro, it was so messed
that's
up.
pretty
Man.
bad.
On the grappler, they didn't. I saw he didn't have pull as well, so he could.
He didn't need magnet finger. He still wasn't in the corner. It was really dumb. I was gonna ask Faisal, is Guilty Gear the first game you played with a combo breaker in it, like burst?
Yeah, although we had Marvel Infinite, which had a combo breaker. You had to spend, I think, 2 bars, was it?
True.
But in Marvel Infinite, you could punish the burst as well, or not the burst, the combo breaker.
Yeah.
You just had to do your own tag, and once you timed your tag to their combo breaker, you would punish that. So that I didn't mind it because you could punish it very easily. But if it was like that Blaze Blue shit you're talking about, that overdrive shit, yeah, it doesn't sound too good.
What do you think
So
about
fucked,
Guilty
man.
Gear? Guilty Gear bursts. Do you think they are like too strong or not good enough, or?
I actually don't mind them. I think they're fine because you can bait them because you can have combos where they're really high in the air, and so the higher they are, obviously the burst will
Oh, guess
with
who
you. So you
joined?
can do combo routes where they can't do that, and also you can just like red RC cancel if you know a burst is coming, and then you can basically smoke them for the burst. So yeah, I think
Right.
in my eyes, as long as you can punish something, then it's fine. If you can't punish it, then I think it's a problem.
I kind of agree with you. It's funny because Art's here now. Shuridan's in
Oh
this.
no.
I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was what was I gonna say? With combo breakers, right? Because I feel like I don't mind them personally because when you're watching, like when I watch someone play Guilty Gear, that's probably one of the funnest things to watch. I remember Mace, you were playing this team tournament with Ryan.
Oh yeah, that was sick.
Last week.
And you did wake up with Leo. You did wake up. What was it? Like his back
Cross up. Yeah.
Yeah,
cross up.
because you knew
That was actually
you knew
good.
he was gonna bait your burst and stuff like that is really cool, isn't it? So like,
No, and the thing with burst in Guilty Gear is you don't have to burst in combos, right?
Yeah,
you can gold burst.
You can go.
You
Yeah.
can go
if you-
first, and that's correct.
See, so in old Guilty Gear, gold bursts were safe, and blue bursts were punishable. In this one, they're both punishable. I don't like it because I'm legacy. It actually makes more sense. I think they should. It's harder to bait. It's harder to punish a gold burst. I think it's like -10, where blue one's like -20. But yeah, the mind game of not bursting and doing a cross up because they're waiting for your burst or flash kick. He said he was waiting for a flash kick or a burst, which both requires you to stay still to do stuff like that. I think's interesting about Guilty Gear. I think I like combo breakers because I feel when you get hit, you're not entitled to that damage. You still have to work for it because you still got to do a combo.
Mix. Like,
Yeah, it's like when you knock down, like when I was talking to Heapski, he was like, well, when I get hit, I want Oki. And I was like, yeah, but you're not entitled to the Oki, are you? You got the hit, you got your damage. You don't need to have Oki. You just want that as like a given. I don't think like that, but it could be because I really like MVCI, so I'm biased. I like sort of like combo breaker tags, and like Faisal said, they spent 2 bars to bring in their character while their point character's getting hit, and you counter it by bringing your character. So yeah, it wasn't. You basically had to do it in spots where they couldn't tag in. So you do it on like a super or something, or if they're in the air, they could still do it, but you wouldn't get happy birthdayed. So there was like smart ways around it. But that game is like super quick. Like it's probably the quickest like new gen game. Like there's never like moments where you're like floating around in Dragon Ball. You're always doing something, and you can tag on whiff, which is super sick. I don't think any other game has that. Oh no, BB tag's got that.
It was a bit broken though, that tag for sure. That tag was a bit broken, Mace, can't lie. I mean, you could literally do this, like, you know, the team order didn't even matter in that game. Like, you could pick Dante Dormammu or Dormammu Dante, because at the start of the round, 99 seconds, you just do a special move into tag, and you instantly have pressure,
Literally.
so it didn't really matter,
Can I just say,
Literally.
while I'm not opposed to combo breakers. I will say if Spark was a combo breaker in Dragon Ball, I wouldn't want to play the game.
I mean, yeah, it'll just be Blaze Blue Override, wouldn't it?
I just wouldn't want to play the game because I get a hit, they spark, and then I'm anti-managed.
With how Dragon Ball
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go on.
Isn't it just like depending on the game that you're playing, you know, whether or not
Probably.
like combo breaker is a thing or not? Because me personally, I come from playing Killer Instinct, where I love that shit. Like I played like that game for like maybe like 3,000-4,000 hours, and I love the mind game aspect, you know, of okay, I'm going in, I'm doing a medium, yeah, you can now counter this and now get rid of all of my pressure, or I could do one of two things. I can mix it up and do a manual, which will bait whatever you're doing, and then it will make you think that I'm doing another move, or I could then do a counter breaker if I know you're gonna break it, and then you eat more damage and it resets the scaling on the combo, so then I can go back in for more damage. Like I personally I like that because I like those kind of mind game situations, you know. But that's purely just me, and
I do think it's.
I mean, when I
go on.
Oh, okay. Well, when I was playing KI, I didn't play it much, but when I did, I was playing Hisako, so I didn't actually get to interact with the combo breaker mechanic too much, because obviously she had the whole.
Yeah, she has the counter. She has the
whole auto is the counter, and then she's a grappler as well. But I do get what you're saying with the whole mind game aspect of it. But sometimes when I land it here, I'm just trying to run my shit. I'm not gonna lie.
But obviously that's why you would play Hisako, just to run your shit. Because
just to run the shit,
but even still, like you could still combo break your stuff. It's just that the people that were playing online at that time were just shit. Because I played against Foxy. I told him to pick up Hisako because I actually mained Hisako and Shadow Jago. Told him to pick it up. He was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna play Shin Hisako." I was like, "Okay, cool, do your thing." Then he did it, but because I played the game for so long, I knew the like after seeing it for so long, I knew the inputs and stuff like that. So I was able to kind of counter the stuff when they came in, even though they were charge moves, and it was supposed to vary the timings so that it makes it harder. Because she like not only so. Oh god. Just for everyone else, because I don't think anyone else actually played Killer Instinct. So you had manuals that looked like, so basically manuals were like a shorter variation of one of the moves that you could have, one of your special moves. So it would make it seem like you were doing another version of a move when you weren't, and then obviously that will cut the string up just a little bit to make it harder for people to kind of combo break and stuff like that. And then you'd have people like Asako, which had charge moves, which then on top of that they would also have their manuals. So you could, but their manuals would look different to what's it called, their actual specials. So you had to then, because it was so different, the only thing that would vary was the speed, and because of the speed of the manual that would come out, you'd actually have to know what type of button it was, whether if it was light, medium, or heavy. So like all of that on top of itself, like it's a challenge, and essentially that's why I like combo breakers anyway. Because like once you've done it, there's a sense of I feel like the word I'm going for is jubilation, and you're happy because like it's like a game within a game, and you've just beaten it. So now that you know this, you can then go forward and then use it elsewhere, maybe against the same person or something like that. But then you're no longer playing at layer 1, for example. Like I know me and Yasin spoke about this numerous times, with regards to like when you're playing Blue Goku, you're always at layer 1 when you're playing online. Whereas with Killer Instinct, or in this situation, once they've broken the combo, if they've done it 3 or 4 times, you now get to move up to the second layer or the third layer, you know? And that's just where I stand on the situation.
Can I add to this? Art joined. I want to say, I think the best implementation of like a combo breaker in a fighting game is Skullgirls, actually. I think Skullgirls is actually sick with how it does combo breaker, because with Skullgirls is like the longer because Skullgirls is heavily reset based. So like the longer you're doing like combos and like resets, there's a thing called like undizzy, which it like gradually increases. It's like a little green bar, and once that's full, you get to do like the burst. You're able to like burst, just so like they can't just like infinitely like reset.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah,
what I like
that's
about
it.
that is you can still like bait the burst after. So then like it's like, oh, I'm getting to this point now. I have to like either
Think about what I'm doing.
think about what I'm doing, and I like that because that bar makes it so like, oh, I'm allowed to do what I want in combo reset wise until this bar is full. So it's like a good compromise between like both players, the person getting hit and the person like doing the offense. Since it's like, I don't know, I just think it's like a really good balance.
But before I add Art in, Shudan, he's got to raise his hand. You got to ask to be requested in or whatever. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna say, so in terms of like the whole mechanic, I feel it does depend on what you play the game for, right? So if you're running your script, you don't want to interact with someone having a mind game in your combo, which I understand. I like making someone look like an idiot, so I like doing that stuff. I like doing a combo and going, I know exactly when you want to burst. But some people don't like doing that. Some people like to, you know, practice what they have done in T mode and put that on someone. So I don't know if I wouldn't say it's a bad or good mechanic. I just say I like it. But Art's gonna tell us why it's trash, which is
I mean, I already played Dragon Ball with a kind of combo breaker. I don't know how anyone else feels.
oh
with
yeah,
Dragon
you've actually got a combo breaker inside, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Art's the only
Cyberman
person who
is
doesn't
so
like
low.
it. So
Cyberman is so low chance, let's be real. Sometimes they just like hit him out of it, so
But when it happens, I can't stop smiling.
yeah, I mean it's cool, right?
yeah.
The thing is that requires like pre-setup. So you've used half a bar to spawn your dude, and
then
it
you've got
has this chance, you know, like, and it's on the opponent. At that point, it's on the opponent. I mean, I think all combo breakers are really on the opponent. Even though you're the guy who's combo breaking, it's kind of on the opponent to play around it, which adds this depth to like the mechanic. But I think it's a fabricated depth that is bad for the audience. Unless it's for like a game like that's already very linear and low in options, like in terms of watching like games like Mortal Kombat, the game is very boring to play. Like, not boring to play, but like the combos are short, they don't look flashy. The thing that's flashy in that game is the graphics, and you know, Combo Breaker adds that layer to the game, which is cool for that game, you know. But like, there's other games where, like, let's take Marvel 3 or MVCI, right, as an example. In Marvel 3, when you see a Dante like go up to play, could be any Dante in the world, you wouldn't know what he's gonna come up with. Like, they would do random stuff, completely random combos, and it would be like, holy crap, that Dante player was sick. And then the next Dante would come up and do something completely different, and you'd be like, oh my god, that was sick too. And then when MVCI came out and people were playing Dante, you would see T-modes of people doing like the sickest combos. And then in tournament, they would do the worst combo. I swear to God, it was the ugliest stuff. Just because it was less hits and it kept you in a bait active tag, or whatever it was called, like combo breaker active tag state for the longest time, or they couldn't do this active tag because they're in like some sort of animation or whatever. And it just got to the point where every single game you'd see only the same Dante combo. It's not that even was optimal or not optimal or whatever. It's just there's like, you know, benefits and stuff to when a game has like loads of different possibilities. It increases the depth of the game, right? Like, going back to Mortal Kombat, there's not much depth in terms of combo ability. You know, you don't have many options in general because it's not got links, it's not got anything like that. Whilst in other games, like let's say Dragon Ball and most kind of fighting games, there's like so many options for combo extension and stuff like that, and it kind of lets people run wild with the opportunity. I think it's like a combo breaker mechanic is like a fighting game developer's way of being like, okay, we want to let you do what you want and let the game get crazy, but we can't be bothered to actually make it balanced, so have this shit, you know? Like, it doesn't really, it's not in good taste as a viewer, because I don't get to see the potential, and only as a viewer. As a player, it's whatever. It's not another RPS. Who really cares? The whole game is RPS. It's fighting games. You know, might as well just stand there, play rock paper scissors with my guy. But yeah, that's my take on it. Like I think you want to appeal to viewers, and sick combos is the way you appeal to viewers. I'm not like against the mechanic. I'm just against it as a spectator standpoint. As a player, whatever. It doesn't really matter that much. It's not like the biggest deal. It looks sick when you bait a burst in Guilty Gear. Don't get me wrong. But it also doesn't look sick when you see someone get counter hit and it's like, oh my god, the commentary is like, oh my god, big damage, and it's just burst. Oh, back to neutral, never mind. It's like, oh, what just happened, you know? If I'm not really, I don't know much about Guilty Gear, right? So when I'm listening to the commentary, when someone gets really hype and then it suddenly dies instantly, I'm like, oh, what just happened? I didn't really notice, you know?
That's a good point. I think in Rev, it was a lot easier to bait on counter hit. So in this game, because a lot of the normals aren't jump cancelable, when you hit that move, like everyone and their mum, if they get hit with a massive counter hit shit on the screen, they're gonna burst instant. Yeah, and you can't bait it. There's a lot of situations where you can't bait burst, and that's why that happens. And I agree with you. It is really shit when you're like, this guy's gonna die. Oh, he's got a guaranteed burst point. I don't like guaranteed burst points. I think everyone should have an option to bait it.
I mean, it's not really guaranteed because you can RC it to bait it.
So you can, if you've got beta, you can bait it still. But if you haven't got meter, it's guaranteed. And this is one of the things I don't like about Leo. And I'm not going to turn this into like why Leo shit. But Leo, you can always burst him. He can't, because now he can't.
It, right?
He can't shield anymore. He used to be able to counter burst with his back turn shield. And that's all I did. I literally played the game just to do that to people.
The burst. It's not jump cancelable, no?
Nope. Only his closest and he's 5k. In the old game, everything but H was jump cancelable. So I could do any button. I could do a string and then jump cancel if I thought he was going to burst. Or I could do super or flash kick because you're invincible, but it doesn't work in this game. So even if I know you're going to burst and I go into super, your burst will beat my super.
Like, I still think like the burst and like those type of combo breakers, like the active tag combo breaker, is a better implementation of combo breaker. Like, I think the ones that straight up just say combo breaker when you press it and stop the combo and put you back to neutral are just trash. Like the MK one is the worst.
MK is just like the worst version of it.
Yeah, the thing about the MK one though, it's just like the game is so bare bones. Like you're playing it to laugh at the down threes, you know, like no one's really taking it seriously. The game lasts for 7 months and then no one plays it anymore. Even the community fucking hates it. Like, let's be real. No offense, but all the offense as well. 'Cause, you know, like, just in general, it's a sick game because of the characters who you know and love. Yeah, the visuals. Yeah, and no one is like, wow, the gameplay in this game is sick. No one has ever said that. No one has ever said that. It's so bad.
All right, real quick, because Smash Mills asked this, and he said about alpha counters. because they're kind of like combo breakers. But he said focus attacks. I think focus attacks are trash because it basically gives everyone armor. I don't think that's a good mechanic.
Well, focus attack isn't really a combo breaker, right?
No,
Isn't it
but
like a
I
gamble?
was gonna do that as a different
What's the mechanic?
subject. So like,
like defensive mechanics.
yeah, I think it's a really shit defensive mechanic. But first, he was talking about alpha counters, and I guess that would be like, what's it in Dragon Ball? I can't remember what the real name
Oh,
was.
cancel.
Well, it's guard cancel vanish.
Yeah.
What was the tag one? Is it just guard cancel tag? Is that the actual name for
It's
it?
just guard cancel. It's just called guard cancel.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
cancel is not really alpha counter. Well, I guess you do come in with a move. You come in with super dash, so I guess it is an alpha counter.
Do you not? Do you think that's okay? Because it is technically, it's not a combo breaker, right? Because you do it on block. So you're okay
It's
with?
a pressure breaker.
Yeah. Are you okay?
Yeah,
with
well, the
pressure
thing
breakers?
is, like, okay, like defensive mechanics are cool to a point, right? Like, there's a lot of like everyone talks about Dragon Ball FiGht's defensive mechanics. Like, let's be real, but it's a high risk game you're playing. You know, like Reflect is the highest risk DP out there. Like, it may look easy and easy to use, but it's really weak. Like overall,
I agree.
You know
100%
what
agree.
I mean? Like, it's not like a DP.
It's a
which is
strikeless DP.
Way better.
It's
Like,
a strikeless DP. It's
we
actually
can't-
really bad.
We can't safe jump to reflect though.
Well, I mean, you can't safe jump most like one frame moves anyway, right?
You can.
Not,
I guess not on
in
sliding knockdown, in-
traditional old games. I mean, we're talking about new age games where you can, but let's be real. No, DPs are 3 frames in old games, so.
And like any
Yeah.
grabs you can't safe jump grabs, like level 3
Yeah.
grabs. It's
Exactly.
weird, like
Because they were usually 1 frame or 2, like
Yeah.
GIF, you know, like, so it's like, I see where you're coming from. You can't safe jump Dragon Ball Fighters Reflect, which makes it strong, but you can theoretically safe jump it with jumping special moves or jumping assist, meaty, you know, like those type
Okay,
of
I get what
things.
you're saying.
or you just keep them in reflect mode. You do it so the next move you do, they have to reflect it or they'll be blocking it anyway, sort of thing.
Yeah,
and you've got
reflect
assist.
this
It's-
Yeah, just like the typical reflect bait, you know, like 5M, 2M with most characters, something like that. But in general, it's just like the move itself, whilst I think it's well implemented, first of all, I think it's weak, but it's well implemented so a casual player can use it when they feel in trouble, you know, and at a low level, it's fun. It's like push block, you know, like it doesn't have that, you know, you're just like mashing it out and they get pushed away and then you mash super dash. It's like, oh, I got a combo. It's cool. At a higher level, it's used less and less, basically. Like it's basically like a full rock, paper, scissors situation at all times when you're on wake up, you know, because of this move. I don't think it's bad. I think it's well implemented because it's very punishable. There's loads of defensive mechanics where they're safe. Like in old games, so many defensive mechanics were just straight up safe. And it's like oversights by developers, but on some level, it kind of made them fun too. So yeah, it's hard to say.
What does everyone think about focus attack? I'm trying to think of an equivalent.
Is it
for
just
people
that one? But is that even defensive?
Is it?
No,
Is
it's
it
just-
like?
it's just a
is it
mechanic,
Like
if it's
Kali
good or
doing
bad.
Lariat.
I think focus attack is
it's-
quite cool.
Oh,
I don't.
focus attack is basically armor breaker from Nappa, but everyone has it in Street Fighter.
It's not armor breaker. It's like
It's like armor breaker if it like absorbed blue
yeah,
life.
you
gave
take damage. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you do take blue damage, and if you do like a DP, you break it.
And you can dash cancel it, right?
Yeah.
Cancel it.
Actually,
I think
I
it's-
don't have an opinion on that. I haven't played a game that has fun.
Yeah, it's cool in the game it's implemented in, right? Because you got it's like a revenge meter. Was that like one of the first games where they added like a revenge meter
Yeah,
to
I
it,
think
right?
so. I think so. It's
So
like-
it was like, wow, I can build my revenge meter without dying, you know? Like, it was kind of a cool way to say, hey, I know you don't like revenge meters, but, you know, you can do this. I thought it was okay. Like it was fine because it wasn't broken. I never thought. Like, did you think it was broken?
So Revenge Me is basically your comeback. It was, you got the bar for being hit. It was like the first proper, like, we're putting a combat mechanic in this game. So the more you get hit, the more this Revenge Meter comes up, and then you get like an ultra instead of a super. And you could use focus attack to absorb hits, regen it back up because it was like blue health, but still gain the meter from taking the damage. I didn't like focus attacks because it was universal. There's some characters, so you see the
fair.
archetype of
Yeah, I was gonna
grapplers
say
having
this
armor.
too. I think it wasn't focus attack that was broken. It was the fact that you could cancel into backdash, and half the cast backdash was the most broken defensive mechanic in the game, and the other half's backdash was the worst defensive mechanic in the game. Yeah, like you know what I mean, right?
Yeah,
So
I
it's
played
like-
Bison. That's all I ever did. My wake up option was focus attack backdash.
Yeah, if your backdash goes full screen, it's frame one invo, and you're safe. If your backdash doesn't go full screen, you're kind of you're waiting there.
It required no meter. It just required you to press 2 buttons. You didn't have to guess high or low. You literally just pressed 2 buttons. You got out, unless someone hard called out and did like jump in DP or jump in throw. They're the only ways you could beat it. But if you focus attack backdashed quick enough, the throw would whiff and the DP would whiff.
Yeah, they'd have to be really meaty.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't like the mechanic because it gave everyone something that should be given to like grapplers or slow characters that needed a way to get in. So it made everyone
Do you think the
armor.
mechanic was only bad because you could empty cancel it?
No, I think it's bad because glass cannons like Akuma had armor. Fuck that. Don't give Akuma armor. Let him have focus attack, let him dash or whatever, but if I hit you in your focus attack, I want you to get hit because I don't think you deserve armor. It's the property.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's the armor property I don't like being
But
given
it's
to
not.
everyone.
Is it really armor? It's like an absorb because you can like cancel it. So like a lot of like the game, like people would do stuff like jump in and then you'd see the focus hit and then you'd cancel into DP or like your crush move, like Tatsu or something.
Yeah. Like I think everyone had like a move that could break focus.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
they did. They must have. I just didn't know them all. But a lot of characters could. Well, some characters
OS
couldn't.
basically.
Yeah, and they couldn't stop the attack. So they would hit into the focus attack. The other person would let go of the focus attack, and then the strike came out. So that's something else with the focus attack. When you let go of the buttons, you got an attack.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. Do you think if focus attack was just charge, the strike, and then you could cancel into forward dash or back dash, would it be a better mechanic? Because the fact that you can charge and then whiff cancel makes it quite strong defensively. Otherwise, it would be very weak defensively, I would say, but quite good offensively.
I think if it was minus and block.
I mean, most were, right?
Yeah, I
Level
think it
one.
was only like Chun's that wasn't. But yeah.
I mean, I think there's 3 stages, right? 1, 2, and 3, and then level 1s are all negative. Level 2s were mostly negative with some positives, right?
And 3 fucking guard broke you.
Yeah, I mean 3 won you the game, so
3 literally guard broke you and you could get any combo that you fucking wanted. I don't know.
I thought that was a cool thing, though.
I thought
It was like a punish move, right?
Yeah. It was cool because you could use it like a punish on DPs. So you would block a DP and then fully charge your focus attack and then punish that way. That was cool. I think the reason I didn't like it is because, like I said, it's the property more than anything. Even though it was more like a parry, it was like a poor man's parry where you didn't have to time it. You just held onto the button. It was auto time parry like Alex in Street Fighter 5. And that's what they wanted from Third Strike to Street Fighter 4 because everyone remembers like Daigo versus Justin Wong and they want everyone to be able to do that. So they made the laziest version of it by holding 2 buttons where in Third Strike you have to press the direction to parry. So in Third Strike, if you don't know, you press forward to parry a mid attack or an overhead and you press down to parry a low attack. So you're giving up block. You're giving up all your defense to parry that. And they went, fuck it. Now you can just hold back and just go focus attack, just in case. and then hold on to it for as long as you want. If you fuck up, even on whiff, you can just dash cancel out of it. I think it was shit, but I use it all the time because I play Bison. I had to. He had like the furthest range out of his focus attack, and his backdash was godlike. So I used it all the time. So I'm a hypocrite.
Focus attack was good for though, being optimal with the combos. Focus attack, dash cancel.
I think it was cool. Like those at the start of the game.
Yeah, if you got a crush, if you like got the level 3 or you FADC'd out of it, yeah, like a lot of combos were like, so you know when you saw like Ryu do uppercut and then dash forward and go into super, that's because the FADC. So you could cancel out of specials with bar into the FADC, then dash out of that. That concept was cool. I do like that concept, but that's got nothing to do with the armor. I hated the armor on it. I just don't think.
Okay, I mean, I see where you're coming from. That sounds...
don't fucking like. You could have Fireball Wars, and Akuma would focus attack your Fireball, absorb it, build his revenge meter, then dash forward and be in your face. He would never need to jump over your Fireballs. He would just absorb them, gain bar, and then hit you. It was, I thought it was trash. But, it's just Akuma. Akuma shouldn't have to, Akuma should take risks because he's a glass cannon. But he's not taking any risks because he had a really far focus attack range as well.
Yeah, but I think that was like by design though, right? All the low health characters had insane ones with insane backdashes.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think they did that on purpose, and I hate that they did that.
Yeah,
make them take risks. Make them jump. Give me. If you're not making someone jump in Street Fighter, you're doing it badly. That's a bad Street Fighter game. The whole game is revolved around fireball uppercut. Whether you be Guile and his boom flash kick, you have to force your opponent to go in the air where they can't block. Now you made a character with low health not need to jump. Where is the risk in what he does? There's no risk in it anymore.
Because you lose.
I mean, he has that white health though, right? I mean, when he does the focus attack and I mean, when you get like one poke, like a sweep, and then you're gonna do like crazy damage off of that just to punish him.
So they do it. So unlike Dragon Ball, if you hit someone with blue health, all that blue health went away. It disappeared. That's the difference. So you would absorb all of that, and if you got hit, you would lose all that health back. But if you didn't get hit, you retained it. But he would get his Raging Demon quicker, and he had setups where you couldn't escape the Raging Demons. So
yeah, that was dumb. Yeah.
Are you mainly talking about Super?
Even in Ultra. And all of them. All of them. He had
Kara Demon.
He could he had the Kara Demon, or he had the overhead one. So you would proximity block someone into. So in Street Fighter, if you hold back and an attack's coming out, it forces you to block, so you can't move. What Akuma could do? Right? What's that?
Not in 5, right?
Yeah, no, he could do it in 5, but he only worked in the corner. He only worked in the corner in 5. Oh, sorry, no, I'm talking shit. In 5, I don't know if you can do it. 4. You could do it the whole series. I think you can do it in 5. I'll have to see if Tokido uploaded
Ultra, they removed.
Did they still have focus attacks in 5?
No. So the
5 has like a reach skill.
Oh yeah.
So with Akuma, basically he had a thing where proximity block stopped you from walking away from an overhead. But before the overhead come out, he could do Raging Demons. So you couldn't walk away.
I love doing that.
Yeah, so you'd be
do
point
the same
blank.
with Evil Ryu as well, yeah.
Yeah, Evil Ryu could do the same thing.
But Evil Ryu's is completely fake because his move is not an overhead. It just looks like it's an overhead, so people like block high.
Yeah, but Evil Ryu's isn't as good, but if you're caught in the proximity and have to block it, you can't jump away from the Raging Demon in time. But Akuma's was better.
I mean, that's true.
Akuma's was better.
I think it's like that character needs it, you know. It's like how Gogeta 4 needs all his moves.
You know what the equivalent is? I just realized it. You know when all the French players call 17 assist before they DR?
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine you can't jump away from the DR. That's what it is, and you can't take the DR because the blast, the moment the blast is about to come out, it forces you to block, so you can't jump away from the Dragon Rush. But
that's like that stuff Rudy did with Trunks level 3.
Yeah, it's the Rudy stuff. It's the Rudy bullshit, bruv.
It's not actually unblockable.
In Dragon Ball, it's not.
No, but even in Street Fighter 4, there was like, if you had to
jump before the overheads.
Yeah, what was that cheat system that did stuff perfectly called?
Oh, the tool assist.
Well, yeah, if you had tool assist, everything in Street Fighter 4 was blockable, right?
I
That's
haven't
what
seen a
people
tool
were
assist.
saying.
Is Akuma's thing like an unblockable as well, or is it just
It's-
like it makes?
Yeah, it's very it's like an obvious setup kind of thing. It's not obvious, but it's like a whiff cancel overhead into demon. Like
Yeah.
if you're ready and you DP or you mash something, you're fine. It's just,
Oh, okay, I get it.
It's weird. It's not really. It is the best thing is Rudy's setup where he
Yeah,
calls bar
exactly.
No,
B.
it's like the setup I found of Nappa and Kaioken. It's
Oh
where,
yeah, you had that, didn't you? Yeah.
yeah. They took it out of the game now, but basically, what Nappa could do is he could set up an explosion restand and then do his 236M, which is a chop, right? And for some reason, his chop charged to the max when you DHC. So what you can do is you switch to Kaioken.
No.
You make them block, and if they block, you can get out of it by reflecting. But if you force them to block, then the Kaioken low and Nappa's chop overhead hit like
It's on at the same time.
1 or
Sick.
2 frame apart. So, but now they took it away because they changed Nappa's chop past DHC, so it's not in the game anymore. But
That's that's more like MVCI. MVCI used to do that shit all the
I
time.
mean, that's Street Fighter 4, right? Like the unblockable.
It's a Power Rangers thing, so
yeah, and like the thing,
But that's not like high low at the same time. That's what.
No, it's left right at the same time in Street Fighter 4.
Oh,
right?
you mean that corner jumping bullshit? With
Yeah,
Sakura?
well, that was
Yeah.
literally the vortex meta of Akuma Ibuki and
Yeah, Kuma
and-
Yeah,
Ibuki.
Marvel Infinite, I don't think it was like unblockable. It was like hard to blockable, they called it.
Yeah, dude,
it
it's a
was one-
literally it's a 1 frame left-right block
Yeah.
on wake up, dude.
Hitbox
it's impossible
players
to
had
block.
trouble
People-
blocking it,
Like
yeah.
that was the meme, right?
Hard to
It was
blockable.
dumb.
Yeah, they were saying hard to blockable because people were like, "Oh, you can block that on tool assist."
Technically,
yeah,
yeah.
it's
Fucking Chris G literally won a tournament from putting someone in the corner and just doing jump fierce with Sakura because you have to block right, left within 1 frame. It's so
yeah, it's
dumb.
impossible because your character
That's
wakes
silly.
up and moves.
that might as well be
Yeah.
called unblockable.
On the stick, it is
No,
unblockable.
it is, yeah.
On the
it
stick,
is.
it's definitely unblockable. On a hitbox,
you can
it's
technically.
insanely like the people said the same about Eddie from Guilty Gear, but they took it away from him because the drill from the ground used to hit low. You used to put the drill out and then jump.
and then you can just
Yeah,
hit
then you
over
get a
it.
high low. But people
One
said, "Oh yeah,
frame
technically you can
difference
block
between
it.
the
You
two.
just have to know what hits first." And I'm like,
I
"That's
think
dumb,
MKS
innit?
had
Like,
those
why
as
would
well,
you
right?
fucking?"
MKS had
I-
a bunch of those actually.
Just block
MK
within a
did.
1 frame window. It's easy. Like,
I
Just block,
love
bro.
when people make those arguments
Yeah.
like, oh, this isn't a 50-50. The high hits at 11 frames and the low hits at 10 frames. It's so easy to block, guys.
No, you know what was dumb though in Marvel Infinite when it was so dumb because like the tag mechanic allowed you to tag whenever you want. So like for example, if you do Dante Gun Super and I have like Dormammu, and
Man.
like I'm gonna like 50-50 you like 10 times in that Gun Super. I thought
that's
that
that
was really dumb.
Aliyun show, isn't it?
That's I
that's
promise
really
you, that's the
Isn't
only
that
reason
cool?
they put protection, cross-up protection in Dragon Ball because they saw that because you would
Yeah.
teleport with Dormammu and you have to react to the teleport. You won't just be an absolute guard. You have to keep track of where Dormammu
Actually
was.
blocking. Oh, that's silly. That's so
Yeah.
silly.
You do it into Space Stone and then you do like Dante Super and then they're trapped. They can't do anything and then you do like
It-
teleport left, right.
It was hype because no one ever blocked it and we waited for the
That's what
day.
I'm saying. It isn't that sick as a viewer.
As a
It is,
viewer, yeah. As a
Marvel
viewer,
is
it's sick.
made to be bullshit. Like
Yeah,
everyone knows.
I like watching like cursed things. Like that's fun.
The Nappa Kaioken setup wasn't as extreme as like say 1 frame, but you couldn't just mash reflect because the window to reflect the explosion restand was not that like it was not big, and it wasn't small either.
You gotta explain the mind game against me whenever
Yeah.
me and you play.
So for example with Yasin, right, because he has DP characters, basically you do explosion restand and then you do Kaioken 5L into low and then the chop would hit and the low would hit, right? But because Kaioken has different moves, you can go for either you can do double overhead or cross up into overhead. And if you spark, Nappa's fully in for and he chops you and then you can confirm if you run up and 2M in time.
So it became a mix-up of am I gonna take the unblockable or am I gonna DP, and is he gonna bait my DP input by going behind me and like reversing my DP input?
I'll take whatever. I'll let whatever does the least damage hit me. That's literally what people are doing off a spark now, isn't it? They're just taking the blue damage and going, I'll take the 10% because the spark situation is.
I'd like to weigh in on the spark thing. I'm pretty sure
I wanna hear
a
your
lot of the
opinion on
time it's a misinput. I swear online I've tried to text so many times and the game just says no. And then you're like getting blue combo, then I'm like, you know what, that's fine.
Oh yeah,
But,
no, that happens. I think. Like, I think
Is it
that's
not guaranteed? I
feel
thought
Although, like, I don't think people really do it on purpose, because, like, when they are in Spark, they're getting, like, crazy meter build. And, like,
Exactly,
you're just
yeah.
like, is it worth it? You're giving them this amount of bards? And they get an okay as well, and, like, yeah.
It
I don't know if I'd
depends on
take
their
that.
team, right? If
It
they're
does
gonna
depend.
DHC into 21 level 3, probably don't want to take it. But if they have like Z Broly and like as an anchor, I mean like, and it's not really like they're not gonna go into a big level 3 setup. It's just gonna be like a regular knockdown. Maybe worth it if it's level 1 Spark. I think if it's level 1 Spark, it's worth letting them get the hit if they have both assists available and they're about to hit you with that, like, you know when you just call assist, neutral jump, JH, high low. And
Oh yeah.
if they're about to hit you with that twice from that air-to-air jail situation, you might as well just let them hit you with the blue combo.
Yeah, that's what I'm
true,
saying.
yeah. I mean, that's about hold vanish being a dumb mechanic, though. Why does hold vanish? Why do you get hit by Spark? Why can they hold vanish, you uptake, and instantly jail you from the air, and you can do nothing about it except Spark
I mean,
back?
you said you can do nothing about it, but you've already done enough things. You've up-teched, you had the option to down-tech, forward-tech, hold down-tech,
I don't
regular
know,
tech.
man.
Hold vanish is
Do you
just
not
dumb,
think
man.
that the whole vanish should have a delay after Spark?
It should. It should.
It should.
Oh,
it
like
should.
you think
It's
people
a
shouldn't...
50-50 on whether they
No.
hit
I think they should have a delay straight after Spark activation. I think that's what it should have. Like.
For empty, just for vanish in general.
No, because there's cool combos, man. Dude, you can do...
No, but I'm not talking about in general. Just after Spark activation.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. There's cool combos you can do. Hit them with a move, spark, whiff, empty vanish, go for like a
Oh.
rejump.
All right, that's true.
And I'm willing to make that
That's real.
sacrifice.
That's pretty real.
Like, I don't think it's... You guys are making it out to seem like you don't have any options, but there's so many options in that scenario.
Not after
When
Spark.
they...
You
If
have
they
to take after
spark,
Spark,
first of
then.
all, you've been hit by their spark. So that's already like a neg for you, right? Like, instead of you blocking or making their spark whiff, you've been hit by it. And then you have the option to just hold down tech. You have the option to tech down or get hit, not tech, or up tech, right? Like, you already have like 4 different options when you've been hit by the spark. And their empty vanish JL or whatever button, like Kid Buu JM and stuff, that's not gonna hit every option. So you already have the option to escape at that point. And then after that point, you have air guard cancel, which beats their dash forward. So like as soon as they do JH, you can air guard cancel, which beats the high option.
Does it?
Are you
And
sure it beats?
doesn't beat?
You
It
sure it
doesn't
doesn't-
beat the low. They can do JH into low, right?
I'm
And that would smoke.
I'm
you.
pretty
I
sure.
don't think JH. I don't think guard cancel beats that.
Yeah, can't they just react and block?
'Cause you're in,
Are you sure? In the air?
you're in
Yeah.
Spark. Yeah, you're in Spark.
They can just
Maybe.
react.
I mean, well, they can't vanish again because they're in the air. So don't think of that as an option. Once you vanish once and you hold vanish, until you land, you can't vanish again.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely a thing. But I thought
You can also guard cancel vanish.
you know the situation after the spark when they empty vanish. When you tech, they can still lock you down with the air button.
Yeah.
Yeah, so even if you up tech, say you
No,
instantly
because
take
you
the hit
can
and
down
up tech.
tech reflect. If
Yeah,
you're
but-
feeling frisky, yes.
But then
Do
you
you
just
get
get
what I
chased
mean?
by a dash. You get chased by a dash, right?
No, you can 2H that. That's fake as fuck.
I'll have to. Maybe I
You can lab it. I'm
No, no,
just
no,
saying.
I might
it's
have got
fake.
gaslit
Like,
by
as soon
Rudy.
as you
I might
reflect
get
them in
gaslit.
Spark and they dash forward, they're punished. You can just 2H.
because I've seen the French do it. I've seen the French
Yeah.
like they all do like down tech mash 2H, especially with Vegeta.
Exactly. Yeah, you see what I mean, right? Like it's
Yeah.
not like there's no counterplay.
I just thought it was them being bad
on a
players.
they're on a different plane of existence. Like they do it so quickly because they play thousands of games a week, so they're in that scenario all the time. Because as soon as new tech gets shown on Twitter, right? The French are kind of like what is that word where someone just tests it like a
Like pioneers or
a
like
practical like testing guy who just does the tests for someone's theory. You know, so like someone makes this theory, and then the French adapt it into their game, and it's like, I'm gonna play 10,000 games with this and see if it works, and what's the counterplay. They'll figure it out. Like, they just play so many games, they figure everything out. Remember when someone would vanish, you'd vanish back on them, even if they're in Spark.
Yeah.
It took like 3 seasons for people to realize they could jab it, but who realized it? Like, you know, it's a French tech, right? Like, I've never seen anyone else do that.
Yeah, they all do it consistently. They all, like, it's B&B for them. It's so fundamental. Like, you just can't vanish on them. If they've got Spark and you vanish on them, you're getting punished. Every time, guaranteed.
Yeah, the French are... Boy.
Yeah.
They're hardcore, man. Like,
so yeah, I agree with what you guys are saying in that situation is not favored for you as the defender, but I don't think there's no counterplay. And that's the great thing about Dragon Ball, in my eyes. You can mash your way out of everything. In terms of mash, not like buttons, but just any mechanic. There's a million mechanics. Pick one and do it, you know? Like, it makes it more fun. And maybe not as a player, but to view, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, I'd say that, to be fair.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's many fighting games I think aren't fun to watch.
Exactly, yeah. Like, that's the main thing about fighting games. I think if they're fun to watch, that's really all that matters, to be honest, because, you know, players don't really deserve rights, let's be real.
I mean, that's another podcast. I don't disagree. I think players are... I don't know, actually. When it comes to tournaments, they're all that matters. But when it comes to making the game look good, I don't think they matter at all.
There's always going to be players. Like, look at people who play Street Fighter 5. They may be depressed, but they play it.
But we need good players. That's what we need. Because no one...
As I said, that Street Fighter 5 is that not the best example? You can always relate to that game.
Not too fair. I thought of MK as my first example.
What, of players?
MK has diehard fans, though. I think MK has... I think their IP is pretty big.
No, like, there's people who like... There's a difference between liking MK and liking playing MK. In my opinion, anyway.
I mean, I actually love playing MK.
The community don't, bro. Every time I see like an NRS head talk about MK, it's usually never positive.
Wait, I think there's more people playing MK than 11 at the moment. I think people hate 11 more than
MKX.
Yeah, than MK. I think so.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I could be wrong.
I think 11 was a great insight on how not to make a fighting game. I
like Injustice, so I can't really have a conversation about it.
I like superheroes. I'm a simple.
I like zoning. That's why I like fucking Injustice. I love dry games. But
no, I just wanted to play as Green Lantern, and that was my favorite character in the DC comics, so I'm sweet.
MK is like super rushdown heavy. MK10, sorry, because I played a bit of MK10. It's super rush. Everyone's just rushed down.
Isn't MK?
There were zoners.
In what? 10?
10, yeah.
Good zoners? There's freezers in Dragon Ball. Have we got good zoners in MK10?
There's good zoners in Dragon Ball 2, let's be real.
Who? Not Broly. Don't say Broly.
No, Baby.
Baby's there. Baby's up there.
6H
Look how long it took, though.
Insane.
It was the literally last character.
It took 3 years.
I think MK also took
2 years to get good zoners, so I can't.
I mean, Baby's an okay zoner. He's 6H is actually insane. 6H is actually insane.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's good enough for the game.
But look what the community did to 6H. They made it into a fucking rush tool, bro. I hate players so much. I hate
No, that's cool. No, Mace, they made 6H a universal mechanic.
They made it fucking guaranteed get in if they block this and get 50-50. They made it kid boo assist on point from full screen.
No, but 6 H
But
is a
that's not-
counter, right? You have a
that's not-
counter to
that's-
that move. It's
That's
like,
not zoning though. That's not zoning. It's just I'm pressing projectiles, and now that you don't want to do anything, I'm just gonna go in. That's not zoning.
whenever Baby does 6H, you just reflect it on reaction. That's how you beat Baby. All of his key blasts are reflected on reaction, and then it doesn't come
You
back.
know, the thing
6H
is-
doesn't get punished on reflect. If he does 6H tag
If you
and
6H
reflect,
tag
you
and
get
reflect,
50-50
you
anyway.
still get mixed regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to continue reflecting.
You have to reflect like 10 times.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I
pretty.
guess so.
It's got gaps all the way through. Like it's built by design to be strong.
It's basically it's like Blades of Judgment from full screen out of nowhere.
It's way better. It puts you in the corner. Don't forget
It's
about
super
that.
gross, yeah. Because when you do the tag, Baby doesn't need to be on screen anymore. So you literally just push them all the way to the corner where they're blocking the. It's done a gun, but dumber because it doesn't
I think
cost
it's
bar.
cool for a Zona, for a Dragon Ball game.
For a Dragon Ball game, yeah.
Or Dragon Ball Z, sorry. I think that's what Zonas need in this game, right? Like the game is made to put your opponent kind of in block stun and makes in quotations like 6MDR them, right? So your Zona character enables that from full screen. I think that makes him innately a Zona. Not like the Zona you're thinking of where Ryu throws fireballs, Dhalsim throws, limbs. But I'm thinking, in terms of DBFZ, it's quite the Zona, because the way he uses the zoning tools is to get you in a DBFZ situation.
Yeah.
Which is...
I agree.
quite
Because
nice.
when I played MVCI, I played Hawkeye like that. I'll do all this bullshit with arrows, and then as soon as I lock you down with the up arrow, I would tag into Venom and try and mix you up. So yeah, I get what you mean. It's just that you can't kill someone from full screen like you can in other zoning games. Like, Baby can annoy you from full screen, and he can do damage here and there, but he gets his damage from getting in. And when he gets in, he does insane damage. It's not fair. I don't think it's fair damage. Frieza had the potential to do like cool stuff from full screen, but I think they were just too scared of like giving him confirms of a splash. He should have splash into super dash.
Yeah, and his 5S should be more durable, I think.
Yeah, it should pierce. You shouldn't be able to super dash for it. If he commits to shooting his eye laser beams up and you're up in the air and you super dash, he should definitely get a combo for that.
They should have just given him a new beam. They should just give him Death Ball on the ground. Like, you know how he has the Death Ball in the air?
Yeah.
But he like charges it like with his finger sticking up, and it's above his head. So if you super dash, you just get smoked.
Oh right, that would be sick. Yeah,
That's a good idea. I mean, they buffed everyone's assist as well, and they left Frieza his A assist as they left it trash. It has 20 frames of
I
boxing.
think
Oh, my
Frieza's
days,
fine
yeah.
to the point where- I think the only problem with Frieza is that he's in the air. He's just so bad.
He is. He really is.
he's the worst tail character by far, and all the
Yeah,
other tail
100%.
characters are ridiculous in comparison.
I mean, Cooler's pretty bad. I would say Cooler and Frieza are the same tier.
No.
Overall, Cooler is... So, like, you can say Frieza is weak, but Frieza actually has mechanics that are good. Like, he can TOD you off any hit if he has 3 bars. He can...
What? Oh, Golden.
Well, yeah, you just get a TOD. You have to be optimal, but it's just a TOD. If you get hit by an M button, and in limit break by any button, and he's got 3 bars, you're dead.
This is
It's
true.
just the character. So it's like, just be optimal though. Like, I mean, let's be real, a lot of Frieza players aren't, and maybe no one is putting in the effort, apart from Chris G, I would say. And can't really take anything away from him since he won the last tournament with the triple C assist team. So, again, you can say Frieza's bad, but in comparison, Cooler is literally a worse version of a lot of the other cast. Like now that everyone has moves that just go through assists and beams and stuff like that, Cooler's uniqueness is gone.
Oh, so
and-
he's power crept.
3H
Yeah,
or 6H,
exactly.
whatever that was.
Yeah,
The
his,
actual
his
definition.
3H is just weak now in comparison to a lot of other moves.
I
It makes
agree.
sense because like no one really had that before, but now Zamasu has a 2H, which is like they like beats
Yeah,
every
Beerus
single team in the
5H.
game. Yeah, Beerus 5H.
Have you seen the parasite summon when he takes your assist.
Yeah. He
that's-
also has it
Yeah,
too. Yeah,
he's assisting
What's
you
that?
when he does that. It's so dumb.
What?
Yeah, Parasite takeovers assisting me.
So you
Oh
know when
my
you
God.
call the C
Parasite?
assist, like with Baby, like when you call their dead character,
Alright.
he's immune to assists now.
Yeah, and I'm
Oh.
flipping Cyberman is immune to assist now. Like,
Yeah. So yeah, in that respect, yeah, Cooler is way worse because the thing that made him cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Isn't
well,
unique
Frieza
anymore.
has stuff, dude.
This
don't,
this
That makes
Sagast,
sense.
this Argast.
like now he has the level 3 and then tag and be golden. It would have
I mean,
been sick if
Frieza-
they improved his assists.
Frieza's
so-
fine. It's just that you have to play him in a specific way. So
That's cool though. That's cool.
If it works, it is. If it doesn't work,
I don't think Frieza's cool at all. But carry on.
I mean, look, I don't like the character personally. I'm just saying the way he plays in the game is cool as hell. Like his uniqueness is there, and I think that's you. You
Imagine
can't
having-
like put a price on it. I think in MVC3, Shenko is one of the coolest character. She's trash,
She's
but
pretty
she's
trash.
cool. She goes golden,
And then
just
she
like
busted
someone
in
else.
golden mode. Normal mode.
Yeah, and
That shit is
she's
busted.
broken. Yeah, like I get your sentiment of, okay, this character's bad in the game, but it doesn't stop them from being cool.
Yeah, I don't think going golden and only being able to be on screen for like 10 seconds and then you have to go
No, it's
away.
30 seconds, dude. Golden is a long time, man. You can just do splash tag near the end of it and then just
I think
be
it's
a
23 seconds or something like that.
23
That's pretty long.
seconds.
pretty long.
Yeah, like for example, you can have golden mode, do a combo, and then tag out, right? Or you can
Oh.
even go in spark mode, it freezes as well. I mean, you have so many ways just to keep them in golden mode. And
Yeah, it
Yeah.
resets right when you tag
Yeah,
him out.
it
That's
resets
kind
when
of
you
cheap.
tag.
Resets
Yeah,
when you
it's-
kill someone as well.
Yeah,
Does it?
yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. And
That's
then
pretty
you can just
insane.
do spark. And remember, spark never finishes in a combo.
Yeah.
And also, golden mode, it's in spark freezes is golden mode. So I mean, yeah, you're infinite golden mode basically. But I mean, I don't know why a lot of the Frieza players are still saying he's bad, like Alucard and stuff. They said like he's really bad and he's not a fan of them. Didn't like the buffs.
I think the people who played Frieza are just bad, apart from Chris G. I mean,
Yeah.
is it not true?
So Alucard was complaining that like Frieza has no good assists. I think it's because he wants to play him with like base Vegeta.
Oh, it's because he just wants to mix though. That's just
No, but he also
Ring
says
though, yeah.
Janemba A is good, so I don't know.
oh
Yeah, that's kind of.
I don't even know that.
I can't
That
lie,
doesn't add
Frieza-
up.
Yeah.
But wait, what else would you
You're right.
use? What, the sword slash?
Dude,
That's
Janemba
what he
C
uses.
is good.
That's what
C
he
is really good to see.
C is
Oh,
amazing, man.
he is
Are we
really
allowed
really
to use
good.
CSS now? I didn't know. Okay, alright.
Yeah, it's well.
Nah,
I mean,
only
the
on
reason
Janemba.
why. Yeah, because Mace Janemba has the. Do you know what we were talking about earlier? 35 frame startup, 55 frame block stun. Like, is Nadir still here?
No, he left.
Oh, he left. Okay, yeah, he was like moaning that assists like that are like really strong, and I agree with him. Like, because his C assist basically does what his A and B assist does, but like it's even stronger. Like
I think
the first hit of his C assist is his LL. It's really dumb.
yeah, it's dumb that it tracks, man. His LL
So,
turns,
yeah, it is actually
turns
got good
around.
tracking.
You know how like when Bardock mashes auto combo and you're near him, you just stop.
Yeah.
But Janemba does that on the assist. He
Yeah,
keeps
yeah,
coming in.
He actually will turn around like
Yeah.
after teleporting. Like
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
mad good. It's such a good assist.
And he
Yeah, you
does
can try
the
that
last
assist out.
hit.
Doesn't matter.
He does the
Try that
last hit no matter what. A lot of those C assists, they do the first two hits, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
they, if you
And then
if
it
you
can't
reflect,
track correctly. Or,
no, like
yeah,
if you reflect it or it whiffs,
They disappear.
they don't do the last. Dude, he slashes
they
that
come out on
5H. You know,
reflect.
yeah, dude, the 5H
That's
comes out no
crazy.
matter what, man.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
If you do reflect and IAD forward or jump, he's slashing you. It's crazy, man.
But is there no way to escape that?
No, when you reflect it, the 5H whiffs. But
Yeah.
you can't move forward because it whiffs right in front of your
Yeah.
face.
And if
So-
you IAD behind them, like they
Yeah.
just force. Yeah, they're stuck.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really strong.
It's a really good assist.
And if on hit as well, it pushes them full screen, man. I don't know
Yeah, it's instant corner carry. It's so sick.
if it does that, but It's crazy.
I think like that assist with like Larry is playing like Freezer B, Janemba C, and like Krillin A. That team is really good because like any string you do with Freezer like just leads into like 55 frame block stun and you get a mix. It's really strong. And then you've got Krillin Rock for neutral as well. Like, yeah, Janemba C is really any assist that's like 35 frame startup and like 55 frame block stun is really good.
I'm have to try some C assists.
Just don't try assist.
I
right?
agree. I just don't think. I don't think they're. I think the others are quite balanced because the other ones in that regard, if you reflect them or if you make them whiff, they don't have like these insane other tools of it. But Janemba's one kind of keeps going for no reason. Like that's how I would put it. Like I don't know why, but it just keeps going.
Yeah, that's really good. Although it doesn't track you in the air, you have ones that track you, like UIC assist if you're in the sky.
Yeah, but that one doesn't have 55 frames of block stun, right?
That's true, yeah. But don't forget, man, the
55 is
C assist
so
cooldown,
dumb.
they nerfed it in the new patch as well.
Yeah,
It was, I think, 11.2 seconds. They added 3 more seconds, and now the C assist cooldown is 14.2 seconds.
Yeah.
And that's a long-ass time.
Is that universal?
I think. Yeah, that's
It's
universal.
Yeah,
I think it's. Sorry.
Go on.
Yeah, I think it also plays into Janemba perfectly because when you have 3 bars,
I was
his
just, I swear I was gonna say the exact same thing.
his
I was
C
gonna say the
assist-
exact same thing.
his C assist puts you in the corner because that's
Yeah.
it literally pushes you to the corner when it hits you, and on block as well. You can like push them if you really wanted to. So you get the hit and then you DHC into him and he has the freest 50-50. Like
And
it's not like
SKD level 1
Yeah.
as well.
It's
like,
not like Android 21 where his 50-50, where her 50-50 is like,
layered.
yeah, and it's like maybe it's a hard input. I mean, people do it consistently.
Oh yeah,
I would say.
I spoke to Aliyun about it. It's like it's ridiculously hard to do. Like no one's doing it correctly. Like
Yeah, no, everyone's
no one's doing it. Me and Chris have spoken about this for months. No one does the mix.
What, the
correctly.
Janemba one?
No, the 21.
The 21 mix.
Oh yeah, the
Like,
21
I'm
one. Yeah,
100%
that's why
agreeing with you.
everyone
People are
blocks
stupid.
it. That's why
Like,
everyone blocks it because the real correct one goes like she lands past you, but it hits in front.
It hits
That's
in front,
the
yeah.
one
yeah.
that's OP. No
Yeah.
one really
The
does
one where
that
she
one.
spreads her legs out, innit?
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
no one really does that perfectly. But the Janemba one, it's the easiest. It's the free. I could do it right now, dude. You just TP in the corner or you TP on the same side. It's basic as hell. Everyone does it perfectly. It's so easy. Like I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a true 50-50, because I remember some like top players were saying, like from America,
Oh,
that
this
block it.
conversation.
Yeah, I like Fazl's actually right. I remember Cloud was like, that shit's not real. And it's like, that's because
Yeah.
no one in America is doing it correctly. Like,
Alright.
yeah, it's like, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it, you have 16 frames to react? 16 or 17 frames? I asked Aliyun to explain it to me in a thread and he like broke the whole thing down.
Oh, okay.
I have his tweet. Where is it?
Yo, Chris has that shit bookmarked.
Yo, can't stop mashing. I saw your question, but you're in the thing. You can ask if you want. You just need to raise your hands in the Discord.
Yeah. So Janemba, when he teleports, right, he has 10 frames of recovery. So add that onto his fastest normal, which is 5L, 6 frames, 16 frames. So and on top of that, the teleport is ambiguous, so you have 17 frames to react. If you can't react to Zebra's command grab, you can't react to this.
Yeah, so basically, Faisal, when you do the mix correctly, right, you like up back on like the double jump of your air series, so that your space, so that like when you teleport, if you hold 3, it looks like the cross up. Like what the Americans are doing is they'll like teleport on the spot. And or like teleport cross up, and that's like, not a mix. And 2M, and like it's not.
No.
I mean, it's
man,
still
man.
mixes, to be honest.
Man, my favorite one is teleport medium command grab.
Oh my god. Yeah. But
if it works,
They're doing
it
it wrong.
works.
Okay, that's fine.
yeah, so I remember Cloud was like, "Oh yeah, like they're not doing it correctly," and he like showed a video, and I was like, "Bro, that's not. You're not even like the person who in that video who's doing the mix is doing like." Same side teleport into jab, and it's not. It's you do like 2-3-6 and you hold 3, or you do 2-3-6 and you just hold forward. and it'll either give you like same side or cross up. But like you need that like specific like corner position. But like people just do the level 3 and DHC into it, and like they don't have the spacing. But like Art said, it's literally like if you have the spacing, anyone can do. Like a 5-year-old can do the mix.
I think even without the spacing, it's strong.
Hey guys.
Yo.
Hello.
Sorry for the interruption.
That's alright.
Oh yeah, Can't Stop Mashing was asking a question. Go for it, dude.
Oh, okay. So, this is something I really wanted for the Season 4 pass. Because, like, I'm having a really hard time with people super dashing in neutral. I think it's super broken. And I thought about it because of the title of your chat, which mechanics, but whatever. So, my suggestion was to make super dash in neutral actually be a held kind of move, like you hold the button and it will track your opponent and will be active for as long as you hold the button. And also it will drain your meter while you're at it, because that's something that I've seen like in all Dragon Ball games where you can just something like really looks like a super dash, but you can just fly at high speeds and it drains your E gauge or whatever. So what do you think about that? Maybe
Almost
like
the Budokai
something they would
Tenkaichi
add.
fam.
That's
Because
cool.
it just take away that aspect of like people like brain deadly just super dash at you. Of course, like in combos, they won't do anything like that, but you know, just a little suggestion.
I mean, okay. Who wants to go first?
Why is everyone shy all of a sudden?
No, I think it's cool the way you're thinking.
I think it's a
about
cool
implementing
suggestion.
it.
I just think super dash
like
is fine.
I think that would make it too broken though, because you just bait with it. I would do it. I would just super dash and stop in front of you, and you're 2H.
Yeah, like if you
every
try to
time.
2H, you just make the 2H whiff, and then you stop. Like...
I didn't think about that. Yeah, that would be pretty grimy.
In the way you, I agree it's strong, but I think it's not that strong. I mean, there's clear counterplay.
I think the mechanic is fine. It's just that the thing getting hit by it isn't like.
Oh my god. It could be so annoying to get hit by a 360 angle super dash.
Yeah, but that's just like.
I think that's cool. It's cool to watch. It's hype as hell. You're lying.
No,
that's kill. Come on, come on.
Maybe if they would just do something about stopping your super dash right in front of them to bait the 2H, maybe it will have like a little bit of recovery.
As it is fine now. It's just that.
Go on.
No, sorry.
Okay. I think I like what you thought about with the draining of the gauge, and I quite like that personally. That's just me, but I think it should still function the same way. So like even if it does drain the gauge, it would stop people from just sometimes just super dashing. But then like I'm thinking about it in the context of the game, there's some situations where you actually just need to like super dash, like for example if someone's just if Broly's just shooting key blasts at you and like consistently and stuff like that. So I mean it's a bit of a sticky one, like it's a catch-22, because if you try and balance the mechanic more so than it already is, you'll run into like problems.
Like the game is balanced. That's why I said you shouldn't change it. I think the reward for punishing super dash should just be higher.
Yeah.
That's it.
You should get double damage for 2H.
The highest?
You should 2H should be double damaged if you hit super dash.
Didn't they buff that?
I think they did buff that. Yeah, I think they did.
They made 2Hs do more damage.
Only a bit more is not enough.
Oh, I think it should do like 1k more. Like I want people to explode for getting 2H.
I mean, I think 1.3 times the damage is fair.
Yeah, but we have Phasor in here, dude. If you get 2H by this guy, you're getting TOD.
Yeah,
man.
but that's Zamasu and Phasor. That's not everyone.
I mean, I need 4 bars for it. I need 4 bar sparkless, but I mean, you don't always have 4 bars.
Yeah, but you can just spark, man.
It's amazing to me that you can still TOD if you have Yamcha on the team, because Zamasu actually balance it out.
You're
right.
I'm a chaotic individual. I think if he 2H a super dash and it counter hits, like an actual counter hits, it should just be hit stun for when you spark, but you don't have to spark.
I stand by, even though I said as a meme, if you get a counter hit 2H, they shouldn't be able to tech out until they touch the ground.
Yeah,
So you should,
that's
you should be able to
yeah.
2H, and they can't tech, so when they
And then
fall
you
back
can
down, you can
2M.
2M. Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what should happen.
That would be cool.
that would be
I love it. Let me just say, that would be cool.
Yeah,
That'd be
that's
funny to
it.
see.
I've
That'd be
played
funny to see.
against the French, and I would not want to play that, dude.
Yasha would be the best player.
Uses 2H as a bait tool, man. Dude, these people are running around mashing 2H and calling
No,
back.
but it has to be an actual like clean
Yeah,
anti.
it has to be
Like,
versus a
When
super
you
dash.
hit 2H, you're counter hitting, man.
No. I'm just saying against a super dash. If a 2H hits a super dash, that counter hit, or it doesn't even have to be counter hit. That interaction gives you no tech. You just literally cannot tech.
Why nerf super dash? It's like the worst mechanic in the game, dude.
Oh,
But see, this way you're not nerfing super dash. You're nerfing the reward for just doing
yeah,
it.
you're just making it.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I have
But
to
it's
think
already weak at high level.
So let me ask you, how would that work against people who looks like they're preemptively 2Hing your super dash, you know what I mean? And it's so active that you see their 2H, you super dash at them, and still getting smoked.
Yeah, you'd still get smoked, right? That's what I'm saying.
So the thing with super
Yeah.
dash for me is that it's way easier. When we all think about stopping super dash, it's like, oh yeah, just 2H, bro. But what about when you're in the air? I think there should be a bigger reward for being on the ground in Dragon Ball and 2H in a super dash with assists in the game. I think it's fair because we haven't spoke about what you do against a super dash when you're in the air, right? So when a super dash hits you, when you're in the air, you get the same amount of damage as the person jabbing you out of the super dash who's taking a higher risk.
Technically not, but yeah.
It's depending on the characters. Yeah. So my other thing I said earlier, I think this is before you two were in here, I said super dashes should only do blue damage. If they hit you in the air.
I think super dash is weak. I like can't stop mashing's idea of buffing it to where you can cancel it early. And it costing bar.
Yeah, but obviously I don't mean like, stopping it right in their face to make their 2H and punishing them.
No, but I think if you make it cost bar, it should be like +10 on block. So like, you can just
calamity.
if it costs bar, bro, what do you want?
Oh no, if it costs bar, fair. Give it, yeah. If it costs bar, buff how it is.
It should be like a Roshi's super dash. It should be faster. If it, they should just add EX super dash, like down super dash button, and you just spend a bar and it flies super quick. And it's +10 on block.
I'm down for that.
Oh my god, you just remind me of something because me and my friends we watched some beta Dragon Ball Fighters replays, and the Dragon Rush circle was orange,
it was
right?
EX, right?
Yeah, it looked like an EX, and then this other guy joined the VC and was like, "Hey, look, they had EX Dragon Rush back in the day." It's just like,
yeah.
All right, listen. I'm just gonna like dead everything for you guys right now, right? This is completely irrelevant, but SSJ Goku's EX like overhead, it's 236H.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
It was a 1-frame DP. Like it was a 1-frame cross up instant overhead.
Yeah, actually,
it's like a 17-frame cross up overhead. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It is so broken. Like, imagine 236H of SSJ Goku.
It's like
and it's an instant cross up overhead, and it's a DP.
And that's actually the tip of the iceberg, because if I send you the video, it's a Maximilian Dude tournament, and the amount of crazy
stuff
that we've seen in that video, it's like unimaginable. This is
it's really dumb.
Another example, Majin Buu's level 1, where it does this explosion thing. So it had an initial hitbox and was also a DP.
Oh yeah.
So you see Gohan coming in is like boom before he even explodes.
Speaking about having on-tech time until you land, mate, Frieza's pillars, it has on-tech time until you landed. So if you super jumped and you got hit by EX pillar, you could super dash after it.
He needs that back. He needs that back. Because I think what you guys suggested with the anti-air or whatever you said, I think that should just be the counter hit state in Dragon Ball.
Yeah,
you get
that's
a
what I'm saying,
counter jab, counter anything. Just when you counter them, So like when I see Tony mashing 2H and I hit him, he should just start spinning in the air, like as if I've sparked.
Like during
and then I
counter.
2M, and the scaling gets reset and they just die because
That's
like a Tekken corkscrew. Like a Tekken corkscrew.
Yeah, he should
Yeah,
crazy
exactly,
spin in the air like Vegeta.
and you
Do
get
the
a
punch.
straight up 2M.
Some people are really out here like spamming 2H in neutral.
No, but that'd be sick though.
No,
That'd
you-
be sick.
Dude,
But you want to
2H
turn
is the norm.
Dragon Ball into Melty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what
Do you
I
want to play Blood for another like 2 years with him
man. No,
running
I
up
just
doing
think-
2H into Armor Breaker, bruv? That's
I
not
honestly
fighting
think-
games.
What make fighting game mechanics good and bad? I think counter hit combos make fighting game mechanics good. I think that's a good mechanic.
I 100% agree with you.
Because when you see Street Fighter 4's like counter hit combos, you're instantly hyped. Like everyone knows, right? You're watching those tournaments and like someone does something sick. Wow. In Dragon Ball, oh, he got counter hit. Counter.
He gets
That's what you get, dude.
0.2 more meter.
No, you literally get the announcer saying counter.
Can I chip in? Because I've got
You're right.
a hot take. You know the whole like cinematic counters in Strife that everyone hates? I actually like them as
So
a
you should.
spectator.
I love him.
Yeah, I hate you guys. Crash counters are the worst thing ever.
That
I
is
think comes back, they're gonna get hyped though when they see that in tournaments. Like someone gets a 5H counter hit and the commentators
Bro,
gonna be like, "Oh,
No, crush counters are not hype though as a viewer.
no, but that's sick.
They were hype at the start, and then it becomes to the point where my head is hurting because I'm constantly seeing this animation change, or it's like a
No, but if
and
you
then it's
see
like
someone...
fake fabricated hype at
No,
that
but
point.
if you see someone do backdash throw, not if they backdash an attempted throw and then they like close S it and it just says counter, that's sick. Like
How you get the counter hit is a bit different to like Street
no,
Fighter.
but like it like enhances it, innit? Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I like it because it's embarrassing to the person getting counter hit. Because I want your mum to know that I counter hit you. Like I love that it's the whole screen saying you got counter hit. But it does slow the game down.
Sorry,
That
but
bit
I
is
left
very
it
annoying when
crazy.
you're watching it. And like Art said about when you see it and it gives you like 10 minutes to go, oh, I should just burst here because I don't want to take 50%. That bit is kind of dull, but when I'm playing, I just want you to feel bad that you was mashing or
No, I-
that
Yeah,
backdashed
I
your
think
throw.
for the player, crush counters are great, dude.
Yeah.
Infinite time to confirm, love it.
I remember suggesting bursting in combos during Tyrant stream, and people went like, even he went like, oh my god, just block, bro. Then that wouldn't have happened. Like, no.
Yeah, I don't think Dragon Ball players would like sparking in
Dude,
combos.
if you could spark in combos, that'd be cool.
No, but it's funny because like when I play Melty and I counter hit JA someone, they're just sitting there in the air waiting to land and they can't do anything. That's so like sick.
No,
No.
like if they have sparking in combos, they must have the counter hit stuff, because it really feels like the only hype thing in quote is like when someone is about to get TOD'd. They're like, oh my god, he did that move and he sparked. Yeah, but now okay, he can cancel his opponent TOD and now what? Like, what's the next hype thing? You know what I mean?
But that's not hype, that's fabricated hype. That's where the you gotta you can't just force. See, this is what these new age games tried to do, right? With the crush. Street Fighter 5 is the first offender, right? Because they tried to force the hype onto the viewer, and then it becomes too consistent that it's not hype anymore. You know, like the Daigo parry, it's like a once in a tournament, not in a tournament, in the span of the game type thing. When that happens, it's like a breathtaking, speechless situation. When you get constantly crush countered over and over again, and the commentator just goes, oh, every single time, it starts becoming less hype. Because if you're a constant follower of the games, they can't have the same thing over and over again.
That's just spectator burnout then.
No, it's not spectator burnout, but the game has created the burnout. It's not the spectator being burnt out of the game. The game has created it by fabricating fake hype by adding it
They're
in.
saying it's manufactured. It's more manufactured.
Because like it's the same with the X-ray stuff in MK. The new X-ray stuff, it happens every game, man, and it's so dry. Like, ugh.
I think like what Art said. I think about this. So when I watch like when I do like Wanted on the Master Stream, I try not to overhype something that happens every time. So like someone putting a button into Kaiden's barrier isn't hype anymore.
It's hype. It's hype. It's hype.
What do you
never
mean?
See it.
It's not hype.
It's hype. It's hype because Kaiden does something new every time.
Yeah,
he
so
will the weirdest thing.
This is
to
what I'm
get
saying.
them to press. That's why it's hype.
I've been thinking about it. Like, what's the other thing that make you guys hype during the stream? Is like, oh, he hit that saucy combo link, whatever.
It's how you do the shit, right? So with like what Art was saying about counter hit. So even in Street Fighter, it's not the crush counters. It's like different links. When I see different links, like, oh shit, I didn't know you could do that. And it's like, oh yeah, it's counter hit specific. That's cool.
It's cool.
It doesn't have to be that it's a counter hit. It's what you do with it. So same with barrier. Barrier isn't cool. The way fucking Kaiden will do like TK jump to hate with fucking cooler, then call barrier. That's cool. That stuff's sick. Yeah. It's how you do it, not the principle of it being a counter or a parry or something like that. And yeah, just getting a counter hit in Dragon Ball doesn't mean
Think
anything.
about this, right? Dragon Ball is like the most it has the most universal mechanics ever. Every character can you can pretty much call them the same thing.
Yeah, there's no archetypes. There's no archetypes in Dragon Ball.
But when you really deep it, it's also the most free, like everything's so unique. Like playstyles can be like filtered. Like you really can't see that well as a viewer in other games. Like I really think when I watch Street Fighter 5, it's very hard for outside of season 1, it was very hard for me to see different playstyles outside of people just playing Cammy and that big dude with tires on his arms and just mauling you. Like
it's more with like you playing team games as well. You know, comparing a 1v1 to like a 3v3.
No, but I could compare Marvel 3 and Street Fighter 4 easily, and they're both hype and they're both sick. I don't know about you guys.
For different reasons, though, right?
Yeah, but it has its uniqueness because it's a 1v1 game, and one has a uniqueness because it's a 3v3 game. Not to take anything away from one and the other. You know, my personal favorite is the 3v3 game, but I could definitely see like Street Fighter 4 and be like, this game is sick, and I can watch it and have a lot of fun watching it. Like now I can watch Tekken and have a lot of fun watching Tekken. Not online, but I mean, I'm still talking pre-COVID, but yeah. Like, I can have a lot of fun watching 3D games. I don't like playing them, but I can enjoy it because it's, like, obviously hype in this aspect. But I feel like...
Question is, what makes you enjoy? Like, what part of the game? Like, the combos, the playstyle, defense?
But everything linked together. It's like, when it's not... Like, you have to see how, like, Street Fighter 5 doesn't have anything, pretty much. Like, you can't see variety in Street Fighter 5. Since like the first season, there's been such little like variety in the game plan of the game. It's always been very similar. Everyone kind of does the same thing. They like dash up throw, then the meta evolved to your opponent waking up with down crouching medium kick to beat a shimmy, you know, like it just became like, wow, this is
Dragon Ball doesn't feel the same to you?
No, because there's so many options. Like maybe if you watch only in America, you're like, base Gita 21 again, base Gita Kid Buu again. Yeah, everyone copies Sonic.
Europe. Like France especially, they always pick like similar characters.
Not really. I mean, they play
like everybody knows like these characters
styles.
They can do this thing, or this character can do this thing. So you
no, because not if I don't play the game. If I just watch, I don't know that. If I watch Kane only, I'm gonna be amazed because he brings out everything. Like even Wawa, like they do random stuff. Like you can't compare that to just everyone playing Sonic Fox's team. Yeah, I can be a fan of Chris G as well in America because he does random stuff. It's cool.
But isn't that just players instead of the game mechanics?
But it's the way they use. That's the thing. The game has those mechanics. People are choosing not to use them because they think this strategy is better. But when that said mechanic that people said was bad is now used and actually beats them, it's like, oh well, that was good anyway. Yeah, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, as a viewer, it's really sick when you see something like that develop. Like, wow, this guy's winning with Vegito when my favorite streamer constantly said Vegito sucks. Like, that's new to me. You know what I mean? It's like, that is cool, because if I don't really play the game and I just watch, and I just watch one guy or like a couple of streamers, and they all kind of share a similar opinion, this character's the best, this character's the second best, this character's the third best, and then I watch this random like showcase where everyone on one side picked all the characters that everyone said was low tier or not the best, and they're just doing wild stuff with it. It's cool.
Only America that was saying Vegito wasn't good. Everyone else was like, Vegito's strong.
But in terms of just a viewer, it's a high part of the viewer base being American. And it's not even just that. Even me as an ignorant viewer, I watched only pretty much the American Marvel 3 scene. Like, I didn't really watch the EU Marvel 3 scene that much. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, as a viewer, I want to see all these things, and the game allows this stuff to happen. Like, it's nice because it has so many mechanics. Like, they may be universal, but the way you implement them can be so different for each character, which makes it cool. Like, certain characters have cool things. Like, even now, Bardock 6M, it's basically plus. That's how you have to look at it. It's like, it's a different take on this universal mechanic, which I think is well done. And a load of other fighting games don't use their mechanics well like that, or like the mechanics aren't very well designed for a viewer standpoint. I think they're too fabricated. I think the whole development stage has gone to, how do we make the game more hype, instead of the game will have hype if it has these things. Like, their viewpoint on it is bad, I would say.
Okay, so if I can say what is hype for me, at least, is seeing new combos and links, like C4 said, when you can say, oh, I didn't know we can do that, and that's a really creative way to do this or that. And sometimes maybe, like, just my feeling, but maybe because I'm used to all the crazy stuff that you can do in the game, but I don't feel like there's a lot of room to be creative, and I will explain. Because sometimes you have this idea and you try to do it, and you're like, okay, this might work because I have like experience with the character. I think this might work, and then like it doesn't because of hit stun decay and stuff. And like, oh man, I wish this was like 1 frame like faster, and this did like a little bit more hit stun. Then this combo would be like so sick. That's how I feel.
But for normal people, yeah, sure. But for people like me, get shafted all the time, there is you know what, yeah, first it was Guldo, yeah, like, so before they had no, because I'm gonna talk about this. I want to talk about this.
They sub me quick.
I'm shit. I know I'm shit, yeah, but like, there was stuff that I wanted to do that I was like, oh cool, does this interact? This interacts this way, yeah, so let me try this. And then before they made the change to the Forcia, where like the inputs could switch their positioning, yeah, I found a way, and I've still got a video on my phone. I found a way to get it so that when I snap people in, Guldo will appear in the corner and drag the person out. Yeah, I was like, sick, excellent. Like, I can do something, but there's cross-up protection on the Force, so that's useless to me. The most I can do is get a DR. Alright, cool. Then I've got this new mechanic now, where, like, if you SSJ Vegeta, what is it, 236S, the fireballs, the consecutive key blasts, yeah, you can then raw tag, and he's still doing it. Right, So I think, okay, cool. Maybe, the Ginyu Force could do that. The Ginyu Force can't do that. They completely disappear. So it's like, it's
Actually, not true. Like, you can have them do the purple comment and tag out, and they still do that.
I don't want purple comment though. It wasn't. The purple comment.
What about everything else?
Everything else disappears. Everything else disappears.
Yeah,
So
everything else is kind of.
But purple comment also never used to disappear before. Like there was ways of getting purple comment. Like this is neither here nor there. Yeah, I'm getting off topic because.
I mean, it's a game mechanic, right?
Yeah, it's a game mechanic that everyone else gets. Yeah, but I can't get that.
I think it's good for Ginyu.
The active tag. I'm talking about the active tag.
Yeah, I think it's good for Ginyu.
What,
Because
that he doesn't benefit from.
Yeah, you can tag into Ginyu, DR, set up Guldo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Before you'd have to do level 1.
But I'm saying for that instance, yeah, that's all right. But I was talking more along the lines of, I want a beam to be out. I want the two hitting.
You want to use
the two hitting
to tag in
two hitting
someone.
better. Yeah, I want the two hitting better. Like I want to make my stuff safe so I can set stuff up. Like, it doesn't give me that. Whereas, but people with I'm saying not without a brain. I don't want to say without a brain, but people don't need to work as hard, and they can do dumb stuff like, for example, like me said a while ago, or I think it was Rocket. Yeah, they just do 236S consecutive key blasts, call out TN, and then hit you with the.
That's just character balance stuff.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying.
I want to also point out.
Wait,
that...
what?
No. The point is, the point I'm making, is that they thought about balancing every other character or every other thing, but once again, this character throughout the game is consistently getting like shafted.
That's just a Ginyu problem. That's not a...
Wait. Before you say Ginyu gets shafted,
where do you say
he
him
steals other
standing
people's characters, my guy. He's still
I
got
know
that.
he does.
He takes people's characters. That's the most absurd move in any fighting game ever created.
I think you can count the characters that can use the active tag like that. On
Bro, let's be real.
Max, like one hand, maybe a few more. Like 236S active tag from SSJ Vegeta. That doesn't exist for a lot of the cast.
Yeah, a lot of the cast don't.
Pretty much everyone can't do that.
No. So most people
mean
can
active moves, like moves active.
Like Ginyu can do shoulder on hit and tag, and you can your teammate can combo. Like
you get DRs. I think everyone gives you a DR.
No, really, you can't get DR.
No, most characters don't get DRs.
You can't get DR of SSJ4 Gogeta. You can't get DR. Oh, maybe of TN's move you can get.
Wait, those characters that bring you down to the ground, you can get like rejumps, no? You get
no. Only TN's like knee drop, you can get a rejump.
Yeah.
But you can't really end because the knee drop takes your smash. You can't really end.
Also, hit stun decay still applies.
Let me ask real quick. You being a TN master, if he does that EX grab thing and you raw tag out of it, can you re-jump out of it? Because it really looked like I'm messing it up on one frame.
Grab? Like the command grab?
Fist. Yeah.
You can't combo
you can
after
active tag into base Vegeta and grab.
Yeah, that's why I play the shell.
You can do like a 6-6 JM whatever into... Because it really looked like you can.
Nah, you can't combo after. Yeah, it's like the move got heavily nerfed this patch. The grab, the EX grab, it's really bad. I wouldn't even use it.
But it has like guard point now.
Yeah, that's what the nerf is.
Yeah.
Why?
You've spoken to you about it, and
you just vanish. You just vanish. Like you don't even think about it anymore. You vanish on him, and you get a full 5M punish.
Oh, okay, that
he just blocks. Yeah, he blocks. Yeah, when you play someone who knows how to play against it, you just block. Like you vanish it, he blocks the vanish like an idiot.
And you wait for him to recover and you just
that used to be what happened to Broly, and they took that away.
Yeah, they actually gave it to TN.
Yeah, they gave it to TN. They buffed Broly by taking off.
They busted out during their block steering because they're like, what the hell's going on? Like,
it's good in that regard, but that's like the only use for it. Like, you can't use it on offense. Like,
yeah, it's good defensively. Yeah.
I was gonna say like,
But not even.
to go to Art's point before about the games being hype. I think for me, anyways, like Guilty Gear and Dragon Ball are two different type of like hype. Obviously, because they're like a team game and a 1v1. With like DBZ, it's more the creativity of what people bring. So when we first saw like Keknia, or when I saw Bonifacio, I was hype about that. Because I'm like, oh shit, I thought this was a meme, this 2H bullshit. It's not a meme. Like, it's actually almost winning tournaments. But with Guilty Gear, it's more that, oh, that guy made that person look like a dickhead because he could have burst at any point and he knew exactly when he was going to do it. Or he backdashed the throw, where backdash loses to everything else other than throw. So he made like a hard read. What the two things show are like different parts of fighting games that I like. And
so it's like creativity and interaction separately.
Yeah. Someone using their brain and someone using their brain in match and someone using their brain in team mode to show something that even though the game's 3 years old, I never thought that was possible. That sort of stuff.
Yeah. I'm with you on everything you can say.
That's good. Thank you.
Oh shit, man, like
Ryan's gonna hop in, and I don't want to make it too crowded. I'm gonna go play MGS3.
Alright, I'm gonna watch. I think Pokemon's on later, so I might have to wrap up soon. But yeah, let me let Ryan in.
Oh yeah, Pokemon is on later. Damn, how long have I been here?
Bruv, I've been.
Wait, what Pokemon?
World Cup.
Victory Road.
Is my bay on?
No, leave it out.
Then never mind.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned Bonifacio. That he actually has a sick team.
Alright, man.
He's got a sick team, right?
I played him at Sonic Boom like 2018 or some shit. It's pretty funny.
Did he play the same team?
Well, Kefla wasn't out, but he was playing Frieza Blue X. He was playing Black then, I think.
Boniface was sick. I just seen him play a few days ago. He was playing Gropus on Jin's channel, on his Twitch channel.
Oh, right.
And it was a 1-7 versus Gropus, and it was Gropus won 7-5. So it was a really close set.
Damn.
And he's really good. He's pretty good, Bonifacio.
Yeah, he's like no one knew about him, but I don't think anyone was prepared for him to do so well with like a team. Obviously, when we see teams, we go,
they buffed
low
his
tier, hard
game
tier.
plan.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
His mashing auto combo into stuff is OP. Like his auto combo is good now, like for mashing.
But that's what I mean. Like what you said like he was playing those two characters before the buff, so he's been playing this team and he's like, oh shit, my team's good now. So let me show everyone. Let me show that everyone stopped me. Like the patch stopped him.
He's doing like the freezer ball into Blue G, a full screen assist, then confirming. Like that didn't work before. Like everything he does is new, and he uses all the new stuff that the team gained. You can tell he's labbed all the stuff, you know?
That's the sick bit about Dragon Ball. Yeah, like even though like he could say, but I don't think he will. Like, oh, the patch was holding me back. Now that my characters can do kind of like ignorant stuff like everyone else, now I can win more. But he just stuck with his team. And now his reward is that he's got all the fundamentals down. Now he can deal with the cool new shit. And now he's beating, like he's getting top. What was it? Did he get fourth? I think he got fourth for that.
Yeah. He beat Gropus and he beat Kane, I think.
Yes, he beat Kane. Yeah. So with Blue, what was it? Vegeta, Blue, and Frieza, and then Baby. Was it Baby? No,
it's Kefla.
Kefla, yeah, sorry, Kefla, yeah. So seeing that from someone we didn't like really know because they weren't doing so hot before, I think's cool. Like considering how old the game was, it's super hype.
But I would say mainly that's just for the spectators. Obviously, as you mentioned, the main thing is like for the spectators are hype. But I mean, if you're playing versus Bonifacio and you're getting hit by this like random auto combos, that's not fun.
I don't think Kane had fun. He said GG's. I don't know if he had fun.
When you play against like Jilla, Wade, it can feel like that too. They're just more refined. I feel like the game plan is sound. Like constantly gambling in Dragon Ball has been a thing since the beginning.
So, you saying that the first thing that popped into my head is a quote Mace said like months ago, like Wade is just like a gorilla in high heels.
Grateful gorilla, bro. Wade's always been like that. He is rabid when he's in
what I'm saying is like the game plan is sound because the game allows it. A lot of like, let's say the best player, if we want to say Goichi, right? He plays defensively because the game allows you to block most things. 90% of the stuff you can react to, right? So if you train enough, you can block most things. But on the other hand, 90% of the stuff you can mash out of, because you have frame 1 reflect, guard cancel, vanish, which is a 4-frame normal. By the way, like, it's a 4-frame universal mechanic, so it beats the average 6-frame normal, right? Like, you have so many different scramble tools. If you're just one of those innate scramblers, you can go to a casino and pick up those dice and just, boom, double 1s or double 6s easily. If you're like one of those guys, you can definitely play that way. And I think that was the norm of like Sonic Fox as well. At the start of the game's lifespan, it was Goichi, like the solid brick wall, and Sonic Fox was like the what would you call it?
Beast.
Yeah, the offensive beast. But it wasn't like a sword. It was a dice, a die. That was it.
You feel like
it's cool.
Man was playing D&D.
you feel like the game rewards players who use less of their brains
No, but it
than
rewards
like
everything.
thinking too much about what
That's
they're trying
what's
to do.
cool.
I don't know if it's
That's the
like
thing.
smaller brains. It's people that aren't afraid to roll the dice. I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
You
that's
commit
what's cool about it.
Yeah, but it
talking
sucks to
about this,
lose to
like,
them
5
more
hours
than it does losing to people
Again,
who actually think about every move they do.
As I said though, what's it called? I don't know how to explain it. The player has no rights because they're useless. They don't do anything. They just play. They're entertaining.
Wow, Art really just said fuck humanity. Like,
No, like it's just the viewer. At the end of the day, the viewer needs to do well. But
I mean, the viewers always do well in fighting games, right?
no, they don't. Fighting games are like the least watched game
That is
competitively.
definitely not true.
It's
Are you sure?
Yeah.
What are you talking about,
What's-
dude?
What do you mean?
This is a big
clearly
statement.
not the least watched game.
Uh,
With like, fighting games
shooters?
are a mid-tier esport.
No, it's the worst tier esport. People watch chess more than fighting games, man. Like,
Chess
what do
has
you
been
mean?
around for 100 and
Yeah,
like,
and it's
hundreds of
boring
years.
as fuck. No one wants to watch that shit, dude. That's the
He definitely
point, man.
thought that was gonna be in
On
the fence.
on Twitch, people watch chess more than fighting games, dude.
They
They're
watch chess
on
more than
Twitch.
most games.
No, but
Oh, wait, wait.
Chess
Yeah,
is
but
like
do
one
they,
of the
but
biggest
do they
games on
upload?
Twitch.
Do they upload chess tech to Twitter?
They definitely do.
15
People
seconds.
They
definitely
do,
do.
they do, they do.
They
They
definitely do
complain
that.
about lag as well online.
Yeah.
Alright,
Then
well,
chess got rolled before
This is-
fucking Tekken.
Exactly,
Wait, Heapsky,
exactly.
wait,
This
Heapsky
is the
needs to-
point.
What's lower on the viewer count than fighting games? Would you say?
Oh, fuck. There are tons like simulators, races,
No,
football games.
competitive games. Football is
Yeah.
not lower. FIFA gets millions of views.
Right, no. So FIFA has tons of content creators. Esports wise, FIFA
Yeah,
is nowhere near as big as fighting games. You have to remember, like, if you add all the fighting games together, then you're hitting like top.
But Ultimate
top
Team
numbers.
tournaments get hundreds of thousands of views.
Yeah, right. Content creators.
No,
right,
Ultimate
like
Team
streamers,
tournaments.
You know, but they're not like esports.
But what's
Ultimate
the
Team
difference
is-
between
Ultimate Team is
content
not like
creators and
a
esports?
tournament.
What's the difference
Ultimate
between
Team
that?
is no,
Because-
tournaments on Ultimate Team. So it's like Ultimate Team is the RNG mechanic where you buy loot crates to buy
Yeah,
players,
Yeah.
and tournaments for that get hundreds of thousands of viewers.
Yeah, but
because
I
the
think-
price pool is insane.
I think Heapsky's saying the content creators are why the viewership is that high.
Right.
That doesn't change anything because Sonic Fox is the esports personality of the year 2 years ago, so it doesn't change anything. If the content creator is in the tournament, like Sonic Fox for an MK tournament, why does the tournament have 25k viewers instead of 100,000 viewers? Do you get what I'm saying?
I think I'll say actually Riv brought up a good point. Outside of the fighting game community, people probably think Smash is a fighting game, and if you count Smash viewers,
Okay, I still think even with Smash viewers, overall, every other genre has more viewers. Not every other, not like Barbie games or random games like that, but I'm talking about like shooters, MOBAs, like big esports brands.
I think fighting games are better than most. Fighting games are better than most MOBAs, right? And they're better than most
MOBA
shooters,
is a whole,
but not
dude.
the top.
You're,
not the top.
dude, how can you say most when we're saying fighting
you
game and not game?
You can't
what
say
are you
like
talking about?
fighting games over Smite. You'd have to do Smite as all of MOBA. Yeah.
Dude, it's MOBAs or fighting games. MOBAs win. Shooters or fighting games. Shooters win. Chess or fighting chess win. Like you can go. The list goes on.
No. The list doesn't go much further than that.
All right, racing
There's
games.
no other esports.
What about racing games?
Right, so cards, races.
Card games are way more watched than.
Yeah,
Come
card
on.
games are way more.
Hearthstone is way bigger than fighting games. Just Hearthstone, not the other card games. Just Hearthstone.
I might give you racing games.
Yeah, racing games don't count. No one actually plays that competitively. Come on, man. It's not an esport though. I'm talking about straight up esports.
I think.
What about betting on horses?
I don't know the last time I've seen
I mean, that's an obvious. They're just.
Wait, I'm gonna look at
people watch Hearthstone tournament.
I mean, overall, I would say card games are bigger. Maybe they're a dying art now. I would say, and maybe you're right. Maybe
I think there's
games
too many. I think there's too many card games to count them at. Like, there's way too many. I don't know.
The player base for them games, by the way, is also massively higher than fighting games.
The player base.
That's also a bad thing for fighting.
No,
games.
it is a bad thing, but that's like it's not to take away from fighting game esports, right? Because it's not their fault that the player base is like 10% of what a card game's player base is.
Yeah, but wouldn't you guys agree with me if I said something like fighting games are like one of the easiest esports to understand overall? Because you just see two life bars.
It depends how much you're familiar with the game mechanics.
No. If you knew nothing about gaming, I could show my mom.
Just like a quick example, like my friend posted this clip from Guilty Gear, and people went like, "Oh my god, what a genius move!" And like, what? I don't understand. What did he do exactly? Like,
but you're too. I'm sick. I'm trying to bring it down to more.
I can do it for you. I know what you're talking about because I've had this conversation. So if you went to a betting shop, you would not have to explain the rules of fighting games.
Yeah.
You would be able to go, "Oh, I'm betting that this player wins the fight," and when it happens, you wouldn't need to explain why it happened.
Yeah, you could see it. Anyone could see it.
Yeah, but okay, he got hit, but why did he get hit there?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
That's now you're thinking too far deep.
You're thinking too deep. We're talking about to understand. When you watch a MOBA and you have no understanding of MOBAs, you have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, you don't know who's winning or why
they try to
winning
explain it.
Whatever.
They have to constantly explain it. No one in fighting games is explaining, "Oh, this guy's life bar is lower than the other guy's. That means he's losing." No one is saying that because you don't need to explain that.
That's making it like as simplistic as possible. Like you can say the same thing about races.
That's the thing. That's why I'm saying it's simplistic. So that makes fighting games innately it should draw a bigger audience.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. And why is that?
But a lot of other genres are simple to understand.
I wouldn't say there are genres that are beating fighting games, which is all of them. I wouldn't say any of them are easier to understand than fighting games. I would even argue that chess is harder to understand than fighting games.
Yep, I would say that.
Harder.
I would say even shooters.
Shooters.
I watch like
People
Valorant,
actually know how to play the game. Like, to be honest.
But even if you know how to play chess, it's harder to understand conceptually than a fighting game. Then that player's getting hit, that player's getting washed.
because you can have a few pieces on chess but still be winning, and if you don't understand the rules, you won't know. Like I see that in Valorant all the time. Like I'll watch Valorant.
But you compared it to racing and like shooting and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Racing
games. Racing is different. Racing
is as
well.
easy. Racing is as
that's
easy.
that's why betting shops do racing all the time because it's easy to know who wins. But
Okay, so like Yu-Gi-Oh, like life points and stuff.
That's really hard to understand as a card game. Card games are very hard to understand.
Yeah, they're super hard to understand. I don't think they're very easy. I think shooters.
I think they're easier. No, I think they're easier than some games like shooters because card games you can just see the life total, but that doesn't always mean X person is winning.
Yeah.
But overall,
what did you say the other day about like Broly with sparking limit break? Like, okay, the game is like completely not.
That's just like a funny meme, right?
I've got receipts.
It doesn't say anything about who's winning right now, by the way. Just let me clarify this. This guy with 3 characters alive, it doesn't necessarily mean he won.
To be
Anyone
fair,
is alive.
You can make that joke because fighting games are so innately easy to understand. So you can make a joke like that and say, just because this guy only has 1 character left, he's scary. You know, like you can make that joke because it's innate to understand.
The casuals will go
this
like,
guy's
okay,
losing.
this he has 1 character left. There's no way he's going to win this.
No way he
Exactly
should
what
win.
makes it cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's
exactly.
the point. Yeah.
That-
That's
yeah.
the point.
Wait, so this goes back to my point that fighting games are innately hype.
With
Yeah, innately. That's what I'm saying.
Is there any feeling comparable to
That was
this
my
in
point.
any other like genre?
legit when you go into limit break, your character's like portrait starts like flashing gold, and your health bar gets bigger. Like, I don't know, man. Even if I didn't play fighting games, I'd be like, yo, what the fuck?
You're in
is that?
trouble.
Like,
You know what?
Yeah.
Same with X Factor with Dark Phoenix. You see
Oh
that
my God,
bitch
Dark
flashing
Phoenix.
red, you know that the game's not over. You know that some shit's gonna go down.
Oh, I wish they had Dark Phoenix.
How many people have watched the Daigo? So I've shown like the Daigo parry, right, to tons of people who don't play fighting games, and they all go, whoa! They have no idea what a parry is and what's going on, but they know that it's fucking sick, right? They just go, oh, and you can see them all get hyped. Have no idea what this actually happened.
Have you
Fighting
done
games
that?
are
Have you
always fantastic.
let them watch it without the audio though? Because someone else said that to me. And I was like, I think people get hyped because they hear the crowd in the background.
I would say the same.
A big part of it. You know,
yeah,
like
no,
most
no,
most of
most
the
of the
Dragon Ball
Okay,
Dragon
fair.
Ball fights I watch, it's the ones that have commentary on them.
I think,
Like
oh shit.
Yeah, I
People
would
will.
agree.
I love Wanted for that reason, for like, you know, the announcers making it really hype always
See what?
in tournaments and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely something a bit lame about online fighting game tournaments, right? Because it's just nowhere near as cool.
I've started to disagree. I used to think like that. I was also a bum believer and an elitist to online doesn't matter. But
This is like, and then I made tournament type.
it's not that. It's not that. It's because I've realized how many people were left out. How many good players were not given like a spotlight because of where they lived or like how young they were. They couldn't travel. And I think online is a good avenue to go around because we've had people like Punk. Punk was just an online player for years. With him and Smug.
Yeah,
When Smug went to
was what we-
NLBC
yeah, I was gonna say that.
and Punk couldn't. And then Street Fighter 5 came out and it was like, oh, who's Punk? And Smug's like, yeah, he's been smoking people online because he couldn't go to NLBC, but it doesn't mean he's not good. So
Can I take it one further?
I think
I
online's
think
fine.
online is what limits fight. I think the fact that there's no tournaments online and the online being bad is what limits fighting games to being that worst esport.
for spectators, I 100% agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's why. And I don't think it can be fixed unless the netcode's good enough so you can play casually and have fun.
Yeah, but
Because
but,
I know a lot of
what
casual
makes
players.
what makes people like who are good online not good offline or vice versa?
No. That's not even the
that's never
truth.
proven to be the
That's
case.
that's not even the case. The point is that it's okay if the game has a good online presence where the casual player base can play constantly and not feel irritated. And let's be real, you're gonna feel irritated just by playing a fighting game. So when something other than the fighting game is making you irritated, it's a big no-no for a lot of people. And I know a lot of my friends who are like, they're gamers, but they don't really, they're like WoW, they play WoW right now and like they play other games like that. They love Guilty Gear Strive. They play it every day. They love the game. They don't really play fighting games, but they love it. The netcode's great. They enjoy, they play with their friends. They enjoy the game. They love it. It's such an opener for everyone. They watch all the tournaments. They get hyped over Hotashi and Punk playing and stuff like that. And I'm seeing it in like my WoW Discord where in the game section, it's like, wow, there's so many people interested in Strive here. You know, it's like, wow, I should have played with them or something. Like, I'm feeling that way because it's like, wow, this game must be sick. It's like, you can see that just because the online is good, even if maybe the game might not be the best, or some people are saying it's not great, it doesn't make it like it enables so much more because of this factor.
I think Heapsy was talking about like the prestige side of offline to online, if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's also a thing. Yeah.
Well, just like no matter how good online, it's not. No, I'm not really talking about prestige. I'm just talking about like me as someone who watches competitive gaming, right? Because I'm interested in like esports. I watch like most games. And I'm like, oh, so I watch it like as a fan as well as a player. When I watch something offline and there's a crowd and shit's going on, it's just more exciting, right?
Right. So like atmosphere sort of stuff.
Yeah, right. Like the offline fucking Dragon Ball thing. I don't like watching Dragon Ball anymore. I think the game sucks. So when I watched that and I was like, damn, this is sick. Even though I don't like really enjoy the game anymore. There's just something about offline players that is just kind of, it's just always going to be better. You know?
You don't enjoy it as a player, but can you enjoy it as a viewer?
I almost agree with Heapsy. I dislike first to long sets.
Yeah.
Because you get
so long.
Like the Kaiden situation, and I love watching Kaiden as a player. I think he's great. He's my second favorite player to support in Europe. But I wanted the long set. I like blow-ups. I like first to 2. You're dead type situations.
Well, just like to quickly compare this, because like first to 7 in Strive or the other day with Wanted, it's like it's faster, shorter than like first to 7 in Dragon Ball.
It's shorter than a first to 3 in Dragon Ball. That's not a joke. That's serious. That's like the difference.
It's not even about the length. I like tournaments. I watch Bum's tournament. I was up till 5 a.m. watching House of Chaos. I barely watch Wanted. I listen to it every week, but I don't really watch it. It's kind of like
Wanted the radio show confirmed.
No, but like it's not that I dislike the show. I just dislike the format. My whole take is I like the competitive aspect. I like people sweating. Like I like them sweating in both regards, trying hard and sweating because they're getting in a first to 2 situation.
The best game in a Wanted set is if it's 6-6, right? That's always the most hype set.
Yeah, you know? So it's, I think with Wanted, for me especially, it's the theatrics to the match. So it's the storylines behind it, other than the match.
I agree. That's why I listen.
Yeah.
That's making it wrestling, and I love that.
Yeah, that's literally what it is. It's wrestlers that don't have a mouthpiece, and me and Damascus are doing the mouthpiece for them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad show. Again, like, I want to iterate. It's not a bad show. I love Wanted, right? It's just my take on when I watch competitive fighting games. I like that first to 2 bracket scenario. It's just, it's nice and.
You get people like Bonifacio. I don't think Bonifacio would have lasted in the first to 7 set.
Bonifacio, the PlayStation player?
Did you not see? What happened?
but you also there's the aspect of
GAD.
Oh, you're not watching Dragon Ball. He doesn't know. Yeah,
he doesn't know.
He beat Gropus and Kane.
No one's losing to Bonifacio.
He beat Kane and Gropus. What do you mean?
You guys suck.
I wanted to say that I love the best of 7. What I like about that is to see the players grow as the set progresses, seeing like the players adapt and make a good reads, and that's the story. It's like watching a wrestling match that goes for like 30-40 minutes, and then the smarts will be like, oh, the psychology is as out of this world. Like that whole mind game aspect of Dragon Ball is what.
But the French have killed it. Like Kane,
that's what I'm saying.
Kaiden has killed it. Like the only person who can beat him is Wade. That's it.
I want to see Kaiden v Goichi. I want to see to this point, I feel like Wanted's a done deal. I want to see Kaiden v the rest. Like Kaiden v EU players. It's over.
It's kind of done, yeah.
I want to see, when people challenge Daigo to a first to 10 in Street Fighter, I want it like that, dude. I want it to be like that. Like break down and cry because you challenged Daigo to a first to 10.
You have to win Evo to play him in the long set. That's when you get to play the long set.
That's
not just
that's
every
what I'm
Thursday.
Saying. Exactly. Like I agree with it's cool, but it's getting to that point where you know how like crush counters, after you see it 1,000 times, it's not that cool anymore, you know? It's...
To be fair to the whole Wanted thing, like Damascus did that when COVID hit. Like,
oh no,
so,
no. Again, I think Wanted is sick.
But I agree. Like, you should.
I was hoping
you need the prestige to do the first of sevens, right? Like, to get to Kaiden, you should have to do more than be picked or win a round robin on my channel where there's literally no one in the ring, right? Let's keep it real. Like, I could fucking win. So I get like the prestige to fight Kaiden isn't there anymore. But it's because it's not offline.
Are you still doing the format where? Because that was the only ever format I've entered where I didn't lose. I didn't lose a set, but I didn't win the tournament.
Well, round robin.
Just yet another wrestling comparison. You know, sometimes
that's when I stopped playing Dragon Ball. It was literally that day. I was like, I didn't lose a set, but I didn't win the tournament. I was like, oh well, GG's, I guess.
How
did that happen? You go 1-1 every time?
Yeah. No, I drew with 2 people. Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, no more ties. We're not doing ties anymore.
Yeah, because I played against
no more
Julia
ties.
Hahn
It's first
with fucking 7 frames.
Yeah, we're doing first 2 now, not best of. Yeah, it's first
the
to freeze.
good old 7 frames.
I like that though. That was drama. I didn't know it was gonna stop you from playing the game. Otherwise, I would have put you through.
No. It was definitely triggering. That was like.
My bad.
I don't like Dragon Ball enough to do that.
Bebop.
Yeah, the online of Dragon Ball kind of kills it. Let's be real. Like we're all forcing ourselves through it right now because of the qualifiers, but you know, maybe not all, but me.
Yeah, some people.
Yeah.
X Kali, are you there?
Yeah.
What's good, dude?
I'm here. What's good? Yeah.
Head.
So I was gonna hop in on like the point earlier, but then the topic kind of changed to like long sets versus short sets.
Bring it back, dude. It's fine.
No. Like we were talking about like why fighting games should be more hype because they're more accessible. But like, if
yeah, sorry, go on. Sorry.
No, like I agree on the face of it. It makes sense, but like if you make it an analogy to like actual sports, team sports are more popular and more watched than combat sports because it's all about the coming together, the support, the spirit. That all of that stuff. Like you don't get it as much when it's just one person. When it's just one person, it's like it's hype, but more often than not, it's like a personal connection. So I feel like that's what makes fighting games. Yeah, they're more accessible. They're easily understandable on the face of it. But I think there's less to grab you and grip, like hold you on. You know what I mean?
I would say there's a very big, clear problem there in that boxers can only fight twice a year at most, right? Whereas team sports happen every week.
Isn't boxing like one of the most watched sports as well?
Yeah, but it just simply because
it's so
boxers
rare,
can't fight that often every year.
It's like if there was a tournament every 3 months, you would definitely go every 3 months. But if it's every other day,
or a UFC show every month, but your fighter fights like 3 times a year.
Yeah, exactly.
Every 2
but
weeks.
don't you guys think fighting games have that? I think fighting games. There's like Fortnite tournaments all the time, like every week.
I think
no, I do. But like the
fighting
thing
game
is
events
team stuff always represents more than just the people. That's what I'm trying to sort of get at. So it's easier for other people to sort of relate and connect with it.
Yeah,
so why like professional boxers throughout the history like made tens of millions of dollars in like multiple than like I don't know.
Because one
other,
fight
like,
gives them
ball players
fucking mad money.
But why?
Because
who wants to get punched in the face? What do you mean? Like,
yeah, but like you said, like it's less popular. I don't know.
A bit. Yeah, no, like boxing, like I don't know. I don't think boxing's a fair comparison. Only because the risk reward is life changing, and with other. So I think I kind of agree with Oso in this aspect of when you have a team of people, there's multiple like personalities you can like right. If I think of something like Pokemon, Wolfie, everyone likes Wolfie. Like when I introduced Jake to it, he's like, oh yeah, Wolfie's the best of his personality. He didn't care like his accolades or anything like that. But normally, one person can't draw in people with their personality like that, but a team can because you've got different aspects. Like everyone's kind of drawn to a personality that's similar to them. Like, I don't
Can
give a
I,
fuck about
throw
Dragon
a
Ball. I just like
spanner
about
in this?
Vegeta. Like, it's like that with a team game. That's how I would see
But
it.
like how familiar are you with the personalities of all
Yeah,
your
I was gonna say, I just
team-
want to throw a spanner in this because, like, you guys are getting on the topic of where, like, boy bands are better than artists and stuff like that.
Yep. Yep, that's
But
basically it.
it's proven that
They
that's
are.
not true. It's proven, scientifically proven that
Wait,
that's not
how-
true.
What do you
It's
mean?
easier to
Science-
relate to one guy because single artists are the only thing now, and bands are like
Yeah, but
non-existent
you know,
outside
but
of Korea.
single artists have bands that get
No
no,
one knows
recognition
them.
whatsoever.
Do you
Yeah,
know?
No one knows. No one knows.
No one cares about D12.
My
right?
dad was a pianist, right? So he played with a lot of
orchestra?
famous singers back in the day,
Oh.
and he was experienced that the band never get as much recognition.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
it's the voice.
and like,
It's the voice.
even
They
like
turn
you
up to the
know,
voice.
That's what I'm
late night show,
saying.
dude, late night shows that have like a house band, you know, to play at the commercial break, stuff like that. So they never say, "Oh, thanks to the band," that like, and then say the name of the, I don't know, guitarist, whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, they just.
Okay, so sorry, I don't know if you wanted to say.
I just wanted to say real quick. I don't even know if that was Oso's position. That was what I got from it, so I could
I
be
think we
wrong.
definitely jumped.
No,
Yeah.
you were right. You were right.
Oh, I was
My
right.
point
Sick.
really was.
I was
My
gonna say
point
that.
really was.
just like another example,
still-
wanted to sneak
yeah.
in there. Like Lakers fan know all about LeBron James. Do they
Hold on,
know
hold on.
everything about?
My
You know what
point
I mean?
was just about the accessibility and how popular it is. Like single person esports or sports versus team esports or sports. I'm just saying the team always represents more than just the people. They can have like bare different personalities that can draw them in. People can draw them for the story behind it versus who they're fighting against. Like some people support teams just because they're against the team they hate. You know what I mean? Like there's bare
Nah, I
reasons for
agree,
people to
yeah.
get
Yeah,
involved.
I agree.
So,
That's true.
so
That's like a
teams-
sporting thing, right? Like
This is-
that's like
Teams
Oh.
do exist in esports,
Sorry.
though.
Exactly.
This is
Right.
one of the things that I spoke about like ages ago. I remember when the France versus America thing happened, yeah, and I was like, essentially, the whole thing about it is that people love to get behind something.
Yeah.
Because it's human nature. We're social creatures. So when we find something that's bigger than our whole, we naturally gravitate towards it. And especially if it's something that we're from as well, people go, "Oh,
like the
it's
footy.
my country, national, because there's so many. I'll say this because obviously I'm from the Caribbean, so there's so many Jamaicans out there, yeah, that don't like sports, that don't care about football or anything like that, yeah. But the moment the World Cup's on, or it's the Olympics, 100-meter race, Jamaica's there. Oh shit! Everyone and their nans is outside screaming, yeah, or watching TV. And then when it's football, like even if they like, there's a lot of people that I know that don't like England, or say that they're not English, they're Jamaican, yeah. But the moment England is in a World Cup,
Yeah.
they're like, yeah, go on, it's coming home, it's
With
coming
their kit
out.
and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
it is.
all of that. It's just the way that people are inclined to be as humans, because we're social creatures, and that's for me that's kind of where I end what I'm saying, and yeah, you guys can.
I think
Do you
you're
think
right.
those teamed aspects can be a part of fighting games, though?
Yeah,
I
I
think
think
they
so too.
are. With like, so
It
I'm
should
pretty sure
be.
Leffen has a lot of fans that aren't really
'Cause he's
Leffen,
TSM,
but
yeah.
TSM are big,
Yeah.
so they'll follow him in a fighting game tournament. Like Mango of Cloud9, I think is a similar case. Besides them two, really, like fighting gamers don't really have that much.
But to be honest,
draw, but-
it's. Oh, sorry. I thought you were finished.
No, yeah, that's it. That's pretty much the point.
But to be honest, also that as well, because of the nature of fighting games, it's only you. Even if you do have a team aspect, it's still not the same thing, you know. Because
I don't think
because-
that's true. I don't think that's true.
Because, okay, let me explain where I'm coming from, and then you can, because your own is still 1v1, yeah. Although there might be a backstory as to why everyone is together. Like for example, we'll use US versus France. Yeah, people were talking shit online. People were saying stuff, and then they were like, "Cool, let's settle this and let's do this. Like let's." Pardon. It'll be a fun thing, but we'll do it. There's a backstory behind it. So just from that point, that entry level, people have a reason to get involved in that or to see something, yeah? But as opposed to, we'll take CSGO, for example, because like a couple of, I think it's like 5-6 years back, there was a team, a very famous team with Solo Mid, yeah? That ended up winning a couple of the tournaments here and there, really big. And then they didn't like the way they were being treated, so they themselves, the players, made their own org, and then started to see if they could basically reciprocate what they were doing. Would it be reciprocate? Wouldn't be reciprocate. Replicate. That's the one. If they could replicate what they were doing at Solo Mid, just for themselves, you know, because they didn't like the way they were being treated, and no other organization was kind of offering what they wanted, and they ended up doing it. And it's a thing where like there is more of a backstory, more of a thing that people can get behind, because there's 5 separate players on a team playing. Each person has their own backstory. Each person is intertwined. Each person has a specific role that they need to fulfill in the team, and people will more gravitate towards that, you know. For example, like if there's a point man, then he's kind of the guy that everyone. If there's a what's that word? Like a playmaker, yeah. People will be like, oh wow, there's a playmaker. I want to be just like that dude, you know. I want to fit into a team like that. I want to play with my friends like that, you know. So it's a lot different.
I think you can boil it down.
Can I make a counterpoint to that?
Could I jump in real quick? Because I just want to, yeah. So I think you can boil it down even simpler than that. Like with US versus France, we're not even EU, but we're still supporting France.
I mean, we're pretty much EU.
Yeah.
But
People were hyped for that tournament. I just want to say real quick, people were hyped for that tournament only for being offline reason alone.
And do you know why I was supporting France? Because I've been taking it from France for too fucking long. I just want the world to fucking see.
Yeah, exactly.
The only person I was supporting out of the French team was Kane, because I actually just support Kane, my favorite pro player to watch. I love roller coaster rides. It's great. You know, you watch him, it's up and downs, dude. He drops, he doesn't drop. Who knows? It's fun as fuck.
He doesn't. Like...
Yeah, exactly. I love watching Kane.
That's a really good point, though. Right, so you have like an attachment and a reason and kind of characteristic
to the solo player, right, not to the team. You see
so
what
I would
mean?
say
I was
the whole point that Gerald's making about, you know, like characters. I think it's less about the team and more the. Maybe
I think so too. I was gonna say that too.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
What's the team? It's France, the team, or
SKT.
the team they're using?
No,
like,
but the team aspect is not important.
Both.
The point
I
is
would
that
support
they
Kane
don't
if
have
he was on any
characters.
team.
Characters. I definitely try. I used to only watch Bonchan because he played the characters I played, and then I was just like,
I used to only watch Momochi. He was sick. He played Cody.
Yeah, then
I was like, yeah, he's sick.
Fenrich, I knew about Fenrich and Blaz, but I cared about Fenrich when he was playing SSJ Vegeta.
Right.
Like,
I'm not talking about that kind of character. I'm talking about like
personality.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but that is the personality, though.
Yeah,
I think
What do you think about Gila saying to the Japanese, "You have nothing on us"?
I think that's sick. That's
I'm
a
his
big
personality.
Gila fan as well.
That's the kind of shit.
Yeah,
Some people
that's
would
what
just get
Yamcha.
hyped over like being like seeing French players versus Japanese players as they did.
But that's what a Yamcha player would say. I would expect a Yamcha player to be like that.
Yeah. Also, why wouldn't they just say Noka beat you all with Krillin? Like
to
that
who?
happened 2 years ago to Japan.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I just want to say, like, this is exactly the kind of shit that we need more of, because it's been mad discussion. So many people are heated. It's so sick, and this is the kind of shit that, like, you know, the kind of story that draws people in and actually makes them pay attention and give a shit, man. I don't even care about DBZ. Like I played for 2 weeks in season 1, and then played the new characters for about 5 minutes after they come out. That's the extent of my experience with DBZ. But I watched USA versus France, bro. I watched it.
Did you? I'm actually surprised.
Dude, you don't need to be like, as long as you're a fighting game fan, it was a great event.
As long as you've been beat by Aliyoun or any other French player, you're invested.
Dude, if you know about the French from any game, and boy, there's many games. Dude, who's the Soul Calibur players? Isn't that literally just French dominated game? Like, there's so many games. Super Akuma from Tekken, like, how many games have like the French who do well in them? It's crazy.
Yeah, no, I pretty much agree with Ozo. I didn't think I would, but I normally don't.
Yo, I don't even think I was saying anything controversial. You know, usually just like your default position is just to disagree with me. That's kind of deep, you know.
That's why we're boys, isn't it? Have to disagree. It's all right. Theory. I normally disagree with Theory as well, but that's why we have conversations. Because I'll say something fucking super outlandish, and he'll be like, and then we'll talk about it, and then we'll both normally go, we're both too extreme. We just need to, meet in the middle.
Great in the middle.
Yeah, normally that's like the best position. When you play games for too long, you get like hyper focused on proving a point that you don't even stand by. Like, I didn't think Krillin was that good. I just thought he was better than people thought he was. So I had to over gas it by saying he's top 10. He probably wasn't top 10. But he was way better than what people thought. He could have been.
I still think he's pretty strong.
He could have been.
Every character has at least this one broken move or mechanic.
Do you know why Krillin's not top 10?
More than one.
Anymore?
Do you know why he's not top 10?
Because everyone's got his 5M.
Nah, because in the clutch... now he's not. Yeah, I mean like back then.
Oh, right.
In the clutch, when you're mashing the assist and you press Sensor Beam, you look like the biggest fucking idiot in the world.
Oh yeah.
It happens to everyone that plays Krillin.
You're not good in Dragon Ball until you learn how to combo off of Sense B.
That's the tech.
I mean, Noka would do it accidentally and play it off.
Yeah, frame trap.
I've definitely
straight afterwards.
They called Sensi and then 6-7 someone and hit, and then take my Sensi after.
I used to dabble with Krillin, okay, for a really long time, and that feeling when I 50-50 did a Sensubin 50-50 without assist, like, you need to have courage.
Okay. I mean like this.
I need to respect you like hell. You know?
I'm deafened.
He said he went to go get dinner.
Oh, okay, cool.
When you keep throwing rock, and you solo flare, and then you do the fire, and then you throw out Sensi Bean, and he stopped blocking.
You know what? Fuck it. You know. Do you think unique mechanics for specific characters are good? Or do you think they're bad?
Yeah, I think it's cool, man.
You pretty much said like all the characters are the same. Like Lord Knight has that video about archetypes. He said, okay, most of the casts are basically Bardo.
Yeah, see, I saw that meme and I asked it, and everyone said like, yeah, we want that, but no one played Rev. Not obviously, some people just don't like Rev, but a lot of people didn't play Rev because it was too unique. Everyone had different aspects of it.
I think uniqueness is good in 3v3 games, like MVC3. Every character's pretty much unique to the point where some are borderline useless. You know what I mean? Like,
but why do you have a character that can heal himself and the team, and while the other, like, no one can do that?
That's it. And I think Dragon Ball has quite a few unique stuff. I think people are they're clouded by the fact that how many universal mechanics the game has, right?
They did add a lot of things to make the cast more similar over the years, though.
You mean more diverse, right?
No,
definitely
they
not more similar.
They definitely made the cast more similar.
No, they didn't. What?
Yeah, no. So I'm not meaning as in like the new DLC characters are more as in. So a lot of the base roster, they gave everyone similar tools. So like normals now generally go about the same range as everyone. Like
That's
hit stun,
not
hit
true at
stun,
all.
yeah, it is. Hit stun is generally kind of more similar than it used to be.
Assist
They kind
hit
of
stun
took
for sure.
away. Yeah.
Yeah,
assist hit
okay,
stun.
assist hit stun is, yeah, it was like Trunks A back in the day and then nothing. Now it's like everything. And Trunks A kind of sucks, you know what I mean?
Yeah, apart from Trunks A itself, that still has no hit stun.
So, like, I agree on just assists. Otherwise, I think everyone else has become more and more unique. Like, the characters themselves have, like, gained unique stuff. Like Goku Black has gained, like, an extra double jump off his, like, dive kick because he steps on your head. Same with the Cell perfect attack. He steps on you, so he's gotten a jump now. I think that's sick. That's unique. Pretty much.
But you can still like play the best player in your region and ask him to play like a random team, and him just being better than you in a game can smoke you. It doesn't even matter because
I don't think that's true.
Like
I don't think Kaiden is beating many people on random select.
yeah, but like when he fights people are already really good, you don't see it. But if he, you know, it's kind of trying to suppress his power.
No, you're talking about like playing a casual player. Like you're trying to say like, oh, I'm gonna play someone who doesn't compete or anything. He just watches the game. It's funny because this exact scenario happened with me and also, I don't know if it's the same also, but I think it is.
Yeah.
In Marvel 3, I went to a birthday party. He was like a pro UK player.
Wait, when was this?
Like 2006 or something.
I thought it was like last week or something. Okay.
No, I went to a birthday party. He was like a pro UK player.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how good he's at Marvel 3. And I was a viewer of the game. And he said he'd beat me with random select. And I said, no fucking chance. I'd smoke you so free. And
Bring him back.
Yeah, I fucking destroyed him. And he got smoked.
That's
I was like,
sick.
no fucking chance, mate. No way. That's not how that's not how the world works.
Yeah.
You know what? I know how to. I know how to do.
There are levels to this chat, right? We don't just be getting beat by people with random select.
No. But like,
yeah,
like, I can tell you,
yeah,
someone who plays casually, like your casual online warrior at margin rank, is beating Kaiden on random select. Not constantly. But he's taking games. I'm telling you, random select is not winning you the game. Like sorry, your borderline skill, the game's not unique enough for you to win on random select. Unless you get characters you already play, you're not gonna win. Like,
I kind of agree. If Kaiden got like Margin Buu, Ginyu, some other shit, 16 or something, he's probably not gonna do too well. Like,
I mean, you kind of need to have a little bit of character familiarity or whatever. But how much time would it take his opponent to take him down if he really knows how to defend, how to punish stuff?
I mean, in Dragon Ball, you literally can press one button and do like 40%.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Everyone can do super dash assist high-low.
You don't know how to combo with Ginyu, but you know he can do the Goku BNB. You know, like Majin Buu can do whatever into 2H, into buttons.
Do you?
So...
I don't know any Buu combos. And I watch the game. I know what they look like. I don't know if I could do them.
Like,
main Majin Buu.
I
don't know.
I agree with your sentiment, and it's you're trying to say it's like he can beat the casual player base. That's true.
Yeah.
I've seen Justin Wong money match people on random select in Street Fighter 4 and smoke them. That's true.
That can
but we're
happen.
talking about like the mid-tier player base. Someone like me or Ryan. You know, like there's no chance. I can guarantee you, unless he random selects 17 Vegito Gogeta 4 or like other characters he plays, he's not winning.
I agree. I think the whole you can pick anyone and can win is a skill in itself. I don't think you can. I'm pretty good at Guilty Gear. I cannot just pick any character and beat someone at Guilty Gear. I have to pick Leo, maybe Kai.
I don't think it's really different because I think a lot of those games you're thinking don't have universal mechanics, but they do. I can play Street Fighter 4 and do jab jab special move with everyone.
But you also said, it's also no, if it's you, it's been said that when you watched a lot of Dragon Ball fights, you kind of know what works, or like you play it out of your memory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you can definitely do combos through osmosis in Dragon Ball.
No, that's true.
Maybe you won't 2-touch, but you will definitely 3-touch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree with that sentiment, but I think when you're losing those aspects of your game plan, you lose too much in Dragon Ball. And you won't win
against like tournament level players, right? Not like we're gonna win the tournament level players, but you know, people who are getting to like losers final their pools or just getting out of pools, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their whole strategy is going to be too consistent for someone to just like troll around, pick and win.
Exactly. Outside of
if you
Wawa,
take like
maybe.
totally like tournament pro players are around the same level, for example, you know, Titan's main team was always the cooler 18 Kefla or So, but what if you pick like his second team or his third team? Like, you still have a pretty good chance.
That's not random select.
That's not random select.
Because if OB picks anything other than his hit team, he's not beating anyone in this call. He won't even beat me. He has to pick something he's familiar with. Like, even if it's a secondary team, right? If he picked Adult Gohan, he'll probably still beat me. But if I said, go pick Ginyu, he's not beating me.
Yeah.
Like, and Obi's still way better than me. Like, he would smoke me in any given. He could smoke me in his sleep with his team.
I'm not.
He practically is.
I'm not making like, how do you say? I'm not calling it that. Don't think that's how it is. All I'm doing is ask if that's how it is. Like, if you take, for example, like Kaiden and Wawa and with their quote unquote main teams, and one of them is not playing his first A team or whatever, like, you cannot say he's 100% losing.
No, but that's the two examples you're giving they don't have an A, B, or C team or a 1, 2, and 3 team. They have 3 1 teams.
Yeah, that's their flaw.
And then they have 3 2 teams, and then they have 3 3 teams. So like when Kaiden picks Gogeta 417 Janemba, that's his best team. When Kaiden picks 18 or Kefla 18 Cooler, that's his best team.
Yeah.
When Kaiden picks Gohan, Vegito, GT Goku, that's his best team.
So maybe if I would say, I don't want to just be a name dropper. So you take like an X pro player and Y pro player, and they both have like one team, and one of them is like switching, I don't know, 2, 3 characters. They can bet your whole damn money that like the guy who's playing his main team is going to win.
I would pseudo agree, because I think if they're a player like already at tournament level, they're going to play the second team because they think it's gonna do well, or they're doing well, or something like that. Like, it's already a counter pick, right? So they're probably using it as a counter pick at that point.
I agree. I think
you know your friend that can handle this character, but if you play this team against another player, he will totally destroy it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've seen that. Like, I've seen Wade pick hit against people who don't know how to play hit, but he won't pick hit against people who know how to play hit.
But you also seen people like fighting the whole damn world and its wife with like the same team.
Yeah, you're
not
agreeing
afraid of any.
Yeah, no, we're agreeing. I mean, I get it. I see the sentiment. I just think Dragon Ball is. It's an easy argument to make and say the game mechanics are, because there's so many universal ones, the game is so, everyone's so the same.
Yeah, but
once you play
it's easy to pick a random character in Dragon Ball than it is in Strife.
No, I don't think you can make the comparison. Like, if you watch like RMZ,
I think you can compare only to MVC 3, like another 3v3 game.
I'd say that you can't. I can't think of any person that who pick a random team in MVC, even someone like FK.
No, and I want to say in MVC 3, you can auto combo in that game.
Yep.
Like you can do ABC launch, ABC. You know, like
that's universal. 100%.
That's universal.
Yeah. Yeah.
The game actually has universal stuff. If you're winning neutral, like I could play Shenko, dude. If I random and I get Shenko,
I'm laughing.
Put Shenko point.
Yep.
I'm gonna
golden up.
Golden level 1 and tag.
Yep.
And everyone knows that strategy. And if you're not a top player and you don't know how to punish my tag instantly, I'm gonna have golden Shenko assist. It's the best thing in the game.
I think the whole like you can pick any character thing is definitely bound to certain players, and the only people I can think of is RMZ and probably Wawa, because they go out of their way to actually learn the character, not go, this is a universal thing that all Vegetas do. Like I thought I could do that. I cannot play base Vegeta. I cannot do it. I know the loops, but I can't play the character, and I understand that. Even though he's a Vegeta.
When you press JM, you have to move a certain way.
Yeah.
You do IAD JM with Super Saiyan Vegeta, and then you pick base Vegeta, and you're like, wow, this JM doesn't even reach. How do people think this character's top 1? Who knows?
I said once that if you really want to master Ginyu, you have to know combos the entire cast.
To master Ginyu, you have to know how to play Ginyu without the Force. Like, and I'm maybe Gropus has done that. I don't know, but I don't think anyone can. It's definitely a quirk, and it's normally a bad quirk because Wawa. People can always go like, oh, if Wawa picked this team, he would have won. But like, I agree with like Shuridan. Like that is they don't have ABC, they have AAA.
Yeah, that's his A team.
Yeah, they're all his A team, and because they don't grind like OB does with 1 or 2 characters and then maybe change one or like Noka, they're not gonna be as strong. It's kind of like the jack of all trades, master of none, and that's what Kaiden's become. Because when he picked 18 Cooler, no one was fucking touching.
Yeah, Kaiden was a one-trick player, dude.
But no one beat it though.
Can you elaborate? Because I don't think
he was his full strength.
So he's trying to say that Wawa has. There was a point in France where Wawa was the best player by far, and then it was Kaiden, and they both let other people catch up. I would say.
Yep. 100%.
By picking other teams, people like Jilla.
Okay.
Jilla is like so strong, by the way. Like outside of a first 7, and don't get me wrong, no one's probably taking a first to 7. I have played him. Yeah, I played him literally like 3 days ago, and he washed me so bad. And right after I played Popo, and it felt like a good game.
Relief.
And that's Popo. Like I'm telling you, dude.
I think the easiest way to think about it is like when Kaiden was playing 18 Cooler, that team was level 10. Straight, no, fuck it, it was level 11 because no one was touching him.
Yeah.
When Wawa plays any team, it's level 7. Now, because Kaiden started messing with other teams, his 18 team has dropped in levels. And now every team he plays is like a level 7.
I still think the French play enough games that all their A teams are better than most people.
Yes.
I just think people like Jilla
Yeah.
and Kane, they can push past those boundaries.
Yep.
There was a time pre-Kaiden era, it was Kane Wawa, and Kane was freaking sick, and he came second at UFA, had the interview, and he's like, I'm so happy. I knew I would never beat Wawa, but I knew I could beat everyone else. And there was a point in time, and now Kane beats Wawa at winners finals and shit like that. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like, Kane is winning against Wawa now. Like, he's leveled up by sticking. Maybe Kane's not the best example.
Sticking to the same team.
Yeah, he doesn't
But he
really
does
stick
play,
to
like,
the
a
same
couple
team. He
of
just
teams.
picks the meta. But yeah, he's definitely got a different like improvement process. Like he's stuck to his guns and improved a lot. And you can really see like in the offline event, like people always like would say, oh, like because Jilla stopped playing online that much and Kane stopped playing online that much, and you like everyone's like always on Kaiden's the best and this that, but it has been just online for the majority of things. When it's gonna be like a real tournament,
Jilla's gonna smoke a lot of people.
And like in the actual real tournament that happened on the day before the 5v5, Kaiden came 5th, and that's just that's just how it's probably gonna go.
He needs to.
My
get his
mind
power
can
level back up.
process that. I can't grasp the reasons.
Like, don't forget, Jilla stopped playing for a long time. He went back to Smash because there was no offline. And Jilla's been playing for Gito probably the longest. Because Yasha didn't even play Jilla when GT was roaming around. Jilla was still playing for Gito Yamcha.
Yeah. You said Yasha didn't even play Jilla.
So Yasha didn't play for Gito, my bad. Yasha didn't play for Gito, even though his name was Yasha. He played GT instead. So Jilla is the Vegito master, and I think people forget that. He is the Vegito master. The reason the French are scared and use him is because of Jilla. And then he stopped playing. Then he was told about the 5v, not the 5v5, the whole offline. He grinded. In that short amount of time, he grinded and got second when Kaiden's non-stop been playing.
I'd like to say that every player there was told way before that event that they were going to that event. And that is when Jilla started playing and he got to that level.
I think it was
and
a
all
month and a
those
half, 2
other
months.
players did not do that.
Damascus said that he
The details
asked
from inside are
American
actually very
players,
interesting.
after the Bum's House tournament.
After the Bum's House.
4 months.
Yeah.
4 months.
So they had about 3-4
A
months.
bit more, like April.
Even more than that. Okay.
April, Riv said it in chat.
April, 4 months. That's
So when then people talk about, we didn't play, it's because they chose not to play.
okay. I thought it was 2 months. I didn't know it was 4 months. But yeah, that's.
I mean,
even
the
worse.
excuses are whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't even care. I don't care who won. I just wanted them to feel the pain.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care at all. I don't give a shit. There's no... it's obviously not defining. You can't say this region's better than the other when all the players aren't there,
I agree. I just wanted people to get hit by same side
I just wanted to
just so
see
they can know, because
I just wanted to see it.
They chat shit in stream chats, like, why is this working? Like, you get 40 in all caps saying no mix. Then now they know what no mix feels like. You're definitely getting hit by same side.
And now you see Pred come in second at HOC with the GF4. Low take.
Oh, did he come second?
Yeah.
Say less.
Gogeta 4 top 1 though?
Didn't Nitro win?
Not across the seas.
Yeah, not over there. No way. They ripped that character off. As soon as they saw no beam, they ripped that character off immediately.
Wow. He literally has everything, but
not a beam. Doesn't have a beam. Doesn't have the Brody factor.
The funny thing is, people are just like, you can zone him. Then they went over, and then the French 236H them, and they died.
Yeah.
And it's like, zone him.
They gave him a move to handle that. They gave him double air dash to compensate, but still, like, why does this character have a reversal, a counter, a DP, a grab? Who else has a DP and a grab in their arsenal?
I mean, UI Goku, to be fair.
But not a lot.
UI Goku actually doesn't have a DP. Only on Wake Up.
And he's got an anti,
DP super.
He's got an anti.
Oh yeah, he does have a DP, my bad, the super.
Oh my god, such a troll.
No, but the super can be like OS. You can JS and then 2H him.
Oh,
right.
They said Videl in the chat. Does Videl have all that?
She's OP. She's
Videl, yeah.
But she doesn't have anti-zoning.
Videl and 2 Gogetas and the UI Goku.
Videl doesn't have anti-zoning.
Saiyan man's kind of anti-zoning.
No, she can zone, but she can't anti-zone.
Saiyan man takes a bar, apparently.
No, but Videl can do her. Videl can skip this 6 stage. Yeah, she can just count
She can
around.
bypass it. Yeah, she can't zone. She can bypass it.
Videl 6 stage is all the UI Goku flips.
Yeah, no. 6H is only Q-Bus immune. UI Goku flips is immune to the world. You think if UI Goku is flipping...
You can't just smack him out of it.
Can
you can't smack Goku out of it.
I've never seen someone.
As soon as you move forward, they press H.
You can't vanish it because the beam stays in front. You actually can't do anything.
Yeah.
It's pretty. You hope that he grabs and you hold up. That's what you hope.
Does
so
it
happy that I'll
make
never have
sense
to deal with UI.
But yeah, but my point was about Gogeta 4 being absolutely.
He'll be back soon. He'll be back soon.
Like you can shut off your brain and press whatever, and eventually they're gonna crack.
No, you need good movement to play SSJ4 Gogeta though. He's not brain dead, because if you're bad, you're gonna get smoked. You have to pick and choose. He's like a epitome of. He's like Bardock. It's so easy to be bad with Bardock.
Yeah, but let's imagine
So
he's in
easy.
your face. You know, like you can.
Yeah, but that's
you can
different.
block
That's
his,
like let's imagine Piccolo being in your face. Let's ignore all their weaknesses.
I mean, anyone in your face is pretty scary.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Right, but like you can mash out of most of Piccolo's stuff and Gogeta.
No, you can't. The
Like,
EX shoulder is OP
EX
as hell.
shoulder. Yeah, but but do you any of you guys play ranked mode? And you happen to match with a guy who's about like 5-6 frame delay, and his Gogeta is like pretty much unblockable because you don't know if he does the grab now or the. Of course, you can OS this, but kind of the point is like some characters are like really strong online because they have like the same shtick, and like man, they have just so many options right now.
No, I agree with you. Like the RPS that Gogeta 4 and UI Goku have are insane. Like they don't need an assist to really mix you. You're guessing as soon as you're blocking them. Like my main point though was that people usually use this like example of, oh, since this character has no full screen option, which by the way Gogeta 4 does, his 6S is pretty good full screen. Anyway, since they has no full screen option, it's so easy to play away. But it's like, firstly, you're talking about Dragon Ball. This is a game where I don't think zoning has been. Like, let's be real. You can just dash block in this game and you're fine. You don't need to do anything.
Zoning doesn't really work as a win condition.
It got made a lot better in this patch, I think.
But the tools against it got made
Baby's
worse.
game plan, for example, like you can like throw a whole bunch of like key
I think
blast
Baby's worst matchup is Gogeta 4. Because as Baby, you ain't pressing ever, dude. As soon as you start doing key blasts and stuff, he's gonna just fucking lariat all around the place. The Gogeta's gonna have like spidey senses tingling and just start mashing his lariat.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Bebop. What was that?
Sorry.
But that lariat, it loses to his air collapse and his beam.
It doesn't lose to his beam.
Not the beam.
Wait.
But,
Bebop's talking. Go.
I don't know.
No. I just wanted to pick up on something Eepsky said before we move too far away from it. You said that zoning got made better in the last patch. How so?
So with the new mechanic of switching a character in, a thing that a lot of characters generally have a problem with, without assist, if you hit someone with Key Blast, you have to use Vanish to get it confirmed. Right, heavily scales combo uses meter penalty, blah blah blah. Now with the I can put a character in. Basically the reward for hitting people with zoning tools goes up. Well, with Key Blast tools goes up a lot more.
Yeah, I can see that, but like with the system mechanics along with like character specific moves all ignoring said zoning, can you really say DBZ has zoning?
Yeah, of course it has zoning.
Oh no, like it definitely has zoning. I just think you're like the character. There's certain characters that are obnoxious against it, but a lot of other characters can be zoned easily. Like Piccolo struggles so hard without assists. Like there's loads of characters that struggle against playing against Z Broly. Like it's really hard to play against him. It's kind of like matchup things.
Yeah.
But I think the main thing is that in Dragon Ball there's just a lot of options. Everyone can do anything. You can do the most riskiest thing ever. It might just work. You never know. There's so many options. You can never be ready for all of them. That's just how the game plays out. That's what makes it fun.
Especially in 4 frame delay.
Yeah. I mean, the online doesn't help the game. But I think rollback wouldn't help the game either, to be honest. I think online for the game would always be bad because it's online. It is what it is. Like, I think every fighting game's online is bad. That's like a game mechanic you can't fix. Just don't play online.
Stripes is pretty good.
I don't think so. I've hated online ever since like the 360 days, and I am banging out Strive because it actually feels decent. It doesn't feel like I'm underwater.
No, yeah, I mean, there's good connections in Dragon Ball too, believe it or not.
No, but trust me, a Strive connection is like a different thing compared to a Dragon Ball one.
No, I've played in like good rollback and stuff. I still think it's not the same feeling. It's just offline it's just better. Like
it's never offline. Sorry, yeah. No, I don't want to confuse the two things.
Yeah. I'm not saying that at all either. Like,
but I do
offline
agree.
is offline.
I want good netcode. That's obvious, and Dragon Ball is limited by its bad netcode. The casual player base is limited by the bad netcode. No one wants to play in the shit netcode. It's terrible. That's the real issue.
Yep.
No one good wants to play.
No, I mean the good players are grinding. That's the good players are forced to play kind of thing. But they enjoy. I mean, I enjoy online. At this point, I've gotten over it. It's like whatever, dude. Who cares? I'm just gonna mash some buttons. Every time I'm being comboed, I pray for lag, and it might work out.
Real quick before we go off of this bit, I want to say this. So for rollback and delayed, they're both trash. I agree with that.
Thank you.
The online is just bad because when I went from Dragon Ball to Guilty Gear, I was like, oh yeah, I can play games. And then you get to the point where you can't hit confirm because rollback doesn't allow you to hit confirm consistently. Because 1 minute, my 5H is counter hitting you, then the next frame I'm being thrown. Like that doesn't happen on delayed.
I also want to reaffirm that point with, I think rollback is worse than delayed in general because you can't play the game how you want to play it. It's good at a certain level, like you can play it with no lag, and if you're just making decisions and autopiloting like most of the player base do, it's good. But at a higher level, it's not good. You can't do that,
I agree with you, but I wouldn't tweet it because I need a bit of time.
Oh no. Rollback is rollback is like the Bible. You can't say anything bad about that.
Hold on. I'm gonna say something slightly controversial. I prefer rollback over delay-based netcode because when delay lags, I feel underwater. I feel like I missed something. When the screen janks out on rollback, I know it's not me.
This is cool. I agree with you because in delay you feel like you had no choice but to fall victim to it. But in rollback, you're getting debated by online. That's also very annoying.
Whenever someone says rollback, it just reminds me of when I first played Street Fighter 5 online. And there's just like 10 players who would jump, and I swear.
Then you see the fire because he DP'd.
Yeah. Dude, he would jump, and I'd just be getting DP'd.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
What am I looking at? Or I shit you not, I would grab with Chun-Li, I'd do the whole animation where they land, and then I'd be in a DP animation of me getting DP'd. I'd be like, whoa, what?
I love the jank.
To be fair, that's not just Street Fighter. Like, that's in the good rollback. Like,
that happens
3S.
in the good ones.
That happens in the good ones as well.
I have MK, like, I was streaming MK, and it's happening to me. Like, my opponent is doing Sub-Zero overhead, and I'm already in the slide animation. It's like what the game has predicted he does the overhead, but he's done the low. It's unreal. Like, how did that even work?
The situation
doesn't even make sense.
The situation I always have in my head is with jump-ins, right? So in delayed, if someone jumps in you can't anti-air because the game doesn't allow you. In rollback, you can't anti-air because you don't know if you're going to be able to anti-air because you don't know if they jumped or not. It's literally like Schrodinger's cat. Like, you don't know what's in the box. Like,
exactly.
The game can show you they jumped, but maybe they didn't jump and they just did dash throw. Like,
which I think ruins it for me, because in delay I know what's happening. I'm delayed, but I know what's happening.
Yeah.
But the difference is right for them, like big issues, that's like similar to a 5-frame or 6-frame delayed based spike. Right?
Yeah, but you don't want to play 6-frame delay.
No, you
2-frame
don't.
delay is better than perfect rollback.
No, it's not.
On PC, on PC it is, because it's
right.
2-frame on PS4 already.
So on 2-frame, right? Every now and again it will go to like 3 or 4. Let's say this is like a good
No, but that's
connection on
not what
Dragon
I'm
Ball,
saying, right? Like I'm saying if it's just 2 forever.
Well, if it's 2 forever on delayed or rollback, it's the exact same thing.
No, delayed is better.
No, it
No,
is
'cause
delayed.
rollback-
It is delayed based. It's still the exact same. Like they still rollback is just delayed based with the rollback added on. You realize that, right?
Yeah, but what if it rolls back?
Well, you won't notice it. You don't notice 2 frames being missed from a skip.
Okay.
So it's consistently good when it's good. I mean, this is what I was talking about with Damascus. He was when I was trying to explain to him, because I'm on the position that bad rollback is worse than bad delay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Sure. I'm saying at its peak ends, it's worse.
Yeah.
But in general, when you have like say the small stutter, like someone went up 10 ms or whatever, so it makes the game. In Dragon Ball, this happens a lot, where it goes up to 5 frames and then it goes 4, 3, 2 until it like figures out and that's input delay that it changes, right? So during the whole time, the input registry through your buttons are coming through at different times. Whereas with rollback, the only thing that happens is it goes, right, we just cut some animation that happened. Now, generally, 2 frames, if that happens, you never notice it. Right, you're just not going to notice the thing changing. It doesn't affect your inputs, it doesn't change anything like that. Now, yeah, when it hits 6 frames or something like that, and then the person starts teleporting around, I think it's way worse. It's actually more unplayable.
So
doesn't that happen all the time then?
No.
Wi-Fi players.
It actually doesn't with the Wi-Fi players. Also, I was in Birmingham, I remember like 2 months ago, and I was there for like a month and a half. Didn't have wide connection. I played each and every one of you. No, not each and every one of you. I played Ryan, and I played Bebop, and I played Jay.
Didn't play me, mate. I would have sniffed
I didn't
that
play.
Wi-Fi a long time ago.
I said you were on Wi-Fi, so it wasn't like it was a complete...
No. You said I was on Wi-Fi when I came back to London and I was playing you, because my internet is worse here. But not only that, I actually hadn't plugged in my thing then. I actually hadn't plugged in my cable.
So you were
when I was down there, nobody noticed. Nobody knew. We didn't lag. There was no jumping or anything like that. So I don't want to hear none of that from people like they know. They don't know.
Right, okay. No. I'm going to tell you I would have known, because it depends on the game. I'll say that. So
yeah, it depends on the game.
Beauty Gear, those 2 frames matter because Instablock is a 2-frame window. And that's why I said I don't enter online tournaments, because if I practice Instablocking and can't use it online, I'm playing a different game. So there's no point. So I agree, like, when Art says, like, rollback wouldn't save Dragon Ball. If anything, it would make it worse.
Yeah, well, it would.
That's saddening to hear.
No. My take on the Dragon Ball thing is they would have to add rollback plus a set. You need to set your delay.
Yes.
If they add rollback to PC Dragon Ball right now, the game would be unplayable. I've shown you cannot play the game on 0 frames. Certain combos don't work. The game is built around lag. Like PS4 has an innate 3-frame delay. And if you're not playing with that innate 3-frame delay, you really can't play the game. It's so glitchy.
C4, do you practice in your combos under 0 frame delay? Or you just set it to 2 or a 3?
No, C4's just dead.
He's gone. I practice in 3-frame delay because that's what PS4 is. If the game had been released as a 0-frame delay game from the start, you would get
right.
used to it, right?
Strife also is having this problem with PC players.
So when you go to play offline, you can't set the delay on Strive, and offline PS4 on Strive is +5. So
What do you mean?
No, it's 4 frames.
oh, 4 +4. Sorry, my bad. I'm not with the game, you know. Like, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I thought it was 5.
No,
my bad.
it's the same as Dragon Ball. Literally, they have the same input delay. It's
oh,
like
so
4.2.
3.5, or is it?
It's like 4.2 or something.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like rocket science, so the numbers are just.
Anyway,
it's really not.
There's a high delay. There's already input lag on PS4, right? And when you're playing PC and you can't set the delay, and you can only play on rollback 1, which is just 1 frame in 8, right? When you go offline, the game's gonna feel so laggy. You're not going to be able to play. So if they add rollback to Dragon Ball, the only thing you could play would be PS4 online. Like, you wouldn't be able to play. PC would be ruined. You wouldn't be unless they.
Your point is like the timing of the combos will be different, and that will make it unplayable.
Do you have the game on PC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also on Xbox.
Okay, go in training mode and do a combo on 0 frame delay.
Exactly. That's what I was asking C4 before it was gone.
Oh, my bad.
You literally can't.
If you practice your combos under set frame delay.
When I was tryharding in something like MVCI, I would put it on random.
What the fuck? No way.
Yeah, and MVCI has rollback.
Yeah, I think random is a
random
good
delay.
Yeah,
random is a good practice.
That's
Doesn't it go
practical.
up to like 20 frames?
Why do you think Double O's so good? Why do you think he can hit confirm everything? Because he's not affected by randomness. Because he's trained in it.
You said that guy's complaining about PS4 online.
No,
I don't know
I
if El Bonificasso or whatever that guy's name is ever moans about.
But excuse me for not knowing what's your main team, C4.
In what Dragon Ball?
Yeah.
At the moment, it's for SSJ for GR 17, 18. Before that, it was Krillin instead of 18.
18 again? Holy shit!
If you want to do
long.
the corner loops, for example, if you grinded that, you probably set like the delay to being 2 or 3 or whatever, because you know, like if you if you make your muscle memory learn the 0 delay timing, it's not going to work. Like you will input buttons too fast and the combo will drop. Stuff like that.
I would say that's bad. If this was pre-COVID, I knew COVID was coming and it was not going to be offline. If you're not practicing in random frames, you're trolling.
Yeah,
Because why are you going to train in consistency?
Yeah,
you would never do inconsistent frames because it's never going to be consistent. Because you're going to fight Gropus and then you're going to fight Noka and the connection's going to be completely different.
So like during the combos, it will like bounce between like 4 and 3 and 2 and 4 again.
Yeah, so
and
you learn to hit confirm. You don't learn to run the script. You learn to hit confirm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Like what would it take for you to actually tell yourself, okay, I'm not even going to try this specific combo because I know this is going to drop. So I'm only gonna go for
online. I would do online friendly combos. I wouldn't do the 5H 214M cool 17 2S like what Kaiden does. I wouldn't do that. I would literally do the easiest combo that got me the closest to max damage. Because I don't want to have to fight my opponent
some
and connection.
Some don't have that luxury.
Yeah, no, some don't.
When you
some
play
don't.
base Vegeta, if you don't do loops, you lose 1,500 damage.
And I stopped playing base Vegeta
and a half.
after week 1. So I was like, this character's not online friendly, and I'm going to be playing this mostly online. And that's why I went. I don't know. Krillin, funnily enough, his rejumps were pretty easy. They were just character specific. So as long as you knew what route to do, they were easy to do, execution wise. But if I stopped playing baby because it's like, this is not online. This is not an online character. Like, Gropus is just a god. Like, I don't know what to tell anyone.
I think Baby's a pretty online character, man. You just fill the screen up with shit, dude.
Yeah, you can just. I mean,
And
for
his
hit confirming,
combos are
sorry.
easy. I'm not even gonna lie.
No. Yeah, his combos easy. I mean, hit confirming though. Hit confirming in the.
It's confirming or
No,
doing
I think
the
that's
corner loops.
autopilot. I'm not even gonna lie. A lot of the hit confirms is just you just mash 6H.
I mean,
Wow.
you can do that. I can't play like that. I can't just mash. I need
But
to
the thing
know
is, there's
nothing
no
is hitting.
downside. Look, I do this. I used to think the same way. I do the same with Go GF4 now. I just whenever I go in for a button, I follow it up with 5M. It auto hit confirms. People are like, whoa, what a confirm. Now, I'm always gonna press it because the move is broken. Like it doesn't matter if they block 5M or not. There's no difference if they jump or get hit in the air, get hit on the ground, get hit while pressing 2S, get hit on a trade. After I trade with them, that 5M is gonna connect, and then I'm gonna jump cancel and get my full combo. With Baby, whenever you're doing some scrambly shit, as soon as they block the 6H, you tag. Block, get hit, whatever, you get your combo. That's it. It's easy. It's like you just. That's
It's
how
a script.
Gropis does
Yeah.
it. It's the script, but
I can't.
I think
play
that's
with
good
script.
offline.
I think
that's
he
good
referred
offline.
to him doing this absolutely insane optimal corner loops.
So with loops, you are just running muscle memory. I don't think.
Yeah, I think that's the easiest part.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah, I think that is the easiest part. You just do it. If it drops, it drops. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Like Gropis dropped those online. That's why he lost against Hook, because he dropped that offline.
Offline, yeah.
Yeah, he dropped that
You see?
offline. So
No, but by the way, nobody in this France versus USA tournament thing actually set his set a delay for himself.
Yeah, because it was PS4.
yeah, you can't.
Yeah, PS4's.
You can
It's
only do it on
innate
PC.
4.2, like
Yeah.
Heapski said.
What if someone only knows how to play with keyboard?
Then
There's
you get a
those
mixed box.
converters, yeah.
They just don't get. They just don't get invited.
No,
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 there's converters for
Yeah.
different. Loads of people play with different stuff. Like there's Xbox 360 players. I know Bum plays on Xbox 360 pad.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. All I know,
I
is
know,
like Dunk is the example because he plays on keyboard.
Dunk plays on keyboard, yeah.
But like I thought, the whole point of offline is going for combos you'll be afraid to even try online.
Well,
Wait,
yeah,
who's playing on 360 pads?
I think Bum plays on 360 pad.
That's the worst pad for fighting games.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
No.
But that used to be
He
tournament standard for Marvel.
He probably
Guys,
uses
that's what I
analog.
used.
He probably uses analog. It's alright.
Oh, there you
No,
go.
because some people play on analog.
Yeah.
Like OB plays on analog.
Yeah, he's a crackhead. He's actually a crackhead.
Noka plays on analog.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Have you-
sure.
I think I use the D-pad, and I think D-pad for like rejumps. For
You
example.
you guys don't know
Like,
how we used to
all the way
roast
to
OB
Boba.
because his IADs were the worst. His IADs were at super jump high because
Now he has
couldn't-
now he has a shortcut.
Yeah, now he's a shortcut, so they're good. But OB, even though he was so good back there, could not IAD. His IADs were horrible, but he was just that good. It didn't matter.
He uses both now there.
Yeah. Now he uses both.
You know, I use analog too now as well
Uh,
for TK stuff.
oh, for TK, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I
It's so
tried.
easy,
I tried an arcade stick for a while, and I couldn't get double taps for the life of me. Like for me, rejumps are everything, and I can just easily do it with the D-pad, and then smashing the stick, then boom, boom, boom up. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Can't you just do hold forward super dash up?
Now you can.
You can
Now you
always
can.
do that.
So you can't hold super jump before. Oh, you mean?
No, you want to do dash jump, but I used to do forward R2 up forward for that input.
Oh, because of the macro thing?
Yeah.
Oh, it's still like messed me up because the game thought I wanted to super dash at a bad time. And
Yeah, you have to just be good with it. And I stopped using that because it doesn't work online, because it's online.
Yeah.
But now you do the super jump install combos and you look like a god.
I can't use that. It doesn't work on pad.
If you play as Super Saiyan Vegeta and you go for that super jump LML instead of LL 2H.
Yeah, but that's easy though, isn't it?
Yeah. Now it is.
I think it was easy anyway.
There's this one Beerus 5H rejump with the orb, if you guys know about it. So you needed to super jump instant air dash, dash super jump, yeah, to even get his like god awful JL to hit. Now it's like, once you get the timing, it's pretty consistent.
No, I think that it's good that they added the macro though. Like that's a good change.
But I'm bringing it up and for the discussion of what kind of controller you use.
I think it's just the product of the time. Like with Marvel, I'm pretty sure Xbox was standard.
No, I think
because the console was standard.
Yeah, but I think 360 pad is just better if you like analog.
Right.
Like the analog is the main part of the pad, and PS4 is better if you like. Well, PS4, PS5, whatever. Now,
if you prefer D-pad.
Yeah, it's the main part of the pad, right?
I used to play on D-pad when I played on pad. I never even thought about using analog. And when I played Marvel, I had to get a converter because they were normally played on Xbox consoles. Yeah, so I was like the odd one out back then. And now
sometimes you do like a quarter circle either forward or back with the analog, and the game thinks you only want to do like down and then like immediately left, like 2-4 instead of 2-1-4, but you see yourself rolling the analog in that direction.
I mean, I'm not an analog player, so I don't really know about that. I've just been using it now for like instant TKs, and it's been amazing for me, so I've been pretty happy. But in hindsight, I'm doing a block string, and my brain is like I'm processing it all through my brain. Okay, now my finger's moving to the analog. Now I'm doing this exaggerated input. Now I'm pressing the button.
You chop with TN. You do with the analog.
Yeah, exactly. I chop with the analog now. It works so well. I used to mess up all the time, but now it's going great.
Right. But yeah, I was really curious about how do they go about it if some players want to use this or that, because I didn't know they played on PlayStation, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's always PS4 pretty much since it came out standard, and there's converters for everything. So if you use who was it? It's Memphis, right? C4 that uses Xbox pad. We met him like many times.
I think so. Yeah, the
VSF
GNU
and
Freezer.
Stuff. Yeah, the GNU Freezer cell player.
I think
right?
so. Yeah.
And he uses Xbox 360 pad. He has his brook converter and stuff. So like,
Riv was saying that Subatomic Saber played on Xbox pad as well.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
is there any pro player or any tournament players that uses keyboard?
Yeah, Mr. Popo, but he stopped because of
peer pressure.
No, it's because he didn't want to buy the converter. The keyboard converter is £200.
Really?
Oh, really?
I might as well buy the stick.
Oh my god,
that's silly. I mean, the closest is what's it, CO? Because he played on a Mixbox, which is a hitbox.
Is it CO? Isn't it Korean Wrestling Man who plays on Mixbox?
Oh, it might be both actually, because CO was the one at LCQ, innit?
Yeah. Sorry,
I think Korean Wrestling Man does play on keyboard as well, and
he's
got a Mixbox.
He has a Mixbox. Mixbox is keyboard though. It's the exact same.
Yeah, it's the same layout, just with all the keys.
You get to make the layout yourself, basically.
Yeah, you get so the arrow keys, you can have them like at an angle, or you can have them flat, like it would be on a keyboard and stuff like that. So it's and I know Dunk said he wants to get one of those, but he's definitely playing on like a tactical keyboard, bro. Like when he streams and he's playing, you can hear his faults, bro. Not just the button presses. Like it's so loud. It's so loud.
I think keyboard is the new Xbox. Like there's like this is the wave. There's arcade players, the old men like Goichi, and then there's like the next age of console players like me and C4. But C4's moved on, obviously. But I'm just saying, like those players where there's no arcades in the UK. I mean, there was. Yeah. I used to go to Good Street myself. But
I don't know. You can bash me for using the Xbox One controller, but they say the keyboard players say that the rejumps, for example, are really easy because you tap and do. I couldn't do it for 30 minutes. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's just like art
when
showed
you
me how to
first
do
learn it, it's hard. Yeah, like you have to like when it was the first thing I was practicing when Base Vegeta came out, I spent like I would stream, and then after my stream, I would sit here until it's time to sleep. So like from 5 p.m. till 12 a.m. I would just be doing loops and dropping it and doing it and dropping it and doing it and dropping it.
I think that
now
is
it's like
just muscle
second
memory.
nature. Yeah.
Yeah, like even with RMZ, like RMZ, it took RMZ a while to learn it on pad. Then he had to just relearn it for hitbox. Even though he could have done it, he could do it before, but because he went to hitbox, he had to relearn it.
Yeah.
So it's just what you're used to, and then getting the muscle memory for it.
The only thing you should ever want to change to is hitbox. There's nothing else is gonna change.
Yep, I agree.
For the better. And even hitbox is gonna make you feel like you're doing better, but you won't win tournaments because it's the curse.
I'm too old of a man now to want to change my ways, but I think there is something nice about learning a new input and like just grinding shit out exactly as you described it, like for hours and hours just trying to do the same shit. I got sick when Marvel 3 came out, right? Around about that time, and I remember just grinding it out and trying to do ROM loops until my hands cramped out. Like, that shit's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that too, yeah.
I would tell, I used to do it to Art until he said that I just can't be bothered, and I was like, okay, cool. But I always used to tell people, just get a hitbox. If you're gonna buy a new peripheral, just get a hitbox and then go through the
more
pain.
money on pads than I would have. Two hitboxes.
But if you're, because I never wanted to move to hitbox. I only started properly playing the hitbox when Rev came out. Before Rev, I played everything on pad, and I was learning hitbox, but I was losing. So I went, I'm just gonna go back to pad. I'm not taking L's from like jammers and theory and stuff. This is long. Like, I know I could beat them, so let me just go back to pad. So I never really learned it. In Exile, I was like, okay, I don't have to unlearn muscle memory. Let me just learn it on hitbox, and then I just never went back to pad after that. But learning,
that's usually what they suggest, like
hard.
a keyboard player to use hitbox.
The best thing is to pick a new peripheral when you're gonna play a new game.
Yep, 100%. 100%. Unlearning is so hard to. It's doable. I did it a little bit with Skullgirls, but it took me way longer because I just didn't want to lose. So I just kept. After like 4 games, I would go back to pad, and it was like dumb. Like my ego got the best of me. But it's way easier going. This is how I used to do it. I need to do it like this now, instead of just this is how you do it because I'm on a hitbox now. Yeah, it's way easier to learn that way. But if you're not, I think it's really hard for new games to say you should learn a new peripheral. I think Marvel was like the only one where I think there was an argument, because certain characters you could literally only do things on a hitbox. Like Rocket Raccoon, like double jump like an inch off the ground. You just couldn't do it on a stick because you couldn't get up as quick as you could on a hitbox, because you can just double tap it.
But anybody plays like different genre games with different type of controller. Like some games I can only use keyboard, and some games I can only, I don't know, just throwing out an example. Because the question is, if you play a different game with a keyboard, for example, or you have like a game that you play and you only use like some sort of controller to play it.
I think I don't know. Oso might know this, but I think some MVC2 players will play on a specific stick because it replicated the arcade machine more than newer sticks. That's the only.
Yeah, that's why the Hori sticks were bagging for a little while.
Yeah, and like I know when you see like MV2 money matches, you see like the homemade sticks, not the sticks that they take to normal tournaments. The homemade ones that they don't leave the house in like boxes. They'll use that because it replicates it more.
Like, I'm sure there's people that use different peripherals for different games, because like I'm sure, for example, like Tekken, it's just so much easier to do like Korean backdashes because you just control with your thumb as opposed to using your whole wrist. So like, just physically speaking, it's the most optimal way to play. So I can easily imagine someone playing pad for Tekken and then going to like stick for Street Fighter or something. But ultimately, I think it also comes down to like what you learned it with and what how convenient it is, because nobody's going to chug around a hitbox and a stick and a pad to a tournament.
That's ridiculous. That is weird. I don't think anyone would do that.
And it's long
They
too.
didn't like carry this in the bag into the console room. I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's also just like thinking about it, like it doesn't even necessarily have to be specific about fighting games. Like you could play racing games with a wheel, flight simulators with like the joystick. Imagine having all of them peripherals. You know, you're only gonna get the peripheral if you really care about it.
I mean, have you seen the like MOBA players when they come out with their own keyboards and stuff? Like, there's people that don't use mouse; they use the like ball thing. I don't know what it's
the
called.
trackable sort of thing.
Yeah, like it's weird, but you know, like that's a peripheral choice. Like every game has it, I would say. I think
that's what it is, though, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's a choice.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's really cool to see the players like bringing their own like, joystick with like out of.
I mean, yeah, the
taking
tournaments
it out
don't
their
supply
bags
it
on
anyway.
camera.
Like the tournaments don't supply that shit. If tournaments supplied me with a PS4 pad, I would never bring my one. I would wreck their own one. Fuck that shit.
I never
one
been to a
breaks every
tournament. I
time.
have no idea how this works.
Yeah, you should. It's an experience. Like,
Yeah.
maybe I would on some level not recommend it because then it would ruin online for you. But
because it's so much better.
yeah, it's not even close.
It is like, it's weird to say like, oh yeah, don't go to an offline event, because then like you said, it kind of ruins online because you don't. I mean, you can still use it as practice, but I feel stuff like ranked won't matter as much.
There's no practice because you can't hear Plug when you're playing him mashing Reflect when you're playing him online.
Yeah. No, you just get them to play on Discord. VN only.
I'm not even hearing it. With pad players, you can't hear them anyway. You gotta like.
You see the moving, the peripherals. Yeah, you see the arms
while I'm
twitching.
down, while he's holding down tech the whole duration, I just my right eye turns on its own, dude.
Right.
Or my left eye.
I definitely did that when I used to play Full Metal offline. Like, you knock him down, I'm like, this is Nappa. You 2H'ing? And I could see him.
Is your thumb over the circle?
He's a
button,
thumber. He's a thumber, bro. He's slamming it like it doesn't work constantly. And I'm like, it's because you're knocked down, my dude. Like, the button's not going to come out. It doesn't matter how hard you press it. He is slamming that button down so hard. I mean, that's why I used to like Guilty Gear a lot, because I used to watch for people's burst.
Yeah, exactly.
I used to love
People
doing that
don't
stuff.
know this. I mean, it kind of seems scummy when you talk about it.
True.
But it'd be like that, dude.
Yeah.
Don't mash. What can I say? I don't mash DP. I've never mashed it. I input it when I want it. That's why I hate online.
Because you're forced to mash.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not even forced.
How
I'm
do
just
you
not used to
how do you mash a directional movement move?
Churn.
Oh, you can churn that shit so hard, dude. I've wrecked pads churning that. I was
Rub that direction out, mate, more than once. Like, it's not a DP motion, it's just quarter circles. Multiple
on
quarter
pad.
circles.
Yeah, on pad, DP is quite an easy input. You know, people may think, oh, it's forward, then quarter circle forward. You know, like it's not that, dude. It's literally forward to down, repeat forever until it's forward to down, repeat, up and down, and mashing the button like light punch or light kick, dude, real hard.
I don't know if C4 you use that strat, but like spamming E-Blast with Vegeta while like buffering 214 over and over and over and over until they super dash at you, and then just one button, boom, button.
You can't do that with Vegeta, sadly.
I actually used to do it. And Kid Breeze used to do it. I never did it. Because the problem with it, like, technically was if you don't super dash through the key blast, it doesn't matter anyway. You're not getting the DP. They have to super dash through the key blast for the DP to come out.
It's like like when
you can get it if you only do one key blast or two, you can still DP.
But you can hold the button of the key blast for him to shoot like 5 or whatever, while buffering like 214.
Yeah, but if you don't let go of the X quick enough, you don't get a DP.
Yeah, you have to still be fast enough.
to press
That's
the
the
button.
thing. Like, I would never throw more than one.
But like, but I
Talk to him.
thought you can cancel just cancel it into it, no?
You can, but you still have to react with the button. That's what I'm saying. So if you're holding X, if you're on a pad, and you're churning DP motion with Vegeta, sorry, if they super dash through it, the fact that your finger's still on X means you still have to react to press the DP button, whether it be heavy or medium. So I just reacted because it's like, well, I still got to react with the button. It's not like I can hold
But
X.
it's not
and
that
let
it
go.
doesn't work technically, per se.
No, technically it works. That's true. But
Yeah, because you can do that.
like when I used to play Cooler, my JS was never JS. It was J214S. That's how I inputted that move. Whenever anyone super dash, I just press square. I don't need to do anything else.
But you've got like one. It's a one-shot S. It's not multiple
Yeah,
in it. Yeah,
exactly.
exactly. Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna do 214S, 214S, 214S every time I do it with Vegeta.
Because I main Fat Boo, and people always super dash at my key blast in the air. That's so annoying. That's like the only thing I want to add to my game, to my game with him, and I can't seem to get it.
It's because you throw more than one.
And he's
after the third key blast, it's unlikely at best.
I hold the S and I do like 2 and 4, 2 and 4, and I
that
practice
doesn't
it. And
work,
against the
no.
CPU, it works.
Yeah, that won't work offline. I can tell you that much. That won't work offline.
It's super hard. Like there's too many variables in Majin Buu's because he's key blast. Sometimes you don't pass through him because he scatters where they go as well. It's way harder because it's still a cancel. You still have to cancel someone SDing through the key blast to get the attack. So if you do it late, it doesn't help you, especially with Vegeta because you just fly past him, like Zamasu. When Zamasu does level 3 when he sees you super dash, that can still happen. So
I used to talk to Rocket about this as well because he used to play Team Gohan, and in tournament he's always like holding S right for the 5S, and I said to him, stop doing that. Just do 1 or 2. The damage is negligible. You're not gaining anything here. Maybe like half a meter. I guess it is something, but when you do 1 or 2, you're 2Hing it every time if they super dash. That's the like main thing. So when you do JS, like I've seen Z-Brolys do JS hold, and it's like, why are you doing that? You're gonna get
Sometimes you get like 1 key blast to hit, and then you vanish, and you for some reason you don't get the wall bound.
That's like you're pressing vanish too early, or in general it should be quite an easy confirm. I mean, that's something that's better than holding key blast too long and they super dash you. Because if you do 1 key blast and they super dash,
at least you can block the time.
Well, you're also 214Ling whenever
The whole point is to make your life easier with make your DP reaction 1 button instead of like, okay, I'm doing 2 key blasts and now I have to do this whole
That's
motion
what I'm saying. Yeah, when you do 1 key, so what you don't think of your
multi.
multi.
It harder though?
No. Like, listen to what I'm saying. Don't think of your jump key blast as a multi key blast. It's just jump 1 key blast. You jump S214. That's your input. And whether you need to do anything, like you can level 3, you can like press whatever, you just have done 1 S, like I always said this to people, like it's in a tournament scenario, and you've never been, so you don't know the like feeling. People always like, oh wow. I was watching like Alucard talking about how the French weren't doing optimals with Janemba. Like, bro, it's a tournament scenario. There's no optimals. Like, people don't do that. Like, maybe sometimes when you're in the zone and comfortable, you style on your opponent, but otherwise you're gonna do like the safest stuff. And doing just 1 key blast is the safest thing because it gives you ample time to react.
But then do I get the DP with 1 button though?
You just buffer it. That's the thing. Like you buffer. You do S, your JS, and you input 214.
That's what I meant, because I I don't know how for how long the game remembers that you did 214. That's why I do like 214 over and over again.
Yeah, but that means you're only looking for one thing. It's at that point it's your reaction. If they late super dash, you should just be ready for that because you haven't done anything else. You know what I mean? If you do one JS, like I'm gonna play cooler, and I used to do this like super jump S until I landed, right? And it's like every time I'm doing that one S, I'm waiting for the super dash, and then I'm waiting for the super dash, and then I'm waiting. It doesn't look like I'm waiting, but I'm mentally waiting. You know, like you can't see it. It's just, I don't want to commit to this one option forever, because if you're committing to your opponent doing this option against you this whole time, he's gonna just full screen run 5L you, and you're gonna be like, wait, what the fuck just happened?
Yep.
Like, you can't commit to this option of, oh, I'm gonna churn until I land because he could super dash, because that's not gonna help you. You might want to do something else. Maybe you want to super dash. Maybe you want to do 236H. Maybe you want to do forward dash, back dash. There's other options. You just have to be ready. It's kind of an OS, but it's never that good of an OS. Like, I've never seen that as like, oh, I'm gonna use this mechanic forever. Like, everyone talks about these like weird niche OSs, like, oh, you can just block Vegito JS by doing dash block. No, you can't. Like, no, you can't. Because what if he does L, delay L, and you dash block into his 5LL and lost the game? Like, you can't. You just can't do that stuff. It's not practical, especially in tournament and online. Online is a good simulation of tournament situation, because you're like, your pressure is giving you different variables of mental delay. Like, on some days you can play like a god, take every DR, do everything, and on the next day you'll just get smoked because the pressure's getting to you.
Oh yeah, because now they made all his cartwheels frame one anti-airs in the air and the ground. So like, I want to make full use of this.
I think it should be easy. You just use it. Like, I anti-air people with Gogeta 4 214S, and that's frame 4. It's not really that hard. You just expect it.
Yeah, but you don't spam Key Blast to bait it. That's the difference. And that's why I ask about Vegeta, because I remember like good old Vegeta guides.
But you can't spam Key Blast to bait it.
Yeah, you should never. I remember, like, I know Shuridan had a conversation. I said this to Rocket as well. Like, he was convinced, and Kid Breeze, about just doing jump S with Vegeta, and I was like, you know how bad this is, right? Because if you run underneath, if you jump too high and they're underneath the S's, there's landing recovery on JS. You get absolutely destroyed if someone runs forward and you're jumping up and doing S. It's really, really bad. So I was like, if you do one, you can do something.
Exactly.
If you do multiple, you can't do anything. You're just locked into spot.
But do you like hit confirm that one Key Blast?
It's easy. You just vanish. You should practice that,
like
if
that.
anything.
Like maybe like, yeah, but sometimes you don't get that vanish confirm. You know, like
it's because you're doing it too quick. It's because you're anticipating.
I remember,
it.
like Lord Knight even had a video on this too. Like, he said, you know, like, you can't. You just, when you shoot one Key Blast, you basically predict that it's going to hit. If it doesn't,
Yeah,
get
that's
vanished,
true.
and if you don't, like, you just gonna get reflected.
Nah, that's Trunks. That's Trunks 5S. Trunks 5S, I said, like, from day one, you can't hit confirm. And I asked Rudy to prove it, and he couldn't do it. But other Key Blast.
They buffed it now, though.
Yeah.
They gave it insane.
If it has more hit stun, then maybe.
Yeah. Like, they made those moves
hit
increase
confirmable.
hit stun. That, like,
For that reason.
yeah, like
Not
they
for people to
literally
super dash after Key Blast is combo.
No, like, the
That
thing
looks so
is, it's like,
ridiculous.
it's
Why can't Super Saiyan Vegeta do that? Because everybody can do that now. Like Tien, Boo.
it's just TN, dude, and Majin Buu, right?
No, so many. You could just Key Blast, Super Dash. Cooler can do this.
He could always do it. Yeah.
And I think it's really cool. I think you should have got that too.
Yeah, Krillin Oh, why can't SSJ? Because SSJ Vegeta is just not designed to be good in this game. That's literally why.
I mean, he's good, man.
He's still worth it.
Why can't he like special cancel his Ki Blast barrage into something? That will make him Vegeta for me.
I mean,
what do you mean special Ki Blast?
Dude. I mean, it should be able to cancel specials into specials like Gotenks.
Whoa.
You know, like when you had that Stein buff SFJ Vegeta behind you.
The assist is good, yeah.
That really it touched me, you know.
Yeah.
I think like so SSJ Vegeta has like this weird dynamic where he's a great zoner because his angled Ki Blast is strong and his ground Ki Blast is strong, and he can solo confirm it. Like not many characters can do 5S 236H full screen.
Yep, that's one of the good things he has for sure, and his BP is good.
Yeah, but like why is like Vegeta being a Super Saiyan? He throws the Ki Blast like way slower than base Vegeta.
Because the game's not meant to be.
No,
canon?
I mean,
I don't know.
base Vegeta is throwing it at you, right?
He just
yeah.
He shoots,
No,
like,
SSJ Vegeta has a faster Ki Blast. He has 236S.
Yeah,
Base Vegeta
but
still
that's
hasn't
not
learned
normal.
Yeah,
Base
if
Vegeta
we're
get 236S as a normal.
No, I get that. I get what you're saying, but in comparison, it's the same move and it's way stronger than base Vegeta's, right?
Why?
Yeah, speaking of Vegeta, like considering all I hear about him is taking L's, can we just chalk it up to canon?
I mean, well, base Vegeta is the best character in the game, so according to America.
Oh my god! If you guys ever watch DBZ Abridged, and there's that episode where Super Saiyan Vegeta, barrages Cell with the Ki Blast, and then he goes like, "What did that ever worked for you?"
Yeah, I mean, it never does. That's the point. I mean, but it is his iconic move, though. He does that shit all the time. It's cool. I think it's cool.
Yeah, but like my mind can't grasp like Super Saiyan Vegeta being weaker, you know.
He's not though. They like. I think the game is in the like balance. Like SSJ Vegeta and base Vegeta is like they're unique. It's not about one character being better than the other. They just have unique things and. Like,
for me, like I don't understand why he's always like so high on the tier. Like the developers must think is god tier or something, because like why else wouldn't they give him more stuff? But maybe just he had his prime. He shouldn't be a playable character nowadays.
They watch Fenrich use him.
That's enough.
It's not. I don't even think devs care about good and bad. Like, why would they want to make every character
they're
good?
just making him.
They care about. They want like new characters to be played more. Yeah.
Hold on. By that logic, does that mean that base Goku should be the weakest Goku?
No, I'm not saying that. Just think like Super Saiyan Vegeta is like not getting anything like for multiple patches.
Yeah,
but he got such huge system mechanic buffs. I really think he's strong right now. Like, his C assist is powerful. His 236S tag is powerful. Just in general, half about EX. He has probably one of the best
like
EXs in the game.
The 36H like is hella punishable on whiff and block though.
Doesn't matter. You pull your assist. It's the same.
Wait.
Like,
why does he need to be good? Why do you think he deserves to be good? He doesn't.
Yeah, also this.
Yeah, especially
why not?
What does Super Saiyan have anything to do with him getting good or not?
No, the only reason I brought it up because I don't understand like being a Super Saiyan, it throws like his Ki Blast like 5 tons slower than like base Vegeta.
But he can throw more than one in the air. Base Vegeta still can't hover and throw more than one.
But wait.
Also, hold on.
There's so many
like,
problems here.
What explanation would make sense that Super Saiyan Vegeta throws a slower Ki Blast than base Vegeta? I'm curious.
Why does TN do more damage than all the supervillains in the series? Like,
no, I don't even care about that. Just like I just wanted someone to explain like
how could he else be used, like, or how he's supposed to be played, because I still don't understand his game plan. If you say like it shouldn't be spamming key blast or trying like hard baiting super dashes with them.
Just play base Vegeta. Like that's the answer.
No, I don't think so, man. Like
But
Super
that
Saiyan
wasn't
Vegeta
a-
is strong, dude. Like, look, I've been watching Easy Man play this game for 4 years, and I can honestly tell you, it doesn't matter what you do in the game. You just have to be better. The character is fine. They actually buffed his 5M. The character is fine.
Yeah, the 5M did get buffed.
Definitely, but that's just like, I don't know, 30 minutes ago we were having a discussion about like how much it matters using certain characters versus other characters, and it doesn't matter if you're better. You just need to know your characters more, using A team, B team, one team. I don't know how you called it.
Yeah, but none of us are at that level.
Yeah, no, we're not at that level. We're
trying to be
talking
a
about
dickhead.
other players. Like, I think
if you're trying to win, you don't play any Vegeta. Just forget all the Vegetas.
I mean, that's just how it goes. Yeah,
Yeah,
like I really don't think it's...
Goichi now mains base Vegeta. If you knew that.
But he's good enough to use base Vegeta. If you're not Goichi or Sonic or French, then you don't think about Vegeta. You pick 21 Vegeta.
Hey, pick an easy character to play, like Gogeta
Yeah.
4. There's no skill.
Yeah.
You just
I do feel like that exactly what you guys are saying. Like the game is on a certain level quite homogeneous. So it's like if you're good, you can be good with anything. Basically, I feel.
Yeah. That's how it is.
That's why, that's why all the tier lists are really bad in Dragon Ball. Especially Dragon Ball, because good players are saying, yeah, you can do with this, this, and this, but then everyone else has to pick Z Broly because they're not
No,
good enough
I mean,
to make it work.
my tier list addressed that perfectly. There's only 7 playable characters, no matter what anyone says.
You did say this. I mean,
But the online ranked is stacked with fusions and Broly's and the UIs, but they were stacked with Vegetos and Gogetas, even like before like people even thought like they're any good, and it's
Because
not like
they're cool.
yeah, because they're cool. Like that's why you don't see like the kid boos and like you don't see base Vegeta at all. You only see like.
it depends.
There's a reason you don't
Yeah,
see base Vegeta online.
unless if you're going to a tournament for a fashion show to show off who you pick, like if you're like Damascus, right? Damascus plays characters he likes. He's not going, what should I pick to win? But that's normally what people ask when they go.
Wow, sounds
what
like
characters
a
should I
par
pick?
at me. I played characters I liked all my life.
You definitely don't anymore, though.
I play TN and I play Vegeta.
But you said you really
And
like Vegeta.
And I like SSJ4 Gogeta from the show.
Okay.
I do
My
like him.
point is like people pick them like even though they're not like the best characters, you know what I mean? But you still like 9 out of 10 matches you see like at least like 2.
I think that's a very this is a different topic. I think the game balance is based off synergy, and I don't think
That's a good
where
point.
you're saying this character's bad or this character's good can ever be equated. People can never say in a 3v3 fighting game, this is the best
Exactly.
character, because it's just not true. Like,
Yeah, you're playing a team. The moment that you start thinking about things in a vacuum, you're no longer talking about the same game.
You know what's a good example? I don't know if Can't Stop Mashing played Marvel, but if you said to someone, I play Iron Man in Marvel 3, they're going to think you're trolling. But if you say you play Captain America with Iron Man, they'll understand that it's a strong shell. Shells are stronger than the individuals on the shell.
I like these intricacies.
I think, Gotenks, right? It's hard to imagine, but imagine if Gotenks wasn't a very strong character back in the day, right? And you went, I play Gotenks, but then you say, I play Cell on Point. Then it makes perfect sense why you do that, right? Because of what it gives you, like the donut mix after perfect attack. So yeah.
I main Yamcha for Boo, to be completely honest.
Oh yeah, Ali Yun used to go on rants about how he has to play Yamcha to make Majin Buu work. He used to go on long rants.
And I grew to love him by the day.
I think
But
that's
that's
good.
exactly what we're talking about, though, right?
Yeah. Just stop playing
Like,
SSJ.
you can easily, dude. How many people would think Yamcha is good back in the day? No, not everyone would be like. And then Kazunoko, DP Yamcha assists.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, Yamcha's sick. And it's like, are you gonna put Yamcha at the top of the tier list? Maybe after Goten Senado Gohan? He deserves to be there.
I was only wondering, you know, it's, I didn't want you to accuse me of saying stuff.
No, I'm not accusing you. No, I'm just like.
But like I'm saying, I only brought it up because like I'm trying to put some logic into why certain characters get so much while the others are not getting that.
Oh no, that's
much.
a losing game. That's a losing game. That's
the developer
a losing game,
chooses what they want to do.
Exactly. Especially
Like why
oh my
like
God,
Piccolo
you're
got
lucky-
like a huge list of stuff.
No,
you know what I mean?
you're lucky. You're lucky you're not playing Arxis games, bro. That's some wacky balancing right there. You got
it is an Arxis game, isn't it?
I'm trying to put some logic into it. Like, but if Yamcha and SSJ Vegeta didn't get
okay, I can
a
tell you
bunch
why
of
Yamcha
like new crazy shit,
I
like
already
they must
know.
be thinking they're good enough as they are.
Let me tell you.
But they don't
why
think
those
Piccolo was
characters
good
didn't
as he
get
was.
Let me tell you, Hiroki loves Nokami stream. Watched him say,
honestly,
base Vegeta, Yamcha, best two characters in the game. Next patch, both get gutted. Like, think about, there's EX moves in the game, like Vegito 236H, right? It's literally mid-screen plus on block. Like, he can he can space it to where he can 5M and you cannot do anything. And then Yamcha and Vegeta base 236H get gutted. Like, why? There's no reason for these nerfs. They nerfed it because it was flavor of the month. That was like such a bad patch, and they never reverted that, and it's still the same. If you,
It's interesting to me, like people's thoughts on this, because like, you know, like the general conception is like, now you can't stop mashing things. Vegeta is trash, and he should be better than base Vegeta because it's Super Spain. No, that's not what I'm saying.
no, I'm not saying you were saying that. I'm just saying it's like SSJ Vegeta has
it
been
definitely
bad since the A assist got nerfed.
Mhm.
There's like
But
he
is it
was
bad or
bad.
good?
No, he was bad then.
But 2 minutes ago, he's a great character.
No, I mean, I
worse
think you
then?
can play anyone. Like, I think personally, there's only like 7 or 8 playable characters if you really want to win. But
But
people-
that's a controversial statement as it is. Like, if you go ahead and say this, like,
Is it?
you know, isn't it?
I don't.
I mean, Marvel 2 only had like 6 playable characters
Literally.
out of a cast of 50.
Literally.
like, you can play.
I remember the entire like Tyrant chat, like, you know, were over me entirely for like saying like this game balance is like not at its best.
No,
Like, you know,
that's what I'm saying.
Wait, but you can't take anything for granted on Tyrant's show. Like they try and keep it authentic as they are, but they're also like promos for the game.
Yeah.
Also,
and, like, I just want to say that. Sorry to cut you off, but
no, go.
I think I say there's like 8 playable characters, but you can play 2 of the playables plus anyone, and it's a good team because there might be a synergy. Like the synergies can make X bad character playable. Like, and by playable, like, I mean actually playable. Like, not like just
that kind of goes back to the whole thinking about characters and moves in a vacuum when it comes to team games, because they're just so dynamic and like weird things matter and then so many other things don't. So yeah, like if you get something that works in like a shell or something, then you can just tack on whatever and it'll still work just as well.
I would say even before all of this, I feel the problem with this sort of like, why is this character like X? And I mean, when you play the characters, a lot harder to think about it, but it's like saying why have you got 17 forks in your drawer? It's just because that's how it is. There has to be a number of forks in the drawer. a character has to be worse than another one. It doesn't matter who it
Exactly.
is. It just has to be like that. And deep down, no one would want a balanced game, because a balanced game is a mirror match, and no one wants to play a mirror match for the rest of their life. So
Like,
you can't- yeah, you
I only wondered why some characters got more than others, and if that means devs think these characters are already OP. You know what I mean? That's
but-
like the only point of my.
Yeah, you're digging like you're jumping into a well. You're not even digging.
No,
It's just,
okay, dude. Let me give you a really good example about why you cannot trust devs.
Yeah.
A really good example, right? So Marvel 3, She-Hulk was a really popular character, right? And she had the things that, you know, people perceived that made her a really good character was the fact that she could chain her low crash and kick, and she had a slide that comboed into it, yeah? Ultimate Marvel, they decided, like, Combo Fiend was out here hyping the game up, and he was talking about, She-Hulk's slide was a bit too good, so we had to tone it down, yeah? 6 out of the 8 new characters that joined the cast in Ultimate had a better slide than She-Hulk in Vanilla.
Yes, sir. So that's the Hawkeye.
Please explain the logic. Please explain the logic in that.
I don't know. That's my question.
Someone has to be bad, man. Like, that's how
They
you build a
just, like,
pyramid.
This is the thing. Hiroki, big fan of Nokami. Watching the stream, Nokami talking about how Beisuji and Yamcha are the best 2 characters in the game. They get nerfed. That's just how it goes. It doesn't take much.
I actually legitimately thought that if they buff someone
And Bardock B.
really
I
bad,
forgot
they
about
want you to play him for the season.
No, like the devs have their reasons. They're just not good reasons.
Yeah.
Someone has to be a bottom
Like-
bitch. Like, I don't think it's that
like,
deep.
if
Like,
you
someone
remember
has to be at the
B,
bottom.
Bardock B is the best example. People are only talking about Bardock B when that patch they had made Gotenks the most broken character in the game, and no one even cared. Like, oh, Bardock B is so broken. Bardock B is so OP, and they
it's
nerfed
just
Bardock
flavor of the
B,
month.
and this other stuff was just so
Why
OP.
did they nerf like GT Goku's beam for no reason?
Because everyone talked about it. Everyone's like, yeah, the
Yeah,
beam's OP.
There was definitely
That's
a
not-
reason
it's
for
not
that.
even-
That wasn't out of the blue.
It's not even about like balancing decisions and updates. Yeah, sometimes they'll like, bro. My character, like, I don't actually complain too much about Hanji. I feel like he has his faults. I think he's a solid character. You can win with him, right? But then there are certain things that the character has that makes you think, why? Like, why is his overhead minus 17? When Leo has the same thing that leaves him plus.
I mean, it's not the same thing, but I get what you're talking about.
But do they think about like every little other detail in the game?
Nope.
Like
They definitely do. They definitely do.
They definitely
somebody
don't.
made these choices.
Because I actually felt that they nerfed the A assist because they want you to use the B assist, and everybody was sleeping on it, and it's really mad good.
I think you give people way too much. I think you give devs way too much
you're,
credit.
You're thinking too much. The A assist was not fine.
They're just
like
making
the
it
chat is
different.
saying the A assist was just bugged. GTA.
Did we live the same reality? What do you mean it was fine? No.
I'm saying it's not fine.
Oh,
dude. What?
no. I seen who in the chat saying it was fine.
He said GTA fixed the game, bro.
Ah, you subscribe to Lord Knight too much. Don't be that guy. Like,
GTA was not fine. It's bugged. When you block it in the air, it jails you to the ground. It's plus 75. It's literally a bugged move. They only nerfed it because they couldn't fix the bug. Like they were trying to fix that shit the whole time. It's just bugged. That's it. No other move does that in the game. Like,
but you also look at the time in which they nerfed it, because like some
Yeah, it took forever,
some ridiculous moves or characters, just survived patches when they shouldn't have.
no, the ridiculous characters aren't played in Japan, so it doesn't matter. You got also their balancing goes as far as watching Kazunoko and Goichi play, and then, okay, holy shit, Goichi isn't winning. Let's just gut Kazunoko's team. That's it. There's no more balancing decisions past that. You have to see it. Like, Roshi gets nerfed over and over. Yamcha gets nerfed over and over. Gotenks gets nerfed over and over. It's just constant.
That's Kazanoko.
But it's literally not too far from the tree. Like, their balancing team lives next to these people, and they take ideas from the pros, because that's how you balance it well. Hey, Kazunoko, what do you think is OP? Roshi B. Okay, thanks, good. And then they go and nerf it.
What about,
I've got a question real quick.
What about looking at like stats about like underplayed characters, for example?
Okay, I've got a question. It will lead into this.
Nobody
It will
plays
lead into this,
even
'cause
something that.
I've got to jump soon. So how do you balance a game? I'm asking. Yeah, how do you balance a game?
To be honest, like I do give a lot of credit to what the audience think about certain stuff. That's what I would do. Like,
So you would listen to Reddit and Twitter?
Really?
Try like to really push, I don't know, surveys, polls, see different stats, and have like all sorts of like fighting game experts to like to consult with.
Whoa.
Not
You
being
can't-
like a one-man decision.
You ask everyone. Is that your answer?
What?
You ask everyone.
I do give a lot of credit to like what the audience feel about certain stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so if everyone says Z Broly's fine, you don't think he needs to get nerfed?
Well, I didn't say you don't have a decision a hand in it at all. I'm just saying like.
So why are you
if I
asking
don't-
people if you're going to disagree? See, this is my point. Like, we're giving you answers, but then you'll find a way around it. So it is always going to come back to, it doesn't matter, and there's no reason. Like, you're looking for a reason, but there is never going to be a reason, because if you nerfed all the good characters and buffed all the low characters, you're going to get one line of characters, and you're not going to like the game.
That happens in certain games.
Wait.
Personally, I feel like you shouldn't like nerf him really bad. It's just like push those characters like underplay.
Dude, I don't think you can understand what the answer to that question is until you stop thinking as a player. Because the people making these games are developers, they're executives, they're marketing managers, they're promoters. How many of them are actually players?
Yeah, and you know what they do?
I don't know.
They check statistics in Japan PS4, which character got played the most, and that's how they nerf the characters.
That's what I wanted to hear. Like trying to find like some sort of answer to this.
There's no real answer. The real answer is literally
luckily, I
they
don't
watch
have,
Kazunoko
I don't
play
have
and they
to
nerfed his stuff. Since day one.
No, the real answer is and it's a bit more cynical. Like, really, it's just these people are creating a product. It doesn't matter that it's a game that brings you joy. To them, they are making this product because they need to make money. So they are making decisions as to what will draw people in, what will improve engagement and enjoyment of the general player base and not the competitive player base. What's going to improve their perception of things as well. So yeah, they pay attention to what people say, but really they're paying attention to what people say that's making the game look bad in their eyes.
I mean, like so many people ask for the Super Saiyan Goku 2M, for example. Like when they showed this in the stream, they went like, "You wanted it, you got it."
I mean, that's the perfect example. I just want to bring that back. Because you're the one who said, let's take the community balance. For Season 2, we only played against GT Goku, and people made memes about SSJ Goku 2M, and they nerfed it because of people. People complained about the move.
We're lucky.
Yeah, like they literally nerfed it
I
because
love
people
when
are
they-
memeing on it.
Yeah.
So it's terrible. Like they nerfed a character that was bad because people talked about it. Like when Nokami talked about Yamcha. They nerfed him because he talked about it. He said he's too good.
So that's
Completely-
where that's where all the downplaying comes from. Like people try
do
to
wanna
say
point out,
some
I
characters
do-
bad.
Well,
because
it
they
works.
secretly want him to
It
be
works.
buff.
It literally works.
I want to point out though,
There it
that we are really lucky that they are listening to the community this time around, because this is also a Japanese company and they are not in the habit of engaging with the community. Like, it's really a lot closer to what Surudan was saying about how they just look at statistics on PSN. But now, because the culture is changing, especially with like COVID forcing people online and like pro tours blowing up and stuff, now companies are starting to pay attention to the community. So they're starting to reach out. There is some engagement and people are listening, but you still have, you still have to keep in mind the mindset of where they came from, which is we're a company, we're a Japanese company, we're going to make what we think is good, and that's it.
I want to say for the record, I think it's trash. But
what?
I think
I don't
listening
trust
to the
people.
community is the worst.
Yeah.
I mean, they call it. They can call it fan service or something.
I
No, it's
honestly
trash
think
service.
anyone's
is
opinion
so
is
bad.
trash. I want to play a vision of a great Japanese mind. I don't want to play some Redditor's. Oh, Goku to MVP, bro.
Yeah, I
They
get what
they brought Vegito to the Dragon Ball Super Series because it's
trash.
like,
Terrible
flat
reason
out,
to do anything. If you do something,
flat out fan service.
it's
People
terrible.
want-
So with what I was just saying, I like the sentiment. It sounds
Yeah,
nice.
I like the sentiment, and I don't agree.
I agree
Well,
that
hold
it's the
on,
case.
hold
I
on.
just don't think it's good because we've literally had a conversation of why is this like this, and it's because people said change
Oh
it.
no, I agree that that's the case too. I don't agree.
So Goku
with
got
that.
nerfed because people said
I
it.
don't agree with
expand.
it.
Let me expand a little.
Oh, okay, right. I see what you're saying.
Because like this is a shift in culture. I don't think that this is the ideal end state. I'm just noting that there has been a progression. And I think that there needs to be some level of community engagement. I think that's important for the success of a game. So listening to the public is important. I don't think that their opinion should be valued very highly, but it should be taken into consideration. Same with like, because I've worked at loads of tech companies where I know the customers are idiots and they don't really know what they want, but we need to hear what they say, and so we can figure out what they actually really want.
So I disagree with it being good. I agree with what you're saying is happening. I disagree that being good. I don't think
That's really interesting.
you should not listen to people. People
It's
are
not
stupid.
interesting.
That's
it's
really
not
interesting to me. Like that's his opinion.
Oh, I really agree with C4.
Oh.
I think that if you think that community development will be good for your game, you're trolling yourself.
I
You're
wish it
literally
would be.
like
I wish it
digging a
was.
hole.
I wish it was.
Hold on.
Wait,
I'm
hold on.
only saying this stuff and asking this question because I'm new to fighting games. I have like no idea how things
Yeah,
work.
let me give you a big example.
Wondering why certain stuff was buffed.
Wait,
Okay.
This is a big example,
Let
right?
also like
Okay, yeah,
clarify what he's saying. Go on, Oso. And then
Dude, like I don't think that that developers should listen to the public and say, Yamcha's too good, and then nerf them. I just think that, say for example, Yun in Street Fighter 4, like their people were cussing because he was just fucked, and the developers made him that way. People weren't happy in the community, and if he stayed that way, people would have gone off the game. So, like, if something's a problem and enough people are complaining about it, you should look into it, pay attention, but you shouldn't take their word as gold. Like,
Do you think
like I
Saul was
said,
like that in
customers are
Strive?
idiots. I think customers are idiots, like, in general. I don't think
Oh, in Strive,
customers
good
know what
customer.
they want.
Do you think Saul was like that in Strive?
Well, how so?
Pre-patch. People were complaining Saul is too good. But from my eyes, he's just like Bardock, but if he hits you, he hits you hard. He's not good at all. It doesn't really have anything. Like, he has everything everyone else has, basically. Nothing special.
Nah, I think he had a few things that were better than most characters. He had like one of the few plus frame moves that were also advancing. That was also a natural frame trap. On top of everything else that he had, like it was a bit silly.
So
Alright, fair enough.
So what I think.
But do you think he was so overpowering, like people were saying?
I don't actually think he
He's gonna
was
win an
busted.
Evo. By the
I don't
way.
think he was. I don't think he was like untouchable, but I definitely do think that he was like a cut above the rest of the cast.
It's like this is like the same thing in Street Fighter 5, like season 1.
Yeah.
Didn't win. Chun-Li didn't win shit, but widely regarded as the best character.
Mm-hmm.
Barely top 8ing events, by the way, because high execution and, pretty hard to play. Like, her rewards were kind of low, on the low end compared to the other characters. Like, Ryu hitting you would do 1 million damage. Nash hitting you would do 1 million damage. And you had to play Chun-Li really well, but regarded as the best character, and then got kind of really nerfed whilst and so did the other 2 characters, to be fair, the other tournament winning characters.
Nash.
But do you really think it was justified that Chun-Li got really nerfed even though she wasn't appearing in any top 8s, basically? Just because people, word of mouth.
So this is why I agree with like what Oso saying, which is what is happening. Like, developers are paying attention, they're looking at Reddit and watching tournament results, how many times Gotenks was picked online or whatever. The reason, all of those reasons are bad. All of them. They should literally just do what they want and go, this is the game we've made. If you like it, you play it. If you don't, fuck off. Like, it's pretty simple.
Agree.
Even with Yun in Street Fighter, if you're competitive and you want to win money, you pick Yun. That's it. Like, if you're not picking Yun, you're trolling
They
or you're
nerfed
trying to
him
flex.
in Ultra, though, to be fair.
Yeah, because they listen to people. Why are they listening to people on the
it was
vision they
the
want?
worst nerf ever, because in the end, he's still the best character in the game, but instead of having cool combos for the viewers to watch, he, instead of doing Ganagin and doing sick combos, he would just red focus and do the fucking hope you like this shit. And it was the most boring thing to watch ever. And no one even, he was way worse. I'd watch and play against Super Yun over and over before I play against Ultra Yun. Even though he's worse, it's so boring. No one wants to fucking see that shit. It's so dry. Ganagin is hype as fuck. Like, why would you do that? Is that Reddit nerf was the worst. It killed the game pretty much. Like, Ultra is way worse than Super overall, like as a viewer standpoint.
I think it's worse than that now with Dragon Ball. I think listening to the community made Dragon Ball unbearable because you've got Goku losing his 2M because people said it was too strong, then him getting it back
when there was fuzzies in the game.
They took away fuzzies and look what happened. Oh my god, Z Broly's too strong. He's like,
Yeah.
you know, Z
Oh, he
Broly
has a
was the
grab.
same before Snap.
Yeah.
So you wanted
The Kill
the big characters to come in. Yeah,
character.
you wanted these big characters to be played because you didn't want the universal fuzzies. So we took that away. Now you upset that Z Broly's coming back on you because now you can't snap him and mix him. We've given Goku back his 2M because you told us to get rid of it in the first place and now you want it back. Like, the community don't know anything. They just don't know anything. They should
just
sit
complain
silent.
about what's beating them. Because
There's never been a
Let me
good
ask
nerf.
you, like, how do you...
it doesn't matter what is beating you, like, because you're always gonna lose because you're bad. You're not Goichi. Like, it doesn't matter. You should just try to enjoy yourself because it's a game.
I want to ask you real quick your thoughts about, like, if you have each one of the characters out of all the characters we have now being his first version, launch version, including DLCs, like, how do you think the tier list would look like?
If
I mean, it'd
no
just
one
be the
changed.
same as season 1. You just play Ado Gohan, Gotenks, and Yamcha, or Ado Gohan, SSJ Vegeta, Gotenks. Like, those two characters were oppressive because they had infinite frames. Like, you could build half a bar into an EX move that was +7 or 6 on block, and then you would jail into your jab, and there's no out at all for your opponent because Guard Cancel in season 1 wasn't invulnerable to hits, so you keep doing your string.
No, if you take, like, the game mechanics and how everything works as of right now, but the characters are how they're, like, pre-planned by the devs, no patches, nerfs, buffs, or anything.
Then the game would it would be different to how it is now. It's a no question. You're actually not. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. You're not asking the question. You're saying, what would a tier list look like if the tier list didn't look like this one? Like, it would still look like a tier list.
It would still be the same thing.
Yeah.
No, but this thing will be at the top if, like, every character is like how the devs originally
without fuzzies and without the slow.
Yeah, it would be the first tier list
timing.
we had then. Like, you would have.
Like, what do you mean?
No, but including the DLCs we have today.
No, dude.
That's
The
not
thing
even a
is-
question.
The thing is, The thing is that, like, you're asking about how would the meta have developed if the game wasn't patched the way that it
Yeah,
was.
if the game wasn't patched, then fuzzies would have become the meta, and it wouldn't have mattered. Everyone would be uni fuzzy.
So big bodies would be trashed, Go tanks would still be OP, and you could
No,
still
yeah, you
call
wouldn't
assist
even
into
need
DP.
big bodies because you just have the
The universal
snap
one, yeah.
shit. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It'd be the same shit as it was when it was happening. That was the best change they made in this game when they changed the system so that you fall faster, you tag, and you get that like slow. You can delay your tag incoming, and you can't be fuzzy. That one's a weird one, but I get it. Like whatever. I don't think it was oppressive. Like the fuzzies weren't oppressive. It was the snap into fuzzy that was oppressive. Like no one really cared about being fuzzy.
If that's a good change, what do you think was a bad change that they listened to the audience and changed it because
Nerfing base Gita's rocket kick.
All of them are bad.
Nerfing Yamcha's. Nerfing stuff or buffing something because they said it's too bad. Like there's no point.
There is no good change that came from the community. Literally none. They're all bad because the reason they're doing it is to please some people but not make the game better.
Yeah, it doesn't please anyone. Oh, I'm losing to the Yamcha cross-up online.
Then you're going to lose to anything. You're going to lose to Triple A. You're going to lose to anything.
It's a 26 frame cross-up, dude. That means you're losing to 6M, my guy. It's the same reaction speed.
You've got a whole region losing to same side sword. Like, nothing can help you. No in-game mechanics can save you from getting mixed by same side sword. Like,
Mace, I've listened, both of you, and I've changed my mind. You guys are absolutely right.
Exactly.
Because all I remember is Sentinel getting nerfed.
I always use that and I didn't go back to it.
Day one for no fucking reason.
They made the big robot character. They dropped his health because they said his comeback potential was too strong, and it was actually X Factor was the problem.
It
not
was
Sentinel.
day one.
What are you talking about?
Marvel 3. There was a character called Sentinel. It's from anyway. They nerfed him week one, I think.
Can I tell this story? Can I tell this story?
Yeah.
My dude, this guy, right? First of all, Marvel is a crazy fast game. There's lots of pixies. There's lots of really oppressive assists, and you can call the assists like super frequently. So there's a lot of stuff on the screen, is what I'm trying to say. So if you're a bigger hitbox character, logically, then you're just going to get caught by a lot of things, right? So Sentinel comes through, he has 1.3 mil health, which is like on the higher end. I think only Thor had more health than he did. Or no,
I think he's the highest.
He was the highest, right?
Yeah.
And then the game was out for just a little bit. People were complaining. I think Justin Wong must have done something, and people were making videos about it. And then boom, he gets his health dropped to like 900k, which is like just above average. Bear in mind, he has only 50k health more than like Dante, Virgil, Magneto. Like, this is the class of characters that he's in as a big body, even though there's bare stuff on the screen. And obviously what happens is the character just drops off the list. There's only like specialists that proper use him. Everyone else is struggling because predictably the meta just evolves around do some oppressive shit and then run some high lows. Oh, look, you're a big body. Now I can do fuzzies, triple overheads, all my heart desires. And you're just going to have to, put your hands in a prayer and hope that you can guess right 4 times in a row.
The Sentinel nerf was so funny, though. Let's be real. It's kind of like the SSJ Vegeta A assist nerf. That was jokes.
When was it nerfed, though?
Month 1 of the game's release.
That's insane.
Like,
and it was nerfed because of community?
Everyone was playing SSJ Vegeta, so yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, it just gets replaced by something else. It got replaced by Yamcha A assist. And
so
it was just Super Dash Yamcha.
If we go back to saying your opinion of let's not listen and do what we thought was right, so it was going to be like still the same assist to this day.
No, they would have still nerfed it. It doesn't matter because everyone played it. I think when everyone plays something, that's a good indication of nerfing it. Whether whatever anyone else says, if everyone is playing this character, just nerf it. It doesn't matter.
It's safe to assume that when they were coding this Sith, they didn't think it's that strong.
I mean, they knew it was strong for sure.
They knew for sure that everyone is going to play him.
Probably not everyone would play it, but the thing is, it's like they just. It doesn't really matter when you first release the game because it's an IP game at the end. They're just gonna. They're just trying to sell it, right? It's Dragon Ball game. You're just trying to sell it. The balance really didn't matter at the start. I know if you nerf something meta, something else will replace it, but that's good for the viewership of the game. Because at the end of the day, you don't want a tournament where top 8 is 8 Vegeta anchors. It's dry.
Because like before you were saying you was giving the developers too much credit or something, right?
What do you mean?
Before, when I asked all these questions, you said C4 said, "Oh, you're giving the devs too much credit."
No, you mean like, didn't he say you're giving the public too much?
He was also saying that, but no. I said like,
no. I recall that. I recall.
But what do you mean by too much credit? Like they know what they're doing type thing?
Yeah, exactly.
I was conspiring too much about like why they do this and that.
Yeah, they just do it. Yeah, oh yeah. Like, it doesn't matter. The devs could just like Vegeta, just make him the best.
I'm back. I can explain. So I said you give the devs credit because you're trying to rationalize why they nerf something. I'm saying it doesn't matter. Regardless if you nerf something because the community say it or the devs do it, it's going to get replaced by something else that people don't like. So it's actually irrelevant in my eyes.
Also, it doesn't go straight from community to devs either. It gets filtered through however many layers before it gets to a dev, and they're so separated from what's actually happening. So like, the dev just gets they just get a ticket that says, do this to Goku. And then the playtester tests it. And,
they don't ask why.
Oh, cool. There's no bugs.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, fine.
Hiroki watches no comments.
No, I'm saying like people, they get a message and it just says people think Yamcha is strong. Okay.
Yeah.
How are we gonna remove
or they
it?
get statistics that Yamcha got used this many times, and they go, "Oh well, we want this character to be used as well, so we'll make this character worse." Like it doesn't matter if that character's good. That could be just people love Goku. I don't know.
I mean, Goku should be good though. I thought it was crazy that they nerfed Goku because but then they added
it's kind of
UI.
wild. It's kind of wild.
They used
have main character benefit.
They did add another version of Goku that was good.
Yeah. UI is it doesn't really matter at the end.
Or Baseku. They just added a new.
But Baseku is seen as bad, so you can't even use that example. Outside of EU, Baseku is trash.
That's true. That's true.
Even though VSF Wawa versus Fenris. And
it took Wawa to convince people. 100%.
Will you like confidently say that they don't buff a character because he's underplayed?
I think this patch was just a great patch. I think this patch, they thought to themselves, the community is so divided, they're all retarded. Sorry for my language, but they're all stupid, and fuck them. We're just gonna buff everyone.
Yeah.
Fuck it. And it's a great patch.
I wish they would just come out and be transparent and just say that. It would make so much more sense.
But they did that, though. They did it.
Or just revert everyone to being his like broken version of itself.
It doesn't matter about being, but there's no point in reverting because then you're like kind of saying, "Oh, we made a mistake." You don't need to do that.
We made the mistake. The community already made the mistake.
They did not do it to Goku. Actually, they made his 2M different.
Let's not forget. Yeah, like the game's been going for a while now. Like since January 2018?
3 years.
Yeah, it's
like this was a move to rejuvenate the scene, the community interest, and get some more money going as well. I mean, like, don't you think it's suspicious? They've done all of this, got mad hype, but there's no ultimate collection. You need to buy all of the season passes separately.
The Mascus and Tyrant are sick. They're just sick community members.
This is basically Ultimate Dragon Ball Fighter Z. Like, it's a great change to the game.
They do it in every game, right? At the end of the game's lifespan, they go, "This is the bullshit version." They did it with Street Fighter with what was the mode called? Omega Street Fighter.
Yeah, but that didn't really
Omega
count.
mode.
I think Ultra was already bullshit because of Red Focus, though. It doesn't really change anything, right?
Well, their Omega version was like, "This is what Street Fighter 5 is going to be like," and they're nothing. They're nothing.
I
alike.
wish it was. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
exactly. It's nothing like that. They just go, these are all the things we're too scared to do balance-wise, so we're just going to put all the broken stuff in. And you know what? No one played Omega mode. They went into it and went, "This is stupid," and then
it
left
was sick, though.
It was fun, yeah, but competitively, no one is about that life.
If they actually did it, like if Ultra was Omega instead, it would have been the sickest game ever.
Probably.
Like
but
if there
no one
was
played
no
it.
other option.
Yeah.
No, but if there was no other option, like if they just released Ultra, but that it was Omega. Think about
Yeah,
it.
probably would people play it.
It would
They
have
probably
been
would play
so sick. It would have been played today, dude. Everyone would have been like, "This game is so
Everyone
good."
would be a Gen main and just do infinites.
Dude, everyone had infinites though, basically.
True.
Someone in chat were saying that if you like buff a certain low tier, that just everyone to go play that character.
Then they're not low tier anymore, innit?
Yeah, like Beerus.
Yeah.
I mean, it's happened already.
Yeah, Beerus. But yeah,
Just
bro.
buff. Now everyone plays Beerus Anchor. He's OP.
Yep.
Why not? It
And
doesn't
then
matter.
everyone will complain about him being like too much
That's
overplayed,
what- that-
and
exactly.
and then
You
it's
know what
like
makes me sad?
how did he call it, like endless rabbit hole?
Yeah. You know what makes me sad? When they nerf a low tier. That's what makes me sad.
That used to happen a lot in the older patches. I'm glad now their balancing changes are basically tweaks instead of like we're universally nerfing this mechanic. Like I hated those changes. The meter penalty nerf, the like double super nerf, like those were just such terrible changes to the game state. Like they
I love when people call like some system mechanic a nerf or a buff to a certain specific character.
I mean, sometimes it is though because it's a huge like the meter nerf was a specific buff. I mean, a nerf to Piccolo and Gotenks because people were complaining about Hellzone and Ghosts, right?
Set play.
But it affected a lot of the cast that used EX moves and stuff in their combos, and it was like, well, this is just horrible. Like Frieza would go golden and then stop building meter. It's like, bruh, this was like a whole combo. Like, what are you doing?
Frieza got shot with more bullets than the people they were aiming at, because Piccolo and Gotenks were still playable. For like Frieza basically lost the move.
As soon as the patch came out, I watched Zero Q do a Hellzone hit. He would do Hellzone. He'd be like, "Yeah, the meter penalty is gonna affect me now." Then he'll do the longest combo ever and build another bar.
Yep.
And do it again. It's like it didn't really matter though.
Frieza got killed by friendly fire, and Gotenks and Piccolo survived the barrage. Like it, and he listened to people. People said, "Oh, I don't want set play," so they got rid of all the set play with that and the snap, and then people like Broly get to run free, and everyone's upset because they're getting grabbed. And it's like, now
there's
you can't stop
nothing
the big
wrong.
body.
The thing is with Broly, it's fair and balanced though.
Yeah.
You're guessing on grab, but if you guess right, you punish him.
Yep.
You're just not guessing right. That's your problem. When you're guessing, why are you just jumping and running away when he grabs? Why are you not punishing the grab?
I don't know why people don't super dash command grabs, but you know,
Yeah, or
everyone wants to hold
backdash
up.
if you're mid screen.
If you're a beast,
Backdash it
yeah.
and 5 him.
Yep.
If you're gonna jump it, fucking do something about it.
You've
Why
committed
are
to
you
doing
just
something.
running?
Just press a button then.
How many times have I seen someone jump away from Broly command grab
They're not punished.
and backdash and get smoked by a 5S? That's your own fault.
Or if you jump a command grab and you try to super dash at them, they 2H you. They have enough time
Yeah, at
to
that point,
recover
why are
and-
you jumping and
Yeah,
then super dashing?
You've done the wrong thing. You've actively gone, "I'm not going to punish this," then moaned that you couldn't punish it. Like,
Yeah,
you just
exactly.
don't punish it that way. Like, it's legit the wrong thing to do, and people were moaning about doing the wrong thing. You just super
But the
dash.
character is completely fair in this aspect of he's for that position. He's a good anchor type character. He's got good solo like zone control, and when he's in, it's like a solo mix-up that comes with a huge risk. Like people don't understand that staggers into grab is a huge risk at the end of the day. He's guessing, like, let's be real. It's not like a holy shit, it's do or die situation. It's I'm blocking kid boot A assist and it's a high-low. Like, no, it's not. There's nothing like that here.
You can definitely just level 3. You could definitely just super dash. You could definitely level 1, that beats it. You could do so
definitely
much.
mash on his staggers and beat him too. Like,
yeah, if you've got a good LL, you can just press LL over and over again. And
But
go.
if he has armor on all his buttons, maybe you can just tank some of your.
That's
hits
why I said you have to.
and
If you've got a good LL.
yeah,
good
you do 4 LL when you want to mash and you just beat him.
Yep, you just beat him because there's only one hit of armor. Or you mash vanish.
Unless he does the lariat.
Whatever.
And you can mash lariat. Yeah, you can just mash vanish.
Yeah, like there's counterplay, but people
There's
just don't want
risk
to
for
counterplay.
all these characters. Basically has risk. Like all these like Janemba grabs, risk. Like all these characters have high risk.
Not Bluku though. Not Bluku. He's
I mean,
got a
he
strike
has high
behind
risk.
his. He's got a strike behind his. He doesn't get any sympathy from me.
You can punish it though.
I know, but
people
it's
just
still
don't
got a strike.
punish it well. People are super dashing it, which is the wrong punish.
Yeah, you IAD.
You can IAD or you can just mash.
Oh yeah, because it hasn't got armor. Yeah,
You
that's
can
true.
backdash it mid screen.
Yeah, you can whiff punish it. It's just on block that you can't do anything because it's safe. So people like to raw tag and stuff, and then they get hit with the raw tag because it's a
Yeah,
strike.
that's your
afterwards,
own fault, you know.
Yeah, like 100%. That's what
I don't agree.
point.
I don't disagree that it's good. He deserves it. I mean, I
Most
think he's
people
strong.
complain about stuff can simply just look out counter plays.
This is the thing, though.
They
like,
should just play a different game.
Those people that complain about, they're gonna just complain. That's all they do. They complain forever.
They should just go play Connect 4.
This is OP. This is OP. This is OP.
But then the devs listen to it and do like an uncalled for nerf.
Yeah, the thing is, they don't really do that, luckily. Like, the no-kami thing, fair enough. And the Kazunoko thing, fair enough. Those are like mistakes by the devs because they listen to those guys. No-kami is just completely wild accusations. Like, how in your right mind do you think Yamcha's the best character in the game? Are you brain dead? Like, let's be real. At that level, like, you are not playing the game. You're just saying stuff. You're just like, what are you saying at that level? Why are you saying Yamcha's the best character in the game? It's so random. And then,
But it was also saying like Hook and such were downplaying Piccolo hard so he could get like, you know, secretly buffed or manipulate
Yeah,
way
it's
into
a
like
technique
buff.
that shouldn't work
But
because
that's good.
devs shouldn't listen to.
yeah, devs
play
shouldn't
people.
listen. That's the point.
Yeah, literally
That's
the point
the
from the
whole
beginning.
point.
They shouldn't listen.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have a. If you think it's a shit game, it's because of you. It's because of you and
Like,
your
not
community.
you particularly, but
Yeah,
like,
sorry, not you in particular. Yeah. If the
don't know.
community is saying the game's bad now because there's too many defensive options or this character didn't get nerfed, it's bad because of how you interact on Twitter or the positions you hold or the people you listen to and just go with it. Like if you're a Hook sub or a no Kami sub, whatever. Like that's why your game is bad. And you could listen to the devs. They might not make a better version, but at least it's a version that makes sense because that's just what they want. Instead of, oh, we're trying to please all these people, I'm going to keep going back to it. We're going to take away Goku's 2M, then give it back to him, and it's even better now. Why did you take it away in the first place? Because people didn't like it. So why do you think people are going to like it when it's better? It makes zero sense.
people didn't like it when they took it away. People didn't like it when they had it.
Yeah. It doesn't make
It
sense.
doesn't matter.
Is it legitimate to actually state an opinion of, I think the game should have a bursting mechanic during combos? Because, like, all I got was, like, dude, learn to block. Dude.
No, that's a fair opinion. If you like combo breakers, then you want it for this game. That's fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
But the game's already balanced around its current mechanics. So I think adding something like that is too big of a change.
I agree.
Or
It
they
would
shouldn't.
take,
They
like,
shouldn't. Or like one comment that I got is like they won't change the game because of this one guy who can't block or couldn't like.
I mean,
not get
yeah,
into the
that's- it's
situation
like a
like get
pointless
good
thing.
or
You're just like giving an opinion. Like this is the thing.
Yeah.
People are, as I said, not that smart. they they just like to say stuff. I mean, the thing is, if they did add a burst to the game, it would take like a year or something for people to start doing combos. Like you'd do a combo, right? You'd hit a 2M, you'd do 5M, and then you'd backdash. Like that would be like a new big brain thing, and then they would spark, and then you'd punish it, and it'd be like, holy shit! It'll take so long for people to start getting into the habit of baiting that stuff. It'd be like so weird, like it's such a new change.
Yeah, being able to spark it on hit won't help you win.
Yeah,
you're still gonna be a bad player. Like the reason you're getting hit, being able to spark on hit isn't stopping you from getting hit.
That's what those guys are like trying to say at the end of the day, but it doesn't.
Oh, you must be a Freezer clan if you say that.
Like, it's not even that. It's just, in general, you shouldn't look for new... I don't play a different fighting game and be like, you know, this mechanic would be really well implemented in this fighting game.
Yeah.
I don't care.
You
I
just
just
play
play the fighting game, and I enjoy the mechanics it has.
That's pretty...
Or you look for the games that have the mechanics you like. I don't look at other games and go, man, I really wish it had Unius grid system for like neutral.
Exactly.
If I want that, I just go play Unius.
Does any other game have limit break and stuff like that?
Yeah, if I really didn't
Every
like limit
game
break,
has limit break. They added in
that's
limit
true.
break because of that shit.
Yeah,
I mean, I think limit break is not the coolest thing, but I think it's a tasteful implementation of something that made the game a lot faster and IMO better because it ends faster.
And that's what a lot of people were talking about. They're saying the games take too long. So
the games were taking too long, and it was a tasteful comeback mechanic. There's non-tasteful ways about it, and there's loads of games where you can see the non-tasteful ways, like fucking Super for being on 30% health. Or like, you know what I mean? Like Rage Art, dude. Rage Drive. No one wants to see that shit. I watched a whole Tekken Grand Finals. Who's the Devil Gym player? The really good one. Oh no, not the Devil Gym player. Fuck, what's his name? Damn, there's a. Who's the big robot in Tekken?
What's that?
Jack.
Jack. Okay. There's like a NA player called Anakin, and he was playing some like Jack player, Jack 7. Yeah, that makes sense. And the Jack player came back. It was like a grand finals. The Jack player's in losers, and I shit you not, every single round, like pretty much like every game, it was a 6-0 by the Jack player, by the way. And every game was just the Jack player is getting out. Oh, was it Jack? No, it was the fucking. Dude, I'm on a tangent, but it was the Death Fist character, Paul, right?
Yeah. Blonde hair.
Every game he would get Rage Drive and he would Death Fist randomly, and the other guy would either block it, get hit or die, or block it and get 50-50 then die. And it was a 6-0 straight up wash because Anakin choked. Like you could see he wasn't like mentally like all there for that grand finals, but it was just like this comeback mechanic was not fun to watch. I didn't have fun watching this move. Like it wasn't cool. Oh, like when I see like TN do 20% extra damage, like, okay, that's all right, you know. Oh, TOD'd you. He hit a 5M, you're dead. You know, like, okay, that's cool. But it's like when you see, you know, the 5M takes some work to hit solo. Let's be real. Like when you see just blue stuff into plus frames or get hit and die, it's not that fun, you know. It's like, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's like, I think it's Limit Break was like the best way they could have fixed this issue that everyone was complaining about. And that is one of the things they really did fix well. You guys can agree or disagree, but making Spark burn away your blue life, EX burn away blue life, Spark being better overall, and limit break, those things changed games from lasting till the last 100 seconds to now ending in the mid 100 seconds most of the time.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yep.
I liked it. I know most people didn't, but I don't agree with
They
most
didn't
people
like
most
it
of
on
the time.
principle, but in the end, it's like, well, it's the best way they could have done it, you know? Like, what else could you want? They could have added in Rage Art. You start glowing when you're under half life and alone. And if you touch them, you get Gogeta's level 7 super for free. Fuck it, they could have done that.
True. Yeah, no, I agree.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna shut the stream down. I've literally had my stream on for 10 plus hours.
10 hours.
Been a while.
It's been a while, yeah.
I feel it.
I think
Alright,
the
that's
Middle
it.
East, yeah, I'm not gonna make this a regular. I'll probably do it again, but I'll like moderate so we stay on topic and stuff.
Yeah, we
But-
went off topic for a while. I mean, at the end, we came back to it at least.
Yeah, I'm okay. I just wanted to test out like the Discord thing and stuff, and I think I've sorted it out now. So yeah, next
Honestly,
time.
yeah, that was sick. The come in, raise your hand thing. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, I kind of.
Let me say I had a lot of fun and was honored to be on call with you guys.
Yeah,
So,
this was
great.
cool, man. Thanks.
It's good hearing your opinion. Dude.
Yeah, exactly. That's all it's about. Just not
I had to just jump in because I heard the
combo breakers.
No, the thing is, no one was against it. That's why I had to jump in.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, there was like
I
7
needed
people
to
saying
be
it
the
was.
one against the mechanic.
Yeah, we was gonna move on and be like, yeah, combo breakers are great, and I was
Because
in this
people
chat
don't
like,
get that. Like, as a player, I'm also not against it. It's really just a spectator. I want to see the source. You can't see the source when they break the combo. That's the issue.
Legit.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I actually had this on in the background while I was grinding out GG today, and I only just hopped on because I burnt out from playing.
I respect it. I saw you like ask for games and stuff, but yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah, I'll probably do it again once I get like some topics and some people, some like guaranteed people to stay on, and then we can just like rotate people from the chat that want to come on for a bit and do it that way. Having like 8 people on was a bit rough, but yeah, I think because everyone's kind of like civil, everyone like stopped talking to like not interrupt others and stuff, so it was cool. So yeah, I'll definitely do it again. Like chatting and not being toxic to each other's cool. I'm gonna go host Uchiha. I think they're doing a Middle East tournament for Dragon Ball, and he's got Krillin rock assist. So Metplex is
The
in the
worst
finals.
assist, by the way.
Thanks again
The
for
worst
letting us
assist.
in, man.
Yeah, no, it's all good, man.
Yeah, cheers, man. Cheers. Say.
All good. Raid or host raid? Alright, I'm gonna go get some food as well, so I'm gonna shoot straight off. In a bit, stream in a bit, everyone. Who's left? Oh, everyone's gone. Sick. Cool. Alright. Yeah, I'll hopefully be doing this a bit more in the future. Go say hi to Uchiha. Go watch Netflix. Potentially beat Fruits. Let's find out. Alright.